Takes more than money to foster change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to foster change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire.
All that time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I the mountain, get to you. I call the preacher, get to you. I walk through fire, I see myself, get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Yeah, till I get you.
Lanes in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I top up from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less you Jackson, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
Learn to let it go sometime. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. better. Let go and take my hand. I wanna share this feeling, 'cause we can double it together. Join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah, you can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So come fly away with me. We can live twice if we live it up. Sip from golden cups, double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max. Live with no regrets, double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Oh, 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 yeah. Left, right, where you want to go. Life can be so easy once you live it like a winner. Yeah, break free, the choice is yours. You can keep this feeling, but sometimes you gotta be a quitter. Yeah, so join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah, we can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So what you waiting for? 'Cause we can live twice if we live it up. Let's sip from golden cups, every moment, 1, 2, pop,
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank.
ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, and 1xBet.
Good morning! It is a great day here in Kuala Lumpur, and the day is only gonna get better from here on out as we are live with some top tier Dota 2. Now, it's day 2 here in Kuala Lumpur, and yesterday was a good day. We have watched a lot of great Dota 2. It was nice. Some teams did well, some teams did a little less well. And today is day 2, as I said, and that means that for the teams, it's basically their last chance to really turn the tides if they didn't do that well yesterday. And it is their chance to show that they can adapt and learn from a day-to-day basis, which is very important at a tournament like this. So can't wait to get the day started. Of course, you are watching ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023, powered by Intel. And I know I'm talking a lot about what happened yesterday, and we're going to talk more about that. But in case you missed anything, we got you covered. Here's a recap of day 1.
It's going to get even worse if they start giving away kills, too. Oh. Beautiful stomp. What a great 3-man stomp, Avery, and a double edge that hits all of them. Yeah. Who said Centaur can't make plays? Okay, there goes Zage's beautiful stomp, though, on the 3 from here with a snowball over the 3 as well. That's beautiful stomp with a double edge onto these two heroes, but they got off the supernova. They realized their CC was going to be running out. GPK doesn't need attack speed to be able to finish off the 8 either. They couldn't get a kill. Oh, what? Horacio shot down by Nightfall right through the heart. He's always going to go for the jump. Look, just look at this.
New pulls the BKB up. Here comes the cavalry. Black Hole is committed though. New, he might have turned this one around. They're going to try for snaking on the IM, but no! Oh, snaking. He finally goes down. But what is it going to cost LGD? This man beat forward. They're going to try and go for the fight, but the huge ensnares coming out with the Wrath of Nature from Baboka. Monet, he's got no fear. He's just jumping right in. Gonna try, he will back up a little bit, nothing to say, still tanking through it, going for the Echo! Oh, nothing to say! He's still alive!
No way!
Oh my god! No!
That is just wrong!
No!
That is just... That's sickening!
I can't believe it.
Oh, it was a very good day indeed. There were some top tier moments in the Dota that we saw, and if you didn't catch everything, that's okay. There's so much Dota going on at the same time that you are forgiven. We're happy that you're here now, which is the most important part, showing up for it. And showing up for it as well are my 2 panelists. I got Effie and Kazu back on the panel. Good morning, both. How you doing, Effie?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Pretty good myself. Maybe I'm even better than you. I had another amazing breakfast this morning, and now I want more amazing Dota today.
Did I not have breakfast?
Are you insinuating that she didn't have an amazing
yesterday
breakfast?
I was saying I also had amazing breakfast, and today I did again.
Effie, how was your breakfast both days?
Yes, I would like to know.
Actually, he's right, because I did have my breakfast yesterday was amazing, but today I didn't finish it. So
there you go.
I didn't finish it in time. Shiva was like, "We gotta go, Mira, we gotta go," and yeah.
We had to go because we had to be here on time for
It is
you
what it
guys. And we have got to talk to you about a bit Dota that happened yesterday. And I will say, so if you watch this stream, you in the first half of the day would have watched a lot of ties, only ties. Whereas all of Group B was all 2-0s. Yesterday's results, Kezu, which one was the one, not just the mainstream, but which one was the one that you were most surprised about?
Maybe overall how LGD did, I think.
Ooh.
They ended up, being 0-4?
Yeah.
Which is not something I expect from them. Sure, they changed players, but like you have Xiaowei, and it's just overall the name, LGD. And not just that they went 0-4, but in the fashion they did. It was disappointing, to say the least.
Yeah. You expect more from them?
Yes.
I would agree with that. I expected more from them, but I don't know how much faith I have in this roster still. Like, in my eyes, Nothing to Say was such an integral part of LGD and how they played that replacing him won't be easy. That's for sure. And I mean, they had the losses of Faith Bian, who was also an anchor in the past, and Ame, and I feel like that hole is pretty hard to fill. My personal surprise was honestly Tundra, formerly TSM, going 4-0. I can say with full honesty that I did not expect that. I expected them to be bottom of the group. And I say this not because they're a bad team, but because, you know, their org dropped them, they got uprooted, they lost a player, they didn't necessarily have the best results last year, but to see them in this kind of form was completely shocking.
Yeah, it looked really good for them. It looked really good for Falcons as well, a fresh team that went 4-0 as well. That all happened in Group B. So did LGD. LGD is the most polarizing group. Sorry, LGD. I mean, Group B is the most polarizing group in that sense. When we look at Group A, there were a lot more ties, a little bit more wishy-washy, Kezu.
Yeah, I would say that perhaps this group is a little more even, perhaps, at least when we look at day one. I think Secret, even though they went 1-3, I think they still looked pretty good. The Wawitas, I didn't see them too much, but even I think they took a game of Bad Boom that they were kind of losing, so they brought it back. So I think here it's more things are still open.
Yeah, it feels like the more competitive group just after watching day one. I mean, maybe some teams are struggling with jet lag a little bit more in Group B, but I don't want to give any team that excuse because most of them should be. But it feels like even the teams that are at the bottom of this group, and Wawitas and Secret, when I watched them play, they were competitive. It's not like the games are completely one-sided stomps. In Secret's case, they did suffer a little bit in the laning, but they always made these aggressive plays and found their way back into the game. And in Wawitas' case, they played really well on lanes, and things just crumbled afterwards. But the competition is there.
Competition is there. Let's take a look at the competition of Group B because, yes, every single series 2-0. And that means we've got a couple of teams that are firmly at the top, a couple of teams that are firmly at the bottom. So we already talked about Tundra and Falcon, who both went 4-0 on their first day. I know that everything can still happen because we're not yet halfway through the group stages, but this bodes very well for both of those teams, of course. LTD and 9 Pandas, Kezu, both 0-4. You already touched upon LGD. Are you surprised to see 9 Pandas here?
Not that surprised. I wasn't too sure about, like, so Ramses is back to offlane. Like, they've made a lot of changes as well. They have Alpha Ninja playing again. I feel like he had a big break, so now he's back. I think they probably need more time to adjust because the games that I saw from them didn't look too great.
I would agree with that, honestly.
Sorry.
Also, I just wanted to point out Team Liquid coming 2-2. I honestly expected Team Liquid to dominate this group. I know that they're playing with a stand-in, but I didn't feel like the stand-in would be that impactful. And even though their score is 2-2, when I watched them play against Falcons, I feel like Falcons completely dismantled them at some point, and that spelled disaster in my eyes. But it was only day one, and things can change.
I also want to point out with that, I mean, in Team Liquid's case, they lost one player in Zai. It wasn't just the player, they also lost their drafter, and Blitz is on a break, and they have a different coach. So that's another part of the drafting duo that they had. So they're like full-on new captain.
That's true, and
which is having a big impact.
I think if I remember correctly, they even said on socials that 3-3 will take over the drafting with Blitz, and neither of them are.
No. Mickey is doing drafting for this event, I believe. So
you go, brother.
I think that is the first time he's put in this role. So I would give them a little bit of slack, but we'll see today as well. It was also, they were up against Falcons, and Falcons is looking top tier. So very curious to see how they'll do today, if they can continue that momentum. When we are looking at the results of yesterday, we do also have to mention the heroes that we saw yesterday, because it has been a while since we've seen top tier Dota 2, and we heard it from the players yesterday as well in some of the interviews. They are just curious to see what everybody's going to bring to the table. We had a first pick Ogre, I believe. We saw some Venomancer, I believe both of those were for Team Secret, and they didn't do too well. We'll see if that influence will tickle through. But we have to mention some of the most picked heroes of yesterday. The big winner, Effie, big winner is Grimstroke.
I mean, Grimstroke is a very strong hero, right? He's one of the supports in Dota that enables initiation better than anybody else, and that's always going to be useful. But when you see a most picked hero in a tournament, it doesn't tell the full story, because that's the hero that was let through the most.
Yes.
So I feel like Grimstroke is in a really excellent place, but he isn't really the hero of the patch based on what we're seeing. I feel like I have to point that out, because Chen was contested
a lot,
so many times. We didn't see him picked very much at all, but he was contested 22 times and only let through 2 times.
Yeah, and I believe Slardar is very high up on that one as well, which is making it even more impressive that Slardar actually has got a 83% win rate with the games that he was played, which was only 6 times, but obviously it was banned a lot. We mentioned a couple of heroes yesterday that we would be on the lookout for. Slardar was one of the ones you mentioned. Effie Luna was another, and we see her banned quite a bit as well. But not played that much. Or not, well, played a little bit, but not very successfully.
Yeah, I thought more teams would honestly be looking at Luna, but it doesn't really feel like she's on their radar as a really strong hero. So maybe I'll wait to see how it progresses, but mostly I've been seeing it played by teams like Blacklist, who just enjoy ranged carries in the first place on their players, so it'll be specific.
I think Luna as a hero will still rise, I think, throughout the tournament. It's like the type of hero where right now people aren't too sure, but I think the more you get closer or like further in the tournament and you need like a more stable carry, Luna will come.
Yeah, and you mentioned Pugna and Lone Druid. We see them a little bit here and there as well.
Yeah, I think even Gaiman played at least one of them yesterday. Maybe Ace's Lone Druid. So, well, you know, they'll stay here. Sadly, they're too good. They're too good.
They're stable heroes, which is what you need in this patch. Stable heroes, stable people. Guess who's a stable person? One of the most stable people I know, actually. And we're gonna head over to him right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Purge.
Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 of ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. I'm Purge here, and I'm sitting with Panda from your new squad. How do I say it? Wawitas Sagaces?
Yeah, perfect. Wawitas Sagaces.
Wawitas Sagaces. Okay, got it. How's the new team going? You guys had a slightly rough day 1. You went 1-3, but you did manage to take a game off Bet Boom, which is very good. So how are things going for your squad?
I mean, it was not so good in the first series. But we talked a lot after winning a game against Bedboom. I think that was really good for us because they are a really tough opponent. We are hoping to go, like, try to take games of the really good teams we're going to be facing today. And we're just going to try our best.
That's great. How's the practice been so far for you guys with your new roster? Are you guys feeling comfortable? Are you getting good scrim partners? Did you get really good practice when you came here, especially?
We didn't get the best streams. Like, we got some teams to play in this region because with bootcamp in Malaysia, it was better than staying in SA, but it was not the best. It was decent at least.
Okay, and as you guys know, we're in Kuala Lumpur. How are you enjoying the food so far at this event? Have you tried anything different, or are you guys sticking to like really normal pancakes type stuff?
I'm going for just classic stuff, not going so into the Malaysian food right now. I'm waiting after the tournament because I don't want to get a bellyache or anything.
Yeah, that's very safe, understandable. What about your matches today? How are you feeling? Are you confident about your games? Do you guys feel confident in the meta, things like that?
I'm feeling more confident right now because Vintage had a change of ideas. We're going to do something different compared to yesterday. I'm feeling more confident.
Okay, and final question. Jakiro's been popular at this event, untouched at TI. What makes him a strong hero right now as a support?
I think it's just to answer certain heroes like Slardar. I don't know. I tried it yesterday. It didn't work for me, but I think it's a me problem. The hero is good.
Okay, attack speed slows are good. You hear it here. Okay, thanks so much for the interview. I appreciate it, and back to you guys.
Looks like we can expect more Jakiro to come out today. Something we also expect to come out today is you guys. That's right. Yesterday, we asked you guys to share some thoughts, anything that's on your mind, really. How you're watching the games, or anything that you want to share with us. Get it out there. Get it out there, like this guy did.
Do it.
This guy's like, let's go Blacklist. Rise above fate. That's the right hashtag right there. And the Filipino flag. And I think, Effie, he's on the right stream today.
He is, because today we are covering both of Blacklist series, versus Gaiman and versus Secret. And I'm sure it's exciting for a lot of SEA fans, in particular, just watching Aved outside of NA, back in his region, back in hopefully potentially explosive form, playing with a different team, maybe being enabled differently.
Yep, could be. And if you want to use hashtags to get on these screens as well, this guy ticked all the boxes.
Yeah, he did it all.
I will tell you that we were debating, is it going to be hashtag Rise Above Fate, hashtag ESL Pro Tour, or hashtag ESL 1, and in the end, Rise Above Fate was the one that we would like to use for you to come out of the woodworks and share your thoughts with us. But this person covered all their bases and made sure that they tagged everything, used every hashtags, and I think he's got the right type of energy, Kezu.
Yeah, he does. I mean, I'm pretty sure he was listening yesterday. We were like, which is the right one? We don't know. He didn't want to screw it up.
Yeah.
Just puts in all three.
Wait, what do you mean listening? We were having that discussion in the green room. We didn't.
Did we say this yesterday too, on air? It's
Only
like, should it be this? Should it be that?
Did we?
I think so.
Don't know.
I thought we only did that.
Maybe he's listening. Who knows?
Hashtag Rise Above Fate. That's the one you should be using. Do it right. Share your thoughts. Let us know how you're watching and enjoying these games, because we're watching and enjoying these games from the studio, And there's a lot of games to witness and watch. Let me tell you that. There's 3 streams going on at the same time. Now, I already mentioned that if you want to watch Blacklist, you're on the right place, because the main stream, this stream has 2 Blacklist series back-to-back, followed by 2 G2IG series back-to-back on the Group B side. So exciting stuff to come here, but we're not the only stream. There's a lot of Dota. On the Ember stream, we got ourselves a full set of games as well. You'll be able to tune in to Lyrical and Fear for those, and I believe we have a schedule for those as well. There we go. And we got 2 Azure Ray and 2 LGD series. Effie, which one is standing out for you?
Let's see. I think Azure Ray versus Bedboom will probably be the best one. And then also a special shout out to LGD versus Tundra, just because they've been on a roll. So I want to see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit of a David versus Goliath kind of matchup there based on the scores. So if because LGD is struggling, so this is the potential LGD redemption curve, or potentially.
But also the 9 Panos versus LGD match.
The toilet bowl.
Yeah, they need those points, brothers. You need to step up and.
Yeah.
Because if whoever loses that, they might just be done.
Yes, there's a high chance of that. Now let's take a look what's happening on Storm. You'll be able to tune into T-Gov and our Cryptic for that one. And wow, 4 different teams on the first half of the day. Look at them. They got spread. They don't have double headers at all. There's a lot of good mix here, Kezu. Which one is your favorite?
Actually, the last one. I think Liquid Tundra. I want to see more from both of those teams. I haven't seen enough yet. I think the other matches are maybe they have a bigger disparity. I think the last one could be more of a banger.
Yeah, I will say also, BB Team versus Secret stands out to me as well, Effie.
I would agree, because I feel like a lot of people came into this tournament potentially underestimating Secret. And yes, they may have ended day 1 with a 1-3 score, but I really don't feel like that was reflective of their gameplay based on the series that we covered. I feel like they have a lot of fresh ideas, and they're bringing a lot of aggression. I mean, they out-tempoed Gaiman.
They did.
In one of the games, so.
They really did, and we're gonna see if Gaiman learned something from that, because they went 2-2 yesterday, which is nice, but it's not where we expect to see them. So maybe they learned something from their series, and we'll also see how Blacklist can continue to grow, as they had quite a good day yesterday. It's Blacklist versus Gaming Gladiators. That will be our upcoming series, so we'll start talking about those 2 teams after this.
Weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel, kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
Stream auf.
Time to get into our first series of the day here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and we are looking towards Group A, where we have Gaming Gladiators taking on Blacklist International. And Gaming Gladiators is sitting on a 2-2 score. They went 2 ties yesterday. Blacklist, they are 3-1, and I'm very excited to see this squad do well. I am hoping we can talk about them first, because let's be real, we've seen a lot of Gaming Gladiators over the last year.
Yep.
And that was nice to know, and I'm happy they had a lot of success for them. That's all great, but it is time. It is time, Kazu, for an SEA team to step up and, you know, take their place.
It is, and I think they've got the right players and like kind of the right formula in the team. You know, you've got the young, and they even a lot of them have a lot of experience now. Like Abed, he played in Shopify. I would even say he was probably their most stable, maybe even their best player over like the past, what, like 2 to 3 years.
Yep.
You have Mushi as the coach. You know, Gabby was also in Europe, you know, gaining some experience here and there. So putting it all together, they're looking good. They're looking solid.
You know what's really funny? Abed's actually the youngest one on the squad.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it.
You would not believe it.
He's been playing for so long.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
feel like it's bizarre to look at Abed and say, this is the youngest player in the squad. But I mean, that's just a testament to their experience, right? And I do like what Kazu mentioned about them going to different regions than a lot of the players on the team. It feels like, you know, they're a training arc. They all they all went to a different continent. They collected knowledge from there and they came back.
Now they're back.
Now they're back to SEA and they're just going to make it a blend of everything and see where it takes them. It's pretty exciting.
It's incredibly exciting. We have also got a coach for them Mushi, who is, I believe, because they were very open about it, that it's a temporary deal at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's always hard with like, especially going into like a new team. I would say they maybe don't have like the biggest identity yet. Because sometimes when you join a team that already has an identity, you're not really gonna take over too much.
Yeah.
But like a team that's maybe new, maybe it helps them more if he like helps them to like make the bigger decisions. You know, take some of the weight away of like the draft and what heroes to play. But I think Mushi's got a lot of experience.
Yeah.
He's good, and looks like so far it's working out.
It's working out great, Effie.
Yeah,
3-1?
it's only the first day though, so I don't want to make any definitive statements about any team, but so far so good. I feel like they have a really great formula. They have great flex heroes. I love the ranged carry flexes that they do in their TA. I don't feel like I saw a lot of that in day one, so yeah, looking forward to seeing what Mushi cooked up.
Yeah, and there's some preparing to do, because Gaming Gladiators, even though they went 2-2, they still look very strong, and I think they still have, and they will have for a long time, that air of being the ultimate raid boss, as they did take so many first places in the last year, and also coming second at the International. Going 2-2 might not be the result we expected of them, but Effie, we never count this team out.
Oh, for sure. I mean, after their performance last year, if you count them out at any point, it's like, have you really been watching? Have you been paying attention to them? But yesterday, they did look a little bit sloppier than usual. They still brought the game in flair. You know, we saw some Huskers coming out. We saw some interesting heroes coming out of Tofu as well, like the Tiny. We saw Crystal made in support. So they're still doing their thing. It just felt like day one could have been a lot smoother for them. But I'm sure that when they looked at their own performance, they had that thought themselves, right? And today they're probably going to look a lot cleaner.
I think the game one against Ticket is the one that stands out to me. Usually they're very clean and like, okay, what do my teammates need? Okay, Ace is playing Visage, let's go to him, help him take the tower. They were up so much in the game, but then I feel like they just dropped the ball for like 3, 4, 5 minutes with some chain feeding. So I think that's the game where they're going to take the most from yesterday. And then, well, bring it into today. They're one of the best teams in the world. They'll make it happen.
Yeah. They'll make it happen. There's definitely, I'm sure there's been a lot of talk yesterday by them as well.
Yeah.
They do take everything very seriously, whether they are considered to be the top dogs or not. They will make sure that they go for the grind route to get to the result that they want. And because of that, you know, they talk to each other. They also talk to us. That's right. I have been told that Purge is going to talk to Quinn.
Hey, Purge here with Quinn of Gaming Gladiators at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. Quinn, first off, you had 2 matches yesterday. You played 2 Lina games. You guys had kind of some chaos games. It was what it looked like watching. Would you say that's a fair representation of your performances? One of the matches, for example, you smashed like 3 lanes, and all of a sudden you guys just started dying in fights. What went on that game? I think it was versus Secret.
Yeah, game 1 versus Secret was some madness for sure. We just didn't play particularly well yesterday, to be honest, in any of our games. We managed to scrape out 2 wins, but I think we'll look to do much better today. 'Cause I think just blanket, we just didn't play overly well. And that game in particular was complete insanity.
I mean, you guys obviously won shitloads of tournaments last year, but generally as a spectator, it seems like group stages you guys always do like good but not like incredible. Would you say that's a fair assessment? And then you get it together later and you just like smash the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I think that's true for sure. I think it takes us... I think we learned very quickly, and I think it takes us a little bit of time to get our footing sometimes, depending like the meta we go into the tournament with, or like how good we're feeling. I think we're often like one tweak away from being very good, and so it's just finding that little thing we need to twist.
Okay, and since you played Lina so many times, if I play Lina mid, I should smash basically every matchup, correct? Is that how the hero's supposed to work?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
And then how do you like the Ags build right now? Do you think it's fun to play when you get that like blast and just nuke somebody out of oblivion, or do you wish the playstyle was different?
Yeah, I think the physical lean is kind of... I mean, it's nice if there's a choice. It just adds for more diversity, but I think the magic build is fun. I mean, I think the hero is insanely insufferable to lane against, so I'm down if it gets nerfed. But yeah, I mean, when you get to the items, it's pretty fun.
That's true. I think my worst experience is always getting smurfed by a Lina player, and then I like really understand. It's like, oh, I'm laning against like Quinn right now or some shit. It feels awful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not smurfing, just for the record. Let's make that very clear. But
he's just the example that I use. I'm like, oh, I'm playing against Quinn right now, and he's just dump streaming. This is what it's like to play against a pro. Yeah. Are you enjoying the food so far? Have you been adventurous at all, or are you kind of like a boring food type person?
No, I'll eat anything. I mean, Southeast Asian food or Malaysian food in particular is like super good. So it's always nice like being in Southeast Asia because the food's just always super good. I like spicy food as well, so it's nice.
Yeah, he's perfect. Good thing he's here. And then finally, your matches today against Blacklist International and Wawitas. How confident are you guys today, and what score do you expect to attain?
I think I try to stave off expectations. So I just want to play well, and if I play well, then I think we'll do well. It's just a matter of if we play well. I think we will, though.
Okay, and you mentioned tweaking things to fix things. Do you feel like you fixed what your problems were yesterday, going into today?
Yeah, I think so. We tried at least. You know, you never know until match day whether your things are fixed or not. Maybe it's an even bigger Clown Fiesta travesty, but I hope it's not.
I mean, I hope it is. It'll be really fun to watch. Thank you for the interview. I appreciate it, and good luck in your matches today.
A Clown Fiesta travesty definitely would be a lot of fun to witness, and I'm sure that Blacklist is maybe hoping a little bit that it will be coming that from Gaming Gladiator's side, but we also know that they can adapt and they do have ways to get their score points back. But I am curious to hear from you guys if you have any expectations like specific into the result of this series, because personally, I have no idea, because I don't also know what what Gaming Gladiator is coming with, Effie.
I think at first thought, for me, it's a draw. But I think it could be a very surprising outcome where Blacklist 2-0 Gaming. But from where I'm standing right now, it seems like a draw.
I would go with a draw too.
God damn it. My panelists just being safe and everything.
I told you what could happen.
That's true.
I'm down for the 2-0 for Blacklist. It's not that unlikely at all, I think. But if I had to be super safe, it's the 1-1.
Okay, well.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for that.
There you go, Twitch
This
chat.
is why I normally do not ask my expectations for my panel on 2-game series, because they're just going to sit on the fence. But if you want to know what's going to happen in the series, all you got to do is stay tuned, because we are heading into the draft of Game 1 of this 2-game series after a short break.
I've been shot down, I've been hurt, I've been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out. Tried to lock me in. They tried to lock me down, but I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up. I ain't never given up.
Blacklist International, Gaming Gladiators, ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. I'm ready for this. I'm very excited to see this one play out, as I am really, really hoping that Blacklist will have a great showing in front of a crowd. I can't wait to hear how loud a crowd can get for a team like Blacklist. So, you know, maybe slightly biased, but I think because we are in Southeast Asia, it's allowed, Keze.
Of course it's allowed. You know, you have to cheer for, you know, your boys. You got to fan on some players. And of course here, no, there are going to be some fan favorites, and I'm sure they will make it that far. They're already looking good. But I did get some news in the break. I was texting Quinn, and he said he's going to destroy them. So I'm changing my prediction to 2-0.
Whoa.
For gaming.
Whoa. Insider information. Yeah. That's what I hear.
Very
that
real.
is the biggest load of crock I've ever heard. You had not texted Quinn,
of
and you
course
said he would
was.
destroy
Yeah, he
them.
said he's going to pick Lina and destroy
I saw you looking at Instagram.
And I know who you texted. You texted Fog.
Yeah,
this is his birthday.
He was texting Quinn before.
Everybody, it's Fog's birthday today. I'm sure he would appreciate a happy birthday message on any social media platform of your choice. If you could add hashtag Rise Above Fate.
Very good.
That would be lovely. No. Let's talk about the Dota because we got Gaming Gladiators on the Radiant side. They have second pick. They already got their first 4 bans out, and I don't think we're surprised by any of them. We got Magnus, Slardar, Kunkka, Primal, Chen, Dazzle, and Lone Druid. As Blacklist Rivalry is thinking about their first pick, they are Dire in first pick. Is there any surprises here, Effie? Like, is there any ban that you did not see coming, or is this all pretty straightforward?
Yeah, the Magnus, that's a little bit unusual. Usually you see, Pugnas and such banned out, potentially even a sneaky Centaur, but Magnus in the first phase feels like this is scrim information. I mean, I have heard a lot about Magnus, that he is on the rise. People are playing him as a flex to carry potentially again, and some teams are experimenting with him, but I didn't feel like he was a strong enough hero to solicit the first ban.
There's some teams that have been banning it, so I think it's kind of like a new tech on the block. I think the offline mag is pretty good. You go for this Blink Rush into Harpoon that I feel like Collab showcase, but either way, good heroes. All the rest of the band out, just all the tanky boys and some heals.
Yeah.
But, good heroes make it through. Blacklist have been playing a lot of Muerta. They can flex it, but generally I think it's been Tim's.
Yeah.
And you have the classic global Nature's Prophet. Just good heroes.
And am I right in saying that they are literally the only team that wins with Muerta? Because when I looked up Muerta this morning, I was like, oh, she bad at the moment because she's been picked 7 times, which actually for the amount of games we had yesterday is quite high.
Yeah.
But she only has like 2 wins.
You're right. No, you're very correct in saying that, Cheever. A lot of teams have moved away from Muerta. They just don't see her as that strong of a flex anymore, as that strong of a hero. But Blacklist have been succeeding with her, and that's why they opt for the Muerta instead of the Pugna, which has been, the position for darling of most teams and what it provides. But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Sure.
They're good with the hero. They're good with it as carry. They're good with it as position 4, and they love to pair it up with, the typical stun offlaners. I want to talk about Nature's Prophet a little bit because this hero was banned a lot yesterday, and it was let through 4 times, and every time it was let through, it did win.
Yeah. I mean, I think the hero, especially in, he's already good in pubs, but I think in pro games even more, just having the option to just be anywhere at any moment and kind of speed up the game and punish people where it's like, oh, I'm playing in this matchup, I can't die, but then, some guy TPs on you with a blood grenade and that could just be enough to swing the matchup. So I think this hero is incredibly strong, and you need to be able to first off have heroes that don't get abused too hard, or at least have supports that, will make moves when the Prophet TPs, yo, I'm coming, I'm gonna, save you, that shot, fire spirits, whatever it may be, and play around it.
We have to talk about protecting this Nature's Prophet, because the one hero who is good in the meta, who loves playing versus Nature's Prophet, who is he, Kazu?
Spirit Breaker!
Let's go!
And he has not been addressed yet within. So I wonder if Gaming Gladiators are going to expend this ban on the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, because they only get 1 ban.
What if they pick it?
They could pick it too.
True.
Oh, and they've just let it through. That is interesting.
Isn't Grimstroke considered decent against Spirit Breaker or not?
I think I wouldn't consider him that decent because you can just status resist through the soulbind if it's attached to you directly. If it's attached to someone else and you're next to them, you don't status resist through it. But
I would tend to. The soulbind can be a bit, but generally you just charge in on your own because, you just go in first, you bulldoze your way out of there, you don't really care.
Ooh, I love this stat. Oh, it's
and
gone.
you get beat up.
Which one was it?
It was the overall, nobody ever chooses Radiant. Nobody ever chooses Dire for the priority selection. And here we see that the difference is that every time Blacklist got priority, they always chose second pick. And every time Gaming got priority, they chose Radiant and first pick. I think that's pretty cool. And that also means that the only reason... Wait, why is Blacklist first pick and Dire?
It didn't update maybe for this game.
If they're first pick, usually the team that gets first pick, the enemy team gets Radiant.
So they
it's very hard to see first pick and Radiant together.
So
yeah.
So they probably went for first pick this game to get that.
So they changed it up.
I don't think that any team in the right mind would ever do second pick plus Dire intentionally.
Yeah.
The stats tell us that's 73% win rate at TI for first pick plus Radiant.
Which is a really high stat.
I wonder what they're considering here. So could it be that they don't even want to play the Spirit Breaker? Was that something they were not considering running for themselves?
I mean, likely. I mean, they didn't play it yet, at least. I mean, it's not like Spirit Breaker is a hard hero, I think, if you think about it and you want it. Okay, so it will still come out.
I feel like it's absurd to not pick Spirit Breaker if you're just spoon-fed this enemy Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
But it does feel like this might be, like, you know, a trap from gaming. Because we know Spirit Breaker's there. The first pick, Nature's Prophet, everybody knows Spirit Breaker is, you know, countering.
It could be that they just want to exploit Spirit Breaker's weakness on the lane and pick some, like, very heavy, like, lane hero like Terrorblade or something that can capitalize on a weak laner like Spirit Breaker early on. Potentially that's what they could be looking to do because Spirit Breaker's weakness is in his laning. Maybe that's why Blacklist were, you know, debating whether or not to take it because they didn't feel comfortable in their Muerta plus Spirit Breaker lane potentially.
I always like heroes that I think don't have the biggest threat against Breaker, but also have the laning that you touch on. Carries that come to mind for me when it comes against specifically Breaker are like kind of Faceless Void. You can always like time walk into the charge. You don't really get owned by it. I think time dilation is annoying. Morphling could work, but I don't know how much Durachu has loved playing Morph when it at least comes too late. But Gamer will, you know, go with some general comfort with the Pango. And yeah, honestly, Wraith King has looked good, but generally when I've seen it, it's won all these games from the offlane, not from carry.
I would agree with that. I would like to see this be an offlane Wraith King because I just don't feel like it's the hero to punish Spirit Breaker enough on lane either. And then you're just playing into a Spirit Breaker who, let's say that your win condition is this Wraith King carry. I mean, Spirit Breaker in the late game excels versus Wraith King. He's such a low cooldown hero. You can just run into him over and over and over again.
Yeah, even if you were to lane, like the charge just kind of deals with the skeleton. So I think the Wraith King is more for like, help us with the map, right? Like allow the Pango and the Grim to play together and find the picks. Make it hard for a Bara tree to like find the pickups they want. So probably more of a flex than a classic ace hero.
Yeah, and you get the nice Blink initiation. You get the double Wraith Fire Blast with the Grimstroke pairing. You have another Inkswell carrier, so I definitely see why they went for it. And talking about Blacklist Treant, we haven't brought it up yet, but I mean, Treant is one of the better heroes versus Nature's Prophet, especially if you can just put him in NP's lane. He just walks out of the spot. He walks it off. He's very comfortable playing into Nature's Prophet. He also sets up on him very well. So typically when you're Natures and you're playing into Spirit Breaker, you're trying to not show on lane so you don't get charged if you want to, you know, cut waves and push the map. But Treant is one of the heroes who is just going to look for you. He's going to scout you in those trees and set up for those charges later on in the game. So there's natural synergy.
I think the tree pick is pretty cool for all the reasons you mentioned. Even you can lane your guy in the lane, make it harder for like Nature's Prophet to TP on you. If he isn't in the lane, you can Living Armor as well to help around. And a good old Spectre, which is a very, very good carry, especially if you get out of the lane with like even just okay farm. Like if this hero wins its lane, I feel like this hero is just straight up illegal, which is why generally you don't see it win.
Yeah, and then later on, Spectre's just going to delete this Nature's and this Grimstroke. So now there's a double threat for both of these squishy supports.
So the way that we're talking about the game at the moment is I feel like, you know, that first pick Nature's Prophet really, really defined what Blacklist ended up going for with the Treant and the Spirit Breaker both being counters towards what potentially could be a position 5 Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, they strayed from their usual formula here on Blacklist. But that's what happens if you're just bringing out this Nature's Prophet. It's going to get countered. And Spectre is a hero we haven't talked about a lot, Kazu, but I think it's one of the best carries in the patch.
Yeah. No, Spectre is just so strong. I do think it is a lot different from pubs and competitive, because in pubs you just always come back, right? Like people don't play together. They get picked off on their own. And of course in competitive, people will be, you know, they'll stick more together. They'll give you less room to like kind of pick you off, but Spectre is still a menace, especially with Spirit Breaker. They want to do the same thing in the mid game. Lanes have collapsed. What do they want to do? Find a single hero, kill them, go back to farming. So if Blacklist can get to that stage in the game, they'll be so happy with their draft.
What do they need to get to that stage in the game?
I mean, so they're gonna have to pick. They're gonna have to pick Abed's hero, and I mean he knows his matchup with the Pango. There is quite a lot of jump. I think it would be nice if they can get a mid hero, something like Puck, perhaps.
Or Lina.
Yeah, I think Lina can work. I mean, Lina's just a great hero.
Lina's been very successful in the hands of Abed. I believe he played it twice yesterday.
He's probably the best Lina.
Yeah. Both
now.
games were wins. It was pretty horrific, so it's definitely on their radar. But the puck that you mentioned is also on their radar because the coil is going to be so disruptive versus the Pangolier later on in the game. So they might be debating between these two heroes.
Yeah, they ended up banning the Lina, so
Yeah.
that puck stays in.
I do think those two are like very nice because they play on high range. Of course, now that Lina's out, I think Puck in these type of games where your initiation, it's not like super clear. You need to like blink stun with Wraith King. Like you can disjoint that. You can be ready for it. Same with a Pango roll. Like if you have like these kind of chaotic things with a Spectre, Breaker, some Tree and Root all around, I think Blacklist should be pretty happy if they can get their hands on like a more elusive and open map type hero, like some Puck. I know Ember is like very illegal and forbidden for some players, but Abed has played Ember and it has looked good.
It did look good when he played it, that's true. And then he does have the living armor as well to sort of back him up. But I would like the ranged spellcaster type a lot more for Blacklist.
Let's see. Come on, Abed. Make us proud.
Now we have to think about Gaiman's hero because I think this Wraith King does have to go to the offlane and you have to pick a stronger win condition for Gaiman. Something that can kill this Spectre later on in the game. Wow. It's been a minute since we've seen that hero.
More than a minute even, I'd say. That is very unusual. Why is this a good Timbersaw game? Is it because of the trees? Another counter to the Nature's Prophet. I feel like this Nature's Prophet is getting a lot of attention.
I think so. Back during the first Dream League season of last year, it was a really strong hero versus Pango mid. I often saw it win that matchup, and what Blacklist are lacking was damage, right? Because it's going to be a while since Spectre is dishing out damage. You're playing with a Spirit Breaker who also doesn't do damage early on. He needs to scale with levels and items. And you've got a Tree and Protector Moira as support duo. That's really not going to do the damage for you either. So, I mean, Timbersaw, if there's anything he's excelled at, it's been damage output through his spells. He also did get buffed in the last patch where he does more, like he removes more stats with each Whirling Death, I believe. So I do like that they're trying it out. It does fit the bill of damage.
Yeah, I honestly think the Timber pick is pretty good. It was not really on my radar. I have seen it come up more lately. I think the only hero he hates playing against in this game for now is Grim. Like the silence is annoying because you can't really kill it, especially if your ult is out. You literally can't hit. Soulbind is a bit annoying, but apart from, like, you just cruise through the rest and just, you can obliterate them.
There she is. Wow, my pal. Okay, you guys are quiet.
It's good. It's a good pick. I think Luna is actually a really great pick here because now that this Timbersaw came out with a Spectre, they were lacking a Silver Edge buyer, and Wraith King really isn't going to fit that bill for you. And we mentioned how we don't want it to be played as a carry. Luna's going to have a really great lane versus the Spirit Breaker. It's going to punish it very heavily. It's like we mentioned, it's going to get that Silver Edge for the Spectre, but it plays on an earlier tempo, right?
Yep.
They're going to get to the point where they're going to group up early on and try to not go into the late game versus Blacklist. So that's what they're going for here.
No, I was running some calculations in my head with Luna. I think Luna's good. Effie mentioned a lot of great reasons already. They want to play fast. You have Wraith King in the offlane. You're going to like try to take over the Spectre's lane. And Gaiman need to play from ahead. Play with this tempo because at like, I would say 25, 30 minutes, if they ever fall behind, I don't like their chances anymore against Blacklist.
Yeah. Blacklist got the scaling for sure.
Yeah.
Very scary scaling.
Well, let's see if Blacklist gets the chance to scale. Or maybe Gaiman will get a head start on this game and we'll finish before that. But we'll have to wait and find out. We're going to find out together with Cap and SVG.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators have specialized in some fast games, both wins and losses in the past, and they're going to need a fast win here against Blacklist Rivalry. At least that's what our panel says. You agree with them, Avery?
Why are you always asking if I agree or disagree?
I don't. I actually was thinking, man, I haven't asked Avery this question.
What do you think? What do you think, Austin? You agree or disagree with the panel?
I think they're mostly right. I think that Timbersaw is a terrible hero, so I don't know why Blacklist picked that one. Heavily in favor of Gaming Gladiators. I'm expecting a 2-0.
Wow, that was. I'll just let you do both roles. You can cast and analyze.
I mean, that was my pitch to you when I said, "Hey, come cast. I'll carry 80% of it. You don't have to do that much work. Anyway. You're just filler. You're just a backboard for me to play off of. That's all."
Someone has to be the backboard in life. I think the strat's pretty interesting. I think the anti-global strat, which is what Blacklist are going for, right? You give the Furion and then you pick a bunch of global heroes in the Breaker and the Spectre that can join any fight. Just outnumber him when he tries to outnumber you. It's an interesting idea. And then have some like independent laners so that global ability isn't hurting you when you leave people alone, like the Timber mid or the Spear Breaker, right? These are cores that you leave them alone, they don't care. They're going to do their thing. Pretty hard to shut down.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting conceptual idea with what they have going on. I think it's something that could work pretty well in this game.
I did have a problem with something that they said, actually. I remember this.
Who, Kezu?
Yeah, it was actually Kezu. He said there was only the Grimstroke to counter the Timbersaw. And while I agree, it should have been more emphasized that Grimstroke does dumpster Timbersaw in a lot of ways. I think that hero handles Timbersaw really well. So if you're already picking a hero that is not an Abed specialty, first of all, this guy's played it like 5 times in the last year, 10 times in the last 5 years. You know, it's not like a big Abed hero. It's not a big hero for the meta, and you're already matched up against one of the better support counters to it. I'm not a big fan.
I think it can work. I think he's pretty comfortable in this hero. I think you're overrating the weakness a little bit there.
But I mean, that's just Abed being comfortable on most heroes. But
sure, at least the ones he, Storm Spirit for sure. We'll see it come out at some. Maybe he'll pick it for himself. You never know.
Do you think there was a discussion he had with Mushi? He's like, look, man.
Well, it looked like he was.
You're not going to pigeonhole me.
I feel like he was drafting. Hard to tell as we switch observers here for a quick minute. But we saw the early obs off the teleport from Celery as it's just going to force a fight on their vision, but they kind of left the hill and they're going to give up first blood instead.
Yeah, it is going to be traded out with Tim's, but definitely not the way the Blacklist expected that to go. They do manage to get the ward kill, though, so that's a little bit extra gold and experience their way.
I mean, Blacklist very happy with that. That is a teleport committed from Celery with 2 obs for them to take that fight. They don't even end up getting the first blood. They lose one of the wards. And then, I mean, you skilled the stun on Ace.
The late good luck, have fun. I love that post-first blood.
A natural pub player, as we see. Yeah. You're talking about the Grimstroke Timber. I think this is one of Timber's worst support matchups. I mean, the other one is like Nyx, but ain't nobody playing Nyx out here.
Yeah,
so
nobody's playing that godforsaken hero.
But we did see some counterplay that I remember ATF developed, right? Which is the Manta-style Timbersaw.
Yeah.
You just dodge the bug, and then what?
It's an option. I don't know if Timbersaw can still be building Manta in a meta that he's not super great against, but
it's universal. Sure, it'll work out. But this is the one thing they have going. I mean, that's why I value Grimstroke so highly. This hero is just never bad. There's never a game I see where I don't think this hero's spells are useful.
It is the most picked hero of the tournament for a reason.
Yeah,
right?
That's because I told teams to pick it. You're welcome.
That's not what happened.
I literally told Gaiman at breakfast this morning. I said, you guys better pick this hero.
Oh, so you are backing Gaiman Gladiators?
No.
You are trying to help them win. Is that
not the point of this story.
Is it because your connection with Quinn?
And I said, I hope you lose, too. I hope you pick it, and I hope you lose, but the Grim looks great. Make sure the Grim looks great.
I see. I got you.
Anyway, they're trying to play off this double stun top because Ace did take the Wraithfire Blast level 1 to try and get the first blood. Another downside of that engagement for gaming, because I think you do rather have just get the skeletons out, and then the second you hit level 2, you have the skeletons with the stun, you go on somebody. That's kind of how you want to play the lane with this hero, so instead he's going to have to wait even longer to get the charges up. Yeah. Pretty slow start for this offlane for gaming, and as we see in this CS board, I mean, Blacklist pretty happy with this start. Abed's going to win mid for sure. It's just not a matchup you can outskill, because it's a real hero versus a fake hero, and if you're getting farm early on Spectre, you've got to be pretty happy. This hero just takes over the map so early, so fast.
Yeah, it's got a playstyle that I actually really love. Just seeing this carry be able to be super active.
I still think it's one of the biggest conceptual changes to a hero we've almost ever seen in Dota. That I think it's like so big, you just don't understand it. You look at the hero and you see Spectre and your brain thinks late game, slow, low on cooldown ultimate. Like, that's how my brain thinks. Maybe I'm just slow, but I don't think 40, 50-second uptime global, you know?
And that means Raven's going to be able to match the impact of Nature's Prophet very early on. That's the one part I do like about it, is that Nature's Prophet brings this element to the game, like, oh, I'm going to be able to outnumber you with this constant global rotations. Well, as soon as Spectre gets 6, you're pretty much matching that Furion, toe-to-toe.
As long as you can stay on the lane, which is, the Treant. Very nice hero to keep him on the lane, give him solo XP if they can ever get the lane back, which so far has been tough for Carlo. Tofu and Ace have done a nice job keeping equilibrium in a decent place top, and they're playing that lane back. And I mean, Quinn's just going dead even mid. Also pretty good. Gaming showing their laning prowess here is starts to swing some of the momentum back here. It's really a question of how much XP you can get on these cores for Blacklist. You can get Spear Breaker to some fast levels. You get the Timber to a place where he's getting power runes and can maybe gank and skew more XP their way. That's what they're really looking for. I don't think the items matter too much. They just want the skills.
I'm glad you brought up Spirit Breaker, because it was the hero I wanted to talk about next. Is this
Well, you're
hero
welcome.
still broken?
Depends who's playing it.
Okay, I was playing it in a pub the other day, and
Definitely
it felt pretty
not
broken.
Well, not in your hands, no, but in a professional's.
In Gabby's hands?
I'll say this. I think the Breaker Grimstroke is broken.
Yes.
I'm surprised we haven't seen people try and force the combination a bit more. I think it's one of the reasons Blacklist took it in that second phase. Like, they did not want to give it.
Like you said, they're trying to pull the lane back, but that also leaves an opening here for Raven to potentially get caught. Instead, it's going to be Ace. They thought they had the damage, but the Leech Seed makes the difference. Huge difference when you get Train Protector to level 3. Get that level 2 Leech Seed.
Inspector with, early dispersion point. This hero just thrives with sustainer supports.
Yeah.
It's like that classic combination.
Celery maybe in a spot of trouble here.
Oh, the bash.
Managed to get one bash. Where's the fear shot? Finally it goes out, but Gabby's already left.
Yo, Gabby.
He was like, I thought you weren't going to use it. I was waiting for so long.
You're not playing.
And Carlo was making the rotation too. They're actually going to TP the Furion out, which does leave Dyrachyo alone here.
Oh, he saved the bash.
An
He knew.
easy kill to get. Very nice.
Gabby knew, dude. He didn't want to waste that bash on the support.
Did he get 2 bashes and 2 hits? 3 hits, maybe?
Yeah, we'll give him a little 66%er there. The Raven will go down off the Treant rotation. So, strike back there. Gabby's used to playing in Western Europe where they miss those skill shots. So.
Yeah, right, of course. Western Europe,
yeah,
known for their poor skill
yeah,
in
not,
Dota 2.
not known for the high mechanical skill.
Yeah,
so
yeah, of
he's
course.
just got to get used to playing in a high skill region like SCA again, and then he would have committed for sure. That region jumping, it shows, man. It shows. Something Abed's going to have to get used to again as well, because of course he's coming from the strongest region in North America.
Right, where the best mids like Quinn,
Right.
that he was matched up against
Exactly.
before, right?
So it's going to take him some time to adjust to, playing on like a normal level again.
Right, yeah. I mean, that means, theoretically, he should dominate the opposing competition in his region.
Yeah, but it's like when astronauts come back from space, right? Their bones aren't used to like the extra G's.
He's tripping all over himself.
Yeah, he's not used to like the lower APM. He's used to playing against these high-level North American mids. Now it's going to settle down average-wise a bit, and his bones they're going to crumble, dude. He's going to have to do some extra gym workout or something. But see if he adjusts. And so far, 35-4. I mean, the upside in this matchup is he's still playing against Quinn, so it's like he never
he's
left.
used to it, yeah. He knows this matchup. Played it a few times in his life.
However, Quinn has got the better of that lane, which surprised me a bit. I didn't think he would win the lane outright. I mean, it's very even. It's not that it makes a huge difference in this game, but I thought Timber would have pulled a little bit farther ahead. Nonetheless, it's something where it prevented Furion going in there and ganking him. That's the other big upside for this pick, right? Like, what has Celery's early game impact been? He hasn't been able to have that game flow you traditionally want with the hero, which is either ganking mid or ganking the enemy safe lane.
Yeah, he
Blacklist
actually
just
got out-rotated by Train Protector.
Yeah.
So
Blacklist did a decent job defending those early moves, and that has pushed Furion down on the XP board.
Carlo making a run for it. He's trying to pull the creeps off the tower, but he's going to be caught before he gets back to the jungle, back to the forest from whence he came. He'll die instead, head back to the fountain. Aved just made a rotation, though. He wants to hold this tower.
Oh, he got zapped!
Oh, no! That is unfortunate. Yikes. Abed is really going to hate that one, because that wasn't a great kill trade-off in the first place, to have it taken away by the neutrals.
That was costly for Abed.
Yeah.
Nice little heads-up play. And they still have their Wisdom Rune to get, so that'll push the Furion almost to level 5. But this is still the downside of the hero. When you don't get the early momentum going, like these random kills, random ganks, you end up being low level. And this hero, he wants his early 6 as fast as possible, because that's his extra kill power and the extra XP and gold off the map. I mean, Celery, he's a Chen player. He's an Enchantress player. He knows his neutral creeps. They're his friend. He summoned some
He's
voodoo.
like, aggro them to the easy camp. Get zapped.
It's like, take me, brother. Interesting setup here for Tims, but no one's down here. Still, you'd love to kick Dyrachyo off this lane and take his tower.
I mean, that's kind of the MO for both of these safe lanes, right? I would say there's a little bit more pressure on Blacklist to hold their safe lane, which is where Quinn's rotation is going to pay off pretty nicely.
Yeah, but unless Abed's going up there, you can't hold it. No way you're sitting up here with Spectre against Wraith King with full Skelly boys. His tower's just going down. So the onus is on Blacklist right now to make the exchange happen. And Gaiman going to respond.
TP rotation coming in from Quinn will at least get one trade on. Still has a Rolling Thunder, so he can still play for it, but Dyrachyo, he doesn't have Eclipse yet, so no real damage source behind this move.
Wonder if Quinn's happy about that. Like, you get the tower defense. You use your DD, but you don't get a crazy fight out of it, right?
I don't think it's about
probably
Quinn,
solid.
to be honest. Feel like it's Dyrachyo. Are you happy with that? And if Dyrachyo's happy with it,
Yeah, he probably
then
is. That's true. And they're going to get another swing off it into mid with this DD, so this will be another tier 1 tower down because you had the Skellies come with Ace.
That happened fast. Game of Gladiators up by 2K and are going to be taking a huge tower lead. You took the enemy safe lane tower. Now the mid tower is gone. They're holding their own safe lane tower. Their Luna is naturally going to outfarm a Spectre, but when you have a lane to actually play off of where the Spectre does not, this is going to get real rough real quick.
That was a very nice sequence, for sure. And it just came online and a little too fast before the global presence was there for Blacklist in terms of getting the Spectre into a fight like that bottom that you're willing to commit to.
Yeah.
You also are still missing the ults for these supports. You don't have Pierce the Veil, you don't have the Tree and ulti here. Those are some of your big damage dealers in the team fight. And I mean, Quinn he's just running you down right now because there's no control for this Rolling Thunder until you have Overgrowth.
Yep. Oh, okay. This Swashbuckle puts himself in range of Abed. Now he has the Rolling Thunder, but may not be expecting this rotation from everyone else on Blacklist.
Okay.
The charge on through connects with Raven being able to show up with his ultimate and a big burst of single target damage.
Nice pick off, especially since he had the regen room. He was just trying to trade some regen out, but
yeah,
a little too far as Spear Breaker comes in, nails you down. Ults put to good use, and that'll be the Midas for Gabby. So he's still having a pretty solid game down here. I mean, it's been quiet for him, but 3 assists, no deaths, tower's dead bottom, Might is done for the Breaker. This is when he's going to start to pick up the farm. If you're Blacklist, I think you're okay with this position, right? Those 1 or 2 moves that Gaimin made that took a tower advantage were nice, but you have the global heroes who can play a spread out map. You don't have to clump too much. Ancient stacking, however, is something you're going to have to think about, as the Luna will definitely pull ahead of your Spectre on the map right now. And stack advantage, of course, going Western Europe's way here.
and that matchup's pretty rough too. Ever since they gave the Luna the Shard, where you have those glaives, any melee matchup I think is favorable. And then add on top of that, Spectre is supposed to have this like damage resistance, but now Luna also has that thanks to the Shard.
I mean, there's a reason Luna's gone up in priority. The scale is way better on this hero.
Yeah.
She wins some of these matchups I've never seen her win as convincingly as she used to.
Yeah.
Like some of these Terror Blades and stuff, and just takes it to him. And we'll see Quinn mop up these Ancients to Dyrachyo's dismay, but as I always say, Dyrachyo, you're not the one position on this team, so.
Yeah, they actually have, they have both Ace and Dyrachyo who are playing a little bit more traditional carries. They give those stacks to Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, it must be fun to play offlane with them, though, you know?
Just farm away.
Just get left alone in a lane. No ancient priority.
Yeah, when it comes to like creating space, people aren't asking you to like make rotations. They're asking you to just push the lane into the tier 2 tower.
You're gonna try for another potential global kill.
This one, a lot harder. Quinn, not overreacting to the Blacklist presence there. Doesn't use his Rolling Thunder.
You gotta think about this Grim Furion ulti as well. You can throw this double Nature's Wrath through in some of these fights.
Yeah.
Can be pretty nasty, not necessarily in the fight because you're throwing it there, but like it hits some random dude on another lane. You just get double popped.
Yeah, at some point, Furion's going to have an Aghanim Scepter. It's an additional
Yes.
little bit of disable as well.
That's the annoying part about this hero to me. Like, okay, there's a lot of annoying parts about Furion. I think
so
we've
many
all been
annoying
there.
things.
But to me, it's the Ags that actually makes him viable. Because I think a lot of the other items are not that scary, but you see this Ags come out, and all of a sudden, everybody's just getting massively disarmed and rooted. It's so obnoxious.
Yeah, they gave him Teamfight Disable.
Yeah,
when
that
this
was-
hero has never had anything like that.
You sound a little annoyed.
I think that Furion has actually managed to take my #1 hated hero in Dota 2.
Who used to have it?
over Tinker. Yeah.
Oh, over Tinker.
Yeah.
Why do people hate Tinker? I don't get this obsession, man. He's just chilling.
You wouldn't understand if you're a pro gamer.
Overgrowth's going to try and bail this out,
That
but
is not going to be enough. But Abed can get some return kills. They're going to get a 2 for 1 so far, but Abed can keep chasing down more of these heroes. He's going to go for Quinn, but Gabby was going for a different target, and now they're missing the disable and the damage to perhaps get both of them. Okay, bumps him
He's
into
in the
the fear
mines.
shot. Celery. Yeah, they're trying to push him straight into those, through the little doors for the Kobolds.
Get in there, mine me some gems.
Well, he'll be farming them for sure. Abed takes away the Wraith King reincarnation. Does need some help if he wants to get a second life.
He's trying to force it. Early blink as well. Just blink rush on the Timbersaw. Feels like he's tanky enough. Can't get brought down here. Very aggressive item choice, but does pay off in these long, drawn-out fights where you can chase people down.
Damage is going to go up, though, for Game of Gladiators, so I'm not sure if he's going to be actually tanky enough soon. You almost have Radiance on Wraith King.
Blink just won him that shield rune, so now he has the tank.
Okay.
Don't ever doubt Abed again.
I'm actually going to be I'll be doubting Abed for a solid, like, 6 months, if I'm honest. Just like, you know,
what happens after 6 months?
I want to see if he still has the hunger to be a champion, you know? Because no fault to him, but being on that previous roster for that long, I feel like it's got to take it out of you know? You got to rekindle.
What are you
got to
saying?
rekindle that.
Sounds like you're throwing some shade.
I am throwing some shade.
Okay.
The seeds of fortune.
What, you don't want to jump in on that? I know you do.
No.
Okay.
I don't know who you're throwing shade at.
Celery breaks a smoke here. Doesn't get caught in the process.
Bit of a fortunate angle, but he did have the ward, so not a bad place to be.
Abed is.
Yeah,
I'm gonna find this goddamn hero. Somebody broke our smoke. He's gonna be lacking the disable to stop Celery.
Game is just getting stalled out on the map, but again, I don't know if Blacklist are too sad about that. I think the scary part in this game is when Gaimin group up around the Wraith King with the Luna combination. This is nighttime, you have the global aura, but you also have this Radiance completed on Ace, and they want to fight. So you have to be wary about this ball coming into you and not giving up the pick-off. I think you can take the 5-on-5 as long as you don't give the freebie to start it off.
This is
Nice
why you
break
pick
by
up the
Carlo.
shard on Treant Protector right at 15 minutes.
This is very good for Blacklist, because now you're just wasting the time of this ball. You even took the rune from under Quinn's nose, and you're splitting the map, which is what your lineup thrives on. Like, you have the Midas Breaker, you have the Spectre, you can get the pickoffs.
And that information, seeing them all mid, they know Darachi is alone bottom, and they make a very fast move. One thing that Blink Dagger really gives them as well, right?
Or initiation,
yeah,
especially off of a Treant or a Spectre just starting it off. Suddenly the Timbersaw straight on top of you as well. Yeah, this map is not proving to be too fun for Gaimin to play right now, and the burst is so close.
Very nice.
This is what this lineup's designed to do. The second you split up, you're going to get scouted. The second you get scouted, you're going to get collapsed on. In those cooldowns, there's nothing you really have to wait for if you're Blacklist. But Carlo has set up a decent amount here in the last 2 minutes. He's going to continue to push that advantage with the numbers. 2 cores still dead. It's just more and more information. They're going to steal, maybe steal some stacks if they really want to.
Yeah, Abed's going to take it from him. So we'll see how Gaming Gladiators react to this turn. Celery might end up dying here as he's getting a little close to Abed, who is going to collect some of these neutral items, see if he gets away from this. Nice. Abed making a really good read there. Doesn't actually get away from the stun in time, sadly, but waiting out the Sprout and then cutting it down before he used the Timber Chain was nice. Sadly, though, Gaming Gladiators found him in the end.
I mean, he thought since he left the team with Arteezy that the cliffs would be more favorable for him. But sorry, that one sticks with you.
Our tour curse.
Yeah, once it's there.
Carlo's underneath the sentry as well, so Gaming Gladiators grouping up a little bit and finding a nice rebuttal, reclaiming some of the advantage that they lost.
These deep dire wards are nice, but they don't really prevent the incursion, and now Gaimin just protecting their one obs, getting the work done, striking back. Big timber kill as well. Like when the timber's off the map, these global threats are not nearly as large. It's got to be him going in and setting up the damage with, you know, Blink Kaya. I mean, that's what it's designed to do. Still, space for the Spectre, who will make a quick jump.
Oh, this one isn't as easy. They don't get the kill right away on Celery, and fortunately it's just Tibbs who gets caught. I was afraid the Spectre was going to get caught in that nasty situation, but he hopped right back from where he came from.
Almost Radiance for the Spectre. And did go back for it on Raven. It's going to be nice this game.
What do you think about Radiance on these Spectres versus the other builds?
This buildup of Manta, Orchid, Bloodthorn, the very single target, like hop somebody, pop your Manta illusions, put the Bloodthorn on, and then jump back.
I feel like I generally like that build more.
Okay.
I think the extra mana regen's nice. I think the single target burst is what you're looking to do with this hero.
Yeah.
Like, you're not looking to jump in and then sit in the fight and Radiance burn them. I mean, you can do it with this Blade Mail build, but it ends up being a little weird in some of these like 5-on-5s because the hero isn't really designed to do that until later in the game. I feel like you should play for the pick off. The Manta helps you farm, it helps you push out the map, which also helps you pick off.
Got him.
Yeah, he's going to get there in time, but can
Stuns
you
aren't going to
lock him
last
down?
too long. Well, looks like his W just ran out. First
Okay.
damage is enough before the charge could come back up. He has Octarine too, so that timing is a very small window.
I mean, Solar Crest plus this Pangolier going through. Lucky shot. That is some serious minus armor. And it'll be another smoke on the other side of the map that they're going to try and snowball us even more. We'll get D-Ward for the trouble, but that's another smoke break by the Blacklist support duo here.
Going back to the Spectre Radiance conversation, though, why do you think he went Radiance in this game rather than the single target build?
I mean, it's Raven.
Okay. He's saying it's not necessarily a strategic thing, just a player preference?
Raven likes to farm. Man. I mean, I've watched this guy play forever, it feels like. Since TI6 or something. Guy just likes to farm. I feel like he's generally one of the more passive SEA carries, at least in like the early mid games. And then when he gets to his point, he'll take the game over, right? But he likes to just try and get to that point. So maybe there's some influence there. Maybe he just wants to match Ace with this Radiance on Radiance battle. It is a good Radiance game in terms of the mischance going in the fight. And you're not going to lack too much single target damage when you jump on people, right? Like, ultimately, I almost think the itemization on Spectre kind of doesn't matter. It's more about how you're playing the map and just getting the pickoffs, right? If you're getting the pickoffs, then whatever. Your items matter late when you're like man fighting carries, but until then, it doesn't really matter. So if he wants to go as Manta Radiance, that's when it'll pay off. When he has Manta after this, you can push the lanes back into gaming and try and gain more map control to help set up for the team. That's when it'll feel really nice, and this build will do some work in this game.
Between illusions and treants and skeletons, they can tank this Roshan forever, and they'll be able to do it eventually, but Blacklist might be able to get the punish after the Roshan dies here. They're closing in on the pit.
Yeah, they can scout with the tree. Maybe set something up. Again, you just look where Game and Go on the lanes. They're going to send Dyrachyo mid. So this can be a signal for you to just, smoke quick into bottom, look for that 5-on-4 fight. The Spectre can join, which level 2 Shadow Step already up, 50-second cooldown.
Yeah, they're making that read. Carlo's getting the information. They found Tofu right away. That's a great hero for them to be able to jump. Yeah, Gabby and Raven both going for it, and they managed to stop the Rolling Thunder just in time. Now, it's still going to get some damage done here as it bounced in some of the heroes, but the Wraith King Reincarnation running out. He has to blink himself away. Quinn going for the retreat, but caught. Gabby gets the charge on through. Shield Rune is going to protect him, though, so they don't want to be too enthusiastic about making this fight happen.
Now, Dyrachyo got back as well.
Yeah, they got what they wanted out of that situation, and they call it from there.
And they should be happy with that. I mean, that's a great pickoff. It forced Dyrachyo to run all the way back bottom, taking advantage of that teleport. They're just going to go back to splitting the map and set something else up. This is going to be a tough position for Gaimin to play. I think normally they would just want to group up at this point and push down objectives with the Aegis. Generally what they like to do, especially when they have a hero on Ace that can just power through these objectives.
Yeah.
Not so straightforward this game. It's going to have to be lanes in first, a smoke connection, or some sort of wraparound on an objective. And these smokes just haven't been landing. Blacklist have played a pretty solid defensive first 20 minutes here. And I think that's mainly what they wanted to have happen. They just want to get Raven to the second and third item here. He's going to be a powerhouse in the fight. There's not a lot that deals with him directly outside of Luna being 5-slotted, right? If you have Satanic, Butterfly, Silver Edge, Shard, Luna, okay, then maybe Raven has to think about who he's going on and you kill the Luna last. But for now, he's kind of a beast on the map.
He's going to go on Ace with that Reincarnation on cooldown from the last fight.
That was the other benefit of that skirmish bottom, right?
Yeah.
Set something like this up. And again, you're forcing the reaction out of Gladiators here. They're the ones keeping the Pango to try and bail this out. There's no bailing it out.
I mean, Blacklist is just playing way too fast for Gaming Gladiators to keep up, it seems. So maybe they finally caught something. Abed going to be stuck with the Spectre on him. Not going to be able to Timber Chain away in that situation.
Playing too fast for themselves, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Lingered a little too long. I mean, they had the right idea of poke that, force another TP, get the hell out. But that's one of the annoying things about Furion. This hero has crazy stacking. He's deceptively tanky. This is 1700 HP with, the apple and the crest.
The apple?
Yeah.
What is the apple?
That's Pupil's gift. It's an apple.
Oh! I was looking at Solar Crest and all his other items. I didn't look at the neutral item. Yeah. I mean, the fact that Furion doesn't have to buy boots just gets extra stats from, you know,
Well, you
various
don't
items.
call it the apple?
I have never called it that in my life, no.
Okay, well.
Not sure too often I've talked about people's gift either, though.
Has fallen.
An apple a day keeps the Spectre away. I can't even say that one.
Terrible.
Age is still here for a minute.
Bottom lane, we got a little engagement going on. The Spectre is the one in trouble here. Double damage on Quinn makes short work of Raven. A
Did
killing
not
spree.
Respect the apple. I was telling him the same. Literally kept him away as once more Celery's just too tanky to burst. And they'll turn it around. D for Quinn definitely helps that out. This Pango Grim combination has done some work in all of these fights. I mean, Overgrowth slows it down, but it does eventually go through. Gives you decent amount of control, and that's a pipe for this Furion, who oddly is still behind Tims, who went back for the Midas. So we're talking about this Furion getting the items, but it's actually just been Muerta farming up the map and leads the pack in terms of the support net worth here. Just looking to continue to scale. Shadowblade next on the menu. All right, Tims, calm down, son. Like, you got a lot of greedy cores on this team. I don't know how greedy you want to get, but if he gets there, it'll pay off.
I mean, it does just increase their late game scaling.
Yes,
and
this is late game security.
It puts more of a timer on Gaming Gladiators. Like, hey, we've got double Midas.
The problem is, like, Gaming aren't planning to go 60 minutes. They're planning to go maybe 30, 35 with this next Aegis and go high ground with the Luna Wraith King.
That's fair, but
So does it help you at that point? If it does, you're going to be happy with it all around. But if it doesn't, you're going to wish you had, like, a Force Staff or Solar Crest or a Greaves or something, right?
Maybe. I feel like a lot of utility items actually don't get that much benefit with Muerta anyway.
No, but... Well, then why did he go Athos?
Why did he go Athos?
Yeah, riddle me that,
Because
Austin.
they needed some additional control for
Have you
Abed
seen
to be
him
able
use
to play
it
off
once
of.
this game?
I have not.
Yes.
But
so he should have
theoretically...
just gone Midas Mjolnir, apparently.
Yes, he should have. But, you know, you can't know all the things that are going to be happening in Dota. You got to have sometimes a plan B. Like, all right, if they try and make some moves and I need an additional disable.
I feel like if you're going to go Athos, you may as well just go fighting items and let someone else pick up the greed. And if you're going to go the Midas, you may as well greed it out and just play carry.
Who else is going to greed it out, though? Tran Protector?
Yeah.
you can't say that with a straight face.
It'd be cool, though. Gabby
Quinn,
will find
Blacklist need to take a little bit more of a trek to get here, so this is going to be delayed. I like that. Spectre waiting for somebody else to show before finally jumping. They do manage to get, again, the counter to the Rolling Thunder. He does have the Illusion Rune, though, so he's going to be okay, or excuse me, the Manta. Be able to get rid of that Overgrowth.
And we saw BKB from Hobbit. That was his choice to deal with the Grimstroke here. No Manta style. Bit sad, but BKB definitely the safer choice. Makes him basically invincible in the fight for the duration, right? I don't see Gaming killing him through it. And yeah, this tower is getting chipped, but you have living armor, so not too sad about it. Another quick pick-off for Blacklist here as I keep this lead from growing.
Looks like they want to make the move to bottom lane on Blacklist already.
The Athos!
Ah, the Athos, there it is! He's stuck in the Ghost! That was a ton of burst damage, damn. He's gonna die twice.
He's gone. Whirling Death, way too
strong.
strong.
He managed to get the break onto the Spectre. No Eclipse bounces onto him, though. A little bit unfortunate. He gets bashed up a second time. That is just unfortunate. He just did not get the damage on the hero that he wanted to go on there. Also outnumbered by a large amount is Blacklist. Had already killed one and had all 5 of their heroes, and now they're going to be rewarded with a fantastic team fight, getting 4 kills for nothing in return.
Triple kill for Raven, but I have a feeling Tims did some decent damage in that fight. I mean, he was just chunking the Luna with this enchanted quiver on top of his ult. And yeah, 2,000 damage coming out from the Muerta, almost matching Raven, as Abed just slices and dices the Wraith King twice. There, I mean, what is Ace's answer, really? Because he went for the AC to try and bulk up this 5-on-5 man fight, but he needs BKB to do anything, it feels like. A single Whirling Death plus Chakram is 80% of his HP.
And an Athos.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Athos that really did him in there, as we can see.
Yeah, he was stuck inside of the Chakram and the Ghost.
But this is like the dream fight for Tims. He's just sitting here full ulti. Takes Dyrachyo down. Like, I'm the real carry, bro. What's up? But a very discoordinated fight from Gaimin as well. And this is, again, the global pickoff from Blacklist, just setting it up for them. This lineup is just played out really nice for them. And they just swing that 5 or 6K gold lead the game we're building straight into their pocket. Up now a bit.
And I would say even net worth is like heavily favorable for Blacklist.
For the foreseeable future, yes. In the ultra late, this game gets weird, I think. I do think there's like some weird ultra late scaling that Luna can always surprise you with. And like Wraith King Ags, for example, could be pretty weird, right?
I mean, I'll agree with that only because of the fact that they have Furion as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
but I don't think anything beats Muerta's scaling.
I guess that's why you went for the Midas, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, joke's on you. You want to go late? I'm Tim's. I'm the king of late. Late to the fight.
The late king.
Because I'm farming.
he's busy trying to find that right neutral creep to Midas.
That's right.
Ace, you better run. You better run, or your team better go through the portal to join you. Oh.
That was... Who's going through who?
Gabby? Okay, Gabby's going to go for it with his BKB. They're going to jump onto the Furion. Immediately, Tim's going to put him down. Meanwhile, the Eclipse on the high ground.
That overgrowth destroyed them there.
Yeah, it did. It controlled all of those heroes. They couldn't get any sort of rebuttal there. Now the control is wearing out, and Blacklist have gotten free.
I mean, why not just wait 25 seconds for another Shadow Step, right? You got Eclipse, you got BKBs out of that, you got a buyback out of the Furion.
They did use some other things like Tim's ultimate, though.
Definitely want to reset, get some more HP on Abed as well. And that overgrowth just wrecked that team fight from Gaimin. Could not commit with the Eclipse there. They still have the BKB on Terraccio. That's a big factor here as he wants to force the fight.
Like for jumping onto the Spectre. It is an easier kill than I think Blacklist anticipated.
What was he doing there?
I don't know.
Just missed map read. That was way too easy, right?
I mean, considering the situation, which was Blacklist got a buyback out of Game of Gladiators, you know they want to try and make something happen.
And they have an Ob Sentry in the back, so they saw Carlo here. They see Gabby. And Yules for the bulldoze. Still BKB.
He might be able to get the kill on Tofu here before he leaves, and he does. He gets it with the charge away.
Whatever, bro.
Is Spirit Breaker still broken? I'll posit that question to you again.
If you bash like this, man, 100%. Gabby showing you how to play this hero. Just bash, bro. Why don't you just bash?
Well, they did it. Game of Gladiators got themselves the Roshan. Enough pickoffs will lead to breaking that idea from Blacklist.
That's a death
4 bashes.
That's a death summary right there. I know we can't click on it, but the death summary is just bash, bash, into another bash. It's a nice one right there. In fact, he took 900 damage.
I mean, to be fair, 2 of those are right-click bashes, and 2 of those are...
Yeah, I know, but to see 4 in a row, it just looks hilarious.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Oh, what's up, Terraccio?
Yeah, he's got an Aegis.
Yeah, but Gabby's got the power of...
RNG. Bash. Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say the power of luck. You don't need luck, and you can just find Quinn, apparently. Cheese does him no good there. Whose gem is this? This is Celery's gem as well. So they got Gaimin's gem out of that fight. They had another one that Carlo bought on Abed. So double gem on Blacklist side. That's another big win for them. Vision advantage on the map is going to be huge because they're just going to run around D-ward everything. It's going to make the global presence even stronger.
I mean, it also means Carlo can be fearless in running on Game and Gladiator side of the map.
The Invis tree, they have the Shadowblade Breaker, and they have the Shadowblade Morta. So you're looking at triple Invis that Gaimin just can't see in the fight unless you get Dust out, and who wants to hold Dust?
Not a lot of these situation where I think you have to 5-man around a sentry and just wait. Wait for somebody to walk underneath it.
Kind of. The problem is if it's the Breaker or the Timber, I don't think you have the chain stun to burst them before BKB comes out.
For Abed. This is a tough kill to get, especially with the BKB, and it does put their supports a little bit exposed. You can see Raven jumps in, but Tofu's going to be okay for now. Helped by the pipe, but Abed, he wants to finish him off. That ghost is so annoying, and BKB is going to wear out Gabby, meanwhile trying to control up the Luna. Does hit him with that nether strike, and it's enough. With the help of Tims, they've got the damage. Now in the second life, though,
he has
Carlo, he's got an overgrowth. He's going to be able to control up the Luna during the BKB. They reset, though, off of a buyback for the Grimstroke. They got another one out of Gaming Gladiators.
Another disciplined retreat here from Blacklist as they're just going to wait for the spells to come back up. Don't want to engage into Luna with a BKB when you don't have any. Also eyeing that Satanic that was picked up from Dyrachyo there. And like you said, got another buyback, so the lead continuing to grow here. As Gaiman are still searching for answers in these team fights, man. Like, it doesn't seem like anything's focused for them, right?
Yeah.
You have to, I think you have to be able to start it off with Ace just jumping in, but again, he still doesn't have the BKB. He felt like he needed the blink to start the fights, which I think is accurate. But he needs BKB to be able to stand there and do anything because he dies in 2 seconds to this Timbersaw. So you might just need the next set of items here if you're gaming. And the whole time this is happening, your backline is getting destroyed by Raven. Like, he is just targeting the Grimstroke and the Furion every time. And pretty much the Grimstroke, since I don't think he cares about the Furion. Yeah. And nobody can help him out because you have triple damage dealing cores on game inside. There's no Underlord or Tidehunter in this type of game to, you know, provide some auras for your supports here. It's the downside of having the triple carry. So Gaming need to get their triple carry to a point where they're happy just manning up in the fight and focusing down a single target core with a Wraith King going in with the stun off Inkswell into like a Lucent Beam, Rolling Thunder, you know, kill Raven, kill a Breaker, take the fight off that. And then just play around Dyrachyo holding his ground, which should be the late game Luna timing at this point. It's got to be like that Satanic Butterfly. I guess Lincoln's, he has a shard, so he's getting there.
Yeah, it's another problem when you are reliant on playing around this Luna. She needs to be able to output damage. The Spirit Breaker makes things really hard in that regard.
This hero's just so annoying for carries when he's charging through off low cooldown. He's also doing a crap ton of damage now. He has Ceremonial Robe plus the Kayayasha.
Oh, but he sees so many heroes immediately.
Yeah,
Tofu's dead. That's a dieback. This fight is already over for Gaming Gladiators. Just, they got to get out of here. Well, Dyrachyo, maybe he can kill the Train Protector, pop the BKB at half health here. It's not looking good. Yeah, he gets run over by Tims and Gabby, and oh no, another bash coming through. Does manage to get off the cheese this time around. Quinn jumping down to the low ground with a swashbuckle, caught by the Rod of Atos. Samantha gets rid of that one. Another swash coming up in a second, but the control and damage is too much. Blacklist. Their speed, precision, and discipline in this game have been impressive, and now they've gotten to a point where they are rolling over Gaming Gladiators.
These 2 Octarine cores between the Breaker and the Timber are just wrecking them. There's no control. In fact, these Sprouts, I don't even know if you want to cast Sprout in these fights anymore, man. I think it's doing more harm than good. Like, Abed is just Timber chaining into them and whirling death, getting the bonus damage off the trees. It's tough. Like, Celery, he just can't find footing. He didn't go the Ags either, so you don't have some extra root in these fights. Maybe the early BKBs dissuaded him a bit, but again, you just can't stay on your ground. You need more ability to just sit there and fight around Dyrachyo, and he did not get a single Satanic right-click off in this fight. He just died to the charge through. And, I mean, Tims took like half his HP. He goes in BKB, can't hit anything. He needs the Satanic hit, and he just dies to bash. You got a feel for the guy, man.
It's not looking great for Gaming Gladiators as their late game is...
There's your BKB on Wraith King.
Outscaled, and they are running out of resources now for the defense that is coming. Blacklist Rivalry charging into the base while they still have tier 2s to be taken.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Dude,
tower.
Gabby is level 25 with a refresher. What?
Refresher. Damn.
Early refresher for the Spear Breaker. That is gonna kill somebody. Guaranteed. You don't have a single spell that goes through BKB. So this Breaker is gonna BKB charge in, ult somebody, refresh, get another charge, get another ult, get another BKB. I mean, you just gotta throw somebody into the wolf's mouth at this point, right? And in theory, it should be Ace with the second life. But the wolf is scouting you in Viz.
Yeah, and he's catching Tofu every single time. The person who's supposed to be able to help them when their front line gets gone on. Gabby with the refresher goes for it. No, he actually managed to get away with the Manta, and the stuns are enough. He actually does die to the Blades. Dyrachyo is getting a man fight that he's actually winning for once. The Blades are cutting down Abed. What a fight for the carry of Gaming Gladiators, showing there is still some life in this Luna to actually be able to carry the lineup.
that fight looked over with the way Gabby was going through, but he couldn't get the second ult on Quinn. He got fogged, and then he got Lucent Beam. And I think he got like every Eclipse Beam. It felt like he got the last one, and he got also killed by a glaive, I think, at the end. Yes, he got killed by a 32 damage glaive hit. That is insane, but that is finally the fight that game we're looking for, where Duracho gets to stand his ground. The fight's centered around him with that shard, doing an insane amount of work. And Satanic getting in there as well. He still doesn't have the level 25 talent, but damn if that Silver Edge with some extra crits didn't do some work there. And now that ball is coming alive. Blacklist, they have played this game pretty damn well, but that's a big misstep as the Glaives are just going to make quick work of their base.
I mean, the upside is, I think Blacklist is, you surely learned the lesson there. Gabby has to disable the Luna.
Yeah, you focus Luna over this Pango for sure next fight, right?
Yeah. The problem is going to be either 2 lanes of barracks down and maybe even a third. I mean, they're going to be getting in some sort of fight, but this is going to be a pick off on the Train Protector, who doesn't have a buyback. They're going to be a 4 versus 5 and maybe Megas. They do have the glyph still.
I mean, you gave me to respect this right now. How much they believe in Duracho being able to just sit here and take the fight. They also got a gem out of that, pretty big.
I mean, I would say, screw it, you're 1 fight away from winning this game. Force the mistakes out of them.
Yeah, why not?
Pops BKB, immediately goes for the disable onto Luna, down to half health. Can he get off the Satanic and get the hits in? A bit of play, another charge, he just can't get the hits in just a little bit. Oh, now he's healing back up, and Blacklist have to run. But Tim's, well, even if the heroes all get away, it's going to be the buildings that are going to be the problem here. Is Tim's does get cut down, but the bigger problem is Megas.
What the hell happened in this game? Abed comes back, he's like, guys.
Oh, we were winning.
We're still winning, right? I mean, they got to make something happen. You cannot let them get out of here for free.
Quick refresh to the BKB, but Abed stuck inside the Sprout.
He's
it's
rooted.
bad. Inside the Sprout, silenced up as well. Yule Scepter to be able to help out Raven. He's not able to get this fast kill anymore, has to jump back. Heroes 3 dead on the side of Blacklist. It's Gabby and Raven now. No longer have to go for kills, have to be able to somehow hold their Ancient. Now it's just Raven against the world, and there's no way he has a chance. GG just like that. What a turn of fate. 10 minutes ago, this felt guaranteed for Blacklist.
Southeast Asian Dota, man. I mean, always unpredictable. There's no other way to say it. I think Gaming are a little surprised they won that decisively off of how that game was going, because I felt like Blacklist were just incrementally making a stronger and stronger position in that game. Like, if they get an Aegis on the Spectre or something, they take one more fight, maybe they win that game, right? But a couple things just went wrong. Like, they did not respect the Luna Shard. They ended up with double melee core on top of Duracho in that fight with Satanic, BKB, and the Shard running. You have to respect the gap close on this Luna and take it properly and jump him with everybody. And also, Celery eventually made his impact felt with that Sprout leash.
Yeah,
absolutely decimated the 2 mobility cores in some of those later engagements outside the base. Blacklist just got caught off guard. I don't know, some missteps, that's all it takes. And Gaming, when they have these ball lineups, that's the downside, right? If you mess up, they're going to take your base with Luna instantly. If Gaming mess up in this game, which they did, the Spectre's not taking your base at the same rate.
No, certainly not. Luna's going to be cut everything down in one fell swoop, and that's what happened. Gaming Gladiators, they got an opportunity to get back into the game, and they took it with both hands. They managed to take game number 1.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. And I think there's probably a couple people at home that thought, you know, this game's over. I'm going to go to the toilets because I don't want to miss anything of the panel of what they have to say, because, you know, that's how things go. And they would have come back.
What happened?
To Gaming winning. Like, you look away, you miss it. This was a game Blacklist had it in the bag, Kasu.
I mean, I was even praising them when we were watching. I was like, wow, they're playing so crisp, you know, they're playing so disciplined and everything, but they make one mistake against the Luna lineup where they have Skeletons, AC, Solar Crest, whatever. You can't afford to make a mistake like that at that point in the game.
Yeah, you have no buybacks. You're playing against the Luna. She takes all your buildings. All of a sudden, the game's over. You still haven't regrouped.
No.
All of your heroes haven't respawned. All of a sudden, the game. I don't know. That was pretty wild. It's interesting because for the entirety of that game, it felt like Blacklist were very disciplined.
Yeah.
They were making the correct choices. They were making the right moves, and they were put in a position where all of their heroes were outscaling Gaming Gladiators heroes. But yeah, all it took was that one fight. where they were caught with their pants down and the game was over. And I guess you can attribute that to the experience and discipline of a team like Gaming Gladiators, who dominated the entirety of last year, versus a team like Blacklist, who are still pretty new. But hats off to Gaming Gladiators for remaining composed. I'm sure to them it felt like the game was slipping out of their hands. Like, you saw the expressions of disbelief on Tofu and Duraccio when they won. They were like, what on earth is going on? But to be able to remain composed and look for your opening to potentially win a game, that's the difference between a great team and a good team.
Yeah, like I think the thing that the best teams will do is to be able to win games that many other teams couldn't. Like, I think winning from this position is just incredibly hard. Of course, maybe, you know, the enemy team is going to make some mistake, but you have to force them to make the mistake in the first place. Be in the right position, have the right items. Like, it all happens here. You know, maybe Gabby messes up a little bit where he tries too hard with the new refresher to kill someone, but, you know, Gaimin, they'll just capitalize on it. You know, stand your ground. Luna gets to pop all her buttons. You know, too easy.
Yeah, I think it's an important fact to mention that Luna did indeed get to pop all of her buttons, because well, again, the first like 30 minutes of the game, it didn't look like she had really a shot of being that comeback carry, Effie, but she really pulled through.
She did pull through, and that really showcased the strength of these, you know, base destroying, base shredding carries like Luna and Lone Druid. Is if you make a critical mistake in the late game, you're gonna lose your buildings. And that's just what happened here. And I honestly didn't see that coming, because you may be sitting at home thinking, what, it was only a 7k net worth lead. They weren't in that bad of a position. Yes, they were. Every hero on Blacklists outscales the ones on Game Wins. Like, they were in such a good position. Even their Muerta was getting to a point where she was dishing out more damage. I remember in the fight before the one where Game Win won the game, like, she was out DPSing the Luna. Luna was losing a man fight to the position 4 Muerta.
No, like, if Gaimin don't get that fight, I think they will just slowly, like, bleed out in this game. Like, it was just so apparent. Like, as Effie's saying, Tim's even, like, looking at his items, Midas, Silver Edge, Atos, BKB. Like, he was ready to clap them. But that single one fight that Gaimin got, it just won him the entire game on the spot.
Okay, so surely they should have had buyback.
They probably should, but...
Right, that's something that comes to mind, because I get flamed a lot if I don't have buyback in my pubs. And after a certain time, which, you know, in pubs, generally after 40 minutes, I get told you have to have buyback. Great. I think in professional games, that timer gets moved forward because everybody is so much better in terms of their farm and scaling. So let's say after minute 30, you gotta have buyback.
The problem is, like, so Gabby probably thinks, I'm gonna get this refresher, I will not die, I will kill them. Therefore, why do I need buyback if I'm supposed to kill them if they play properly? But then you make mistakes and suddenly you feel like, oh shit, should I have buyback?
To be honest, it's really hard to make calls like that, because I think at that point they were feeling what everybody watching was feeling, was that this looks nigh unlosable. All of their heroes are very strong. Surely they cannot lose a fight from here. And I mean, you can't make the correct decision every time in Dota, but in Gaimin did make the correct decision by having that Luna just stand there and defeat everybody. Jeez.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight the mid matchup. We have also got an Acer Predator player versus player for that one, because, you know, we mentioned it during the draft. It's been a long time since we saw a Timbersaw, and despite Abed losing the game in the end, Kezu, he did hold his own for a very long time. It was actually looking like a good Timbersaw performance, and I would not be surprised to see the hero more.
No, he did great. Like, he has very little to do with this loss. I think he played well. I think he lane good. His items were amazing. It's just something, you know, Timber isn't going to be the hero that really takes over at that point. It's going to be a team effort, and I think they got checked. They didn't pass the test, and that's it.
There were no hero issues whatsoever. I thought that Timbersaw had a great performance, especially in the mid game where Wraith King felt like a non-factor, because Timbersaw was deleting him. Like, he was dying 100-0 so fast from the Timbersaw, and it's been a minute since we've seen that hero, so we forget how quickly he can kill these melee strength heroes. So I think the damage that they needed in that draft came from the Timbersaw, and it was filled very quickly. And Quinn, on the other hand, I thought he played a really great lane. I mean, I thought that would be a Timbersaw favored lane, but I guess Quinn used his superior Pangolier experience and got that net lead.
He was somehow, like, winning, like, making the early moves, so yeah, he's just a Pango expert.
Yeah.
It showed. Now, coming off of a game like this, I kind of feel like, I know Gaming Gladiators won it, but I kind of feel like there's no winners there, because I think regardless of which team you are, you're going to feel slightly bad. Obviously, Blacklist feels bad because they lost. And then Gaimin probably should also not be too happy, because the first 35 minutes of the game, it wasn't going great, and it definitely looked like they were not gonna make it. So where do you go from here, Kazu, if you are gonna try to adapt?
I honestly think if I'm gaming, I'm at least happy I won the game, and I'm gonna go with, okay, these first like 20, 25 minutes, we need to change up something when it comes to like potentially, at least I would say the draft. Because after 25 minutes, if we ever show alone, boom, we're gonna die. Whereas Blacklist, I think, you know, we lost the game, but they should still be happy overall with what happened. Just a little tweak at the end, that's it.
Yeah, I think for Blacklist, it's more upsetting than it's just annoying.
Yeah.
It's annoying, but their draft was good. Their play was good. I mean, outside of dying without buybacks and losing their base, their play was actually really good because Gaimin had the net worth advantage for the entirety of that early mid game, but they were still making kills happen. They were still making fights happen. They were going in and instantly going out after just getting a key support kill. They weren't overcommitting too much or anything, so they don't really have to change too much on the side of Blacklist. I mean, for Gaimin, on the other hand, I think the Nature's Prophet opener, I don't know if they can get away with first picking Nature's Prophet and letting Spirit Breaker and Spectre through.
Yeah.
I really felt like NP had no impact that game up until the very end.
Well, we're going to find out what lessons have been learned and how the teams are going to adapt moving forward, because there's going to be a second game to this series, and it's going to happen right after this.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
Sometimes all you need to do going into game number 2 after a loss is just be able to shake it off, move forward, and just forget it. Just think that it never happened. In Blacklist's case, this was their game. Game 1 was their game. You'll learn a little bit, get, have your buyback money ready just in case, and then forget about it because they just focused on game number 2 and they did well in game number 1. In the case of Gaming Gladiators, they can't forget about game number 1 because they can just say, you know what? A, we won. Shouldn't have, but we won. And B, it was just a draft issue. We can fix that easily. Go next. And I hope that both teams have been able to do that. And I think, Kazu, I think both of these teams seem to be, for me, fairly evenly matched. I know that the game 1 was obviously very Blacklist favored, but that was mostly draft. But I think play-wise, execution-wise, we could be in for the best game of the day.
No, I think so for sure. I think they're maybe a little different in terms of styles and how they want to play the game, but they both play very crisp, at least when they kind of have their timings and some small mistakes here and there. But it's a nice back and forth. When they're strong, they push forward. When they're weaker, they know when to step back. And it's kind of like it's a nice back and forth.
Yeah, and they're not afraid to fight, which I think is always good.
Yeah.
And they're quite good at fighting too, right? Because even when Gaiman were ahead in net worth, they were looking for these kills and finding them and not stepping back and thinking that maybe they would lose these engagements. But it is a little bit concerning how quickly Gaiman gets these net worth leads in the early game. Even yesterday in their series versus Secret, they were so ahead in net worth after the lanes, and they kind of threw it with a few deaths here and there. But I do feel like Blacklist should look to slowing down a little bit of that farm speed from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it's just it's by far one of this team's biggest strengths. I was even surprised yesterday in the game you mentioned, the Secret game, what they were doing, because it kind of looked fake how the counter went up. Same in this first game. So I think if you're a Blacklist, they're at least taking out some of the very early aggressive heroes. Sure, you've got the Dazzle, some Lone Druids we've seen already from Ace. So I think nothing too special, but just a bit aimed at Gaiman's heroes.
Yeah, and the thing is, in the last game, Blacklist had excellent hero matchups. So even if they're behind in net worth, they can win by virtue of how good their heroes are versus the enemy heroes. But if they're not put in a situation like this, then Gaiman are still doing their little exploits. Like, for example, we saw Grimstroke and Pangolier farming an Ancient stack with a regen rune. And at the same time, Luna was farming stacks in her own jungle and just farming her side of the map. They're just so good at these little things of expediting net worth and going unpunished that if Blacklist don't have these hero-to-hero counters, I feel like the game could maybe slip out of their hands.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays in Dota, there is so much gold on the map. You either need to be efficient yourself when your enemy is going to be farming, or you need to be able to punish. If you can't do either, or at least match one of the two, you're going to fall so far behind.
Yes, I'm curious to see what Blacklist's approach this time around is. I mean, the Furion's still in the pool. They're not afraid of it. I mean, they shouldn't be.
No, at least we this time have the Spirit Breaker banned out.
Instead
so
of
there's that. Instead of, we still have Kunkka in the pool, and we still have Chen in the pool as well.
Okay, Chen gets taken out.
And there's Kunkka.
I mean, they are one of the teams that did straight up first pick it, I think, in one of their earlier games. I think it's generally it's their biggest team fight hero by far. Because in a lot of other games, it's more of small little two-man combos or a lot of single target heroes. So I think whenever they have this one, I don't exactly know who played it, but obviously, Kunkka is a great mid hero. Abed has played it many times. It's a great offline hero. And just when you get this Ag shard and this mid game, this 15 to 20 minute mark, honestly, Kunkka, he just dominates. He makes it so easy for you to take any team fight you want.
The Water Park great as well.
Yeah, and then he just feels very effective early on with just a Blade Mail, right? Suddenly you have this Blade Mail Kunkka running in and causing chaos and forcing enemies to either deal with him or just they're getting caught out if they don't. They're getting their supports axed and brought back into the fights.
And even though the Spirit Breaker is banned out, Nature's Prophet, not the first pick for Gaiman this time around. They will still go for a hero for Celery with the Enchantress.
I do think it's nice and stable. Kunkka is already one hero that I feel like Nature's Prophet doesn't play well into too much. He's tanky, he stands his ground, he has way more teamfight than you later on. He's hard to get picked off all over the map. So instead for Gaiman, I wouldn't say Eng that counters Kunkka in any way, but it's a good hero for Celery, and it also plays into Gaiman's playstyle, which is just be a good laner and be able to push the game forward from the start.
Yeah, and then it just enables them to build around it, right? They can
Yep.
pick some tempo hero for Ace, something that pushes towers. We've seen a lot of Wraith King coming from Ace. It wouldn't be bad to run it back. We've also seen the Centaurs or the tanky hero that just plays behind a tower. Enchantress comes through the gates with a creep and helps them get that tier 1 early on.
Okay, so I don't know exactly what they've been kind of covering with Kunkka, but generally what you want with Kunkka is just to have some follow-up damage from like your supports, because Kunkka gives you a lot of catch, like long-range catch with the X, Torrent, Water Park later on, but you're lacking a little bit of the follow-up. They love playing there. Muerta, I think Dark Willow's also great with Kunkka overall in the game, so... And, I mean, you also need to make sure, like, Gaben, they're gonna play fast early on. They already have an edge, like, they're showing you some of that. You need to be able to stand your ground at least a little bit as well in the laning stage.
How about you ban out Wraith King and Luna, just in case you lose a fight, you don't instantly lose your entire base?
I think taking the Wraith King out makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, they need that tempo hero coming out of Ace just so they can, you know, take advantage of their Enchantress early on, take those towers early on, and just, you know, that ability to farm everything on the map. Don't let Gaiman do it.
I mean, Gaiman will need to open up next. Looks like they're at least a little bit afraid of the Spectre. I don't think they want to play this type of game where, okay, we show for 1-2 seconds split on the map, and boom, you just get clapped out. There's no Spirit Breaker this time, there's no Spectre. So I like that. They'll go with their support duo again. And I think this is generally kind of the theme for Gaiman. They'll have one or maybe even both supports that play a lot around their cores, like their follow-up heroes, right? Grim is going to link up with your mid hero, generally the same with Ench, and this is just what works for them.
Yeah, but now Nature's Prophet is just open for Blacklist if they choose to pick it too, and the bans were covered out by Gaiman, right? No Spirit Breaker, no Spectre.
Yep.
That is something that Blacklist could be eyeing for themselves. They haven't played it yet during this group stages, but that's because it's always banned out.
They could for sure go for that. They'll go for the Pugna, though. One of your heroes to get your eyes on. Well, is it your favorite?
It really is not. No, I hate seeing him. But he's just so strong. I would say he's one of the few heroes that can kind of match like an Ench in the laning stage. If you lane against many other supports, you just kind of own them, like straight up. You can just outrange Grim, stay there. I think you're nice as well with heroes that go in for you. You already have the cover with the Kunkka. So overall, I think both teams should be very happy, at least with the start of the draft so far.
Yeah, his laning is such a nuisance.
Yeah.
And not just that, when you pair up Pugna with something like a Kunkka that's always going to be in the center of the fights that they're going to be try to take down, but you've got this life drain coming out, you've got this Stickirpify to amplify that life drain, and then the two supports that you have in Grimstroke and Enchantress are not the type of heroes who get on top of a Pugna in the first place. It feels like they can really take advantage of the sustain on the side of Blacklist in these long drawn-out fights. They look better for Blacklist right now. And then they go for the Carlo Clockwork. I mean, he's been playing it a lot.
Yeah.
He played it a lot yesterday, and they usually just pair it with some Raven ranged carry. It works out very well for them, and now they have that, you know, added initiation, that added vision coming out of Rocket Flare, and Clockwork is one of those heroes who takes advantage of squishy supports like Grimstroke.
I mean, I really like when they play Clock. I think he played it. You said he played it yesterday. Like I don't know if it was 2 or 3 times. And having the secondary initiation is great. He looked great on 3 and then the last game. So I think he's more of the player. He's more of the 5 that will be a body for you in the lane and then scout things out later. You know, he's not the guy that will follow up. He's the one that sets up for you. So I think that's always very impressive for a 5 player, especially playing different types of heroes. So I'm honestly a big fan of their Clock pick.
And are you a big fan of the Quinn Pango pick? Because this is, I mean, it was kind of countered, of course, last game. We saw the Timbersaw against it, and it was a tie lane in terms of last hits and things. But this time, are we not thinking Kunkka's gonna be mid?
I mean, he could be, but Blacklist do flex this Kunkka to offlane as well, and it could still open something like the Lina for Abed, who he's been excelling at. Like, Lina would be a great lane here. She's got a lot of damage versus both Grim, Enchantress, and she lanes well versus Pangolier. Also, these bans that you ban out on Gaiman, the Spirit Breaker and the Spectre, they also cover Lina, right? If Blacklist are eyeing this Lina, I mean, Gaiman kind of set it up for them.
Yeah, I think Lina is actually very scary coming up next, so very likely here that Gaiman do have in mind, but Pango for them, even if it's maybe not the greatest Pango game, it's too good for them. They need this type of mid hero where their supports can just be like, okay, who am I going with? You look at Quinn, you're like, thank God you're Pango, I'm coming to you.
Yeah. A hero to play with.
Also, just a jump here, right? Something needs to control this Pugna, or Pugna's just
Yeah.
going to be keeping these tanky melee heroes alive.
It's like one of the most annoying heroes if not covered, which is why I even like when you have one or at least one form of jump, but now they have two. Like Pango can look, Alchemist can also get in the backline. Like Pugna is not a support that you can leave unaddressed.
And the Alchemist comes out. I mean, Duraccio had a really great performance on Alchemist
Yeah.
yesterday. Honestly, he's been playing really well. Probably the best player on his team just based on the day one performance and what he just did on Luna. I mean, the way that they play around this Alchemist is we talked about Gaimin and their ability to just have so much more net worth than the other team. This hero does exactly that. He's going to hit his timing early, and Gaimin are going to play on the tempo that they're famous for.
Yeah. He did have the buyback issue yesterday. Dieback issue.
Yeah, but he played really well before
he
that,
did.
to be fair.
Yeah, everybody makes
to
mistakes.
Be fair. Yeah, and then he did just carry
Yeah, he
a
did.
game ago. So.
That is true. That is true.
Sometimes you just die back. What can you do?
It does happen.
I think we've all been there.
I respect
It's all
it.
good.
I respect
You
it
gotta
too.
try it, right? That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta walk that line, and sometimes you fall off, and that's okay. Get on the wrong side of it.
It was also just really close. Like when he sundered Ace, if Ace managed to get the grave off of him, it would have been a
mean,
cool
it's-
play. Then
it's-
it turned into a bad play.
It's like a EE 50-50 moment. You know,
Yes.
like half the
Yes.
times it's going to be like the best play of the tournament, and then
Exactly.
the other half it's like, what the hell just happened?
But you gotta go for it. Sometimes you just gotta go for it, and we're gonna see what Blacklist is gonna go for here. If they do want to secure the Lina, this probably would be the time to do it. Considering I know, and we all know, that Gaimin has Lina on their radar as well, so it probably will be banned if they don't pick their mid up here. That is. Oh, they don't pick their mid. They go for the Doom. We saw Doom banned out in the previous game.
Yeah. They were covering it for the Timber pick, I think. I honestly I think it's still a hero that hasn't been fully figured out with the new Doom where you don't heal. So I think just having that against the Alk straight up it's a really cool concept. I kind of like this pick.
Yeah, I think they were just debating whether they wanted to outright counter this Alchemist with the Doom and have the solution for him throughout the game, or just go for the Lina and play off of that.
Yeah.
And honestly, going for the Doom, I feel might be a safer route because Kanga still does play very well in the mid lane versus Pangolier and does provide a lot for his team from the mid lane anyway. So if you're going for the approach of countering the Alchemist, that works out too. Plus, it's another melee tanky hero for Pugna to keep alive. Right, these are the best Pugna drafts when you can fully take advantage of keeping these cores who go in the enemy's faces healthy.
You're also kind of chill against Ench in the lane because that's
Yeah.
probably what you're going up against. You can start hold your Devour, eat some creep, make it easy. And I mean, it's going to be up to them to pick out a phase on Blacklist. They need kind of a safer carry. So I think Luna is kind of like the most obvious one you need to take out.
Muerta probably also. Just
Yeah.
use like ranged Raven carries. TA has already been taken out.
There could be some way of potential. I'm not always the biggest fan of like picking a hero like Morphling blind, but if you're starting to run out of options, I don't think it's a bad Morphling game.
Are they starting to run out of options? How important is it to be for this carry on the side of Blacklist to be a ranged carry, considering it's probably going to be laning with the clock?
It's important. It's what they're lacking. All of their cores are melee right now, and they need somebody to dish that range damage. I think Drow Ranger could potentially also be an option, but a lot of teams are too scared to experiment with that hero because it's still in a position where people don't know if it's good or bad.
So how many ranged carries are left in the pool? Do we still count Muerta there, or is she not good enough?
She is. She's
okay.
pretty solid.
Yep.
Yeah. I think Drow, Morphling, Muerta are what Blacklist are looking at.
I mean, there is a way that you pick a melee carry, but I think you're giving up other things to then make that happen. It would mean that your Pugna then has to go safe lane, which means you're probably sacking your Dooms lane a little bit. And I agree with Effie that I would prefer to have a range hero. I don't know if we're missing any of the ones that maybe we did mention. So yeah, we didn't. Muerta, solid.
Solid hero. She's pretty good at, killing the Alchemist, especially in the late game stages. Maybe not in the early game, right? She does not farm nearly as fast as he does, but when you get to that, minute 45, minute 50 on Muerta, she shreds through any hero in Dota, including Alchemist.
I'm looking for Mr. Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, you're gonna lane up against the Clock Muerta. What will Ace want to play against that? You'll have the support of a Grimstroke. Ooh, the Wolf!
It is good, I think, for like their type of own tempo. It reminds me a little bit of like some 9 Pandas draft, where you have like 3 heroes at 50 minutes that just get very strong. You run at them together, you get the auras with like your Vlad's AC Solar Crest. It's kind of similar to most of the other games that they play. They just make sure, okay, we don't care all that much. It's a bit annoying for the Muerta, whatever, but it's more for his own draft. I honestly think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I like it a lot, especially if Alchemist has a good lane and hits his timings early.
Yeah.
You have to deal with this Lycan running at your supports too and taking your towers, and you don't have the time to get your Muerta online the way that you would need to, just because there's going to be pressure coming out of all 3 cores on the side of Gaimin. So yeah, this Lycan looks like a gotcha pick, if I'm being honest right now.
Especially against these 2 supports, like Clock, Pugna, they don't do shit to this hero. On the contrary, they hate playing against Lycan.
But can't you, like, if you're Clock, you hook shot in, you get Lycan in the cogs, and you force yourself out, and you're like, haha!
Then he presses half a second on the cogs, and then he kills you anyway.
Oh.
But it is a cool play. I respect it.
Like, they can try to kill this Lycan on lane. It's not like Lycan is strong on lane versus Muerta or anything.
Yep.
They can maybe try to take advantage of that, bring in a 3rd hero at some point, tri-lane him, get those kills while he's still weak. But later on, the hero is going to pose a lot of problems because there's not really any way of dealing with it.
Yeah, I think range carriers like Muerta, they struggle against lineups that can break into your like formation and get into you. There's Pango roll, Alchemist jumping in, and a Wolf running at you. So I think it's not easy for Blacklist.
Seems like they got their work cut out for them then here in game number 2. Let's see if they can tie the score or if Gaimin will take this one 2-0. We're heading over to Cap and SPG.
You know, even when you say that, Cheever, it's like, if they're going to take a 2-0, I kind of like, right, Blacklist didn't actually win that game. Very sad for them. They really had it in their hands. And I'm looking at this lineup, and I'm a little bit afraid. That's a really good Lycan pick.
Well, it's last pick Lycan. It's hard for last pick Lycan not to be good. It's not like you last pick Lycan to a bad Lycan.
There have been teams that have done it.
I mean, could. Maybe it'll work out.
It's a game-winning Lycan. I think they're going to win with this hero.
It is pretty good. You know why it's even better? He has Grim on his team. That combination is deceptively good. Inkswell, Invisible Wolf, shows up at your door, knocks on it.
He doesn't knock. Your door. That's not what the Wolf. The Wolf doesn't knock.
Would you like some Lycan lore, Cap? I feel like
I would love some Lycan lore.
Oh, we have a minute here. We're looking at the beautiful. Oh, the music for the lore. The Lycan.
I feel like I'm going into a different game that's not Dota.
I mean, Lycanthrope is a man who turns into a wolf.
Thank you for the lore segment, SVG. Fantastic as always. Really illuminates.
I mean, that is honestly like a most. Let's see. I mean, we have another Alc game. This hero is. I think this hero's look best when you play him in these lineups where you have an objective taker, so you can force the issue when he hits his timings, which is really Radiance, BKB, and then like the Blink, AC, and you just keep rolling, right?
Yeah.
But you got to make those hits count with the hero, otherwise. I don't think he wins a lot of the late game carry battles, as we talked about. He's definitely not going to win them here in Muerta and Doom, negating his regen. You do have some pretty good scale between the Grim, Lycan, and Pango to pick it up. So I don't know if Gaming are afraid of going too late, as maybe they never are, but this is really a lineup designed to like get the helm of the Overlord, if you're not afraid of playing it into the Doom, and just roll with the Alc, right? You have a decent amount of sustain between Lycan, Enchantress, and the Alchemist to easily go higher on early, whereas Blacklist are relying on some heavy cooldowns. I think this is maybe a scarier game than last time for Blacklist. Like, last game we saw, they messed up once, and that game just ended.
Yeah.
This is like a similar setup. If you misuse a Doom, you misuse a Pierce the Veil, suddenly Gaming are on your side of the map, they're just going to take racks. You don't have any base defense here. So
yeah, I think the last game
they
had Spirit Breaker, right? Like, I felt like that was a hero that could actually make some moves early and stop Gaming Gladiators from rolling you over at like that 15 to 20 minute mark. And this time around, they have Doom. You know, I just don't feel the same. They've got Clockwork, who I feel like is not in a good spot in this game. Anyway, I mean,
yeah, this Lycan just made a lot of their picks look a little weak than I think they did up to that point, because it's a lot of single target. Their only real AoE control in the fight is on Abed, and I think he's also a decent amount of their sustained damage as the fight goes on until Muerta is strong enough to stand around and just fight all these cores back. And they don't really have control for everybody. Like, you can Doom the Alc, but then the Pango kind of gets a free fight. You can maybe Doom the Lycan before he ults to, like, start a fight, but then Alc's just going to tear you up. So, like, you have to pick your poison in a way. And I think if Gaming get all three of their cores online, that's when this game is going to be the scariest. Now, if Blacklist manages to shut down 1 or 1.5 out of the 3, then it makes their lives a lot easier.
Yeah.
But that's why I like this Grim Lycan combination. I think the lane's very strong. I think Lycan frees the Grim up to gank mid as well, which could be an option depending on how this mid matchup goes. And like Inkswell Wolf is no joke. It's an easy way to start any sort of skirmisher fight. It's a great scouting tool. It's very annoying to play against.
And that was a big advantage for Blacklist in game number 1, was the fact that they seemingly always had the vision advantage thanks to their multiple invis heroes.
And I think if Blacklist don't start the fight, it's very
Big kill if they can get it. You said they need to be able to shut down some of these heroes early, and they get the first blood and don't even trade out. In fact, Celery might die too. Okay, his heal's going to make sure he's fine, but still, very bad trade-off for Gaming Gladiators. Give up the first blood and lose their Alchemist.
Yeah, kind of a weird first blood to give up against Scorched Earth Pug. There's no real stuns or anything, but
yeah,
just got out man-fought. Well, Celery will get a Harpy. He wants it up here with the level 2. Zap Tim's down.
I think we talked a fair amount of doom and gloom.
Zap.
For Blacklist in this game, but I will say a highlight of that game up until the last 5 minutes, and really I think it was just that mid-fight. The second fight that they had at the very end of the game was just, that was just kind of like panic setting in. They were going to get megas. I think it was the fight before that, it was really just one mistake. I think every other part of the game, Blacklist did a really good job. I think it was literally just Gabby's decision not to control up the Luna, lost them that one fight, and then the whole game turns against them so rapidly. But everything else was, I was very impressed by Blacklist.
They played a lot of those other fights really well. So I'm looking for that to happen. I think this, I mean, doom and gloom is one way to say it. I just think this lineup it's a pretty high execution lineup. It doesn't make it bad, it doesn't make it worse, but like I do think the onus is on Blacklist to like show up in this game, you know? Make the team fights work, land the spells, connect the control and the damage, which isn't so obvious in this game. Like you want to hook shot in, cog somebody, and use that to let more to hit, right? Like, there's not a lot of BKB control, there's no big catch spell, so you have to sync these things up really well at the right times, connect the jump and the damage. That's when their lineup's going to shine. That's just very high execution, whereas Gaming are like, I ride dumb ogre with greed into battle.
Yeah.
And I play non-real hero, and I have wolf. Man, it's, you know.
Some caveman Dota for sure. They're going to be running at you.
I mean, there are high skill elements, but it's a lot less punishing if something goes wrong. Ace will get picked up too, so both side lanes. Blacklist making some moves, and I mean, Raven sitting at the top of the CS board here as well. This lane's going really well for him.
I think it's really important for Carlo to succeed in this lane, because I don't know how a Clockwork that has a bad laning phase does anything in this game against a lot of these heroes, right? Enchantress and Alchemist both have some heal over time that cancel out Battery Assault. Lycan has his Wolves.
I'll tell you how he does the lane.
Yeah, okay.
Through sheer will.
Why didn't you use that?
I did, but I had Quinn holding me back the whole time.
Oh, okay, okay. What, he was willing? He was willing you guys to lose?
Will's a hell of a drug.
Nice stomp.
Yeah, it is a nice
Good
stomp.
Decrepify, though. I was going to bring that up. The Decrepify being used to dodge the damage from Unstable Concoction is a really nice counterplay. That's going to be a continual counterplay, right? You have Swashbuckle, you have Lycan Wolves.
Timeout denied. So the thing about this Doom is he's also pretty nice versus the Ench, because you can eat a lot of the small creeps, and they're very nice for you. In fact, they're usually better for you than the Enchantress on the early levels. And you already got mana burn for Gabby, so he is living the dream, as Tim's is as well, as he gets the mana regen aura. Huge on this hero. I mean, they're just both out-regenning. Gaming on this lane versus an Ench Alk, not easy. Mana burn super nice versus Duraccio, who's, I mean, he has mangoes, right? Bought an extra mango here just to keep the kill threat up while he's getting burned.
Yeah, it's crazy how that Devour just single-handedly is going to win them the resource war. Take away the mana from Duraccio, give them unlimited mana for Tims to be thrown around. Gabby is going to be in some trouble, though. Decrepify, once again, going to be put to use here. Yeah, it does have a Devour, but that's going to pop out the little golems, and those do a lot of damage. Little Doomlings are going to be the return damage onto Duraccio.
Yeah,
but
I don't know if he wanted to eat that. I think the mana burn was still
bad.
better. Yeah. So Celery gets the better of that exchange, just runs him down the lane. I always wonder if it's better in those situations to just sit there and right-click Duraccio back. Like, even if you die, who cares, right? If you take Duraccio down to 100 HP and you come back, like, really that sad?
Yeah, it's a long ways for him to get level 6, so...
Right. I feel like in a lot of these exchanges, I don't think people have the wrong read, but like they just try and survive, and sometimes it's better to just trade and come back. And the end result in the lane is often better for you.
That's a cool bit of synergy. Howl plus Unstable Concoction during nighttime, right?
Yeah,
they could just,
minus armor.
at any point in time, give that
and the Blightstone.
Nuke some extra damage.
They've really upped the minus armor synergy on this lane, and it's working well as Alec is top of the board. Arcane rune for Quinn.
Quinn and Abed faking each other out, but Abed does manage to land the combo. The shield crash gives him a little bit of help, though, but the battery salt's going to be able to stop that Rolling Thunder. Couldn't get far enough away. A very well-executed gank by Blacklist, in particular Abed.
How did Tim's not use Decrep in any of that?
What do you mean?
He just didn't Decrep him.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure Kunkka could get the hit in.
Yeah, but isn't Decrep for the boat damage? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's
feel like
probably
he'd
more
die.
damage if he gets it with every single spell that goes in.
But he didn't even use it after the hit. That was insane. Tim's knows more than I do. Raven trying to get run down, but
Trying to run it down, but of course the Wolves are going to
Knocking.
tank up the damage, and Celery's perfectly fine.
knocking at your door. Wisdom runes get split. But most of these supports are going to be similar level, but I mean, Duracio's eventually going to start to pick the pace up in the jungle. So if you're Blacklist and you give this lane to Ace while Duracio is free farming, I don't think you're going to feel good for the next 5 or 6 minutes. And the question is, can you make a move or do anything with that? I think normally you'd want to gank this Lycan with the Kunkka. Maybe once or twice, shut him down. Abed gets some extra golden XP. Your Murtha can stand on the lane longer. You defend this tower. It slows all of Gladiator's game down. That would be the big move for me, but does Abed want to try and commit to it? He hasn't gotten the power rune. This is 8-minute power rune might decide a lot of this early game.
It seems initially they want to put more pressure on mid, which is where Gaming Gladiators are free to dominate this safe lane.
Again, Duracio just making great moves out of the safe lane the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think he's one of the carries to watch when it comes to using these gates. I think him and Mickey were probably the two carries that use the gates the most.
Maybe there's a reason that's them too, right? They're doing it to each other.
Arlo in some trouble. Good use of the Inkswell. Not just the Wolves, it seems, but Celery also has some companions to make nice synergy with.
The nice thing about these carry moves is like Duracio goes bottom, he kills the enemy carry, he goes back through the gate. Now all of a sudden it creates a vacuum where Blacklist, they're likely going to try and send somebody bottom, or you know, Raven's going to have to TP back bottom. And then when Duracio goes back top, the chances he gets ganked or pressured up there are a lot lower. Like, he's making this move, it's helping Ace, it's progressing Game's game plan, and it's freeing up some space for himself. And it results in this tower just going down without a fight. This is a tower I think Blacklist really wanted to take fights
Carlo,
around.
I'm not sure if you want to be in that.
Yeah, you're in the wrong neighborhood, son.
It is delayed long enough for Abed to be able to show up. But the problem is they're going to be running out of damage here. They have the X, yeah, to pull him back, but into what?
Just keeping out. Good luck, Tims, later.
So
Clean that
throw a
fight
little
up,
bit more
Tims.
damage around. He does manage to get the Helmet Dominator creep, I think, but...
Yo, Tims, how'd that fight go? Did you kill them all, bro?
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
That was poorly planned out by Blacklist, I believe.
This is another reason this lineup is high execution, because your damage committal is not that obvious. Like, you have Pugna Clock supports. It's not that fast. There's no burst. It's not like you have a Skyrath off of X-Torn or something to commit high burst damage.
Yeah.
These cores are tanky. I don't know how easy it is to really kill anything in this game without Doom, or you get someone trapped in like an isolated cog.
I mean, you definitely need Tims to be level 6, right? That is a huge buffer in damage for you. These tanky heroes, you control them long enough with X and cogs, then Life Drain can give you the damage you're missing. But he wasn't level 6 for that last
I mean, also Decrep levels. I'm kind of surprised you went 3-1-1. I mean, this might seem obvious, like, oh, well, you want the damage, but I think when you have these, like, Kunkka combinations, I think you can go, like, 1-3-1 and just play it, because the cast range is what you kind of need.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I've seen it be viable.
I've played so many games of Pugna.
I mean, I'm not
support
saying
lately,
anybody's going to
and
do it.
I can't even imagine doing
Yeah, you can't. But I'm telling you, it's viable. My point is, he needs the levels later to get the extra cast range for this thing, so that you can combo the Decrep boat damage, because that's a lot of your combo damage in this game.
I mean, I agree, but there's no way that leveling up Decrep gives you more damage than leveling up Blast in like 90% of scenarios.
I mean, how much more damage
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's 10% extra magic damage you're giving with each level up to
20% extra damage with Decrep levels off a boat. That's dealing 400 compared to 80 more damage.
Yeah,
it's
but you're
also not that far off.
But you're getting more blast. You're not getting one blasting.
Yeah,
you're
of course. The
getting 2
blast is way more damage over the course of a fight.
Yeah.
But the cast range.
Okay.
No, they don't. Nobody likes this idea. All right. Well, this is how creativity is killed. Well,
I said okay. I was entertaining the idea. Because one of the downsides of Pugna, when you're losing fights like this, is you're losing out on levels, and you can't get to max out Nether Ward and maxed out Decrepify.
You gotta pick.
One of them's gonna suffer.
I mean, he wants blast this game for like the summon clear as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any reason you do it this game, but I'm telling you, there are some games where that build is viable.
If this wasn't the game for it, then why'd you bring it up?
I just thought it was interesting. I mean, 90% of the things I bring up aren't relevant. So why did that?
That is true.
Big hook shot from Carlo.
Denies the double damage, but it's going to be stuck here. This is where this combination starts shining, is if you can get pickoffs and hold somebody inside the cogs, then Pugna.
Yeah, then Tim can run up, and he doesn't need the extra Decrep cast range. He can just get in there at close quarters and deal the shotgun blast. So
another reason not to level up and max out Decrepify early.
I mean, these are like healthy discussions. You just think about the game. Whenever you think about the game, you're going to get better. That's what DSJ told me. They're going to look for Quinn. And they get another isolation. So the isolation kills is where this trio shines.
Yep. The cogs keeping Ace back. Ace may not be able to get a return kill. Good use there of the bird to push him back in. The Hurricane bringing Carlo into striking distance for the Unstable Concoction. Doesn't get the damage because of the Decrepify, but Tim's just chased away. Can't heal Carlo. So
it's a long chase down.
It is a 1-for-1 trade-off, but it was a lot of heroes came together on the side of Gaming Gladiators. All they got was the support out of it.
I mean, they just farmed 6 cogs. That was actually pretty nice. You got some Greevil's Greed as well.
Guess so.
That might have been worth more than the clock.
Now you got to tell me you shouldn't level cogs.
Well, now there are some builds where you can go 3-0-2.
You got 114 gold out of that.
Damn, look at that. Yeah, does that count the Greevil's Greed though? No, exactly. So that's really like 700 gold with interest factored in.
Compound interest, of course, every second that goes by.
Well, yeah, because gold for Alk is worth more than anybody else, not just because of Greevil's Greed, but because he accelerates with it faster than any other carry.
But he already has Radiance, so the acceleration has already been hit. It's not like BKB is going to accelerate as far.
ISO bounty. Well, but the BKB lets him fight, which means he accelerates it for the team. Every little bit counts.
Did you debate in high school? I feel like you're really good at BSing.
No.
It's a shame. I think you would have been very good at it.
You're stuck.
He needs to be able to get away from the Pugna,
broke
but
the link.
Stuck together. They'll be able to collect both the kills.
Slice and dice with the angles. I feel bad for the supports in this game, man. This is going to be one of those games where you're going to have 10 deaths no matter what.
Yeah, it's like congrats, you got like 1 or 2 pickoffs, but now Gaming Gladiators are going to group up and take objectives away from you. And Blacklist, I don't think they have the team fight to respond to that.
No. Damage is overwhelming now. You have Max Inkswell with a Diffusal Pango. You have the Wolves going in. Helm of the Overlord is coming out for Ace right now. And they're looking to steal the enemy Ancient Golem here and just get a great fight off it. This is going to be an insanely fast timing that Blacklist might not be ready for. You can Solar Crest these heroes in as well. Somebody's just dead.
Like, what is Carlo just can't even get off a spell there.
Look at the
up
goal.
Immediately, and everybody's running in. Oh, no, Raven TP'd into this one. This could get really bad if Gaming Gladiators are able to run down all these heroes, but they're going to turn and fight onto the high ground here. The Enchanter's going to be a bit of trouble. He's going to be stuck to death. The army is also going to be dying here. There's a lot of AoE damage coming out, but Duracchio's finally able to catch back up here. The Unstable Concoction landing onto the Kunkka, but he's got a Blade Mail. Abed doing a good job creating space for the Muerta in the back lines.
Even got Nex on the way out.
Yeah, might be able to get the kill onto Duracchio. They're going to throw the Doom out on him, and Raven pops the ultimate, guaranteeing it.
That went horribly for Game. Maybe just too deep. They couldn't run into the calling.
Yeah.
Raven really messed them up there on that hill. They just didn't want to commit. Celery's just stuck in no man's land.
Whoa, 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 these items. Pick them up. Jesus.
Well, guess the fight's not over. Golem still had unfinished business.
He got him after the Rolling Thunder on that
Abed.
X. Great timing by Abed. Wow.
That was beautiful. So another bit of an overextension here. I mean, it's not always long enough.
I think that was a direction thing, but you know, if you wanna say that in broadcast, that's fine.
What?
Aghanim's Scepter almost done for Abed. He's about halfway through. See this? I mean, great read by Blacklist to make this turn on the high ground.
I think if Duracho gets in here with that stun, it's a bit of a different fight, but he just stuns himself and then gets boated, and then you have to come into the calling plus boat rum on Abed. Like, nobody can get in here, right?
Yeah. Calling plus the ward, even though...
Yeah, Pugno ward plus calling plus you have to run into, like, the Doom that's still waiting. I thought that was going to be a lot better just because of this Helm of the Overlord, but didn't translate to that much damage, I guess.
Back in real time where...
Okay.
Quinn is caught again.
I mean, Blacklist continuing to impress me with their combinations and moves on the map. They feel very comfortable playing around Abed in these mid games.
Torrent not going to land. Celery sidesteps it, but it also means he's stuck in a corner here. They saw where he's at, and they're going to catch him with the X. And Carlo get there to continue to hold him, and there it is. The hook shot finally lands.
Ooh, the Centaur Stomp.
He's good use of that one. Magic damage. It's taken a lot here.
That's
Celery
enough.
will not go down. The Cloak making the difference there on the 1300 HP Enchantress with maxed out Nature's Attendant.
That's the difference between a professional player and a casual like you, Austin. You would have given up there. You would have blamed your team. Where's our vision? Where's my carry?
I would not be playing
But Celery,
Enchantress
he plays it out.
in the
He
first
stomps
place.
him, he has a cloak, he knows his limits, and he's out of there. And that's called space.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with being a casual. Okay.
Yes, there is.
The hell?
No, there's no such thing as a casual Dota player. I think that's a myth.
Oh, I've met them. They're out there. They go into the game with an idea that they're just going to have fun. They don't try and win. It's a very weird concept to me.
Yeah,
I don't really understand it.
Well, power to them, you know. I'm sure they're living their greatest lives out there. 15 wolves have been killed. Now, is that more than the amount of cogs that have been killed? That's the real question here. And how many wolves equal a cog?
What is this arithmetic?
And Duracho
Got him.
finds us another solo kill, man. Feels like he's the only carry who's like finding these random kills and gate moves and random stuff like this.
It's because he plays so aggressively on the map.
Yeah, it's because
nobody expects him to be in these spots.
Like all these other carries are like farming on their sides. They're doing ancients. This guy hasn't seen an ancient camp in like 10 years. You just got to make something happen.
Can we check out the Muerta? Because I feel like we haven't seen Muerta for 95% of this game. And his net worth was pretty bad until that last successful fight they had there, but it's bumped him up a little bit more. It's 9K.
Just
No
rushing
Midas or
Mjolnir.
anything, just trying to rush some of the early stat items and straighten the Mjolnir. Got him on the
Making
X
another
pull
go.
back there, allowing the boat to be able to land, and the hook shot lands to follow it up. Good combination. Once again, put together by Blacklist.
Instant smoke. They want to fight with this Torrent Storm because that actually just got completed for Abed. No Pangolier. Gaming get caught here. This is a terrible team fight for them.
They're missing their biggest team fight tool, and Kunkka with an Aghanim Scepter is
He's
nigh
just running
impossible to beat in this kind of situation. They got to get out of here. He's going to pop it. He spots some of these heroes.
I mean, there's a BKB, so he can BKB TP. That's going to be a wasted one for Duracho. Does not want to have to do it.
Yeah, he may not know. The hook shot isn't up right now.
He must turn.
They're going to turn and fight a little bit here.
This is dangerous, though, because that Doom is waiting, right? You get caught in a bad position on, like, an X-Doom, you're gone. They did get the ult out of Ace as well. So once more, Blacklist pretty disciplined in these fights. They bait out some spells, retreat, go farm the map. Maybe they feel like they're happy going late with this Doom Alk matchup with Midas, Octarine going to work for Gabby.
I would feel very happy about going late Muerta against Out.
Yeah, I think you're pretty confident here. I mean, the other factor is you're almost level 15 on the Doom as well, so you can get this Devour the Ancient talent and just eat the wolves, creep out of the fight. And that's a pretty big swing.
I feel like Game of Gladiators does this sort of thing a lot, where they try and all-in Roshan in sneaky situations, even if they're missing certain ultimates. But Doing against the clockwork, that's a bold idea.
Tough to commit in the pit versus the Kunkka. It will draw Blacklist into an open fight. Probably what Gaming want right now if Duracho can find the opening with like Blink, BKB, Alk with an Inkswell on top. Start the fight on your terms, you're going to be really happy. Neither team has warded this cliff.
Crazy. They've got good use of the courier there from Tofu to scout out whether or not the smoked up Blacklist puts a ward there, and they swap places.
They get the D ward.
Finally get a show. They've taken the Roshan pit on the side of Blacklist with the vision advantage.
They can't do it though. So
no.
Gaming can just scout. They can just send the units in. They can also just push bottom lane. This tower just died for free. Tier 2 gone for Blacklist bottom.
There's a big wave pushing in top as well. So Blacklist...
Yeah, they're losing on the map, but this fight is the important fight.
Pushing Carlo over the side here. He wants to control this high ground area if he can, using the cogs to do it as best he can, but Blacklist are really not seeing an opportunity to jump out here. They're just going to forfeit the clockwork. He's going to buy back potentially, and they're going to need it too because Quinn is rolling through and they found the Muerta. Chaining up the stuns and getting a free bowling ball, just striking through all these heroes. But at the same time, the Muerta did manage to get off the ultimate and output a little bit of damage. Not enough to get a serious kill out of this. In fact, Celery somehow is still alive with his nature's attendance. He'll finish off the Muerta by himself. Blacklist put themselves backs against the wall.
And it did not work out.
No, not at all.
And once more, Abed just TP's out. He's the only survivor here. Yeah, you give him a jump like that. I mean, it was a great jump with the Inkswell Alk. You have the Pango rolling through a corridor. You just can't escape. There is no BKB on Raven. Like, Raven gets caught under the stuns. The fight's kind of done, right? He gets a return kill. You do get the Doom on the Alk. So, some of your spells go to work how you want them here, but the boat, there's no roam on anybody here. It's only Abed. It's another one-man boat roam. It's not just not doing them any favors. I mean, look at the backside of this fight. Like, that is not a place you want to be caught in if you're Gabby.
Yeah.
If you have BKBs, that fight's very different, but... And it's just Celery who finishes Raven off. All his cores are hiding in the corner. He's like, I'll get the job done. Don't worry, boys.
The only target he could hit after Tofu was Celery, who's got untouchable. That's not an ideal fight for Muerta.
Nope. And if you're not winning the fights with Muerta, you fall behind. Because Hero is generally slower clearing through lanes than clearing through the map. More susceptible to getting ganked, and that's a big swing. Aegis, a team fight, more time on the map for Alchemist.
The pipe complete for Celery. This army that is coming their way from the Lycan, it's not so easily dealt with anymore.
Yeah, you have AC as well for Ace. So the minus armor between Acid Spray plus the AC. You also took the Acid Spray grants armor talent on Duracho, which, you know, pretty standard talent, but all this adds up. You're really tanky in this ball. Solar Crest on top of it, Pipe on top of it, Solar Crest, or the Untouchable for the Ench when she gives Solar Crest to somebody else.
Oh, pulling him in a little bit. Good use there of the tidal wave, and it'll get a BKB out of Duracho.
Another early boat just to dissuade it. Will force a BKB, as you said, but they'll take the tower and probably be happy with it.
They've got 3.5 minutes to use this Aegis. And clean up maybe the top lane if they want to. Take some Ancients, take the Outpost.
I mean, the only downside for Gaimin during this period is if you let Blacklist get to their BKBs. Right, that's what'll change these team fights a lot. Because then all of a sudden you have a lot more standing power. The Pango's not as annoying. It's not a guaranteed team fight win, but you're looking for 3 here on all 3 cores. That's going to be a big timing. Gabby will definitely get his first, but the other 2 are going to be very slow if you can't win a fight and you're just stuck in your base, which right now, who's on the map for Blacklist?
Yeah, surprisingly, not a single hero, not even Doom, who has that Boots of Travel, has been able to slip the noose here and get out on the map somewhere.
The person farthest outside Blacklist base right now is Mushi, so it's not, you're not gaining anything.
And he's not happy sitting there, that's for sure.
He is not. This is a tough position. Now, this is a lineup that can turtle a bit and, you know, hit that BKB timing, try and swing the game back. It's just this is the position Gaimin likes to put you in. But they get the Aegis control, they control the map, and then they force the high ground with their big aura timing. So right now, it's lining up pretty damn well. This is the bend but do not break moment for this Blacklist lineup. And it's got to be around Abed. The fight has to be centered around this boat connecting on multiple people for the rum. I think has been an aspect that's missed been missing in a lot of the past fights. And this Torrent Storm needs to, like, you know, create an anchor they can fight around. Suck them in.
Okay,
Doom.
pull back in. The Pango managed to get the Doom, but immediate response. They got the Soul Bind on it too. And that puts the Doom in a nasty position while the Clockwork is getting ripped apart by Dyrachyo. Force Staff trying to get Gabby out of here. Not good enough. Blacklist. That'll be Elena Barracks. Gaming Gladiators. They got you just where they wanted you. Force a mistake out, and they can take a lane, maybe even more.
This is the downside of Doom versus these like pseudo tri-core lineups. You pick your poison, as we said at the beginning. Okay, you catch Quinn, you Doom him. Even if he dies there, you still lost the fight.
Yeah.
The other two cores just have a freebie. Dyrachyo instantly goes in because the second Doom is gone. Alk is invincible. And now, your Doom is on cooldown even when he respawns, so you just gave the green light for Gaimin to push with this Aegis. Another minute still on the clock.
They have pretty good
pull in
poke.
30.
So they might still be able to hold this one. Tidal Wave pulling back some heroes once again. Can't really capitalize on it. Dyrachyo will stun himself underneath the tier 3 tower. Okay, never mind. Inks well.
You get a Rolling Thunder out of it. So Doom back up. Maybe you can catch with an X.
Yeah, the Trepify can slow down the Lycan long enough for the X to arrive.
Probably going to hook him here.
Got him back in. Okay, Raven gonna pop the ultimate. There's the hook shot to make sure that the Lycan, who got a Force Staff, okay, caught a random core and does manage to die.
The RNG.
A little lucky there, but just what Blacklist needed. A Tidal Wave trying to push in Dyrachyo even further. They're gonna catch him, try and burn away that Aegis. Dyrachyo's trying to limp away, but he won't get out. He's gonna be stuck here, and he's gonna be coming back into a Cox, pushing him into Raven with all that damage. He's gonna BKB, TP out, but the Doom doesn't stop him.
Yeah, that was ambitious. Might kill him in the fountain. It's gonna be close. I think he'll live, but still, good fight for Blacklist. And that's about best you're gonna get there. Really nice setups by Abed with these Tidal Waves pulling people back. It's just enough that it prolongs their escape, and you get that decrep into, you know, this X hook shot combination that just locks the Wolf down long enough. You know, those are the type of fights you're looking for when you can isolate targets. It's going to work out the best for you. And of course, that started by baiting out this Rolling Thunder by Quinn.
Yeah, because if the Rolling Thunder is active, you're probably not getting that single target damage under the hero that you're looking at.
And that fight needs to go on long enough that your Doom comes off cooldown. Which it did at the very end, but that's what will secure you that second go around. Unlucky it doesn't cancel teleport anymore, but hey, take it up with Ice Frog.
Have you noticed, by the way, in these games, I remember Team Spirit, huge priority in being able to take these Tormentors. I feel like nobody's really taken that same pace, you know?
Games have felt a bit more skirmishy, but maybe that's just early LAN vibes, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe Team Spirit's just better than everybody else.
Well, that
wouldn't surprise me.
They proved that by winning TI, yeah, but I feel like usually you copy the best team in the world.
So, well, who does Team Spirit copy?
Nobody. They innovate.
Oh. Well,
that's why it's hard to stay ahead in
Well, then
Dota,
if you want to be the best team in the world, you should innovate as well.
No, first you have to catch up, and then you have to innovate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Also, I don't think innovating by not taking Tormentors is a thing.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe it is. You never know. Maybe shards are overrated.
That can't be the case. Here we go.
Oh, that's a satisfying sound, actually. Why'd the Lizard? Well, the Lizard went back through bottom. He's on his own journey.
Yeah, where's he going?
Where is he going, actually?
Is he going to deny the bounty rune?
Dude, I love when it's like Ace's camera on this. It's like he's just playing the Lizard.
He's looking for the
checking
power.
The rune. I'm checking the rune, guys. There's no rune. Oh!
Oh, no! Ace is dead.
Been slain.
Well, you can see what Gaming Gladiators want to do. Push out top lane. Because Roshan is going to be spawning on the... well, actually, what am I saying? Roshan's going to spawn on the Radiant side, most likely.
No, I mean, they can't push top if they want to force Blacklist back and then, like, smoke the bottom corner. That's a route you can play the map right now. As Blacklist, they bought a gem, and they're just trying to secure any amount of vision. They did get the BKB, so they have a BKB on both Gabby and Raven. The Raven's BKB is the most important, right? And this is where the lockdown needs to sync up. Like, you need to lock somebody in a cog. And somebody in a Torrent Storm or a tidal wave or something while Raven is sitting there BKB hitting. That is the entirety of the fight for Blacklist. If that does not connect, you're probably in trouble. Yeah, surprise.
Almost getting him to his Shivas. Blacklist playing for Roshan. A lot of objectives for Gaming Gladiators up though. Took the tier 2, took the outpost back. And it's going to be a late Roshan, so that's going to feel bad for Blacklist.
They're just going to TP bottom. So this top lane is pushing in for Gaming, but it's not a huge wave. And they don't have vision on this bottom Roshan pit. It's a tough position for them to push into. However, they did finish up the Nullifier on Ace. Worth mentioning here is, you know, that Decrep not as good for the Pugna himself in the fight, but the triple BKBs are out. So in theory, this Nullifier might not get that much value for Ace if he just runs in a triple BKB core who are sitting there man fighting you back. We'll see who gets on the backline first, who gets the jump. I still think Blacklist would rather jump a single target core if they can get that going. I just don't know how reliable that is because their vision mechanisms are, you know, rocket flare. However, if Gaming run into this ward, that's a different matter. That's a pretty good rocket flare.
Vision. Caught him on the bridge too.
Okay, I mean, that's a hell of a vision mechanism, I guess.
Yeah, when you said all they have is rocket flare, I was like, you mean like the best vision in the game?
I mean, not versus smokes and breaking it, right? Like
That's
that's the weakness of it.
Oh, he managed to get
two-man
caught
hook?
on it too, but can them where to capitalize on this one. A little bit too far away, but they do manage to get the BKB already out. Rolling Thunder, not really doing too much either.
Yeah, they're kiting it out.
Blacklist have kited this out pretty nicely, and Gaming Gladiators is stuck in kind of an awkward
next on
position
Ace.
here. Yeah, they do manage to get him. They're going to control him up a little bit longer. The Torrent Storm's going up, going to
it hit
force
him.
him up to the high ground, and a shot is not enough.
And now Dyrachyo back in. That Doom has a ward.
Oh, he got a great stun. Raven, though, still on his ultimate. Now they're stuck inside the cogs. Quinn has the roll-up, though, and Dyrachyo was able to fight his way out of the cogs on the low ground,
Yeah,
not
but
able to chase after
Raven,
him.
your clock ticking to midnight, my friend. BKB
Dyrachyo running after
out.
him, isn't able to get the stun onto him. Raven, he's going to have to fight for his life up against this Pango, and it looks like the damage is there just from the right clicks by the Pango by itself.
Another corridor fight that does not end well for the Muerta as Blacklist cut their losses and just bail. Once more it's Abed, preserving his 0 deaths in this game, but at what cost?
It seems a lifetime.
Glimmers of hope in that fight. With the kiting, they got the Doom on the Alk. Like, they had two-man cogs. Basically the best you can do. But damn, is it hard for Raven to connect. Like, he still deals 6,000 damage, but it just doesn't feel like it, right? Because you're not
the
killing
damage,
anybody.
He doesn't even come close to bursting down Dyrachyo.
No. And Gaiman just kite that out better. Like, the fact that Ace got out of there off that X-Torrent, and he got force-staffed into a Torrent off the Torrent Storm on the hill, but Raven was just too far away. Feels like he needs another... needs a mobility item or something, like a Hurricane Pike or Blink.
Blink, yeah.
And he's going to go the Hurricane Pike. But this is part of the issue with Muerta, is when you're behind like this, it feels like you always just need that one more item. But what a great start from Carlo. I mean, you can't ask for anything better. I think... you gotta... I don't know. I'm looking at this fight. It's like, how better do you play this, right? The only thing you can really do is hold your BKB longer there if you're Gabby and maybe hope to survive, but it's about as good as you can do.
Yeah, this entire time they're getting burned out of mana, too.
Yeah, and the second Torrent Storm is out, now you're a bit in trouble because it gives Dyrachyo time to go back in. He lands a two-man concoction. That was just nasty. It burns so much of Raven's HP. And then the second that Pierce the Veil is out, they're instantly kiting it. That's the biggest thing in this fight. If you cannot lock them down around Muerta's ult, it's very hard to win these long engagements. I mean, Ace is just running around with no ult, and he's like having decent impact, you know?
Yeah.
He's just walking in, killing cogs.
Also, the general HP regen of their team.
Very high.
Like Dyrachyo
Yes.
went out of that fight. Like, the reason he did 6,000 damage on Muerta without a single kill was because he would bring him down to like half.
A little quick pick off for Blacklist. 5-man smoke. Maybe
Well,
not,
maybe not
actually.
so quick. Celery staying alive for a decent amount of time while Quinn rolls around. And once again,
buyback.
BKB is used up by Raven. And now they're going to be caught in a bad situation with Dyrachyo coming in. They're trying to get the heals out. They have the Decrepify lasted a little bit longer with that ultimate, but Raven can't do the damage, man. These heroes are too tanky.
Too much regen. All these heroes have like baseline 30 HP regen because this Lycan's just buffing everything up. And it just feels too hard. Awkward place to fight as well when you're next to Gaiman's tier 2. They can just buy back straight in. You commit so much on an Enchantress who's instantly right in the fight. And you still have this Aegis Cheese. Aegis still up for 3 minutes on Dyrachyo with a cheese in his backpack. He went this Mjolnir build on the Alk because, of course, you have the Assault Cuirass on the Lycan. So Dyrachyo just gets to play super hyper damage mode.
Now, the toughest fight is still hitting high ground against Blacklist. That's where the Muerta is.
Oh, it doesn't look too hard right now.
Gonna feel the best. Well, Muerta's still dead. Give him a little time here. Damn.
They do have the Dark Portrait on Tofu as well. Which is not the greatest Dark Portrait game, but some extra scale and extra illusions to deal with. And this will just be a free lane.
Yeah, they're gonna hold on to the buyback from Abed and leave themselves with a final lane of barracks to defend. 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis, so Gaming Gladiators, they can try and end this game before 40. Got a Tormentor to take.
I mean, you probably have like one more fight in you if you're Blacklist, right? You gotta win the next fight. And it's gotta be off the Shivas from Gabby and the Hurricane Pike from Raven. We're talking about Raven getting in there. He does have a mobility item now. He has some extra attack range as well. So, in theory, he can hit a bit more reliably, but damn, you still need a good connection.
I don't think that Hurricane Pike is actually... I think he needed like the straight up Crystallis and build into that Silver Edge. His damage is lacking now.
Yeah, like look at his damage. He's hitting for 200. Lol. Like,
yeah, when heroes have 5,000 HP, 200 damage isn't going to cut it.
I mean, the Grimstroke's currently hitting for like 176. Like, this is like the future of Dota, right? Hitting for 200, just not what it used to be, man. There's inflation. Economy's tough out there.
Well, he got level 18, so that's the level 3 ults. That ups the damage.
All right, that's pretty good. I mean, obviously his base damage is the biggest thing about this hero. But
level 18, like this window is a big upgrade for Muerta, right? Because you get level 3 ultimate and you get the level 20 talent.
Yep. So he gets 150 bonus damage. He has an extra second duration. He has Mindbreaker now as well.
Okay, yeah.
You know, he has that level 15 talent. Like, there's a lot of little things going into bumping up this hero's damage, and you need it all right now because your base is just dying. You got no glyph. Anybody home? The wolves at your door.
Okay, they're going to get hit by the Rolling Thunder. And they're not going to be able to stop Dyrachyo right away to grab the fight for a little bit of period of time. But still, Dyrachyo's committed. He's like, okay, you can win that fight if you want, but the Megas have already been taken. Now Blacklist Rivalry have to, like, wipe this Gaming Gladiators team, and it's going to be all up to Raven right here in the middle of all these heroes with his ultimate pop, but his damage is just not enough. Not even close. No chance in hell.
Abed will not survive.
Gets another swipe in there from the Lycan for 800 damage.
Can only TP out so many times. And yeah, the base is just gone. I mean, Gabby's sitting in the back like, who am I jumping here? Well, you're jumping to another series because this one's over.
Gaming Gladiators closed it out with a 2-0. They managed to come back in that game 1 against Blacklist Rivalry, and we talked about it. We felt like this game was a harder one.
Yeah, I think this draft is
Blacklist.
This draft's insanely hard to execute, and you're doing it against, you know, the most consistent team in the world, right?
Yep.
So even if Gaimin aren't performing at 100% at the start of tournaments, like they are getting in the groove. I think this is one of the more solid games we've seen out of them so far as well. Like this felt very comfortable for them, right? They had all their signature heroes, good tempo, a lot of ball, a lot of auras. This is when this team shines. So that means you need to come at them with something of equal strength. I don't see your ball matching theirs. I don't see your auras matching theirs. Your scale isn't even guaranteed. Yeah. You're not contesting the Roshans. Like, you're kind of just hoping this Doom were to carry you in the ultra late, but what's your game plan to get there? Run around and kill them with Kunkka Clock Pugna 1,000 times?
I will say there were some highlights from this series for Blacklist. I think this team looks better than I expected. They look pretty damn well put together. Some of their executions were fantastic. It just feels like some of the bigger picture is lacking. But maybe they'll get there in the end through this group stage. But for now, this series is over with a 2-0 going to Gaming Gladiators.
Thank you, Cap. Thank you, SPG. And indeed, this game, I mean, I stand corrected. I was really thinking that after game 1 of this series, I thought game 2 was going to be competitive and close, and I could not have been more wrong. I'm here with Kezu and Effie, and they're going to tell me exactly why I was wrong, Kezu, because this is not close.
No, not at all. I feel like this last pick Lycan was really hard for them to deal with, and it showed in the game. Not just with like what he does in the game, but he builds auras. Also, in nighttime when he presses Howl, he gives minus armor in mid to his Pango, minus armor in the safe lane to the Alk Edge laning there. So, and from start to finish, I feel like they just kind of, you know, went in the game where it's really hard for them to deal with it. And then there's a ball, and I don't really see what Blacklist are supposed to do to it in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, there were some signs of life, right? When the Torrent Storms were going off and they managed to, you know, get that Alchemist kill get the Aegis down. But then, he just TPs out even though he gets doomed. They can't get the kill where they need to, and it felt like every fight they were taking, it almost looked good, right? It almost looked close. But then Gaimin just disengages somehow. They reset. Blacklist expend too much on their BKBs, on their abilities. They run back. We saw them play in that little hallway behind Roshan a few times, and that didn't work out for them. And it just really felt like an uphill battle. Like, the execution had to be perfect coming out of Blacklist, and they had to wait for Gaimin to make a couple of mistakes, but that just didn't happen here.
One of the nice things I did see from Blacklist, or what I like to see from teams that are in a losing position, they're at least, so they know that, okay, Doom Muerta need to farm, but with the other three, they're going around and getting kills. Like Abed, Carlo, and Tims, they go together and still find picks. I think this is still like a great sign for a team that's losing, that they know, okay, we can't just sit back with 5 heroes. We still know where to go, make things happen, and hopefully help our teammates to get there later on.
Yeah, when you say that, it felt like Blacklist was waiting for Gaming Gladiators to make a mistake, which obviously didn't happen. It kind of felt like that from the start. They were waiting a lot, and it just, that's just the wrong way to play the game, I feel, because we saw in game number 1, they had a lineup that was able to scale properly, and I mean, they almost won it. If the game would have gone an hour, they would have won that one. They're taking it slow for a reason. This game, I felt like they were taking it slow, but I did not see the reason. Were they that hard outdrafted, Kezu?
I think it's a very hard game, yes. I think this is like some 80-20 outdraft, especially if the lanes like don't go very well. And I must say that Gaimin, they're one of the few teams that pick Alk, or at least I don't see it so much from other teams. I feel like this Alchemist hero looks very, very strong. And Deratio, I prefer him on the heroes that lane like this, and then they're going to get their farm and they go in.
Yeah.
I feel like with his aggressive playstyle, Alchemist fits so well. I mean, this is some textbook Gaming Gladiators draft, and I think they just showed up. It's just so hard to deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make it sound like Blacklist played bad or played slow because they wanted to. It's kind of just the nature of the draft that they have, right? They have this Muerta that's not outfarming this Alchemist. She needs time to come online.
Yep.
They have this Doom who's sitting on the lane and printing money, trying to compete in net worth versus the Alchemist, but it's not like Doom is a hero that gets your team fighting early on, or something like a Centaur or Slaughter that can constantly do these initiations in the mid game and take the fight for your team. Doom doesn't do that. He's more so just their solution for the Alchemist, and it never really got to a point where either of their heroes in Doom or Muerta were strong enough to, solicit holding out this long. But can you really blame them? They got last pick Lycan, right?
Yeah.
They got gotcha.
They got a gotcha pick against them in a situation where they needed time, and Gaimin just didn't give them that time.
No, they did not. And indeed, speaking of that overall last gotcha pick, Lycan, it is Ace that Purge is able to talk to.
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, I'm here with Ace of Gaming Gladiators. Now, you just played Lycan in that game. You guys won a 2-0 as a whole, pretty clean. Can you explain for some of the newer viewers the benefit of having like summons and a zoo type hero? The first game you played Wraith King as well, so you've got skeletons and stuff. What are the benefits that bring to a draft that help you guys close out games?
Well, like summons, you can first of all always use them to scout with, so they give you a lot of like map control, I would say. And then a lot of summon heroes, they just buy aura items, and like aura items is just really good in team fights and the team game overall. And then it's kind of nice when you can like aura items make the hero farm faster, so the hero just naturally wants to buy it. So it's just overall good to have one of these heroes, I would say.
Gotcha. All right, thanks for that. The first game of the match, though, was a little bit hectic, and when I talked to Quinn in the pregame match, we talked a little bit about your matches yesterday, which also had a lot of like back and forth. That game was wild, the first game today. So what's going on in those circumstances? Are you just playing against really good teams? Are fights just a little bit more chaotic right now? What's going on?
I mean, I think all teams are pretty good, but I think us as a team, we are kind of always a bit slow starter at all tournaments. I feel like always group stage is like a bit. We kind of tank some losses and we learn a lot from our losses. So yeah, we're not. I hope we're getting there now. Now we got a 2-0 win, so it's getting better, I think, and we'll see. Overall, from yesterday, we changed some draft things around, I would say, and some other small things, and it worked out today. So hopefully we can keep that going.
Gotcha. And in terms of the meta right now, are you guys pretty satisfied with how flexible things are? Feels like things are changing a little bit here and there. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, lately it's mostly just been some small hero changes. Overall, like the strategy seems like kind of same. Overall, I think it's kind of cool. Like there's like a lot of different stuff you can do. It's like pretty. It's not too boring. Like there's some late game strats, but you can also push early and like play fast. Like I think it's pretty cool.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck in your next match against Wawitas. I'll just stop there. I'll stop there. All right, thanks.
Good effort. Good effort.
Well,
Cam.
that's
Yeah, very good. Thank you also to Ace for teaching us how to play Lycan. Lovely stuff there. And obviously that was a fantastic performance from not just Ace, but his entire squad. Especially Game 2 just looked dominant as ever. They of course will have another game against Movitas, as Per just mentioned, and Blacklist also has another series coming their way. After this one though, I wanna just close the book on this series, because oftentimes when a team loses the way Blacklist did in game 1, they need a little bit of time to maybe mentally recover. Kenzo, did you feel anything that might be a sign that Blacklist indeed was still struggling with that, or was this just straight up draft loss?
I think that is more of a draft loss. I think like to me, it didn't seem like they were emotionally damaged from the first game. Sucks sometimes you lose, but yeah, I think this one is more write it off, learn that maybe you need to address some stuff different, and all good.
Yeah, I agree. And they were still playing well, all things considered. They were finding kills where they could. They were making these aggressive plays. They were setting up for objectives. It's not like they were playing in a way where they were afraid or, you know, some teams play with this idea that they've already lost, and they weren't one of those teams. Like, you can tell just based on where they're positioned, the kind of smokes they go for. And I mean, Blacklist felt like they brought, you know, pretty good showing, even though they got 2-0'd.
Yeah.
They might have a tiny bit of maybe a little bit of a longer break, and maybe so do you, because you know that there's 3 streams going on at the same time, and Group A is playing back to back. So we know that Gaimin is right now they're preparing for the next match, and they should be hitting that play button fairly soon. Now we know that Azure Ray was able to 2-0 Wawitas. Sorry, Wawitas.
Wawitas.
I know that sounded exactly the same, but I promised you it was not. We know that Gaimin and Blacklist finished their series. Obviously, that's why we're talking to you right now. But there was a third series going on, and that was Team Secret versus Bad Boom. And that game 2, as far as I know, is either closing up or still going, which means that also the players do get a tiny bit of a break, obviously, before going into the next one. And the next one on this stream is Blacklist taking on Secret, but Secret might still be playing. So, tiny bit of a break, but I got good news for you, because well, I know that by the time you started watching this, you already did all your chores, you did all your homework, you did all your work. Good for you. Got some extra homework for you, though, because time to learn something about drafting, and we will quiz you. We will quiz you, so enjoy this DHL pro tip, and we'll talk to you after.
Unfortunately, for those of us addicted to ranked, drafting is important in pubs. It just looks a little different than in competitive. First, there is the banning phase, where all players vote for a single hero to be banned, with each vote having a 50% chance of succeeding. This phase can be abused for free MMR, because some OP heroes only have one OP hard counter. For example, you can ban Spirit Breaker, then pick Nature's Prophet if the Spirit Breaker ban succeeds. After that, 2 players from each team pick. Generally, this phase is reserved for A. OP heroes, B. supports, and C. griefers. Let's talk about OP heroes. In a Dota patch, there are usually a few 60% win rate heroes. You have to pick these. Any double-picked hero gets banned, which can happen up to 2 times. If all the busted heroes are banned or picked, then the first phase is for the supports. There are a few solid methods that you can employ here to have a good pick. 1. Pick a specialty hero that you can perform on while hard countered. 2. Pick a jack-of-all-trades hero that will be useful no matter what. 3. Pick a lane dominator and end the game before counters even matter. Round 2 has 2 hero picks and is reserved for the offlaner and whoever between your mid or carry has the smaller ego. Here, look at the 2 enemy supports and find some weakness that they both share. For example, if they're Oracle plus Phoenix, then they have no stuns and they're both squishy. So it's a perfect Storm game because he abuses both of those things. Round 3 has 1 hero pick and is for your win condition hero. That can be absolutely uncountered in the game. Do they have no AoE? Pick Phantom Lancer. Do they have no stuns? Pick Weaver or Slark. If you can't apply any of these rules, then pick your hero earlier and give your team the counter pick.
live twice if we live it up. Sip from golden cups. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Live twice if we love to the max. Live with no regrets. Double every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop, we own it. Yeah, left, right, where you want to go. Life can be so easy once you live it like a winner. Yeah, break free, the choice is yours. You can keep this feeling, but sometimes you gotta be a quitter. Yeah, so join me on cloud nine. There's no better time than now. Yeah, we can taste the freedom, but feeling is believing. So what you waiting for? 'Cause we can live twice if we live it up. Sip from golden cups. Every moment, 1, 2, pop, pop,
never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. For the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Late at night, I feel you on my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. You move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body.
welcome back. You are watching ESL on Kuala Lumpur 2023, and it is group stages time. And because it's the first half of the day, we are in Group A here of day 2 of the group stages, and the first series has finished. Just barely, if you were watching the end there of the Team Secret versus BetBoom series. That was probably one of the longest games we have had so far, with over 60-minute played. And I know that right before we left you, I gave you homework, and you definitely had a little bit of time to do it, and that means right now you are an expert on drafting in your pubs. I know you are. I know you already were before, but now even more so, because you listened to Jenkins, and you know, it just made you smarter and a better human being altogether. And that's great, because that gives you opportunity to win things. That's right. If you go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips, I know it's a mouthful, but you can see it probably here too. Yes, there you go. esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips. You can go and test your pub drafting knowledge, and potentially win yourselves a €200 Steam gift voucher. So make sure to check that out, and you know, be smart, be smarter than your fellow human beings, and potentially you'll get there. So with that being said, we move on here in the show, and that means we have time for another series, and time for Blacklist to take the stage once again. And I know there's been a lot of fans out there already sharing everything they like. And actually, you know what? Let me put my panel to the test. Effie, what have you tweeted with hashtag Rise Above Fate?
What have I tweeted?
Yeah.
I have one, actually. You didn't?
I didn't tweet.
You didn't do any?
I tweeted.
You tweeted.
I have tweeted, but not with that hashtag.
You have.
I have. I did
Yes, you tweeted,
my
cousin.
Legion Commander Arcana Resurrection. Some team will rise to win. That's what I did. But that's like a week ago.
I didn't.
But I
tweet
used the
because-
hashtag. Therefore, you know, I did my homework.
I'll tweet right now.
Okay.
Just give me
Rise Above Fate, Blacklist.
till
Let's
the
go.
game starts.
Well, there have been people that have used the hashtag. Jeez, mouthful. And this is one of them. Snoozer Dota tweet: love seeing the reborn Team Tundra rise above fate with such a strong start. Can't wait for the rest of the games. And this is actually a team, Effie, that we talked about this morning as well, because they did start so strong here.
Yeah, they had a 4-0 start in the first day of group stages, which is not really something you'd expect, right? Tundra, which was formerly TSM before TSM dropped their roster, had a pretty good year in that they attended a lot of these tournaments, they accrued a lot of the experience, they played pretty competitively, but they didn't really have any strong placements. So they're not really a team that were on anyone's radar. And it should be mentioned that they lost their 4-player in Ari, who was one of their primary shot callers towards the later part of the year. So we didn't expect that much coming out of Tundra. in
And
this
Tundra
tournament.
today will face LGD and Team Liquid, so that will be very exciting. We also have Philip tweeting.
He wants
I
Blacklist. Give them all their energy.
I mean, it's needed, Kazu.
It is. After the last series. What do you want to say, Effie?
The reference, probably something about the reference.
No, I mean, is the Goku Spirit Bomb, is that part of the tweet?
Yes.
Yeah.
But he did. Otherwise, it would just be Blacklist.
Okay, I thought it was more
He would be
so
a
like
hater,
an
right?
expression of frustration at the.
No, he's
Could have been.
he's gathering the energy.
He's helping them.
Yeah, no, he's giving. Okay, good one, Philip.
Come on, Mr. Philip.
Very good. And if you also want to join in the conversation, use hashtag Rise Above Fate, and perhaps we'll feature you, or perhaps we'll judge you for what you tweet or what you what you wear. Even though we won't do that, that's fine. You don't have to be on pictures. It doesn't have to be pictures. It's all good. Let's talk about Blacklist, because we just saw them, and we're gonna see them again. They have had a little bit of extra time to recover, to reset, maybe, Kazu. They need it.
Yeah, so game 1 in the last series was still very good. Yeah, they made some mistakes later on. I think game 2 probably shook them up a little bit. And I would say going up against your next opponent, which is Secret, I feel like they have been very aggressive. If you're not ready for that aggression, I think you could have a little bit of what just happened to you against Gaimin. So I just want Blacklist to be ready to fight back against Secret, because they're going to pick some Huskars, some Chen, they're going to run at you, maybe play a bit more on like quote-unquote clowny or whatever. But that's just Secret style. They're going to run at you.
They are, and they will. But I feel like Blacklist are pretty good at, taking fights on their own terms too, and running at the enemies. It's just that, you know, Gaimin have such a strong laning stage that you're playing from a net worth disadvantage early on. I don't think that the same thing will happen versus Secret. While Secret are a very aggressive team, they're not really known for their lanes. They're not a particularly standout laning team compared to teams like maybe BetBoom or Gaming Gladiators. So if you can take the aggression to an aggressive team like Secret with a net worth advantage, then you're playing into Secret's... Secret are playing into your hands, right? Because typically if you're running into a team that has more net worth than you, it doesn't work out most of the time.
We'll have to see if they can do that. So far today, anyway, their playstyle hasn't been particularly catered to be able to deal with the fast pace, but we know that they can do it differently as well. Focusing on Team Secret, they came off a series where we just witnessed the end, of course. They had a very long game. They tied that series in the end, but they were very close to getting a 2-0. But it was BetBoom that took the last game of that series after 60 minutes. And therefore it turned into a 1-1. But I think FE Team Secret has definitely impressed us over these last 2 days.
Yeah, they really have. They've come in with their own ideas, which Team Secret have always been known for, with a carry player like Crystalis with a specific hero pool. But they came in with these like interesting heroes for Puppey in the first phase, like these ogres, these venomancers. They ball up really early and they just play for that tempo. And I think a lot of teams weren't prepared to be run out so often by Secret, because even though they didn't have the most stellar results on paper, their gameplay has been very impactful and very difficult. Like every series that they've played has been extremely long. They haven't given up any games in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, even like the one game that they lost to Gladiators, I feel like no matter who they're playing against, I feel like they're always fighting back and taking a lot of aggression to you, which is why I think Blacklist can deal with it nicely, but I just want, against some teams, you need to be extra ready for specific things. And I think against this team, it's going to be Crystalis twin gating minute 4-5 or Puppey coming by, 4 people being here at minute 5-6. You'll just have a plan of what you want to do.
Yeah, and as we said, it's very fast-paced, but they're also not afraid to take it late. So it's a good mix, and I know I said it earlier today and I was completely wrong, but I do think that these two teams might be maybe a better match for each other than our previous series, Kezo, just in terms of playstyle.
I do think like we're gonna have, I think, a lot of fighting, probably at least in terms of the mid game, and also I think when it comes to standings, this match is very important for both of them. We're like getting towards the more the end of the group stage, and if I'm not mistaken, Secret's last match is against Witas.
Yes.
And I don't think you want to give them, like, you need to get some more points on for your Blacklist too, because they're in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, and you want to be on the top half of the pack, because we all know that the bottom two of the group gonna get eliminated, and that's a tough one after being here for only 3 days. Not just for the lack of play time that you're getting, but also for the prize money and also for being able to play in front of an amazing crowd. So definitely gonna put everything on it to try and get some extra points out of this one. Now with this matchup, for me personally, there's one player matchup that I am extra interested in, and that is Boom and Gabby, because both of these players, they're relatively new to the offlane role. So we know that Gabby turned to offlane for Entity just half a year back or so. Boom as well, about a year ago, switched to offlane. So also him having made that transition. And as a fellow offlaner, Kezu, switching to offlane from a core role, like how are you feeling like both of these do? Boom used to play mid, Gabby used to play carry.
I actually think they're both doing very well. I would say that offlane is a very complex role, but they fill in very nicely, not only with the heroes they play, they can both play summons, they can both go in. I do think it's like very farm heavy, so it's not super complex to switch from like a 1 or 2 to this role, because offlane nowadays, you farm a lot. But I think both these players for these teams very important, and they've done brilliant.
They have done brilliantly, and I want to shout out Boom in particular, because I feel like a lot of the games that I've watched Secret play, he has been such an instrumental part of them being able to bring the aggression. I recall the series they played versus Gaming Gladiators yesterday when Boom was on that Primal Beast, and they just ran down the IO and Gyro over and over and over again, and then just twin-gated, brought all that havoc to the top lane, and all of a sudden they were able to bring back their Invoker into the game, and that's just on the back of very, very good offlane gameplay from Boom. Whereas with Gabby, he's such a strong player that I feel like every time I watch him, I don't know what kind of offlaner he is, because you see him play the Dooms, you see him play the Kunkas, you see him play the Primals, you see him play the Bristlebacks. He's just very versatile, and having that kind of versatility in your offlane helps so much in terms of drafting.
And would you say that he's also the one in that case bringing the tempo? Or is that more like a joint effort in the draft?
I feel like the tempo out of Blacklist, from what I've seen so far in this group stage, comes out of Abed, and then of course Gabby does add on to that, but he isn't the tempo. He's not the primary tempo bringer.
Okay. Whereas for Team Secret Boom, especially on that Primal yesterday, he was.
He's been playing a very pivotal role, I would say.
Very pivotal role. I mean, I'm looking towards the offlane. Kezu, if you were to mention another combination, another lane that has your eye for this matchup.
Mid.
Oh, without
mid.
hesitation.
Well,
Okay.
It's Abed mid one.
Okay, yes.
No, I think it's a pretty nice matchup. We have two SEA players, both mids. They're both great.
Yeah.
I think mid one wants to probably show what he did a few years ago in Secret, where I feel like he was in his best form ever. You know, back then I think he's trying to do it again. And Abed, I think he's back to his home region. You know, he wants to show that he's the best SEA mid player.
Yeah, and Abed's got a lot of pop-off heroes that are fun to watch. I mean, in particular, his Lina just looks a tier above everybody else's at this tournament. I love when they flex TA between Raven and Abed also, and he plays at mid. It's been a long time since we've seen Abed play that mid TA, right? It feels like it's been years. So being able to see that has been really fun. As for mid one, I mean, you can't really think of this player without thinking of Invoker. I think by far that's been his most standout hero. I mean, through the close qualifiers. We didn't see it as much as I thought we would, because he's been busting out some Huskars, some last pick Rubiks. I mean, there's something going on.
I don't want to see that.
There's something going on in that
Rubik, please. Wouldn't mind seeing some Invoker versus TA. I will say TA has been banned an awful lot in the second ban phases here, so we'll see if that makes it through. But we'll see very soon, because game one of this two-game series is coming your way right after this.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristas. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
It is drafting time. Blacklist International and Team Secret will go head-to-head. It's a 2-game series, which is very important because this is only one of 2 series remaining for the teams. And on the side of Team Secret, they just tied a series, meaning that they are 2-4. Which it's not terrible, don't get me wrong, it's not terrible, but it's still not really good enough right now. Blacklist, they got 0-2'd just now.
Yeah.
And that means they're 3-3, which is pretty close to Team Secret's score right now. And that means that both teams are needing to knock each other down. It's like fighting for the middle pack. That's what's happening right here. And we're going to see it on our various screens in just a second, because when it's drafting time, it means that we'll get to see the draft, which is here.
There it is.
Look at it. We got Lone Druid and Chen banned on the side of Blacklist, who's Radiant and first pick. Team Secret ban out Brewmaster, which for me is surprising considering Brew has had an awful, awful event so far. Grimstroke, Lina and Muerta, but it does mean that a lot of the usual suspects have made it through, including Magnus, that we saw game and ban out against Blacklist both games in a row, including Primal Beast. We got a Razor ban. Like, what is happening, Kazu?
It's just taking out the enemy. I don't want to play against a Chrysalis Razor either, so
Okay,
I
fair.
at least understand that one. Secret don't want to give Blacklist Muerta because, I mean, sure, they did just lose with it, but it's one of their best heroes, and they play it all the time, so, you know, give away some good stuff, take some good stuff yourself.
Sure.
Everything's chill.
Yeah, Razor and Chen are just consistently banned against Secret. Not many teams let it through. I mean, there was this one time they did a trade. They gave away a Lone Druid for a Chen, but other than situations like that, nobody wants to play against the Puppy Chen either. And the
Does mean
Slardar was
Slardar
let
makes it
through.
through, yeah. 5-1 in the scores, and that is, I mean, 5-1, but most of the time he's just banned.
I mean, this hero is just, I mean, at least for now, I think it's been mainly offlane, but I have seen people experiment it even in carry. I think one of the wins may have been in mid too, so it was just a good hero, and not just is it good, but it's also flexible in terms of where you put it. At least I'm not surprised that Secret take their Primal Beast. They've won, I think the 2 wins they have both come off the back of this hero. So, and Boom is just playing it phenomenal, so makes sense.
And it's just so flexible in how it can itemize for a game, right? Like, a lot of these heroes that just come into meta happen because there's one really strong item build that people start doing and everybody picks up on. But in Slardar's case, if you want to go Midas and go late, you can do that. If you want to go Blink first because your team lacks initiation, you comfortably do that. If you want to go Harpoon before Agnems, you can also do that. This hero has a lot of paths it can take in a game depending on how it's going.
Yeah, I think it's like similar with like Primal. You have so many different item builds. You can go in first, you can deal a lot of damage, you're a good team fighter, you can move around the map. And also like another great benefit about this hero, level 15, he has a Dispel talent, which is like, I mean, having a Dispel on your own hero is already great. And I think, you know, the Slardar matchup can go both ways. If you're stunned, of course, they will be able to kill you with the Corrosive, but if you just break free once, you Dispel it, pop your BKB, get in the fight. So I think both teams should be pretty happy with this first phase.
Especially with how that Primal on Boom looked like. I mean, of course, this is still an open flex that can be played between mid 1 and Boom, but he just is so comfortable playing that hero. I will say, though, it was enabled very heavily by Grimstroke in the one game that we're talking about, where it was the hero that changed everything, and Grimstroke was taken out in this game.
Is there any other support that comes to mind that would lane well with Primal Beast? That we would see Yamish play?
I think Pugna potentially is still in the pool if they want to bust it out. It's just one of the strongest heroes in Dota right now, and there's going to be synergy between Trample and Decrypify. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
I don't think there's any that will replicate exactly what Grim does, because it's just one of the best combos in the game. But I would say any range force that will kind of help you in the lane, give you some follow-up damage. I think Effie mentioned Pugna, I think it's fine. They've played some Lions, like all the other heroes, I would say they're more casual. They'll help you get through the lane, give you the damage, that's all you want.
So I want to talk about a hero that we saw a lot in the series we covered yesterday, but not so much so far, which is Tusk. I mean, Tusk was, it seemed like one of the most popular heroes yesterday. I'm not sure what the other teams have been running, but in the games we've covered, relatively ignored.
Yeah, yesterday it was the second most picked hero, and it did only have a 40% win rate, which is not amazing, but we did see it. We did see it pop off a couple times.
Yeah, I do think it's quite nice for Blacklist right now because they're playing with Slardar, who amplifies physical damage. You've got the tag team on Tusk. It's very disruptive versus Primal Beast. You get the snowball save, you get the shards. Get Roshan faster with your Slardar plus Tusk.
Like Like, even if the win rate isn't amazing, I mean, 40% after like 10 games is still okay. But yeah, Tusk is still just, in my eyes, just a good hero. Because the flexibility, what it adds to your draft. I think when you play against these beefy boys, you need to be able to just clap them out of the game. I think Starter can already help that. You mentioned the tag team Tusk, so I am on board.
On board.
So Secret, what's it gonna be? In the previous series, they open up, well, they had Primal first pick, and then they open up with SD next, which is more so, I think, having the kind of Dispel, I think will make the most sense. You help your Primal, you can also stack a triangle for him, it will help a lot.
Yeah, you would like to see that as a 4 then?
Yeah, I think most likely. I think SD5 is pretty dead. I don't think that's very playable.
Okay, well then I will say, Jakiro pairs up nicely with Shadow Demon.
True.
Might see that come out. But they also been liking the Ogre. I'm personally curious to see how that's going to play out. I also know that SVG is going to be covering this match, and he really wanted to see a Venom answer, so maybe...
A great hero, of course.
Maybe we're going to see that pop up. And there's a Willow with the Slardar. That's a great combo as well. We've got some nice offlane duos here.
I think Willow is one of... I mean, it kind of goes both ways in the early game when I'm talking about Willow versus Primal Beast, because yeah, he has a lot of AoE damage, he runs in on her when he's ganking, he just tramples and kills her, but later on in the game, she is so good at controlling him, because Brambles are one of the most disruptive abilities in Dota for any motion-dependent hero, and Primal is one of them. Like, she's just throwing out Bramble after Bramble. She's a Bramble CD talent. Her Shard gives her extra 4 Brambles on her Curse Crown. It is very, very annoying for a hero like Primal Beast, but I guess that's where your Shadow Demon can come in with the cleanse later on.
Yeah, like overall the SD shard is already going to have a lot of value in this game. First against the Corrosive Haze, all the, the Willow spells, not even just the Root, but also the Fear. If anyone does ever get terrorized, you can dispel it too. But yeah, Willow to me is one of those other heroes that it just helps your draft. It's like a little similar to, I think, Grimstroke. Good laner, can stink up later, gives you team fight, gives you damage, feels good.
Yeah, also, the Bedlam on Slardar, a little bit of extra synergy.
Yeah. Yep.
The strong laning, it's a very aggressive lane, Slardar plus Willow. And I mean, it wasn't too long ago where Willow was played as a carry flex. I don't think it's very good, but
yeah,
it was at TI.
It
was at TI where we were seeing it consistently. So let's not forget about that.
That's true, but it did get nerfed a little bit.
It did. It did.
Who cares? Go play it carry, guys.
No.
Good.
I love her as a position 4. I think she's in a good place. They also do steal the Jakiro. So we got the support duo complete for Blacklist. What I am looking at, though, is both of you said Willow Slardar, spooky lane.
Yeah.
Like, what you gonna put against it? That seems like you're gonna lose that lane no matter what. Like, what lane could you come up with as Team Secret that, doesn't have a chance of dying?
Well, a traditional counter to Slardar used to be Troll, but even when I see that hero picked into Slardar, he's losing the matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing is you can decide, because you're double picking. You're going to take Puppy Hero and the Christmas Hero, and you need to decide, okay, are we going to try to double down and win the lane? Because then it's going to be, I don't know, some Troll plus aggressive hero. Could be Troll Tusk, Troll CM, whatever. I'm not saying CM is a great hero. I'm just saying that's one route.
Yeah.
Or you concede the lane. But they're going to go for
an
aggressive support.
This is the first Troll pick here in Kuala Lumpur. We'll see how it plays out. And there's your Venom, Avery! Okay.
You guys can see this right now, but he is celebrating on that caster desk.
Yes, he is. Very exciting stuff. Okay, so why Veno here, Effie? Why is Veno a good pick here on this lane?
Well, if I assume this is the Puppy Hero, which I think it is, it's just really good at disrupting Slardar, right? You can right-click him early on, you slow him down, you can scout the initiations later in the game. It also just feels like something Puppy wants to play, something they want to make work, and I can see it being a very heavy kill threat lane on Secret too, right? You've got the Venomous Gale slow, you've got the Whirling Axe slow, you've got low cooldown spells where you can run them down over and over again, so Team Secret want to fight back against Blacklist's lane. And I think they can, honestly.
I think they can.
It looks like a stronger lane.
It looks like we're gonna have a lot of camera time on that top lane.
I think we will.
And we got Spectre as a carry coming out for Blacklist. That was a great one that we saw for them also at the start of the game. Start of the day against Gaiman. And I think it's good here too in terms of just having something that can carry them later on as well.
Yeah, it's a great hero. you see the Venomancer and you wanna punish it, right? Typically carries that need to get on top of Veno and don't have mobility-based spells, they suffer versus him. Heroes like Ursa, for example, traditionally, like they get beat up, right? But something like Spectre that sees the Veno, haunts on him early on, kills them before he can get his spells off in a fight, that makes a lot of sense. Also, you've got the Shadow Demon who is going to be playing a utility-based role in the backline, right? Saving with disruptions, potentially setting up kills. Spectre is another good solution for both of these supports.
I do think it's going to have to... So it's very good against the supports, and Blacklist need to be kind of in the position where they can do that, because if the game does drag on, Spectre is generally like some of the best late game, like one of the best late game heroes with like Void. But both SD and Primal can cause a lot of pressure on you later. I mean, SD Ags will be later in the game, but Primal Beast is very good against Spectre. Once you get Ags, you break him, you just get in the fight. You're also not really ever a good first target because you have like 10 billion HP, so can't really die. So I would say for a Blacklist, it's important that this last pick, which is very likely Abed's hero, is going to need to be another hero that helps to enable Raven early on in the game. I don't think they're that happy if the game like super drags on.
I just want to point out that we still have TA and Invoker in the pool, and those were the ones that you looked forward to seeing, and we got Puck and Storm already banned, so they're basically saying, pick TA, pick TA, pick it. And then they'll pick Invoker.
I don't think they can get away with picking TA here for a Blacklist. It's a little bit too greedy, because the point that Kazu mentioned about having a mid laner that can help Raven early on, that can enable the Spectre, is pivotal, because if Primal Beast does get an early Ags and has a good lane and a good game, and you've just got this top lane that shouldn't lose, then Spectre's in a position where she can't really find anything on the map or join fights comfortably.
Okay, the dream is dead.
Dream
we
is
do
dead.
have the Invoker banned out, so mid one doesn't get to play his signature there. So what do we want to have?
Yeah, I am trying to use my brain to the biggest capacity. So sometimes you could flex the Slardar, but not blind.
No.
Which means we need a new mid hero.
Yeah. So some of the mid heroes that are still in, that come to mind, we still have the Queen of Pain in. We saw that banned out a couple of times. You guys already mentioned Templar Assassin is not great here, but it's actually one of the few times that she does make it through here in the drafts. We also have seen Kunkka played, which is still in as well on the side of Abed.
Yeah, I think Kunkka is fine if they want to go for a more stable route on Blacklist, simply because it's going to provide them a lot of like sustain throughout these fights and just a solid laner that doesn't necessarily get hard countered on the very last pick.
Nothing is like, like some heroes, they pop through my head, like Kunkka was one. There's one where you see some of these heroes, you'd want to pick OD. I don't think you can pick OD blind, it's also way too slow.
But it's great against Troll.
True, but it's just, like the draft will look so ugly.
And I like Earth Spirit here if teams haven't lost faith in this hero after the nerf. I think Earth Spirit does a lot.
Ooh! You know, Zeus been played quite a few times already, as you can see, 4 and 2 so far. What makes this a good Zeus game?
There's not that much jump on Team Secret. There's not enough heroes that can get on top of this Zeus, so I feel like he can go relatively unpunished and do a lot of damage in these team fights.
I honestly think it's a pretty good Zeus pick, especially that it helps the Spectre, not necessarily maybe by being there, but if he presses R and he always sees Veno SD, yeah, good luck to them. You're just straight up dead.
That's true with the Shadow Stab as the ult. You do want to be able to see it. And there's a Tidehunter overall last pick, so it looks like we're going to have the Primal as a mid laner. Right? Am I? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Tidehunter is a hero that people pick versus Spectre in lane anyway, because Spectre doesn't do much to Tide on lane. He usually gets that Meteor Hammer really early on, starts pressuring the tower, kicking the Spectre out of lane. I guess this just gives Secret the team fight that they needed. It gives them that Blink Ravage initiation later on. It just kind of rounds out their draft in a way that they didn't have. So I understand this pivot that they did.
Yeah, I think the Tide is very nice. I'm also a big fan of the new shard with the anchor. Like, if you ever get on top of the Zeus, he can't really get out. I think the Ravage is great for all the other reasons Effie mentioned with the lane. Honestly think that both drafts are very good. Of course, they're going to play very different, but I kind of like the, let's say, a bit of different picks maybe from Secret. Like having a Troll Veno lane looks clowny, but I think it has its purpose in this game.
And on the other hand, I'll say that I think drafts are also even, but I like the Zeus pick. I feel like Zeus as a hero has gone kind of under the radar. People forgot about him, doesn't play him, but this hero can dish out so much damage. And it's gone unignored while a lot of other meta mid heroes were getting nerfed. So I feel like the Abed Zeus will clutch this game.
Okay, let's find out if he can clutch this game on his Zeus. Or maybe the Troll Veno lane will just be too dominant for Blacklist to deal with. We're heading over to Cap and SPG for the game.
Yeah, it does seem like Team Secret had taken a bit of a gamble on some awkward hero combinations. Venno Troll we're going to be rocking. We've got a Tidehunter that I feel like I haven't seen too much of lately. On the other side, Blacklist. I don't know, I like their synergy quite a bit. I love Zeus Spectre, especially right now.
Very strong. A lot of single target burst damage comes out. Guarantee on the back line. You pretty much had to pick Tide here. I don't think you got a choice. It was like that or Underlord, and Underlord's a dead hero. You need a Greaves. You need a pipe in this game. You're going to need it as fast as possible. Venno Troll. Unbeatable lane.
Unbeatable lane, but then after the laning phase.
Unwinnable duo. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I think this Venno... Man, Venno is one of those heroes that I want to be able to say is good, but
me too.
It's
I was
just
like,
not.
I like it when Venno is good.
It's not. I love the hero. I'm excited to see him played. I think it takes a true 5 player to pick this hero. I respect you, puppy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better true 5 position. I mean, this guy's the GOAT. This guy's
True. There's a reason he's picking
longest running
Venno.
Dota player to be able to make it to TI.
Yeah.
What can he play? Well, we're going to find out whether or not he can play Venno. And I will say that Team Secret, we already talked Blacklist. Even though they lost that series, we did sing their praises. We said, hey, this team, they look pretty good. Like, honestly, execution-wise, they're really, pretty top tier. Team Secret, well, we haven't cast them. I'm sure you watched some of their games. They don't look bad either. I would say a little bit messier than Blacklist. I feel like Blacklist is really on point discipline-wise. Team Secret games, they look messy, but ultimately they've been pulling out some good Ws.
I think both these teams have shown some promise. Like, the rosters are gelling, right? That's what you want when these new type of rosters. You just want to build some synergy and get some stuff going. Nothing's going to be perfect day one. I feel like that. I don't know. I feel like people's expectations of Dota teams are too high sometimes. Like, you have some new team with players from different regions, and it's like after 1 week of scrimming, you're like, why is this team so bad? Like, why are you bad? Why don't you go play in there? Austin?
Well, because they have a full-time job and responsibilities.
Sure.
And they can't just,
I'm just saying, like, no team gels instantly, right? It takes some
Sure.
loss, it takes some wins, it takes figuring out what works for you, your hero pools, your synergies, your flex heroes, how people are going to play fights,
that you played on?
communications. What team did I play on?
What team that you play on that took the longest to gel? We're going to watch Gabby potentially die
Let me think about that one. Well, Gabby
Blacklist
slowed
are
by
going to
the
be here
Venno
with the
man.
reinforcements. They hit him with the 2-man dual breath and the 2-man stun, so that's enough. Was it like, a team NP, like somebody didn't gel with Jackie?
That team had a lot of problems. I don't know if I'd say gel was the biggest problem.
Was it one of those Quincy crews? I mean, you guys brought in some players that maybe didn't fit in with the structure that you
Nobody
had.
cares about which one of my terrible teams didn't gel. They care about these teams, and that is a first blood for Carlo, who's been having a pretty good day so far. He's hit some pretty high impact on these 5s. Bust out the Jackaro here. Put it to good use already. This hero is a very strong laner now. That is the one aspect of Jakiro you cannot underrate. I also think people are sleeping on the level 1 Liquid Fire. I've yet to see anybody do it, but I'm telling you, it's good. This spell does 100 damage for free on a 16-second cooldown.
Okay, but you're just going to pick it up at level 2.
But then when you hit level 2, you have full mana. The problem with Jakiro is if you spam your dual breath level 1, you hit level 2, you have no mana.
Okay, I do agree with that, but I think one thing about Jakiro that you should do is just be spamming out mangoes and Clarence. I think this is a hero that you have to win your lane.
Look, he's dead. If he had taken Liquid Fire, he would have been playing way farther back. He would have just been spamming them down. Cap, I'm telling you, this spell is almost 400 damage per minute for 0 mana.
That is an impressive number.
Like, it might not be flashy. There's some lanes where the dual breath level 1 definitely is better because you get the attack speed and move speed slow. You can run people down and get more right clicks in, right?
Or in a situation where it was, they were playing a team fight.
But in a lane like this where you have Spectre, are you really aggressively going on Tide Shadow Demon?
Oh my god, the Centaur stun.
Well, he could have Liquid Fired him and saved all the mana. What did the attack speed, move speed slow do?
Listen, the mana is not a problem because Carlo might just be dying twice here. He's getting free refills all over the place.
This is not good. Like, this is genuinely not good for the lane.
He did not get a chance to pop the wand, and he's going to be walking out to lane.
All right, just early misplays from Carlo. No way around it. This is not some super high kill lane, if you keep the equilibrium back, you play for the pull, you force damage on the side. I don't think you should be giving up early kills here, and this is going to be amazing for Boom.
Yeah, literally just don't be behind the creep wave on the enemy side.
And then run all the way to the left around the tower. And yeah, that was a mess. So Carl is going to be paying the early price here. And I guess solo XP for Raven, not the worst outcome, honestly. Like, if you're going to have a carry who gets the free farm for the early waves because they killed your support twice, I'm going to take Spectre in that equation.
Yeah, and he did get some magic wand or stick charges anyway.
Yeah. So Raven's actually pretty happy.
He got his flag bearer denied with that disruption play. Clap actually hits Yamich, so a little bit of damage back.
We'll see how Boom can make the most of it. The downside here for Raven is this is going to accelerate the Meteor Hammer, which is what's going to, you know, bite him in the ass come down the line. But
Yeah, that'll kick him out of lane, right?
on the flip side,
Why did he level...
Gabby, what?
Why didn't he level Dispersion?
Because he's going to desolate him, bro.
Yeah, but now he desolates himself whenever he gets...
You know why he took Desolate? Because his Jakiro has level 1 dual breath, and they're trying to kill people. He's got to run them down and Desolate. Well, Troll Veno. How's Troll Veno doing versus Slaughter? I mean, they're winning the lane, but he got the boots, he got the Lotus, he has some stick charges. Honestly, they're doing better than I thought they would. This Troll Veno lane's very strong. I will say Slaughter has been counterpicked in this game, right? You're looking at these heroes from Secret. They gave him a Shadow Demon, one of the worst supports in the plane. Demonic Purge decimates this hero. You have no real counterplay. Veno is hella annoying. You can't play the Blink game. Troll, just the worst carry matchup in the lane and in the game. Tidehunter, not much better. You can't really initiate on him with Amp and stick on him as a Kraken. You're okay versus Primal. That's about it. So, like, Gabby's game is going to be tough, and this is kind of how I expect this lane to go. You just get run down.
Gabby does have wand charges and the Lotus, but he's not
this
in great
lane
shape.
does not get easier. The level 3 for Puppy is very strong up here with 2 points into either the Sting or the Gale. Yeah, just permanently Gale him up here. There's no Dispel. Anytime there's no Dispel in the lane, Veno will win the lane over time. And all 3 lanes going Secret's way. Even that mid one's doing, he's pretty much free farming it. Now, this is a great matchup for Zeus. Like, Zeus kind of ruins what Primal wants to do. You can't ever go on him because of the leap. You have an interrupt in the lightning bolt, you outrange him, you kind of outdamage him. Zeus is very happy in this matchup. That's another reason they went for it.
And he can sit in the lane while Primal Beast does his early rotations and still have an impact.
Exactly.
Or maybe even counter-rotate.
Like, Zeus is super happy if he just gets to sit mid in an empty lane and then pop his ult on some fight elsewhere.
Yeah.
So this is a very happy matchup for Abed. He's going to have a very good game here. We'll see if he goes to Phylactery. He's eyeing it.
I'm a big fan. Gabby does manage to cut down Puppy. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to be winning the lane. You're still going to be trading off, and Gabby's not in great shape right now. Gets one more bash for the road. Crystallis still owns the lane. Oh, Carlo actually made a rotation through the gate. Unfortunately, the mischance really hurts Gabby. This is going to be a matchup problem the entire time. TPs are coming in. Puppy will kick the heroes back out.
2 points Poison Sting. A lot of damage up here. And they'll bring the reinforcements to keep Crystallis on the lane. This is not a lane you want to have your troll leave. Like, you need to keep him in here, keep the aggression on the Slaughter. Use this matchup for as long as possible, because every time it exists, you're opening up a network gap.
Nice sneaky Bramble from Tibbs. Might be able to get the kill. Not quite.
That's close.
But he can maybe still just play for the 6-minute power rune.
Got Gabby top, so he will go down here for sure. Nothing to deny him up. As Crystallis takes another one for the board.
This is going to be a Slaughter game where he's a Blink Dagger initiation and not much else.
Yep, he has been counterpicked. His game is awful and his lane's awful, and best of luck to you. You're going to be a creep for a while.
Power Rune does end up being bottom. Mid one's going to try and get in front of Abed here, pick up that double damage for himself, but Gabby's going to make a rotation. I mean, his lane sucks so badly that he's trying to find kills to level 4.
Didn't work out for him. That's a big DD for mid one. That's a really strong rune on this hero. See if he can gank a side lane with it or something. Again, I don't think he can really ever kill Abed unless they get a like double support rotation in or something. But generally, Puppy just plays this Veno pretty greedy. You know, over all the years I've seen him play this hero, like, he wants to win the lane and he just kind of jungles. We even saw that patch where he went jungle level 1 with wards.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great time to be alive.
Going to try and go on Crystallis here. Missing out on the crush, so the follow-up initiation of the 2 supports.
It's just nodding. It's not a kill. He has Lotus, he has ult. Slaughter just never can play aggressive on this hero. I think Blacklisters, they're kind of looking in the wrong area, but they don't have a choice because what do you do in bottom? First, the Hammer Tide.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
You can gank mid, but Jakiro, Dark Will, you kind of just have to run in and hope you land the Bramble. Even then, it's tanky. This is the only lane they can really go to, but it's not doesn't feel that great either, just staring at Crystallis up here. And they'll bring Puppey back, and he'll gale you up.
Hey, Puppey probably doesn't give a damn if he dies.
Crystallis
He's
is
going
going
to do so
in.
much damage back into them. Crystal's hitting all 3 of them, but now the Spectre is level 6, and Crystallis has made an error here, perhaps. Nice deny. Does have his ultimate. He's going to turn back around, see if he can kill something with it. Damage a bit lacking, and as soon as that ult wears out, he will die.
What a weird... I mean, where... Mid one just doesn't have a TP. That's a fight where the Primal comes in with the DD he had earlier. He cleans house. Instead,
Oh, and he
missed.
missed.
A weird sequence of events. I genuinely think that play from Crystallis is not bad at all if the Primal can get there. But just maybe miscommunication. I'm not sure where mid one's TP went. Either way, it costs them a lot, and they lose the next power rune to Abed here, which is a regen. So a little misstep from Secret. That could have been a really nice turnaround for them. Put mid one in a good position with that DD and just like destroyed this early game. Still
a little damage on Boom here.
Yeah, they still have the very farm Tidehunter in this game.
Mid one tried, doesn't quite get there. Now he's in a bit of trouble. He can maybe go for Carlo, but underneath this tower, he's going to take so much damage. Regen gets popped by Abed. Missing out on that lightning bolt, but they do have the dagger.
Damn.
Man, Raven, who just joined in that fight top, the ultimate comes off cooldown, and all of a sudden he's in this fight mid. Collects 2 kills so far, looks for a third, but no follow-up there from the supports.
Another kind of like weird fight for Secret. You know, if Boom goes there with the Ravage, he's the most farmed hero on the map. He's very strong. If you take that with your cores together, you can probably make something happen there, but it's just not synced up right now. And it's costing Secret some momentum in this game. Still in a pretty solid position. They're still very far on a lot of heroes. They're getting stacks up from Yamich, so this Tide, if he chooses to get the priority, but mid one says no, will boost them
this
up.
is nice. They're going to steal some of it, at least some of the experience.
This will push Abed towards that Phylactery. That's when that hero becomes scary if that tier 1 mid is still in a healthy position, because you can always take the fight around mid with Phylactery Zeus, and that is a terrifying hero to fight into. Very tanky, super high poke damage from super long range, and they are giving the Ancient stack to mid one here, who's almost dying on it. My god, he almost pulled a Quinn.
Last thing you want to be doing.
They're just trying to push him towards what I assume will be Blade Mail on the Primal of this game. I guess you could make an argument to just go naked BKB rush, but generally I think Blade Mail would be pretty solid.
Either way, I like the fact that they are giving farm to this Primal Beast. One, it's their biggest playmaker, so they want him to be feeling powerful in the game, but also I think the scaling of the Primal Beast later on to this game is super important. If you can get an Aghanim Scepter, that wrecks Spectre.
It's going to be very nice for giving them extra damage in the fight, too. You don't want this game to come down to, like, it's all troll to deal the damage.
Yeah.
It is a pretty good troll game, honestly. I mean, he man fights the Spectre. He does amazingly well versus Slardar. This hero can care about Zeus, but he can also just jump him at various points. The supports are the most annoying part for Crystallis' game, but you also can get this SD shard. Like, Demonic Cleanse on Crystallis' game is pretty nasty, right? You're getting rid of the dots from Jakiro, you're getting rid of spells from Willow, you're getting rid of the Slardar amp. This is a great cleanse game for Yamich if he can just get there, either off the Tormentor or just buying it from the extra gold he got from the stacks.
Yeah. I like the fact that Raven is not going the Radiance build that we saw him go earlier on his Spectre game. This is definitely a Manta Orchid build. I mean, when you have Zeus to be able to give you the free vision of these supports, and those supports have no counterplay.
Oh, jump up top, trying to force the troll kill. It's a scary kill to go for. Like, the turnaround potential from Secret's very high.
Yeah, especially under the tower. Great lightning bolt from Abed. It's not going to save Carlo's life, but it does slow down the kill a tad.
But it'll create some space for Raven bottom. So, again, you know, Blacklist, like, they're well aware of these moves, the rotations are going to come out. It's not the worst trade. You traded Jakiro for a bunch of teleports. A Veno and a Primal teleport and a Shadow Demon teleport. So that'll free up some time for Raven and this Phylactery to come out for Abed, which is completed. His fighting power is online.
The Zeus is very scary to fight into now. Even these tanky heroes like Tide and Primal Beast got to be careful with the phylactery damage that comes in. They all in on this shield room, bring in the off lane, the entire off lane over to the table. Ravage is going to go off, and the hammer's going to land on 2. Very nice. Midone can follow that up, being able to grab the Zeus, pound him down, not quite enough damage though, and Abed turning it around. Kristen's going to join in on this fight though. The carry coming in to complete this fight to the favor of Team Secret in the end.
And of course, the Veno man. That Noxious Plague. Hey, everybody, let's see the damage numbers. Whew. Okay, not that impressive, but he was the second highest in damage there.
He was.
You know, that's pretty good for a 5. So we'll give credit where credit's due.
I mean, even better from Boom and Ravage Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, that was a very nice Ravage. That is a blinkless, you know, you just phase boot your way in, hit 2, land the hammer on the Zeus post, jump. That just sets the fight up for mid one, because again, he's having issues going on Abed in these skirmishes, but when you can lock him down for that long, super easy pulverize it hits on 3. And that shield rune for Gabby is the only thing that kept him alive this long, which maybe was unfortunate because he just spread the plague to 2 others on the way out.
Yeah, and he couldn't do anything because he was demonic purged, so his sprint combined with the slows
This is like the most miserable starter game of all time.
Yeah, seriously.
I would not want to be playing starter in this game. I don't know what your game plan is. Like, he's gonna go blink, but I don't know if it does anything. I almost feel like you just go
Hannah Midas,
Mom, like one of those 2 farm ancients and get nags and just puddle and sit in it. That's like your best play.
Well, Abed hit his big window with the phylactery, and it was a terrible fight.
He did do a lot of damage.
Feeling pretty bad.
And they're just going to rush the blink on the Primal. That was mid one's choice here. Again, very aggressive itemization, but if it pays off, it pays off big time if he ever just gets to jump on the Zeus.
Or jump on the Spectre here. TP rotations coming in from the support.
I mean, this is not a play. This guy's got 1,500 HP with 3 points dispersion.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that combination. Spectre plus Dark Willow. Not quite enough damage to finish off Boom. Midone does get a nice hit in, but this is still very hard.
Yeah, still not a play.
Yeah, just like it really hasn't changed.
Very overeager.
Oh, nice blink. Disruption blink, but they got the vision on him. The ice path doesn't quite land. He's going to start getting a bit of distance. The brambles don't quite catch. Gabby is so close to hitting him up.
Wore out.
Blink dagger up in 1 second. He's going to blink away.
Wait, it didn't wear out. He was just slow. How did they all get out of it? That's ridiculous.
That's the fast blink dagger pickup from Midone.
Yeah, I mean, itemization paying off, and it's going to yield them what Puppy thought was going to be a wisdom rune, but there's nothing there.
Now look at this big rotation coming in top lane. Puppy is scouting out for Crystallis here. He's like, don't worry, you're all clear, but the truth is they're all behind
Save me.
He's just going to turn and fight. The Fear's going to hit him. He does manage to get off his ultimate, though he's feared at the same time, so it's not that great. The Plague does slow down everybody, but ultimately, Crystallis has no chance of getting a kill.
Yeah, but it looked cool.
It did look cool. Carlo is going to be caught by the double slows, so the hammer's going to land. If the hammer lands, Boom does not get the kill. Tims will deny Carlo.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's Veno.
I feel like if they took away that mechanic for Veno, he would be so much stronger.
I mean, there's a lot of things they could do, right? They can make his ult break.
Okay,
That's my suggestion. And then you'd have kind of a cool niche role. And
yeah. There's not too many breaks in the game, especially without like an Aghanim Scepter or Talon upgrade.
They could also give him a better shard.
I will say the shard is a unique idea.
It's a polite way of
that
saying
just hasn't worked.
Never seen gameplay.
I mean, it's exceptionally like high execution. It doesn't have the best cast range to make that happen easily. Good Ravage trying to cover Yamage here. Yamage still going to be in some trouble. But so is the Spectre. The Centaur stun will help out. Raven is going to retreat through the Macro Pyre, and Secret are loath to be able to walk through that one. Abed, given a little bit of extra vision, will help finish off Puppy and keep the other 2 cores back from Team Secret. Gabby sees an opportunity to chase, but his team is too far behind to really make that a good play.
The hell was that, man? It's Agent Centaur. You think for all the years Puppy's played Chen, the jungle would be kinder to Secret.
Yeah, it works
here,
for Celery, but no.
You don't have any damage
You have no damage because you have level 1 bash.
And he had no Shadow Step and no Thunder's God Wrath, so Damn, Centaur did work here, but of course, this is just Raven baiting out a lot, right? Setting up a pretty big clump. Gabby walks in, walks out, and it's just all Hobbit. If you're not killing the Zeus and he gets to play this range game, he's going to deal the serious damage. You don't have good answers to him until the pipe is out on the tide or you jump him with your bruisers.
Trying to jump onto mid one a second time here.
Yeah, but you can't because you got Noxious Galed because you gave Puppey his hero.
I don't think anybody's saying you gave them Venomancer right now, but
absolutely debilitated there. Gabby he hasn't seen this hero in so long. He didn't know what it did. And he just gets taken for a ride here.
I mean, there are at least 5 viewers right now who probably thought that Venomancer still had his AoE ultimate. Not the case anymore. He's got a single target ultimate called Noxious Gale.
Well, incorrect, Cap. He still does have it. It's just on the Aghanim Scepter.
Okay.
So you are included in that viewership that's completely ignorant of what this hero can do.
I hate you.
I mean, you claimed he did not have Poison Nova, and if I hover over his Ags, it quite clearly says Poison Nova, so one of us is wrong. It's not me. But that'll be an Aegis for Crystallis here, as he pushes ahead in the level department. Level 13 for him, he's leading the pack here, but I feel like all of Secret's cores are in a good place, and again, Boom is just having a tremendous game on this tide. He feels unkillable. The pipe is now finished, so he can go straight into that blink. And I feel like when you have the blink on Boom, your team fight's pretty much there. You have the initiation power to find the Zeus. You have the pipe to protect your supports from the Spectre jump. If he gets... The only thing I'd want in this game is also a Greaves, but I don't really know who can build it.
Yeah.
But I think Greaves would be nice. I mean, it's always good versus Slardar. Dispel's good, and they'll find Yamich again.
Yeah, so add on top of the Zeus giving the vision, the Bedlam being put on top of the Spectre adds the extra damage needed to get a fast kill. Though not fast enough to get out without some losses. It's going to be Carlo, the Jakiro dying.
That was a haste for Abed, so he was never in danger there. Also rocking that Philly. That's one of the best factors about Zeus. You can use the Philosopher's Stone as a core. Isn't that nice?
That is pretty nice. He's going Kaya Sanj as his build-up, which... I don't know if I like, especially since one of the disable threats is the Primal Beast, which status resistance doesn't do anything against.
Look, man, I'm telling you.
I feel like Kaya into E-Blade would be better for this game. Am I crazy?
You are.
Okay.
There is only one build on Zeus. It is the Manta Lightning Hands. I don't know how many times
you're
I have
crazy.
to no, it's Ghost Lane Shove. It's the fastest farming build in the game. If you get it, you get everything else. The stats aren't even bad on the hero.
Fine, then build it as
Dispel
carry.
is not bad this game. You can bait with illusions. You can scout with them. It's pretty damn annoying. Like, it's just good. I don't know why people hate it. What does Sanj do on this hero? Over Ulti Orb into a Manta.
Over E-Blade, which would allow you to ethereal the
E-Blade is also acceptable. After Manta into Disassemble. I don't know, man.
I think Lightning Hands is good, but
look at this TP's bottom. Do they know what they're TPing into?
Apparently they do. They cancel those TPs. A little dicey.
A little suspicious also, to be honest.
What are you trying to say there, Avery?
Nothing.
Nothing.
It will be the Ags for Gabby, by the way, which I think is like his best item. I don't know. You're just going to have to tank the spells in the fight as Slardar and try and survive as long as possible. So I don't think anything else makes sense, especially with the lane he had to deal with. But he is slowly catching up a bit. And to me, the biggest impact in this game is going to be, I mean, one, Boom, finding the blink initiations with Ravage and setting that fight up, right, for the other two cores to come in. But also the supports for Team Secret. They have a decent amount of farm and utility they can offer. Puppey's going to get jumped here. He has Glimmer, but Raven has Dust.
Nice read by Raven.
Good
Good Bramble to be able to stop that Tide Hunter.
Puppey had a huge Lotus that saved him.
And the Spectre. So one of the things about the Spectre in the new Shadow Step spell is that you can jump back to where you were only if you don't kill the hero first. If you kill the hero, then your illusion dies. You can't actually jump back, and then you're stuck. So that's part of the build-up with this whole Manta Orchid is that you lit the Manta illusions, and the Orchid finished the hero. In this situation, obviously, the Lotus is what makes the difference.
A coward's build, some might say.
You said you liked it.
Doesn't mean I'm not going to call it what it is.
Puppy's going to go for a Lotus next item. That'll give him some extra armor and actually give him a Dispel against Dust. Oh, actually, no, not anymore. I guess you got the AoE part of the Dust, too.
But it'll give him a Dispel for the Slardar, the Brambles, the Dual Breath. Like, Jakiro does not like Dispel.
Do you think Abed, is Abed going to go Aghanim Scepter?
He's going Aetherland, so just more skirmish power. Demonic Purge on Carlo for the pickoff, but I don't think Mid-1 wants to commit his BKB here. But he doesn't need to.
Dive into the base and a quick blink away. Another advantage to that blink dagger.
I love what's happening right now. Team Secret sieging the base, Puppy is in their triangle.
He really is.
But guys, I'm the captain. We go high ground when I say we go high ground.
Well, he's slithering his way to his team.
This is the Veno gameplay right here that everybody loves. Just slime your way across the map.
Oh god, he's got Anchor to deal with too on the Slardar.
Yeah, that's also rough. It's just all about getting trolled those items. You get them there, you get the next Roshan. You have a pretty good chance to close this game out. And just keep farming on the supports. Like every utility item Yamich and Puppy get, you're very happy in this game, right? Because there's not a lot of damage outside of Abed that's going to like sustain you through the fight when the utility comes out.
Yeah. If you can keep your support alive against the Spectre Initiation, I think you're in a dream spot.
Yes, I mean, what are you worried about after that? Slardar Blink Crush for 150 damage?
Yeah, it's not particularly impressive.
Almost God Wrath goes out just to scout. Half the heroes were smoked.
Which is also why I think I thought the Aghanim Scepter would have been good for this game for the Zeus, just because it would add an extra bit for the Spectre trying to jump on these supports.
I think he wants it eventually, but I think he's just worried about the team fights. He feels he needs to basically get his whole mana pool out in a team fight reliably without getting jumped, and the extra range and tank ability is what does that more. I don't know, it's tough. It's not an easy position for Abed to be in, because if he gets jumped, the fight's over. If he can't play aggressive enough where he's dealing the damage, they might not win the fight. He has to fight through a pipe, through Glimmer Capes, all this stuff, right?
Caught Raven. Got him on the anchor, and now he's perched up as well, just to make sure he's going nowhere.
Yeah, the map's getting closed out here as the lead continues to build, and they're ratting a bit with the Slardar. That's about all they're getting. But
Both
we'll
these
finish up. Tags for the Gabby Slardar.
Yeah, there.
What can you do with it?
What are the stats on the Aghanim Scepter? Like, how much
You get
status
armor,
resistance and stuff does it give you?
30 regen, 15 armor, 40% status resist. And of course, the intimidating effect of creating a puddle.
Yes.
And they're going for the flank, so they're going to run Gabby around the backside here and look for the supports on the Crush Initiation with the two global heroes that can maybe connect. Pretty good idea, but they're on a goddamn ward as Yamich is just too good.
They drop a ward down on the low ground, but it's not good enough. Mid-1 has already caught the initiation of Gabby, and Gabby's going to have to try and get out of here. Carlo's definitely dead, right?
Yeah, he's a goner. Very nice idea, but Secret were just ready for all the angles, and they're going to go back to the siege as the Veno wards getting the job done here. Look at him go. Boom. Impact.
I feel like the Tidehunter with his 6.6k building damage may have done a little bit of work there too, but
750 building damage from a 5. Impressive stuff.
Well, this game could be over very, very quickly. 16,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. A final fight, perhaps, for Blacklist to try and keep this game going. But it didn't start out well. We've already lost the Slardar and barely able to survive. Tim's able to keep it up. They can't really punish Mid-1 too much. He still has BKB.
And they still have Ravage. Still have BKB on the Troll.
Yeah.
Not a lot committed here for Secret. As their siege continues, I mean, what is the counterplay?
Well,
This lineup just doesn't have enough damage in it.
Their counterplay is apparently let them take 2 lanes of barracks because we have a tier 2 still alive at top.
Yeah, that's a tough position. I don't think it's really getting any easier.
No. Because you just don't really see when the Spectre is ever going to be doing much more than maybe killing one support in a team fight.
Yep, it's just one of those games where, like, how do you kill these cores? Maybe you get mid one, but his Tide feels invincible as Aditi has 0 deaths, and, I mean, Crystallis, you just don't have a way to go on the troll and, like, burst him before he gets ult or BKB off. There's always Shadow Demon who can bail him out. There's Puppey with an immense amount of utility that can bail him out. The Demonic Cleanse is also online, so this troll, if you go on the troll, you disrupt him, you cleanse him. He doesn't even have to ult or BKB early. Just play the fight patiently. It's tough, and that Ags gets finished for mid one, so now you have the break on top of everything else. Raven's life just got that much harder. I mean, if you're Blacklist, you got to go for some aggressive play. I don't think you can play these fights just letting Secret go into you anymore. You have to jump them. You have to find them, jump them, create a numbers advantage.
You have to catch them in the pit is what you got to do.
Yeah, that would help get some, like,
somehow
3-man crush.
Yeah, get the Slardar to steal the Aegis.
Puppey's going to try and break here.
And he's going to be maybe doing so successfully. He's looping around the side here. That ward, I'm not sure if it actually sees the Slardar here. If you got the timing,
have to go pit.
I mean, it would just have to be a miracle from Gabby. And he doesn't jump in time. Now Team Secret can turn their attention to catching whatever heroes they can find outside of Blacklist. It's going to be the 2 supports. And Gabby.
And Raven's just trying to gate out of her.
Doesn't quite get grabbed by the troll. But where's he running to? So they're going to be running straight through the top lane and taking Megas. Which will probably be the end of the game. I see it like there's a certain thing about the draft. In all 3 of these games they've played today, they have had the weaker team fight and better pickoff. Would you say that's correct?
If I had to pick between, like, push and auras, you know, team fight, laning, or pickoff, I feel like pickoff would be my lowest in this meta. Because the map's too big, the kills don't mean that much. And the game eventually comes down to, like, the big Aegises letting you go high ground. So you have to be able to win those 5-on-5. And I agree, like, a lot of these Blacklist lineups have had really good kill threat and pickoff, and they find those, but what does it translate into, right? And maybe this game, it was supposed to translate into Slardar giving them Roshan, but if Slardar's game is impossible, how do you ever get there? And again, there's Cleanse, there's Lotus Orb. You know, nice jump.
He's back into it again. This time, Gabby's going to jump with the Bedlam on him. Stalis, half health, and can keep on hitting the buildings. Gabby may have that puddle, but if they just ignore him and hit the buildings instead, that 15 armor won't do crap. So that's going to be Megas, and Blacklist are going to have to decide now if they want to play for a 70-minute comeback.
I don't know if they're going to get given that option.
Yeah, maybe. Good one's pushing real close to that fountain.
No, Abed's done.
Okay, Abed's gone.
This just feels like an outdraft. I don't know. Like, you first pick Slardar, the Slardar got mega countered, and then you have Spectre Zeus. But the Spectre Zeus have nobody to set anything up for them. There's no lane shove coming out from your other 3 heroes. They're just like random skirmish spellcasters. Your only initiation in this game is the Slardar, who has the worst game I've ever seen of any Slardar in the world. He has no lane. He can't interact in the team fights. He's automatically going to get purged. Crush is not an initiation stun. It's a stun that lets the hero function, but it's not like, oh, he landed a crush for 0.8 seconds. I mean, whatever, right? Like,
yeah, it's not a proper introduction to a team fight.
Yes, and Spectre is not a hero that can join random skirmishes and then collapse the map or take objectives afterwards. It's not a Wraith King or something. So, I don't know. I just feel like there lacks some focus in terms of the purpose of this lineup for Blacklist, other than we're just going to kill him a million times and, like, well, guess what? Boom never died, so you didn't kill him a million.
That's right, the man himself right there. Didn't die in this game and is hoping to keep that deathless streak going into Game 2 for this series. Team Secret up 1-0.
1-0, and it did not look close. Blacklist definitely having some struggles here today. I'm joined by Kazoo and Effie as we are breaking this game down, and of course preparing for the next game, because it is a 2-game series. But this one, Effie, it almost didn't seem very competitive.
No, it didn't, and that's very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing?
No, it's
Me?
sad because
Both.
No, I'm like, not good.
no,
I'm,
it's
I'm
both
sad.
things are it's sad because
It is sad.
I feel like our blacklist crumbling after that
After the game one.
Game 1 versus
Yeah.
Gaming Gladiators. I really hope not, because this team has so much potential. But with that being said, I need to give credit to Secret's drafting. And these ideas that Puppy has been bringing to the table are so good. You know, playing this troll versus a Slardar, people know that it's a counter historically, but people have not been running it. They have no faith in troll. But they ran it. It looked incredible. The Tidehunter last pick pivot from the offlane Primal Beast, picking it versus Spectre, it did so well. Just picking this Venomancer alongside the Troll 2 for that top lane. It's all of these ideas that Secret are bringing, I feel like they're one step ahead of every other team in terms of innovation, in terms of fearlessness in the draft.
Yeah, and I think this is why, like, definitive statements of, oh, this hero is so broken, he's unbeatable, or like X hero is unpickable, I think this is why it shouldn't exist in Dota. You can see it here. Troll is not a good hero in general, but if you find the right game for it and the right purpose, you pair it up with Veno against a Slardar, you can see that it just looks good.
Yeah.
And I think also when they picked the Spectre on 18, I don't know if it was great. So I think for them, you know, it's easy to say, oh, they should change this, they should change that, and eventually you get in like this vicious cycle of you just need to do all this stuff. Now that the break that they have right now, Mushi, their coach, and them together, they're going to have to, they only have like 10 minutes. They need to talk about what they think is the right thing to do and go in the next game with faith. You know, trust each other, help each other in the draft, try to pick the correct heroes, feel good, and just try to make it happen. Because this next game is way too important for them.
It is very important because we're Secret 2-4 at the start of this series.
Yes.
So this would put them at 3-4, and this would also put Blacklist at 3-4. So whoever wins the next game is more secure in that middle area.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Wawitas has had a rough time thus far.
Yeah.
They're 1-5, and obviously they're playing right now as well, so I don't know how that game's going. But at the moment, it looks like whoever does well in this series, if this is a 2-0, of course it will put Secret ahead of Blacklist. If they do that, that means that Blacklist is in that bottom 2 with Wawitas, and it is scary because the other 3 teams that we don't take into consideration at the moment for that, because it's BetBoom, Gaming Gladiators, and Azure Ray. This is a very difficult group to make it out of. So this series, extra important, and can I just say that with that importance, our casters already did it, but I'm going to do it again. I want to highlight Boom again because he has performed phenomenally. I know, Effie, we started the whole segment talking about Team Secret out, highlighting Boom, but I feel like we got to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on a mission.
Yeah.
Okay, this was a man scorned. He gave up his mid lane role to play on Team Secret, switched to offlane, was a champ about it. You know, went on his training arc. All of a sudden, he gets kicked. Right? They're like, we don't think you're good enough. We need somebody else. Bye. And then he just watches from the sidelines as this team attempts to qualify for TI. But instead of, you know, letting that discourage him, he just practices. He's been practicing this entire time. He comes back and he carries Secret on his shoulders through the closed qualifiers, and he's been bringing that same level of performance to the group stages at this event, and honestly, it's been really incredible to see. I love watching players with that kind of resilience.
Yeah, I also think that also like his improvement has been honestly quite insane. And I think he's playing so clean in these games from the early laning stage, then going mid, gets a Ravage, mid tower, and just like doing all the right things all the time. It's really hard from the offlane, especially when you've just switched. So honestly, just credits to him.
I just see, you know, in his off time of Team Secret, I just hear the eye of the tiger in the back of my mind and just see him going to the gym and just, you know, training. And yeah, well, it's working out for them. 2 players that I'd love to highlight a little bit more as well are the safe laners, the carry players. For our Acer Predator head-to-head, we got Raven and Crystallis. And I think that the Troll, this was the first Troll performance that we've seen this event so far. Because we already mentioned it, it's not a hero that is great in the meta,
really not.
and it hasn't been for a long time. So the confidence for Puppy not only to pull it out, but then also for Crystallis to execute.
Yeah, and just like playing it well too, making it easy for his team, and they have everything, it just comes together. It looks good. I think, you know, Crystallis, he gets a lot of flack, a lot of shit from a lot of people, but I think he's also been performing like just super nice for his team. In terms of Raven, you know, 3-1-6, I don't think he can do much more on Spectre in this game.
Yeah, I mean,
he was counterpicked.
What can you do, really? Your Slardar doesn't have a game. They're running into your buildings. You don't have enough items to fight them head on yet, and you just watch the game unravel, you know? He did the best with what he had, but I do want to talk about Crystallis because I think he's been owning.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, he's been owning. His specialty heroes have been working. He's been playing so consistently on his lane. There's also this game where they picked Lifestealer really early on in the draft, and he popped off on that too. I mean, I just feel like everyone in Secret has been rising to the occasion. Maybe they've had enough of just watching teams go to lands. They're like, no.
It's our turn.
It's our turn. We are good at this game, and they really are proving that. From ideas to gameplay, it's been so impressive.
Incredibly impressive. Of course, there's going to be a second game, and there's a lot of talk going on right now for the players. Of course, they get this time to, you know, to think about the next game. Maybe, you know, talk a little bit about the previous game, what went wrong, how they can adjust. And while they're talking about that, we're talking about the game, and you guys at home are able to join the conversation. Some of our lovely people that are in the community with hashtag Rise Above Fate, and we love to feature all our lovely fans.
Of course.
This one is chosen entirely at random.
Good job, everyone.
Thank you, Effie. Love you too.
Good job, Effie. I did like that tweet. I would like to have some credit.
I replied as well.
Oh,
And you
we
replied
did
as
great.
well.
Good
Wow.
job.
You know, if you guys want to be featured on the screen, hashtag Rise Above Fate. Also talk about how great Shiva is, and maybe you'll be...
Also, you can.
Maybe.
What you can do, if you have, you know, a burning question or something that you've always wanted to ask Kezu, you can ask those questions as well. We're here for it. We're all ears. So, well, we are all ears, but not right now. Because right now we're actually heading into a short break because we want to have some more Dota 2, and for that we need to go into break to get into the draft. We'll see you soon.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küss den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Valencia. Vergiss, was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören. Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn, du bist meine Nummer
I feel like now I can say that in the last moment Puppy can say if we just don't have any plans after people smashing us. I mean, we're getting destroyed in the first map and what to do in the next map. And Puppy thinks that let's try our heroes. Also about maybe more mentality, more chilling. I used to be a guy who's not chilling, but now I've grown up and everyone grown up. That's why. I mean, I hated Duracho so much, and I love him so much, and I can't just take this feeling. I love him, but I hate him, because he's playing bad, he's feeling good. But now I know how to take. I mean, Sax is a god, of course. Also, I'm the pop player too, like my Russian friends, I mean, they're Russian, but my goat one is Sax. I had experience like in major, in last chance also. Also it was in other tournaments like Riyadh. Riyadh was a big tournament. So now I don't feel pressure. I'm very confident with this tournament.
And it is showing that he is confident in the squad. And yeah, he does have the experience, of course, of Virtus Pro in the last chance qualifiers where they did fall short in the lower bracket there. But, you know, trial by fire, and it made him a better player. And apparently being in the team here made him a better person as well. It's funny how he talks about the Russian as well, because we hate him, but he loves me.
He loves and hates him at the same time. It makes him stronger,
yes,
of course. But one of the other things that he talked about was like Puppy talking about in between games and overall him like being more chill. I think right now in Dota it's very important to have this balance of knowing when do we need to push forward, when do we need to chill. I think there's so much gold on the map and like timings and all this stuff that sometimes it's okay to just sit back and chill. And you see any good team do it at the right time.
Yeah, and I feel like this whole, you know, puppy machete meme that's been going around Dota for a very long time, that is not the case, really. That is not his captaining style, contrary to what a lot of people think. From what I've seen and from what people who play with him say, that he's always open to listening to ideas. He's good at calming down his team. He makes it feel like a friendly environment, not something where you can't speak up. So I'm glad to see that that kind of captaining style is really working for younger players like Yamich.
Yeah, and he has got a little bit of a glow up as well. I know that, well, he is basically the enabler of Boom. Because we talk about Boom a lot over these last few days, because he has definitely been the most impressive of the squad the last 2 days. But that's only because Yamich is able to make him that. It's only because the supports are able to set up their course for success that they achieve that. So Yamich is doing a fantastic job. He also has his Grimstroke banned by himself this time, by his team. As, yeah, we're back again with the draft. We got Slardar removed this time around. Muerta, Grimstroke, Lone Druid Chen, Naga Siren, and Razor. And that means that Team Secret gets their hands on the Primal. And we know, like last game, they can flex it. So that's something that Blacklist is also going to be maybe a little bit more prepared for.
I mean, they have not yet lost with this hero, so they must feel, you know, great picking it. They probably don't even care what they play against. It's more like, all right, here you go, Blacklist. You know, what's going to be your answer? Because last game, I don't think there was any.
Ooh, the Magnus comes out. We've seen this hero be banned a lot, especially versus Blacklist.
Yes.
So this is probably a hero they've been running a lot in scrims. I am curious to see how their Magnus gameplay looks like, because we haven't seen it yet this tournament. But I would imagine that they've been... I don't think they've been running it as a flex, because it just doesn't fit into Raven's playstyle. So if it is being flexed, it's between the mid and offlane. But I would imagine it's playing some form of enabling role.
Yeah, I know that Gabby has been playing it a lot. I feel like I even saw him play it in a pub. I think you could play it mid against the Primal too, but I think there's a weird interaction with like the trample skewer. You might just kill yourself when you skewer him in the trample. But overall, you know, Magnus is going to hit very hard. What Primal Beast hates is like being locked down in your BKB and getting right click to death. Magnus kind of does both or enables someone else to do it. So overall, I think Blacklist, at least finally they get their hands on the mag. And with how much people have been banning it, it better be good.
It must be something from scrims, because we've not seen it in their hands yet this event. So it
For
must be
sure.
something from scrims that we don't know about, but I can't wait to see it.
It's something that's got to be working for them. So,
Yeah.
because for me, when I look at this Magnus and I say I really wonder what it's going to look like in Blacklist hands, I mean that Raven is conceptually a ranged carry player.
Yes.
That's what he's been playing and excelling at. He's been playing these Lunas, he's been playing these TAs, he's been playing these Martas, and he's been popping off on them completely. So when you pick a Magnus who is a, offlaner who enables melee carries by giving them that cleave, it feels like there's natural synergy there. So this Magnus to me says, I'm playing for myself. Right? I'm not playing to enable my carry because that's not our playstyle. I'm going to play a Magnus in and of itself, and I wonder what that looks like in Gavi's hands.
The Darkseer ban is a little interesting to me. I wonder if that's going to be about maybe some specific carry that they're looking to pick down the line. I guess the nice thing with Magnus nowadays, when you play it offline, it's not just like you don't have to be some empower bot. You can kind of like play for your own game, which is nice. You just get to focus on what you want to do, go some harpoon, blink, make some stuff happen. But yeah, get the Pugna. Overall, solid start to the draft for Blacklist. I like it.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the faster openings that we've seen so far. It is not just in the series, but just in general that we've seen in terms of, they didn't need that much time to think about their second phase bans, which normally does take up a little bit of time. So I wonder if that means that the teams have a solid plan in mind already going into this, although Team Secret is now taking a little bit more time to think about their second pick.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of support they want to pick up here, because typically when you play against Magnus, you need something like a Shadow Demon that can disrupt the Magnus's initiation, or even something like a Rubik historically, because you want to stop him from being able to skewer back. You want to stop him from being able to cast that RP. So you need some form of a defensive support, but the popular one that Secret's been running in Shadow Demon, they took out themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, the combo break is generally something that you will always need/want against Mag, so I fully agree. I think if you can't get it from your supports, I mean, there's some like maybe Venge with some Venge Swap or whatever, but there's some cores that can do it, like maybe a Tidehunter down the line, you ever get RP'd, you're gonna break free. I think also Carry Slark has always been pretty good against Mag. If you have some random Dark Pact, you're gonna break free with the Shard, you can save your team, you also have Night Vision. So there's some other avenues that Secret could look at.
And the Vengeful comes out. I do like this call just because after this Nature's Prophet comes out, there's like a lot of synergy here in terms of just auras, grouping up, taking towers, just amplifying that physical damage. And it's going to be pretty annoying for the Pugna as well, who's very positioning dependent. If he's getting swapped in these team fights, especially later on in the game when Vengeful Spirit gets more range on her swap, he can't heal up his cores, he can't sustain them.
Yeah. No, like I think like when I look at some of this drafting from Secret, it's like they pick Troll, it's not picked so much. Venge isn't picked as much, it's 0-2. But Effie was saying, you want some combo break, I fully agree. They see it too, so they don't really shy away from picking heroes that aren't played much, but they see the purpose, they go for it. I respect that, and I think that's just good drafting. They're just open-minded.
And they feel comfortable picking this Nature's Prophet, even with Spirit Breaker in the pool, because they know that this Magnus is going to be played on the offlane.
Yeah.
Where are you going to run this Spirit Breaker? If they're running SB5, they're having weaker lanes, then Secret can exploit that.
And now there's already the support duo as well with the Treant complementing the Pugna. How is Treant Protector fitting into this draft? Because it is good against Nature's Prophet, because we mentioned earlier you can walk out of the Sprout, which is great.
Yep.
It also sets up for kills on the Nature's Prophet when he's build pushing, which is very important. The vision is also very good, and when you have a hero like Magnus who's going to be in the center of the fight, you have the extra sustain through the living armor. And Treant is just overall an excellent hero. He also enables Raven's hero pool in the Lunas that we talked about, in the Mortas that we talked about.
I think the living armor as well, pretty nice against like a hero like Venge. I think now when we go back to the second ban stage, I think the Darkseer ban makes full sense now. I think Blacklist they kind of knew what they wanted. Darkseer would have been good against Treant and against Luna. So Secret will have to settle for something else. They'll go with the Brew. I think very nice hero. He can lift people. Obviously, you can also dispel the Empower.
And the armor.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can dispel your team as well with the Root. You can take away the armor. Good team fight. Yeah, checks out to me. I like it.
And both supports proc Cinder Brew as well, so they would be comfortable putting either of them to lane with Brew.
It's just the games with Brewmaster haven't been really that successful, though.
True.
Like, he's been picked like 8 times, which is great, but not really won a whole lot. I can tell you, he's been picked 8 times and he's like won 3 of them.
He's still definitely good in games where you get to kind of you don't have to overrun your enemies, but you want to overpower them. And I think when you have a Primal Beast that can go in with you, you split, you have a Nature's Prophet that can TP on your lane. Similarly with Luna, that's what Luna hates to play against, like Lycans, heroes that overrun you. And I think Secret, you know, they have a foundation where they can do that in the game if the early game goes according to their plan.
And on the flip side, as Luna scales and gets more items, she's very annoying to play against if you are the Brewmaster and she's not spun up in the air, because she kills your Brewlings very quickly with her damage and her glaives.
Yeah, I think people underestimate killing the split. It's surprisingly easy if you try.
It's very effective. You just need a hero that can stand their ground and do it. And Luna is one of the better ones, especially with her new shard.
Okay, so Secret will have to pick first. It's going to have to be a Crystallis hero. I mean, the only downside is maybe a little bit... I mean, I guess their supports are a bit flexible. You could also play the... Venge can be a 4 with, you know, Nature's Prophet being safe lane. He TPs over there. It's kind of up to them. So I think with the option that they have with the supports, they're a little more open to what carry they can play. I think Slark and TB are at least 2 that come to mind for me, because I think they have good carry matchups, and I think they have like good matchup throughout the game.
I mean, look, the Troll worked out really nicely in Game 1. I feel like it could also work out in this game too. It's a strong lane. If you get that Aghanims on Troll too, it's a really good game to dispel because you're playing into Pugna and into Train Protector. Like, if you can dispel the Living Armor and the Decrypify, that's already a really useful thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they ran it back.
Honestly, nice call. I think the Troll would have been pretty cool.
Oh, it gets spanned out?
Yeah.
What does that leave for Crystallis that we're used to seeing?
Yeah, he has played some of the TBs. I mentioned Slark. I think they're good. I don't know if they're like some 10 out of 10 when I think about it, but they're kind of up there.
He's played Lifestealer as well, but it doesn't look so good versus RP and versus Overgrowth.
Yeah. I think Luna also doesn't hate the matchup as much anymore, simply because of the shard. It helps you a little bit to like man up.
Well, they still have 40
Razor's out.
seconds to discuss this. In the meantime, I can tell you that he's played Wraith King. Obviously, we mentioned the Lifestealer, but he's played Weaver. He's played PA as well. And other than that, it's like Luna. That's it.
I think Weaver could still be nice if they want to run it. I mean, it's going to output the damage that they need. It's going to be a hard hero to catch on Magnus, just because of how fast he is. I wouldn't hate seeing the Weaver.
Yeah.
But for Blacklist, they're lacking a mid-hero unless they're keeping this Magnus flex still open. I mean, Team Secret ban out the Kunkka because it's a hero that also benefits from the Empower. And they cover their bases with both Kunkka and Centaur.
I think Morph is pretty good. It's always, or at least often, been used as like a, I wouldn't say counter to Mag, but like a soft counter. I think you lane very well. It's hard for like Mag to kick you out. You're gonna farm a lot as well. If you get your shard later, you can also Morph up in the RP. I think you don't care too much about the supports. Even if people get decrypt, just gonna destroy them with your adaptive anyway. So.
In his competitive record, though, Crystallis on the Morphling, it's not looking too hot. 31 games with a 35% win rate.
And it happens. It's a hard hero to pull off.
Yeah, it is.
To be honest, I respect that they're trying it. I don't necessarily like it that much, to be honest, because I like when I see Morphling versus melee heroes that it out-CS's, but Magnus is really high damage. He doesn't get out-CS the same way, you know, something like a Tidehunter would versus this Morphling. And they go for, again, they run back the Doom. They want heal reduction. We saw them play Doom earlier in their series versus Gaimin versus an Alchemist. They do it in order to counter the win condition of the enemy team, and I think it'll work out for them. Honestly, I don't see... Like, there is the swap out to protect. There's also the Brew split to kind of counteract the Doom, but I don't really see Secret ending this game early enough where that Doom's net worth doesn't become a problem.
I'm still not too sure about Doom, personally. I don't know how much I like the hero. I like the idea of, you pick it against these Alex Morphs and you try to make it happen, but I think Morph is actually a little annoying for this hero, because you go Linkens, and I think he kind of stands his ground in the lane too. I can see Blacklist win with their lineup, but there's something off about me that I can't really explain. I just don't like it.
I don't want to see Blacklist go 0-4 today.
No.
I feel like that would be a complete travesty. So
Yeah.
you know, I hope they pull through.
And you know what? With Magnus on your team, there's always a chance for a comeback.
Of
all you have
course.
to do is one great RP, kill them all, and then you have Luna. And guess who's really good at running down mid and take the throne? It's Luna. So let's see if they can make it happen. We're finding out together with Cap and SPG.
Yeah, we did see how Luna is able to run down mid. Unfortunately, Blacklist were the victims of that one, and as a result, they're 0-3 today. And this game is probably the most important for both of these teams, because Team Secret has a chance to leapfrog over Blacklist in the rankings, knock them down into the bottom 2, and keep themselves in the tournament and into the playoffs.
You know, I feel like I'm so used to NA Dota that when you say we saw Luna run down mid, I was thinking like, who ran down mid today? Like, somebody ran down mid?
Somebody griefed? That's crazy.
That was my first thought, but indeed it was just winning
Where
the game.
was Quinn when this happened?
Yeah, running down mid to win the game, not to lose it for your team.
Yeah.
This was a very interesting draft. I felt like the first 4 picks from Blacklist are really, really solid together, right? You have double sustained supports in Pugna and Tree, 2 of the strongest ones at that in the meta. And then you have Luna and Mag, 2 of the best heroes to create this ball situation where you can just displace heroes, pull them into your sustain in Luna, create the fight around the glaives where we've seen this hero just carry games hard. Then you like throw this Doom in there. The Doom's the wild card for me because I have not seen this hero perform too well. I think it's a great anti-carry hero. Like, it's going to shut the Morphling down if you can ever land that. But we did see Blacklist struggle with it earlier because it just feels slow, right?
I can safely say I've never seen First Blood happen in this part of the map.
Yeah, that's a weird one. That's a very weird one.
Well played by Blacklist to make that happen.
And it's to Tim's, which is pretty nice. Should help their laning a decent amount, as you can use that gold for fast mana boots if you can get there. I still feel like I'm favoring Blacklist in this game. As long as nothing crazy happens, they just get to play their slow, methodical Dota, get Luna to her timings. I think the 5-man is pretty hard for Secret to fight into.
So you're saying K-Dog is wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, as you said, he couldn't actually like put into words what he didn't like about Blacklist's lineup.
So, my only real issue with it is like, what is Doom's role in it other than I'm dooming Morphling? Is that a good enough role? Like, also, what are Gabby's items in this game? Is it the old style of Doom where he's going to go like Greaves Pipe? But you can always throw Midas in there. But is it a utility or a Doom? Or is it this greedy bots, Octarine, Midas, Blink, Ag, Shiva's, whatever, right?
I would guess it's probably
I feel like it is that too. And my issue is that type of Doom, I don't think it actually, like, I don't think it changes their win condition that much. It hurts the Morphling, and it might win them some fights, but, like, I would love to see, like, Greaves Pipe Doom just buff up this Luna. She's going to have Empower on top of it. You have double sustained supports. Like, you can just go push these objectives really early, right? I feel like you create a situation where maybe Secret will lack damage fighting into that. I think it's an option. I don't know how good it is in the meta. Obviously, teams have scrimmed with it. They've seen these different item builds go to work. And this lane is very strong, as we're seeing early.
Yeah, Luna Train Protector is not a lane I ever want to match up against.
No. I mean, Train Protector wins lanes because he has 92 base damage. When you throw some extra Luna Aura on top of that on the later points, it's just plain nasty. But hey, 3v2, it's unfair.
Yeah, exactly. Get the numbers advantage, and that makes things pretty different.
And that's a very early TP, right? That is a level 1 TP from Puppey just to swing this lane and leave Crystallis alone bottom. Does get some regen burn, but he's alive, so I guess worth it.
I mean, if there's any hero that you can leave alive in that kind of situation, definitely the Morphling.
I mean, Panda's just not an offlaner you want to have, like, lose XP or get all his regen burn and fall behind.
Yeah.
It feels so bad to have a sacked Panda.
And it feels so good to get like level 6 before the enemy gets, you know, to a point where they can go jungle. It kind of guarantees you can use that first Primal Split to get a kill on the carry.
If Boom gets the Primal Split kill on Raven, he's going to have a great game.
Yeah.
Because it's a great Primal Split game. Lot to dispel here. You can toss the Luna. There's not a lot of damage that comes outside the Mag and the Luna in this game. Or maybe a clutch Doom.
I always find this interaction pretty funny. Magnus versus Primal Beast. We'll probably see at least one point in time where Midwan pops Trample when Abed goes for the skewer on him. And then he obviously is moving the Primal Beast a bunch right next to him. Just takes a ton of damage in return.
It'll happen. But generally, I think Mag is... I don't want to say he's happy in this matchup, but I think he doesn't care about it.
Yeah.
Like, Mag gets a generally free lane, gets to play his style of Dota, gets to farm up, and then he just hits really damn hard. And he can take the team fights to the Primal. So if you're confident in your Mag strategy, I don't think you care about this Primal matchup.
Sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. The one thing we did talk about for, you know, all 3 of these games of Blacklist was their strategy. Their draft has been maybe a bit lacking in team fight. Do you feel like they have better team fights than Secret in this game?
their 5-man is way stronger than those other games. So they changed direction for sure. Like those other games we saw, they had like clockwork supports, right?
Yeah.
These pick-off oriented lineups that were supposed to play around Abed and control the map. This, they went for the Pugna tree. This is much more 5-man oriented. Like this is something you'd see out of like Gaiman that they played earlier, right?
Yep.
And I think that's a better direction to go in the patch in general. It doesn't mean you have to way overdo it or that's all you can do, but like I'd rather see Pugna tree on my team than like Clock +1, you know? I just feel like my opportunity to win the game goes up because it's more forgiving and the 5-man stronger. And I feel like my carry's happier. Like, Raven should be way happier in this game. He has a Pugna behind him to help him. He has a Pugna ward to fight around. He has Overgrowth to bail out the BKB man fighting. Tree and Armor to buff up a Luna. Empower to buff up the Luna. Like, there's so much they can use to just make this Luna as strong as possible. It's a big part of Dota, is who you're playing through, what's your win condition, how do you get there. So this type of draft, it's a lot more straightforward in my mind.
There it is. The trample doing a bunch of damage back. Mid one. Use the onslaught to be able to get to the rune. There, rotations again coming through. Tim's going to be a bit late to the party, so a 2 versus 3 is going to keep commencing here. As blast after blast is not slowing down Secret. They want to be able to hunt down the rest of these heroes. Tims does have a Lotus though, and he can turn back around against these heroes with the Nether Ward trying to protect him. Tims, he'll tick out. The burn from the Panda was too much, and Carlo is not going to be able to do anything to stop Puppey from running away. So they are built this entire lineup to be able to play around and through this Luna, but the laning phase is punishing so far with the Furion rotations coming out from Puppey.
Yeah, Puppey's done a really nice job just skewing this lane in Boom's favor, and it'll push him to top on the net worth after all these kills. He's got earn charges to boot. This is just a blight over Furion getting the job done. Maybe Blacklist not ready to respond to this lane, but it's like, where else is he going to go, right? Another skewer, trample.
Yeah, this time using the shockwave to stop the charge away from mid one. It's a smart little wrinkle in that game plan. And again, here comes that Furion. And this time around, Tims isn't going to be able to even TP in, so it is a guaranteed bad fight for Blacklist.
Puppey, he's just getting a feeding frenzy up here, and Crystallis is not really suffering bottom as mid one makes a rotation, gets him an extra kill, but he was doing fine down here. Like, he's second in net worth, second in CS on this laning phase on a Morphling, who's basically just been left down here solo. The strength of this Morph pick is showing as Blacklist have been unable to pressure Crystallis while at the same time Raven is getting the treatment. I mean, Raven is not level 4 while Crystallis is 5.5. That tells you the difference. And we were talking about Boom getting to 6 before Raven. I mean, it's guaranteed at this point.
Yeah.
So these Furion rotations have paid off for sure in the early game. And it's putting Secret in a solid position.
And how do you put yourself on even ground if you're Blacklist? You ask for a Magnus rotation? A Doom rotation? Like, those are heroes that are not naturally going to fill that role to try and counteract what the Primal Beast is doing.
Abed got a haste, so maybe that'll make it happen.
Yeah, maybe.
TP top.
TP coming in. Boom, not quite level 6. The Furion is going to TP in and help finish off Raven. So even though they have this great setup from Abed, they may not have any damage to really do much more than kill Yamich.
Pretty
3-man
sad.
RP, but a 1-hero kill.
That's probably like the saddest 3-man RP you'll see in a long time.
Yeah.
It does get the kill for Abed, so he's not too sad about it. But again, Raven dies, right? Now this is where you can get the turnaround. This is what this matchup is designed to do. Just punish Crystallis for lingering in this Doom matchup. That's a big kill for Blacklist. Really big kill. Because now you alleviate some of the pressure from Raven's game. Because he definitely feels like he's falling behind. He's not even 4.5 on this Luna, man. It's brutal out here.
And some of his comeback mechanism was going to be stacks.
He's a wisdom rune.
Yeah.
In fact, they took it, so it went to... Wait, who even got it?
They get double wisdom runes from the Furion?
Tims got it, but Tims is level 3. The levels are just missing for Blacklist right now. They are very far behind in XP.
The new Doom has got to be more effective against Morphling, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Stopping the heal factor is
it's like
really
an
nasty
auto
against
kill
that hero,
basically.
Right? Yeah.
You have to go Lincolns in this matchup. You have to probably play with saves. You can bail him out, and Crystallis will make the rotation.
Yeah, another gate rotation from these Western European carries. Grabbed, good interrupt there from the Lucent Beam.
Random beam from the level 4 jungle Luna.
Yeah, what is he doing there?
Everyone's like, what the hell, man? Raven's game is so slow. Now he can catch up.
Abed is getting something done with this space. He's trying to chop down that mid-tier 1 tower. That'll boost him to Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that's the upside for Blacklist here. Their 2 other cores are having a pretty solid game here. Both the Mag and the Doom, especially Abed leading with 60 CS already. He's free farming. So he's going to rush this Blink, try and get some play action happening. Enable the kind of like clunky healer supports. The big question is, can you force the fights into Secret when like you have the Furion who can respond globally? You have this Primal split, which, you know, we're talking about Boom using the Primal to kill Raven. Raven's the jungle, so you can just hold this Primal split and play reactionary.
He's trying to make this kill happen without Doom being
up in
yet?
5.
Up in 5? Okay.
This is a pretty good move. Again.
Yeah, skewer him into it or just RP him and then
it's a freebie every time.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to keep connecting. Off cooldown, you can just keep killing this Morphling. That's what the Doom pick's going to shine. And he will go Vanguard into the Midas here. Maybe Gabby debating just going Midas as well. I'd still like to see maybe one or... Like, I think the Aura build on Doom could still be very good this game. But maybe it's less appealing with the start Ravens had, because he's going to have to catch up. So you got to be thinking about what your timings are, how you're going to align them, what you want to do with them. And if you're Secret, honestly, I mean, you invested a lot to give Boom a great start on the Panda. I think you want to start to pay it back at some point, right? You have full Vessel, so you want to fight. You want to be getting kills. You want to be using this ult right now.
Yeah, but some Pandas just like to keep farming and play for a level 2 ultimate with Radiance, which may be what Boom decides to do here.
I don't think you rush Vessel here if you want to farm.
That's true, yeah. Yeah.
Like, you go Midas or you rush Radiance or whatever, but you get the Vessel, you want to get the fight around the mid-tier 1. You want to backstab, bring other heroes, use the Furion ult with the connection on Puppey, and use these ults to shred these low-level supports right now. We still do not have Life Drain or Overgrowth online for Blacklist, so this mid-fight should be free for Secret in terms of spell power.
Does have a Quelling Blade, but a really good Sprout from Puppey puts it fully in front of him. No way to cut his way out.
And that's a big kill. 2 Vessel charges for Boom off that. Will reward that rotation. This should be a tier 1 mid. I do not see Blacklist defending this. Like, maybe with a blink on Abed, but even then, what's your damage follow-up?
Yeah. You'd have to get him all the way underneath the tier 2 tower or something.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 3-man RP into 3-man Pugna Blast.
Level 2 Pugna Blast.
It's not looking great. We'll see what they try and do. It is an option, but might be tough. Abed around the area.
Sims is putting himself out there as bait.
Yeah, that was bold, honestly. That was very bold. Like,
bait retrieved.
There is no way I see Pugna there, and I do not chase that to the end of the earth. Because you know they're not going to fight you.
So, Urn Charge will pay off for Boom. He takes the tower. Pretty decent payback from the Panda here. Blacklist just farming. They did end up rushing the Midas on Gabby, so they're going to play the long game. It's going to be Midas, Octarine, BKB Doom. Going to try and scale and just out-carry this Morphling who's up against a tough battle.
I mean, if he can pick up the right neutral ability and consistently break through that Linken's, having Doom up all the time against Morphling is going to be super effective. It's just whether or not he can consistently get it off.
I agree. I mean, I don't think this route is a invalid route to take at all. I think it can be very strong in this game. He did get caught bottom, trying to TP mid, but mid one found him, and the Doom went off, but too little, too late.
Yeah, that's actually doubly bad, because now the Doom is no longer there to threaten Crystallis, which he doesn't really die any other way.
This will open up some space for Secret to get aggressive if they want to. Now, Primal Split is on cooldown, but Boom also went back for the Midas, so Boom's going to match Doom here. I mean, look at how far this Panda is, dude. So I don't want to say it's out of control, but a little out of control here. 5-1. He's 1,000 ahead of a Midas Devour Doom, like, who got Morphling kills. Ridiculous. Now the levels are still suffering a bit because a lot of that was like Puppey rotating in early and stuff, right? So he's level 9, and you do want to get to this level 2 ultimate at a fairly good time if you can. That's maybe the only thing missing here, but man, tremendous start for Boom after a pretty damn good game 1. His redemption arc continues.
Yeah, what'd you make of Boom in his off-lane performance this season so far.
I mean, it's definitely getting better, right? Like, that's all you really want. If you're investing in a player and you're willing to play with them long term, you just want to see the improvement.
Well, that's a pickoff. They may be punished for it, though. Boom's going to come on over here. Doesn't have his ultimate, but they are going to be able to stop the Raven TP away. And frankly, they don't need the ultimate with Boom rocking the kind of damage he has right now.
Yeah. That was a very heads-up TP out, though. Like, I'm surprised they did that fast. They knew that rotation was coming. So Abed continues his TP out streak. This man's just hard to kill, dude. I don't know. Like, he knows the second these fights are going bad. He's just out of there. That's a shield rune blade mail primal beast.
You're not touching that scaly boy.
Puppy's just TPing in the triangle here. God damn, that was aggressive.
Yeah, one really bad note for Raven is this triangle is continually occupied. I think at some point in time, pretty sure mid one took a hard camp stack. Abed is clearing out the Ancients regularly, but sometimes that's being blocked up or interrupted.
Yeah, Puppy's blocks some of these camps with his body, with some sentries and some treants here. And it'll be another smoke on the Panda right now. Looking for Raven again. This would be a 4th death for the Luna in under 15 minutes.
And it's pretty much guaranteed at this point. Smoke breaks. They know he's somewhere in here. And the TP is not even worth completing.
Yeah, there's no helping this man. Just got to keep farming. I mean, they are finding net worth, right? Like,
keep farming on every hero that is not Luna.
Just doesn't feel good to play this reactionary. You just want to get at least like one team fight in there somewhere and get some momentum going.
It does seem like Secret have made really good reads on the hero that Blacklist is relying on. They have just identified one hero and just shut it down, right? The Slardar in game 1. This one, the Luna. They're just like, yeah, there's going to be one person who just doesn't have a game.
I mean, it's a nice way to play if the draft's dependent on it, which both of these for Blacklist kind of have. That game 1, they needed the Slardar for initiation. This game 2, it's a ball lineup centered around your Luna who brings it all together. If the Luna's timings are slowed down, then everything's slowed down. And even at your tier 3, you're not safe. As you get swapped out of your base and...
It's actually, that image right there is so perfect. Carlo dying again, but at the same time, Doom has completed his Octarine.
Gabby's farming.
That's the story of the game right now. They are farming on 2 cores. Whether or not those cores will be capable of stopping a 5-man Secret, that is all very
and look at this ward mid. This is a great ward for Secret, but
oh,
too
got
fast.
the blink first. RP and Doom both being used on the Brewmaster, who is a massive threat now. He does have his wind form, so he's a little bit difficult to bring down, but Raven is here to collect, and they'll be able to get Yamich there as well. So Secret finally getting a little bit too aggressive with their force swaps underneath like tier 3s, tier 2s.
That's just a big play from Abed. I mean, he blinked out of the Venge stun coming on off that ward. That was a great ward from Secret. Like, that's a very different fight. If Abed gets stunned, you're going to get the split off instead. He gets doomed. Cost Tim's a buyback, but I mean, whatever, right? And you get the D ward because Abed pings it out. So this is just, I mean, that's just all raw skill right there. Big turnaround.
Frankly, I feel like Tim's buyback was important just to get experience. Oh, we know he's level 8. When did he get those levels?
He's been split pushing, ricing it up a bit. But he's not too far behind. We're looking for Abed top again.
Skewers through. Rodovato's going to catch him. Oh, okay, that shockwave helps delay the initiation for mid 1, but they'll catch him eventually.
It was a skewer, but or no, it isn't the skewer. Used it. Yeah, DD for mid 1 helps secure that as well. And map control continues for Secret. They're not building in that work lead though, right? Because of this Midas Octarine Doom, who has yet to really join a fight. Just accelerating the levels in the gold, almost level 14. We saw this in the game earlier from Gabby with this Doom, but I feel like he never found the footing in the fights. So that's my big question. Can he find that? Is the clock too fast? I mean, Secret are just playing really aggressive. They are entering your base at 17.5 minutes here with a Morphling.
Yeah, they're like, congrats, you used RP Doom to kill Brewmaster.
Yeah, they're basically saying your lineup is so damn slow that if Abed's not alive, we don't care. And they're bringing the heat. That is a tower down, a glyph taken. They're just going to back off. still closing in on this Radiance for Boom, who's still top of the net worth.
They don't even really sacrifice much map control either because they have a Furion.
They
just
will
need to clean up bottom lane a little
respect Abed though, right? This RP is back up. He's respawned. He's still very strong, and if you get stuck in a bad RP fight, Blacklist get to clean up.
Yeah, as long as it's not multiple heroes. If they lose like one core to an RP, I think it's kind of okay. They're going to run into mid one here. They do manage to get the RP onto 2 with the Eclipse brought in. They'll quickly clean up these 2 heroes. Can they get more? Yeah, with the Doom onto the Brewmaster, that'll be a 3rd hero down. So just what Secret didn't want to have happen was give Abed a way back into this game through a good RP initiation. And they're set up to be able to do Roshan off of that.
Yeah, that's a Dire Ward doing work as well. That's a ward that's almost expiring, that's just out of Sentry range. God damn, that is like a very unlucky Sentry for Secret. That's why they were there, because they had full vision. They think they're strong. But sometimes a game of millimeters on the ward pays all the difference and just sets up that smoke break for Abed to find a good RP. Now, Crystallis is invis here.
Interesting opportunity with Furon giving him the vision. Now, they've already picked up the Aegis, but there are some low health heroes, so they could surely clean some of this up as Raven maybe losing his Aegis right away, trying to get away thanks to the Decrepit finding the heals. Tims will help him out. And swap back in. Still in trouble, trying to use the movement speed with Mask Madness, but the Magic Missile cuts him down, and he's going to come back in and probably just die a second time.
What a great read from Puppey here. He did so much damage in the pit with, like, Curse of the Old Growth off the Sprout in the pit, Atos on the Luna to keep her there even longer.
Damn, he actually bought that shard early.
Look at the damage, almost 4,000 from this 5-position Furion with an Atos. That is ridiculous right there. That is like the dream team fight for a Furion, and maybe the nightmare of everybody who's played against this hero. So damn obnoxious. Sick read by Secret to take that fight, and they will punish Blacklist for their greed with that RP down. Feels like every time Abed is not there to set the fight up or make something happen, it just goes horribly wrong. And that'll be the lane of Rax because, hey, that tower is dead. That glyph is gone from earlier. Seems
It's
like
crazy.
everything's just lining up.
That went from a situation where Blacklist, if they pick up that Aegis and are allowed to reset, then that's a 5-minute pause. Like, your Secret are probably not going to be able to break the base for a solid 5 minutes. Instead, it turns into opportunity for them to actually take a lane of barracks right away.
You just don't have Doom, you don't have RP, you don't have Eclipse. And we're seeing how weak Blacklist teamfight is without these ultimates up right now. Just not even close. Venge just overpowers these core-on-core matchups, right? The damage reduction, not as significant as...
Missed out on that skewer. A little bit awkward there with the terrain. And as a result, Tims and maybe even Kuala are going to be in trouble. Raven's going to be the one who's going to be chased down by Crystallis. They got to swap back on Abed as well. Yeah, they finish up the Luna. Now Abed is making a run from it from the base. He's trying to skewer the exact opposite direction, but he's going to be caught no matter where he skewers.
Just not enough fighting power right now. There's no help for Raven to stand his ground in the engagement, like outside of the Trine armor. The supports are getting jumped first. That's a disaster, right? If you're losing your Trine and Pugna at the start of the fight, that's your sustain. That's your help for Raven to sit there and be able to take the man fight. And again, this Octarine Midas build for Gabby, it's just, you've got to find the morph. There it is.
Okay, you got him. The Morphling.
Yeah, he should. Actually, he's not going to die.
Yeah, that's too much HP. I mean, at least they'll
really
get
sad.
a different kill out of it.
At least this Doom is getting down to low cooldown. Like, that's the upside here, you know? It's under 100 seconds, 75 seconds for the cooldown right now. So as long as you can keep taking the fights where you break that Lincoln's, you Doom the morph, in theory that fight is takeable. It's getting a bit harder because this Panda and the mid one Primal are scaling pretty damn well here, but that's what your draft's designed to do. The anti-carry versus the Morphling and then let Raven go to town. I mean, to me, this game it's like coming down to Gabby, right? Like, maybe you can hit this sick RP, but I think it's getting harder to do. And I think it really does come down to this Doom making his net worth felt in the fights. Finding the Morphling or the Panda, and going in and tanking spells, tanking damage to create the space for the RP or for the Luna to come in and clean up.
Dire's courier
10,000 net worth lead with Elena Barracks. Secret very comfortable in this game because it's not like there's any rush here. I don't think they have to end it.
No, but there's something about Luna where it feels like the game goes late and Luna gets her items. Generally, she wins.
Yeah.
Like, his Morphling matchup is quite good. I mean, Panda can scale pretty well with it.
I will say one thing about that: the Morphling can turn into the Luna, and if you have the shard,
that is true.
That's a
Yeah,
that's a pretty nice bonus for.
It may be like
Morphling of all heroes.
I mean, you can also get Ags on Furion. Puppy's going to have it in this game. You also have Ags finished on Yamich. So these two supports are going to skew this carry matchup a lot too, right?
Yeah.
Like the wave of terror going through is no joke.
Yeah,
You're
if you
looking at
include the
25%
damage reduction, if he gets the shard on Morphling and the damage reduction from the Wave of Terror.
It's a lot. So maybe that's just like, you're happy going late with that alone. You're just going to split for the buildings. Why not? I think high ground is the spookiest for Secret, right? Because that's where Mag shot is. Just start with like a harpoon skewer. Maybe swaps is a bit scary on that, but...
Which is where you probably want to wait for Roshan.
Yeah, so split
Might as
won't
well.
really yield anything here. Maybe that creates an opening for Blacklist to contest. If they're confident enough to smoke out and take the aggressive jump, they did finish up the BKB on Raven, so... This is a point where I think if you're Raven with this BKB, you have to just go in with your other two cores, like pop the BKB and take that fight, you know? It's not do or die, but your items are syncing up. You finished BKB on Doom as well. Like, this is where the greed is supposed to pay off. This next fight, get that debuff immunity to work wonders for you and hope you have enough damage. There's no split still for 80, so if you can get the fight now, Boom is just walking in.
Tempted, BKB goes off for mid one, and Abed gonna be caught. Killed before anything else can go out. Carlos dead as well. They managed to grab the Luna, so no physical damage coming out from her. In fact, she's gonna make a run for it. Radabatos, Manta managed to dodge some of that. The BKB is only going to last so long.
Boom
Well, meanwhile, it looks
Raven.
like the Morphling is going to die to the Doom, but Boom is still going for it. Hurricane, again, a missed skewer, just really not working
gets him
out.
with the
He
tick.
died to the Radiance tick.
Team! Stop the Panda, please.
All of these heroes, but could not stop Boom from running down their carry.
Still, I think this is going to be a salvage team fight from Blacklist, but it costs them buybacks, right? That's Abed's buy.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice if they got some of these extra heroes that are running away, but...
I mean, at least you get that Morphling kill. That's really big that Gabby got it. Otherwise, I think you're losing objectives on the map. So it gets evened out a bit.
Also, did I see that right? I feel like Yamich tried to deny him at some point.
Yeah, Morphling he took a little bit of physical damage from the bench. Couple hits in there, 3.
The 3 hits?
Yeah, he hit him 3 times. So
wow.
Yamich, you know, says Crystallis, you shouldn't have gotten doomed. I'm gonna teach you a lesson. It was actually over a pretty long time too. It's over like 8 seconds.
I was like, am I seeing that right?
I always think that stuff's funny. Crystallis probably didn't think it was too funny.
Well, it is funny if you end up still getting the W.
Yeah, that's true.
Which Secret is still on trajectory. That might have been a little bit of a speed bump in the road, but ultimately, the big objective, getting a second life on your Morphling so you can hit the high ground. That's how you're going to end this game. Getting a pick off now and again on Tim's.
Honestly,
just to help boost your net worth.
Puppy has just decimated Tim's in this one-on-one.
Yeah.
Like, it is Overgrowth, the old growth plus the Sprout on the Pugna who doesn't want to hold a Quelling anymore. This is devastating for him. Made this matchup look really one-sided. Carlo on a really good obs right now, though.
So much vision, but
you wish you could use it.
They can't capitalize on it.
Yeah, RP was on cooldown for 5 seconds there, so... Still, those are the types of positioning Secret need to be careful about, right? Like, okay, Pugna's dead, but Blacklist don't care about anything if you can land a big RP or you can land the big Doom. They'll win the fight. Especially if the RP comes out before the Overgrowth. That's kind of the dream, because you're going to RP multiple heroes, they're going to pop BKB out of it, and then you Overgrowth them.
Yeah.
And that's the dream, because then the fight's really nice for Raven. But that sequencing, it's there if you can get the vision. And that's the best thing Carlo can do, is just set the vision up for the team fight, particularly around objectives if you can get it.
Steal away Wisdom Rune doesn't hurt.
Yeah, that would be pretty damn nice here. Oh. That's big, as we see the Ags completed for Puppey. So Puppey is still having a tremendous game here. He is ahead of mid one, in fact, on the net worth chart. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's something.
It's a thing.
Yeah, that is a Furion thing. Also a Puppey thing. When the two combine, I guess that's what you get. But this Ags will do work. It's obnoxious for this lineup.
And they're going to get this second Roshan of the game, totally uncontested. So Aegis and Cheese. Blacklist better be theory crafting and game planning how this next fight's gonna go.
Aegis is a problem, because now your Doom Morphling win the fight is not on the table, right?
Yeah.
Your base defense is your best go-to now. You want to put a situation in there where you get a big Harpoon skewer back. You either kill somebody or maybe kill the Morph once and then take the fight off that.
Yeah, maybe there's some sort of world where you skewer back Morphling and you doom him on that life,
Yeah,
and then
it's
you
just-
try and skewer him when he revives a second time.
There's
So
this damn swap waiting for you.
yeah, that's a good point. They do have the counterplay to the skewers, so
I think Yamich, this swap is really important in the fight. Like, it needs to either bail the initiation out from Abed or start, or like put a core from Blacklist in a bad position where Crystals could just hit them down.
that was, I mean, great scan. Seeing the fact that Secret were making that move, but great idea by Secret to go for that in the first place. I mean, why even give them the chance to get that skewer? Doesn't work out though. And they're gonna have to go through this base and these buildings the hard way.
All right, Shiva's done for Gabby. I mean,
Okay,
you
there's the
farmed all
skewer
game.
back. No
That's the good
swap
one.
just yet, and they got it for free.
Look at the clump.
Immediate RP, puts use on a mid one. They're clumped up as well. They're gonna be able to come back from Crystallis. Gabby trying to chase after him, but think at all these other heroes that really letting the Morphling get away is not a problem at all.
And you just can't commit with the Bruce split there. Once those cores are down, the swap did not bail anybody out.
Yamich got to be faster on that.
You get Crystallis out, I guess, but it doesn't. Like, mid one went in with the blink. Just got RP'd.
I mean, getting Crystallis out only does so much when Doom is still up.
Right,
know?
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
you bailed out your Aegis carrier. So, like, congrats, right? That was your high ground siege. That's a tough siege, and that was also Arcane RP. So this RP is up again in less than 40 seconds here for Abed. That's damn nice. Like, you can take another fight of this, even aggressive if you want, because you still have Doom. You have bots on Gabby. He can join this type of fight. This is where this game becomes scary for Secret. Like, you've had a lot of momentum. You have a lot of net worth. Your supports are pretty powerful, but Magnus is just hard to end the game against. And if you don't, he can sometimes just take over these late games. Very hard hero to team fight against.
And he's going for Netherlands too, so he's really playing to maximize that high ground defense.
Why not? You believe in the Doom scale here. There's no downside. I think you almost have to, like, pre-split these fights. Like, send Brulings in. You do have the level 20 talent now for Boom. That helps a lot. But you have this Octarine build. You have lower cooldown split. You can send, you know, the Wind Panda in, send the Earth Panda in, start hitting a building, toss somebody up. Then someone isn't just getting skewered into a bad position at the start of the fight. I feel like that's the better route to go. I think them just showing the Morphling like that was giving Blacklist the type of fight they wanted. I guess you can also just farm Puppey into another core. I don't think Puppey's ever sad to do that.
Yeah, he's definitely trying. He's still keeping up with Midbon in net worth, so.
He's trying to farm a Lincoln's, presumably to throw it on Crystallis here, help him out versus the Doom. I mean, I wonder if we're going to see Gabby go for this Ags. Like, I feel like it'd be the next step up here, right?
Sure.
Prevent any sort of shenanigans. Also, I mean, I guess the Ags is a lot worse versus this Venge lineup, though. Like, maybe you almost don't want it.
Yeah, the big appeal is keeping the non-healing on Morphling.
Yeah, exactly.
And if he gets swapped out of that, it'd be really bad.
So maybe it's just not even a thing here.
Maybe better just build like Refresher or something.
Yeah, Refresher's probably going to be the go-to. Secret looking for a play mid. You have this Silver Edge on the Morph to maybe scout things out, be with a swap if they want to.
Good scan reads by both teams here in a lot of these situations.
I mean, there's no way Secret want to go into this high ground war. Like that just gives Abed a free fight. Your biggest goal should be to not give this Magnus a free fight right now. And this is one way you can do it. Like send the Treants in, let them do the dirty work. Send the illusions in, you just see something. Force Blacklist back on the map. You can play for another Aegis here. I almost feel like that's what you should do, because I don't think going high ground without an Aegis sounds that appealing. Just sounds really hard.
All right, well, take a breather then. I mean, I don't think it's really a problem for Secret. I see the looming threat of the Magnus and such, but I mean, you know, Blacklist might slip up and give you a pick-off somewhere that does allow you to go high ground. If not, play for that Roshan. It's never a problem. Maybe get an Aghanim Scepter for free for somebody. Could scale up still on mid one. I mean, everybody scales on the side of Secret somewhat decently. So Brewmaster is maybe going to fall off the most. Doom managed to get a pick off here on the mid one. The BKB immediately got the Doom out onto the Brewmaster as well. A swap is going to be used for the damage resistance. Mid one's still going to be in trouble. He got off the cheese just in time. 100 HP left, but he saves himself with just a push of a button. Don't get a kill out of that one.
Yeah.
Does Secret feel bold enough to hit high ground while that Doom is on cooldown?
Surprised they got out of there. I mean, Abed could have committed the RP onto the Primal, but he wanted to be patient with it and hold it for Crystallis committing into the fight, which you can't blame him. Again, the sequencing there for Blacklist, you know, that's what they're looking for. Commit a Skewer back or Doom on a couple targets, hold the overgrowth for the BKBs. Hoping you're looking for the catch, but won't get it here. Downside for Secret is, like, these ults are becoming really low cooldown. That Doom is up again in 40 seconds here. It's getting harder to bait out these ults and then get something off the map, right? You kind of just have to win the fight at this point. So it'll be a cheese for some cooldowns. And Secret smoke and look to try and take advantage of the small window they have here.
Not really finding anything immediately from Blacklist side. So they may just head to the corner of the map here as Roshan's going to be spawning in a minute 15. BKB for the Morphling would definitely help things quite a bit.
Secret's just tanking up. Like, they are just building the HP on these heroes. Another high ground ward for Blacklist, and another great Doom.
Again, swap back out though, but Abed is there on the other side, grabbed by mid one before he could get off a good RP. Still has a chance though. Managed to skewer them together, now hits that RP. Crystallis is here on the side though, and he's challenging this Luna. Raven's gonna be in some trouble when mid one is still running rampant through many of these heroes. Raven's on the run, Gabby has to run out from mid one, who with his BKB is gonna trample down this Doom. They clean up Tim's as well. That fight did not go the way that Blacklist hoped on the start of it.
They abandoned it because of Boom buyback here, and also their base is getting destroyed by Treants right now. They're going to run the Pandas in. This is a lot of summons to deal with. Yeah, Raven just couldn't win the man fight. He got sprouted. He could not fight this Morphling on the side. No Doom on the Morph means Crystallis is a free fight. And suddenly,
Puppy going in deep here.
Yeah, you're losing your base. I mean, this is just space for the summons to go to work. How does this
just
keep
gonna
happening?
all in on it? It's looking like it. Only have a little bit more damage left, and yeah, that's going to be Megas before Blacklist can even put up a defense.
Something about these games, like Blacklist just keep getting mega'd, even though they're not necessarily losing the fights that bad. Ults on cooldown prevents them from mustering a defense, and now you're just going to linger around. RP still on cooldown for 60 seconds. No Doom for 30. Crystallis is not afraid of anything here with a swap behind him. It's coming down to Raven in this Eclipse. It's got to be one hell of an Eclipse here.
Trying to break through that Lincolns, give Abed an opening here. But Secret, they call it with the Doom coming up soon and then being so close to the fountain.
Yeah, why risk it when you have Megas and you can just get another Aegis, right?
Yeah. They got Roshan to take, Tormentor to grab. Lots of freebies all around.
That fight just got really displaced for Blacklist. Like, the Doom and the Mag are chasing down this doomed Panda. You get that kill, but on the backside, your Raven Luna just gets stuck in Sprout and can't join the other two cores. Really hurt them. And that was a high ground ward, so Blacklist saw everything for that.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it was just a really good play by Puppey to use Sprout.
Yeah,
and just not have any counterplay available for heroes because they're running out of inventory slots and can't afford to have a Quelling Blade anymore. Well, it's really great stuff. That's a cool ability. Love it.
Puppey did own them there. I know you're being a little sarcastic, but like he is actually destroying them in these
He
fights.
is destroying this game.
Yeah, he's played this game.
I won't let my hatred of Nature's Prophet blind me.
I feel like he's bought all the right items. He's made use of all those items in all the fight. He had that sick fight on the Roche Pit. There was basically like a 2v5 that turned a lot of this game.
Yep.
He had the sick laning phase where he won top for Boom super hard, and that's the reason the Panda has just been out in front the whole time. And he's had massive impact in all these fights.
And now he's level 20.
There, even as a Hex.
He
yeah,
even
now
has
he
a
gets his choice.
disable.
I mean, honestly, you might take this Sprout mischance for the Luna. Just Perma Sprout Raven, what can he do?
Yeah.
There's no way to get him out, and
he does take
miss.
it.
Yeah, I don't blame him, dude. He knows his job. This is one of those games where I think it's actually just the straight better talent, which is disgusting to think about that he has such good level 20 talents. But man, Puppey's cruising.
Some would say broken.
He is absolutely cruising. He has been.
Some
a
would
huge
say
fall.
that giving a hero that historically has never had a disable, a free disable of some kind, is, maybe ramps up the hero too much.
You're just stuck in the past, man. I don't know what to tell you. Dota's an evolving game.
What not?
You know? I think we should.
I'm stuck in the goddamn prison. Furion is broken. 31-16, 27,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. They are just about to put themselves over Blacklist in the rankings for this group stage and perhaps secure themselves a spot in the playoffs depending on their series tomorrow.
And these Pandas are just doing the work.
Yeah, Raven's already at half health. The Overgrowth goes out, but they have plenty of things to be able to deal with it. BKB's Manta's all going out. A Doom being put onto the Primal Beast, probably the last hero you wanted to Doom in this situation. Gabby will walk away in shame, and their throne is going to be exposed here. Skewer back, grouping up some heroes, but again, without their carry, there's not a whole lot of damage, even if they did hit a 5-man RP.
Yeah, it's probably an impossible fight, but even so, like Raven bought out for Daedalus, just dies without getting anything off. A rough day for Blacklist, man. After a very strong day one, they can't find a single win on game two. In a variety of drafts, a variety of play styles, just nothing really working for them. And Secret continue to show that, like, okay, they've had some rough games, right? But I feel like the games where they're clicking, they've had a huge array of heroes that they've played. They've been playing stuff that other people aren't, making it work, and they've showed pretty decent synergy. Like, this lineup is coming together. We're seeing Boom just pop off on a lot of what are becoming his, you know, prioritized heroes in his offlane. These big team fighters, it feels like he's the most comfortable on. These initiators, the stunners, the Tide, Primal, Panda in this game looks pretty good. And
yeah, it's not just Boom getting better. It feels like the whole team is getting better from their start, which was right, them getting knocked down and almost losing their series against Alliance in the qualifier in the first place.
So it's cool to see. And hey, Puppey, he may have missed the last TI, but this guy's still a hell of a support player.
Yeah, he can play some great Dota, and he puts together some good teams, and his leadership helps them become better and better. And they are a serious threat now, potentially heading into playoffs. We'll see what happens, though, tomorrow. Plenty more games today, though. We'll head back to the panel to wrap up this series.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. This series goes the way of Team Secret. It does feel like the series that we saw at the very start of the day against with Blacklist against Gaming Gladiators did leave a mark on their gameplay as they were not able to pull themselves back together. But here to break it all down, I'm here with Effie and with Kazu. Kazu, this game, it felt a little bit hopeless for Blacklist, but actually, you know what? No.
Hold everyone.
I want to just start by praising Team Secret because they played phenomenal.
True. So I only get to talk about Team Secret?
Let's start with the positive.
Okay. So the positives. I think Team Secret, they're just looking good. I like how their drafts, they help each other.
Yeah.
And with their gameplay as well, they build items that will help each other. The way they move around the map, it just looks good. For me, with Blacklist, a little bit of the opposite. I feel like they're all picking heroes where I will carry you. But how you want to play Dota is that we help each other to carry the game. And sadly, I'm a fan of theirs, but they fell very short today.
Yeah, they just got completely overwhelmed by Secret. And I'm sure a lot of SEA fans are disappointed watching this kind of day coming out of Blacklist, especially after what they looked like yesterday. But Secret were just too good. I mean, they really showed up today. Their drafts were so innovative, their ideas were cohesive, they played well around each other. Their Primal Beast flex looked so good today. And now I have to talk about the puppy Nature's Prophet. That was the story of the early game, right? The Nature's Prophet TPing in and playing with his offlane, just getting those kills over and over and over again. It never gave the Treant and Luna lane a chance to shine or give Luna any space in the game. It felt like Raven's game was such a losing battle from the very start.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a chokehold that Team Secret held Blacklist in, and especially with the pressure coming out from the Nature's Prophet. I mean, we saw it. It at some point turned to the point where Blacklist wasn't even comfortable really killing all the treants in time, because they were wondering, oh, is this a bait? Are they gonna jump me? And then slowly their barracks just whittle away, because it felt like for Blacklist a very not fun game to play.
Yeah, because I think if I just look at it, I feel like they all have to wait for each other, but who really feels good about going in first? Whereas Team Secret, you know, they have heroes where it's like, okay, you can go in for me, now I help you to stay in. Oh, you guys are in, now I can waveform with my Morphling, come in and like kind of kill everyone. And as Effie was mentioning, Puppy from the start goes to the offlane, they help enable each other. This is just what good Dota looks like. And when you play that against, you know, let's call it mediocre or not as good, it will just look clean for you, just like it did here.
Yeah, and some of the fights looked like they could be really good for Blacklist, like when they get the Doom off on the Brewmaster and it looks like they can take that fight, boom, you've got Yamich coming in, swapping the Doom target out, giving Secret time to reset, to re-engage. It really felt like they were able to pick and choose every single fight that they wanted to take or didn't want to take, whereas Blacklist kind of had to hope for the skewer backs on the high ground, trying to get like good RPs, trying to maybe wrap around with their Doom and get the right Doom, but even then it was such a losing battle.
I do also think that it's probably about time where teams start banning out Primal Beast against Team Secret, because we've seen Boom crush with it, we've seen Mid1 have great games with it as well, and it feels too comfortable, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, they've won every game so far with Primal Beast. And as you said, they played mid, they played offlane, it looks good. I feel like they know how to use it as a team. You either have a better answer or just ban it, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that ban out Primal. It's one of the strong ones right now. I mean, ban out Nature's Prophet while you're at it.
Just ban it.
It seems like maybe an easy fix there, but it does feel like it wasn't just a draft issue, Effie, on the side of Blacklist. I felt like they in none of the games we saw after the first game, none of the games that we saw, they really were able to set the tempo and be that draft related. Just, you know, once they're in the game, it also felt like it wasn't just there. They didn't play comfortable.
Yeah, it felt like they were playing reactively, right? They never had these ideas of, for example, we know that Nature's Prophet is going to TP in and we're going to be ready to rotate our 4 when that happens. It didn't feel like they were doing any of that. The entire game was like, okay, they're running us over, let's farm, let's wait for this RP, let's wait for this. And that kind of happens when a game slips out of your hands in ways that you don't expect. And you can trace that back to the laning stage. I feel like in both of these games, Secret, they just drafted incredibly strong lanes and they ran over them in that lane, and it made it hard for them to look for any comebacks or look for the fights that they wanted to. And then they were just stuck playing reactionary Dota, and if you're stuck playing reactionary Dota, it doesn't take you very far in this patch.
No, it's honestly just sad after the first game today. I feel like they looked so good, so crisp, like they played well. I still think that probably, it really spilled into all the other games today, which is sad, but I mean, emotions will sometimes do that.
Yeah, it's the story of the day for Blacklist here. They still have one series tomorrow. It's going to be a tough one. I believe it's up against Bet Boom. And Team Secret is going up against Wawitas, and both of those series are important to find out which team will get eliminated together with Wawitas, who is eliminated regardless. And when we're talking about the story of today for Blacklist, we also have to talk about the story of the day for Team Secret. And I think for us, the story of the day, just like yesterday actually, was the performance of Boom, who has been continuously crushing it, and he's standing by with Purge right now.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, I am here with Boom, and you're right. He has been crushing it. You've had you've had very good performances the last couple days. Your Primal Beast yesterday was dominant. You guys are now even on games, so you have had some losses. But how are you feeling about your performance? Would you are you humble, or are you just soaking it in? What's going on?
I mean, I kind of about our performance, kind of mixed emotions for now, because in our Bet Boom game, we're in a good spot in the game, and we could have won that game easily. Just made some like simple mistakes and whatever. And against Gaming, the second game we're already 1-0 up, and the second game we're also in a good spot. And then we throw the game in like 2 minutes, and we can't win anymore. So, I mean, we could have won basically every game except Azure games. So feeling pretty confident. Yeah.
I mean, you should be. I mean, you may be unhappy with some of those losses, but the fact that you work winnable games against teams that are routinely getting top 4 tournaments, that's amazing. So how did this iteration of Team Secret end up being formed? Because obviously Team Secret has been struggling a bit since 2 TIs ago. So how did you end up on the squad this time?
I don't know. For me, it was honestly like the last thing I would expect is for them to message me again, since I left the squad like, I don't know, 5 months ago or whatever. So like I was talking to some other teams as well, you know, but when Poppy messaged me again and he told me the lineup, it sounded kind of good and exciting. Play with Midwan, he's a new player and he used to be very good. I used to be a fan of him. So yeah, I mean, I just kind of happened randomly.
That's awesome. So I think things have been going great. What's the state of the team right now? Obviously, you've had great results here and there in terms of like being close to winning every game. So internally, does everybody feel the same way right now as you do? Like the team dynamic is special and you're excited for the roster?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're learning a lot from every loss, every mistake that we make. We always analyze the replays. We have a good coach, Afu. He's always like helping us understand what we did wrong, how we played the map wrong or whatever. So yeah, we feel like when we win, we're obviously happy, but when we lose, we just learn a lot, so yeah.
I interviewed Afu yesterday, I believe, and I asked him how the transition from player to coach is going for him. What's your perspective? You've worked with coaches before, obviously, but this is his first time coaching, I believe. So how's his performance been so far, and is it helpful?
I mean, it is helpful for sure. I mean, every coach kind of works differently. Like some coach focuses more on draft, some coaches focuses more on replays, more on map movement and stuff. And Afu is kind of doing like kind of everything, like helping us with drafts as well and preparation for the games and our map movement and what we should do in the game. So yeah, it's been good. I am enjoying it.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it, and good luck in your future games.
Thank you very much to Purge and to Boom, of course, as Team Secret is now 4-4 in Group A. So is Bet Boom, by the way, so they're tied there. But more importantly, Blacklist is 3-5, so it is the onus is on Blacklist as it is. Wawitas is already eliminated, as I mentioned, and that's the opponent of Team Secret next. So Team Secret, Wawitas have the opportunity to pull Team Secret down with them, depending on how it goes. And then for Group A as well, we got Azure Ray and Gaming Gladiators both sitting on a 6-2 so far. So that is those are all the matches done, I believe. Is my math correct? I think my math is correct, yes. Done for the day for Group A.
I believe so.
I believe so. And I mean, for me, the most surprising thing and maybe disappointing thing is to see Blacklist go 0-4 today. Effie, we were expecting so much more from them.
We really were. Just yesterday, it looked like they had good ideas. They had exceptional mid lane performances. It felt like they brought their own flavor to how they wanted to play Dota, and that worked for them. And then today, it looked like that in their very first game of the day versus Gaming Gladiators. It was like, okay, they've got discipline, they've got ideas, they drafted well versus that first pick Nature's Prophet. And then they throw a game where they're in a winning position, and it feels like it was just a downward spiral since then. I don't want to say that they mentally unraveled. Maybe they just had a great day one and people saw through them in that game too.
At least like the one good thing for them, so they're 3-5 and they still play against Bet Boom. If they 2-0, they're still fine.
Yes, because there's also Bet Boom who's also 4-4. They might be dropping down as well, right? Because Bet Boom still has a chance to get eliminated there as well. So tomorrow is going to be an exciting day for Group A, that's for sure. And the rest of the day will be Group B all the way. Now yesterday, if you watched Group B's matches, every single one of them was a 2-0, which is quite spectacular, in my opinion. It also means that the top is very much clear and the bottom is very much clear. And we're going to see today if things are going to be turned around. Now, we have 3 streams going on at the same time, so let's see which matches you can watch today. Now, right here, you're going to be good if you want to watch G2IG, as they have 2 series here today, with one against Team Liquid and one against Falcons, as Falcons and Tundra, by the way, are the teams right now that are on top. So keep an extra close eye on them. Also, G2IG and Team Liquid, I believe both of them are tied. So that's extra excitement coming out of that. Now, if you go to the Ember stream, you'll be able to watch LGD 2 times in a row, which is extra important because LGD is 0-4 together with 9 Panda. So that bottom one is going to be important, and we see Tundra there as well as an opponent for LTD. And then going on to the Storm stream for Group B today is 9 Pandas versus Falcons, and then we got, I think it was your favorite, wasn't it, Kezu, the Team Liquid versus Tundra series?
Yeah. I feel like out of all these games, this one excites me the most. I think it could go, you know, maybe a 1-1. I don't even know what to expect, so I don't know what the hell I'm saying. I don't know what to expect for this game.
You know what? Let's expect the unexpected. Tundra 2-0.
There we go. Called it here. Bet your points.
Expect hashtag Rise Above Fate.
Very good. Use that hashtag in all your social media posts, and maybe we'll feature some of them. And who knows what will happen. One thing that you have full control over, whether you'll be on the show or not, is potentially being in some of the shots and camera shots coming weekend. Because there's still a couple of tickets on sale. Make sure you don't miss out. Right here, esl1.gg/ESL. No, esl.gg/ESL1KL. Got it right that time round. Make sure to check that out because tickets are going fast, but there's still a couple left, so you could be there with the players. We don't know which players yet because again, 4 teams will get eliminated by the end of tomorrow. Now the games continue here. As you saw earlier, G2IG will have a doubleheader up against Team Liquid first, and that will happen in just a moment, so I'm not going to waste any more of your time. I'm going to say bye-bye for now, but we're going to have a quick break, and when we're back, more Dota 2 here for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023.
Welcome back, everyone. You have seen Group A be concluded for day number 2 here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023. That means that we're getting into Group B action. Specifically, the team that you see on that cam is one that you're going to be seeing quite a bit of. The G2IG doubleheader today on the mainstream. And I'm going to be guiding you through it along with another new face. It's John X Fire and the old classic Winter.
Oh, Jonathan.
Oh, Jonathan.
This takes me back, man. We were all together once upon a time.
Not but maybe 5 months ago.
Yeah, not too far off. And now we're back. And now, this time we get to cast some Malaysians playing Dota 2 Winter. It's been a while. We just saw the Filipinos. Not the best, but the Malaysians have been doing great. Yeah? I'm sure they are.
But today will be their true test. Yes, so Blacklist has not really been setting the world on fire, and they are technically the only Southeast Asian team, because G2IG are a Chinese team, but they're a Chinese team with 3 Malaysians on the squad. Yesterday was a pretty good showing for them, especially for it being basically their debut under the G2 brand. Sure, they had to go through qualifiers, but this is their true test against international opponents. But today is a little bit more difficult. Today, they are going up against Liquid first, and then we're going to see them go up against Falcons. John, what was your initial reaction to this roster being formed? Did you think that this was going to be China's frontrunner, or were you just like, people are just trading players, we don't know what's going to happen?
I was pretty optimistic. I was maybe a little bit more curious as to how Boboka and Xnova would do coming back into the region after playing qualifiers and at least the tour in Southeast Asia. Yeah. But they look to be in pretty fine form. I think this roster, there were question marks coming in, but frankly, with these much roster changes, it's hard to tell on the offset who's going to be better. But that first day was pretty impressive. Maybe you kind of say, all right, LGD looked really off, but still a really strong showing from G2IG. Yeah, off was not the word I was going to be looking for.
You're going to be much nicer, right?
I know what you're going to say.
You're going to say slightly off balance.
No, I was going to go back to AFK,
Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, Emo underwhelmed you significantly. LGD are going to be playing up against Tundra, who are the frontrunners for this group right now on the Storm stream. And on the Ember stream, I believe we have 9 Pandas taking on Falcons. But yeah, G2IG, they split yesterday. They lost against Tundra, but they 2-0'd LGD. And now they're going up against Team Liquid. And Liquid is, I have to imagine, carrying on much of their form that we've expected for them for all of 2022, with a slight stand-in situation with Saberlight taking the role of offlaner for this tournament, but still, the foundation is still there.
Yeah, I mean, they only lost to Falcons so far. I think Falcons is definitely one of the stronger teams from the group stages by far. I think they have already demonstrated they have quite a high level of understanding what heroes are good, and they're the only team that's been picking Mars and winning with Mars.
Yep.
So everybody has to start learning from them.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I don't think Liquid's too heavily affected by having Saberlight on hand. I think maybe it affects their hero pool a little bit.
I think it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
His heroes are very different from 33, so they're going to have to find some way of adjusting the draft. I feel like their playstyle wise, maybe some of the heroes that play can be overlapping for the team, but overall I would feel like 33 takes more fun, whereas Saberlight likes to play more for his team,
That is true, but there are circumstances as well where you see Saberlight. I think it's more by hero, like say something like his Lycan, he tends to sit back a little bit more. So it just really depends what they let to go through into the off lane.
That hero is definitely very, very good right now. It just feels good, especially with the Grimstroke. We saw a couple of games that the inks on the wolf just GG, the supports just die easily in the fights, and I think it was G2IG as well. They did the same thing with Grim and Lycan.
I think they were the main one to do it.
Yep. Yeah, they did it yesterday, and it also worked really well for them. So we might see Lycan being a contested hero in this series.
The only other complication also is that Blitz isn't here, and that Blitz and 33 were intended to be the main drafters for Liquid. Here at this tournament, it's Jabs taking over as the analyst temporarily, and he's going to be doing the drafting with Mickey apparently. So I don't know if I've ever considered Mickey in like the leadership position before. For some reason, he's like eternally, I don't know, maybe because he has that baby face. I don't really know if I can picture him as...
I mean, he feels like the person that gives you some ideas, but he's not going to decide it.
Exactly.
And you kind of need to have a balance on the team. You don't want to have too many people telling you a lot of stuff. Having one is nice, and then you want to have the other person that has a very clear voice telling you, okay, this sounds like a good idea, let's do it. Okay, you shut up, that is not good. You know, sometimes people talk too much during the draft, and you need to tell them to, no, enough.
Yeah, at the same time, I don't think it affects Liquid as much. I mean, it's still a little bit tougher for sure, but this roster's been together for so long that I think they have a really good understanding of what they wanted from each other coming in anyway, and, you know, whatever information they've gotten from scrims while they were together in the region. So I don't think it's as rough. Maybe adapting on the fly could be a bit harder down the line, but for these groups, for the 2 days, I think they have what it takes to just proceed as normal.
Especially compared to all the other teams that had to trade so many rosters. The ones that really... So, Gaiman and BetBoom team stayed the same, but Liquid really only traded out one player, so they came out pretty unscathed.
I mean, it's a pretty big one-player changing your captain.
Sure, that's true.
And it's not like you're just changing one of your support players where everything still stays the same, you know, captain's still in the team, the philosophy stays the same, you know. But changing the captain is a pretty big deal.
And changing the offlaner. So I want to know what kind of energy this tournament's offlaner is bringing. We've got BSJ standing by with Saberlight.
Thank you. As I'm here with Saberlight, as I was looking through your Wikipedia page, and I couldn't find anything about you standing in at a LAN before. Is this your first time standing in at a LAN?
I've stand in for Entity last year at Arlington, and we absolutely cooked. It was the legendary double offlaner team, me and Toby. We made it to top 6. Not too bad, but I think above expectations. So I believe it is fair to say that I am an OP stand-in. I also do all the interviews for these guys, so you know, so much value. So I have high hopes.
Okay, so I'm already sold. Was this a part of the sales pitch when Liquid was looking for a stand-in for this tournament?
Yeah, they said that they don't want me unless I do all their interviews for them and I like bring them coffees and stuff. So you know, otherwise they wouldn't want me.
That makes a lot of sense knowing these guys. So how's it so far standing with them? What's the vibe check?
It's great. I'm actually having so much fun. Like all the guys are super nice. They're really nice Dota players. I really love like the Liquid style of playing Dota, of just, you know, killing people and playing good. I'm a big fan of playing good Dota, so that's nice. And the atmosphere is also really nice. So I'm having a blast so far.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you act like they're not right behind us. If you had to choose a player that you were most excited to play with on this roster going to this tournament, who would it be?
I'm a huge fan of 33. I think that's like the best Liquid player.
That's a really good answer.
Yes. Other than that, you know, they're all so good. But Nisha, it's Nisha.
Nobody heard that. I didn't hear it either. But yeah, man, I'm really excited to watch you guys play. How does it feel so far? Like playing, like, do you feel like when you're picking your hero in the draft, do you feel like you're communicating in the game leader during the game, or are you kind of just like letting the team kind of do their own thing and find your way how you fit in?
To be honest, they've been like super, like very easy to work with. As in, like I don't really have to change anything. I just do my own thing, and they do their own thing, and we make it work so far. So, you know, it's fine. It's like whenever I want to do something, I just say it, and usually like we can make it happen. When Box is making his calls, I try to like follow through, and you know, it's been a good chemistry so far, I would say.
Well, I know you really only got the job because you said you would do all of the interviews, and I appreciate that, but you do have some games to play, so thank you for interviewing with me, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Yes, he does have games to play. The first one is going to be the one that we are watching here on this stream against G2IG, and then later today, Liquid will be facing off against Tundra, who, again, will continue to exceed expectations, but we'll see how they trade off. That's all the teams and the players as we look to our Group B day. How about the heroes? John, you see anything that were taking you by surprise in terms of what's popular after, I guess, the post-TI patch?
I don't think there's too many surprises that are new, really, in. Maybe Grimstroke suddenly rising up. I think that was ignored quite a fair bit, but, you know, it's been rising there for a while in the background, and it's now, like, pretty much a very safe first pick or first ban.
Winter, you got heroes?
Both these two teams lost with Spectre. Like, they both lost 3 games.
That's true.
So Liquid lost 2 games with Spectre against Falcon, and G2 lost 1 game against Tundra. So
And-
Spectre might be the hero that both of these teams need to stay away from.
But in your mind, I'm pretty sure you like Spectre as
Yeah.
maybe your favorite carry of the patch.
Yeah, I think the hero, I mean, you don't have to say anymore about the hero, you know. Every time you have cooldown on your ulti, you just get a kill on the map. He's not exactly the same hero anymore compared to like 10 years ago, or maybe not 10 years ago, 4 years ago.
But she's still a hard carry though.
Yeah, she's still a hard carry, but you get away with having a bad lane a lot better nowadays because you're always going to have that one pick off. Somebody shows up on an observer ward, especially a support, just die, you know. And I have no idea why you get hit by dagger 3 times for some reason.
Yes.
660 damage right away.
Well, it's not right away. The third dagger
Okay,
comes
fine,
a
fine.
long time after, but it does come eventually. As long as you just don't pair it with a Phoenix,
Yeah,
like
I mean,
LGD does.
okay, the thing with Spectre is you want to have a draft that is short cooldown. Like, I think in the previous series, we were watching one of the games where one of the teams picked Spectre with Zeus,
Yeah.
and you were telling me, oh, it's a global lineup. What's
Right.
wrong with having Zeus and Spectre?
It was the Blacklist game.
Yeah, but there's actually like a lot of overlap. You don't want like same heroes. Spectre and Zeus, they are like the same kind of heroes where they sit in a lane, they wait for people to bring them the drink so that
Yeah.
they will drink it and eat the food, you know. So that's not good. As Spectre, you want to be waiting on the table and you do not want to have anyone else waiting. You want to have somebody like a Puck or Primal Beast running in.
Well, I need to get some service around here. Waiter, could I get a game number 1, please? I'm being told that yes. You just need to wait a few more minutes and we'll be back with our first draft of Group B after the break.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küss den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem die Speedboat Karawane F1 Abu Dhabi. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin.
It's game time, friends. Liquid versus G2IG, where I'm inclined to consider Liquid to be the favorites. G2IG, I think they're still finding their footing. And by golly, would it be disappointing for that team of 3 Malaysians to not make it to the main event? So, you know what, I'm going to be biased to them. God, I hope G2IG win this
Thanks,
one.
Neil.
No problem.
I feel the support from here. All right?
I'm glad.
We need more Malaysians at the event.
We
you know.
do.
Mushi looks like he's in trouble. We need, we need backup.
Well, this man on your screen may be able to help. Nothing to Say has been doing pretty good, at least in the LGD series that we saw. And it's a shame to me that it's not on his more fun to watch signatures. He's been playing like brawlers, beefy boys. He's been playing like his Primal Beast that we know him for. He played the Slardar
Yeah,
earlier.
remember what I told you? The mid players, they are the slaves of the side lane now. You know, you have to play whatever that can help the side
but
lane.
it's not fun to watch though.
Who cares as long you win? Look at Emo. Can he win with his Storm Spirit?
That's a good point. Or is
Oh,
it
man.
Exort Invoker?
Yeah, it's Exort Invoker.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to me.
Yeah, he's tanking it for the team, and it worked out for them. And we'll see how they stack up against Liquid. Although you did lie to me, Winter. I'm looking into the stats.
What?
Liquid won with Spectre.
Wait,
they didn't
I
lose
lied?
with Spectre. They beat 9 Pandas
Oh,
both times.
okay, fine. That was different. That was different.
What do you mean that was different? That was like the core of your argument.
Yeah, I said they only lost with Spectre, which is kind of true too. Because the 2 other games that they lost was with
technically.
Spectre.
No,
Yes.
Mickey has not played Spectre 4 games in a row. He played Luna. And he played Muerta.
Oh, oops.
Oops. It happens. It happens, you know.
Whoops.
Age catching up on you just a little bit.
But Spectre's still probably going to be contested regardless, right, John?
It's probably going to be up there. I think I'm more interested in something like, say, Slardar. I think has been a highly common pick across both teams. Something like the Primal Beast as well, which is pretty flex for both our mid and off. I think on both ends, they've kind of flexed it around. So those are probably priorities outside of stuff like, say, Grimstroke, which probably should be first phase banned if they wanted it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Spectre is wherever you pick against the Spectre, your off lane, he's going to get field farm. That's like the issue that Spectre always has, you know. And sometimes the off laner just does too much after getting like a free lane, you know. And like something like Tide, something like teams like to pick. You get an early meteor, you take the map. Even though sometimes you may feel like the Spectre's getting a kill or two, but as long as you're taking the towers down, you're making sure that the Spectre has a small map to play around, so that might also be worth it for you. So it's not easy running a Spectre lineup, even though I really like the hero.
Yeah, there are a lot of pieces involved, and for Liquid's credit, a lot of the pieces have been with mids who have not been that side lane focused. So Nisha's played Invoker, Puck, Void Spirit, and Kunkka.
Yep.
Which I suppose some of them fall under the category of being able to help
2
side
out of
lanes.
2.
2 out of 2.
Yeah. Puck and Kunkka. But the Void Spirit and Invoker, I mean, did he play like a Quaspex Invoker?
I don't. So he played that one against 9 Pandas, and his skill build was. We're opening tabs frantically. Quaspex, yes.
Yeah, I think you should always like be Quaspex in the early game. Then you're free. After 10-15 minutes, you're free to be Exort and farm your Midas Forge Spirit.
But you've done your job with your Tornado
Yes.
EMPs?
Yes.
Okay.
You force the opponent's supports to buy Arcane Boots, the item they hate though. I mean, this is like why Dota is such an amazing game. You know, sometimes you feel like the game, you kind of feel like in order to win, right? Sometimes you have to do something out of the box, but it looks weird, but it enables other players on your team to actually get to their timings better. And then after that sequence of event happens, then you get to do your fun stuff, you know. Like Invoker, you know.
That's why I was very on board with the concept of universal heroes when it was first released, because conceptually, it's no longer tied to, oh, I have to build an int item. And so like my item build is so railroaded into this one direction. But everyone hates universal heroes.
I feel like the one thing with universal type that I had a conversation with a friend. He said that his idea for it to feel less like optimized for universal is to give the other stats a little bit more play outside of just damage. So you know, like when
like
we
some
had
magic amp or
yeah,
some
when we
status
had that,
resistance?
just
Okay.
adjust that special attribute for each. I think that would make it fun. I think universal is just it ended up being railroaded to pretty much strength.
You know, John.
Or meta style.
Fun
pretty
and
much.
imbalance sometimes comes in the same sentence, you know.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it was pretty fun to play it
Yeah,
when
of
it was
course, yeah.
everyone was just playing dumb stuff like Abaddon safe. And
I
liking
remember
it.
there was a time where two teams drafted 10 heroes, 9 heroes universal.
Yep.
That
The
was
numbers
the
needed
idea.
to be tweaked significantly. But even now, I feel that there's not as much fluidity with universal item builds as I feel like there could be. And so I like your suggestion, John. I like the idea of maybe lowering the stat gains that universals get from each of the stats, but then give them spell amp or I don't remember what Agi used to give.
Is it just armor?
Armor,
attack
move
speed?
speed.
Yeah, but they still
Move
give.
speed.
Oh, it was move speed. That's
Yeah.
right.
That was like ages ago.
That was a long time. Yep.
It was, and strength used to give status resistance at the time also, which people also hated.
Yeah.
That was that's a different story.
But I like how the meta is right now, at least with the draft, where you are required to not just draft universal heroes, but you are required to draft heroes that combine well together. Like Grim plus Primal Beast. When you have like something like a Spectre, you want to have like heroes that can gank around the map. I like that how the game has shifted towards that.
The synergies.
Yeah, you need to have a draft that clearly has plans that can link every hero together. Whereas back in the day, you know, let's just draft strong lanes. We win all our lanes. We win the game.
Doesn't really matter what our heroes do together, but
You
when you
do
keep
need
them all
stuns?
separated.
What is a stun? I don't need stun. They're all 5k net worth behind me. Why do I even need a stun, you know?
I feel like that only works in pro play though. I feel like I will continually be chastised by my pub teammates if we have no stuns on our team.
No, you should tell them, when I win my lane, I buy Rod of Atos. There you go.
It's not a stun.
Catch. But if you let me time to farm with my Midas, I give you a Hex. Side of Vice.
How many last hits do you think I'm getting in these games, Winter? Rod and Scythe? Are you kidding me right now? We can't all be playing Ogre with a Midas, alright?
No, you're playing Phoenix. Dead lane,
Yeah,
Midas.
I ain't got that Kaori tech where I get a first line of Scythe of Vice, alright?
Too bad. Just play your bench then.
Bench is fun.
Yeah, bench is fun.
But it has a stun.
No, he's giving me a look, you know, bench.
No, I mean, bench goes along with the synergies that you were talking about. I like
yeah, but you're
Midas
like,
armor
you're like
strats.
giving me a look bench. I'm not gonna die for my teammate.
I hate it. She's one of the most boring heroes in my opinion.
Hey, Venge is really fun.
No.
Once you get her talents and you just keep swapping, it's pretty fun.
No. Once you get your Ags.
The Ags is fun as well, but I don't know, like, even the Shard is pretty funny. I like the bounce. It's pretty fun. I just like fun stuff.
Yeah,
It's
wouldn't
dumb.
it be nice if you can actually play in a team and play all your fun heroes and win all the games? That is the dream.
You told me that fun and balance are oftentimes in the same sentence, but not all the time. We've got a draft, friends. Apologies for the delay. Had some issues starting the lobby, but we're into it now. And yet again, Liquid did their homework because LGD constantly banned out JT's Meepo. And Liquid are continuing that trend, taking that out and the Nature's Prophet. Meanwhile, G2IG, they ban out the Kunkka and the Chen.
Now they're making me curious.
About that?
Yeah, I just can't wait for them to just pick me for one game.
I have to imagine that Liquid just saw LGD's drafts and they were like, oh man, they're banning Meepo. We should probably ban Meepo too.
Yeah.
There's no way everyone scrimmed G2IG.
No, it's especially true when you see a matchup between teams of the same region and they do something so specific.
Right, exactly.
And you should.
But how would Liquid know it?
Yeah, they would just say that, oh, they probably know them better than us. We're just
Right.
going to copy them. We're not going to waste some time, you know, to try it out.
Don't risk it.
Or some teams will say, oh, you really want Meepo, let's just give you one game. But that's normally in the BO3 in the first game. Let's
That's
just
true.
try it.
Not a group stage.
Yeah, not a
No.
BO2 game.
They do get to start off with Magnus here for G2IG. I think they've run that multiple times on JT mainly. So probably just securing their offlane. Some flex onto mid as we saw.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the heroes where I feel like he's a hybrid offlaner. Like he has a role in the team, but he also plays for himself. like some of the offlaners, like you see Doom, like teams pick Doom. Doom is more about his own game, you know, because he's a greedier hero. Whereas something like a Centaur is more about your own, you're playing for your team. But Magnus, on the other hand, is in between, you know. You play for your own team with the Empower, but you do also go for your own items to farm, you know, with the Echo Saber, the Harpoon. I think he's the only hero that buys that item right now, and that item is amazing on him. You always get pickoffs, and Magnus with Spectre could work, you know. Harpoon someone, you catch someone, skill, and then the Spectre comes in with the Shadow Step.
Yeah, they could line up for it. I'm curious why Liquid's prioritizing the Lina so early. Maybe expecting the Magnus mid and trying to crush it?
I think the concept between Lina is you don't lose your lane. So whenever you get the option to pick a core and the core does not care who he matches up against, I think that's an inherent advantage for the team that picks it.
Yeah, but what about all these top tier heroes? Grimstroke is completely ignored. Why would you go for a Lina over a Grimstroke?
Like I said, you know, you want to pick a hero first, so that you get to see more heroes and pick the next few heroes. And like you're talking about Grimstroke, I think Grimstroke is not exactly a hero that I feel like I want to open my draft with. Right now, if I have like a pick like Lina where I can just pick it and see what you pick first, then I counter the next few picks. But I do agree there's still value in picking Grimstroke because Grimstroke is just that good of a support hero. Like he's one of the highest win rate support heroes right now.
70%.
Yeah,
And
pretty
I
amazing.
think he's been contested in every... It's almost 100% contested.
Almost every game. Like Grim plus Lina would be nice. Grim plus Magnus would be nice.
That's banned out. We do take care of it. I like the Weaver ban as well. It's been pretty popular, and you get the tree on top.
Yep. This is a very good combination with the Lina. Lina doesn't have armor. It helps set up Lina's ganks. And on the other hand, the Overgrowth is very good against the RP.
Yeah, it gives him a lot of control. Gives him also a good way of just having a support that can just sit in lane at some point.
Yeah.
Does slow down or get aggressive.
And
as we've seen
normally
with
when you go for Trian, you are like trying to pick like a Muerta or Luna carry, because that's how the lane is going to be fluid for you as a Trian. You don't want to be pairing like Trian with say like another melee hero, you know, in the lane. So they go for like the Phoenix Muerta. Alright, so team fight, RP into the egg.
Yeah, they've got that wombo combo ready. You don't really have the best way to machine gun down the egg, although I suppose Alina can kind of handle that. But if you do have the RP to protect, it's not that bad for the side of G2IG.
It's also for the matchup. Like Phoenix is very good against Trian. You think about like how the team fights are going to be played out, right? Like Trian wants to come in with Invis, with the shard. He wants to take an area, set up a fight with Overgrowth. But when you're playing against a Phoenix, if you do that, the Phoenix just comes in, counter initiates, gets an egg on top of that area, and then suddenly you feel like, oh wait, crap, we can't take this fight, you know? And the Sunray is also very, very annoying at just saving the target that you're trying to go on as Trian Protector. And the Muerta, on the other hand, might just be like a flex hero for G2IG, you know, might be a support hero, might be a core hero, but I think we've mostly been seeing core Muerta so far because ever since the nerfs to his calling, people are just using this hero as a carry more.
Yeah, which we have seen still be effective. It just does take that ramp up in farm. I don't think we've seen Monet play it just yet, so it's going to be interesting. I don't see the flex too hard for G2IG, and Team Liquid just goes straight into Morphling as well. So they've got their own carry matchup lined up early on, which, to be fair, you have some good heroes to turn into, like even just Magnus is pretty nice here.
Yep. And you want to have like a hero that has hybrid damage against Muerta, some magic damage.
I'm actually surprised that G2IG didn't go for the Morphling, because Monet was doing work on that in the LGD series.
Yeah, but if you want to pick it on the first pick team, you have to do it on 18. So
what are you afraid of?
I mean, I'm sure there are gonna be like heroes that can counter you, like some Doom, some TA. I mean, those heroes are still really good. I mean, Lina itself is also really good against Morphling already.
That's true.
And you can always catch the Morphling out from Fog with the stun. Every time when you're playing Morphling against Lina, there's always going to be that one random death that happens. Maybe two, okay, maybe two.
She probably doesn't even need the Laguna Blade. She just LSAs you from Fog, one Dragon Slave, and you're like, oh,
yeah,
I'm dead.
Yeah, Lina is not easy for Morphling to deal with, for sure, you know. Because you always want to be on low health to farm efficiently, and against Lina, you just can't.
You know, Lina versus Morphling actually has my favorite rival response voice line in the game. Whenever she kills Morphling, she says, I thought we were Steam friends.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's a banger of a line.
That's a very meta line.
It is.
A very
I
meta
love
line.
breaking the fourth wall a little bit.
Oh,
I mean, this is a draft you don't get to see a lot nowadays. You know, Lion and Lina on the same team.
beautiful. Laguna and Finger, just
Yeah.
the insta-gib on hand.
And I can't wait to see that happen when there's a Pugna ward in the game.
Oh yeah, Pugna has actually been ignored. I didn't notice that.
Could slide in. Could still kind of slot it in, but do you feel like you start to lack control for the Morphling if you do go Pugna here?
I mean,
is that a concern?
Yeah, they don't have really good lockdowns on their heroes apart from RP, so that's the,
Oh,
Spectre. With the Magnus, and Spectre kind of is good against Lina and Lion because you can always kill them easily, especially Lina. You know, Lion maybe not so much because he can hex the illusion. But overall, I like the way that the draft is around Spectre. I always believe that Spectre is a hero that if you pick this hero, you need to have the right lineup around it. You can't just pick the hero because the hero has a very high win rate and not have the right tools around it. And so far, I think they have very, very good tools around the Spectre. They have very strong and solid lanes, especially on the off lane. I think that's the lane that you care about the most. You don't really care about your own lane as a Spectre as much, but you care more about your off laner having a good game so that you can use your Shadow Step to get kills on his lane later.
And that does look like a pretty nicely aggressive lane for G2IG if they will give JT the off lane mag. I think the mag Morta can kind of line up some good shots and just have some solid synergy. I'm wondering what they're going to try to last pick here now for NTS on G2IG. I'm still assuming the Magnus is just JT0.
Maybe they could just do mag mid and try to pick a matchup where the offlaner can have a good time against the Morphling, so the Spectre can actually come into play earlier. That's what I might be considering, you know, something like a stronger laner.
Didn't we see the DK Lina matchup
Oh,
yesterday?
that is fine too. Yeah, that is fine too. But DK into Morphling is like also kind of not that great. I feel like. But it's definitely good against the Lina in the lane. But the way you're playing DK now is you sit in a lane, you get a Midas and you farm, you know. I'm not sure how that works with a Spectre and Magnus in your team.
Magnus is going to do the work. He'll find stuff around
He's
the map.
still going to need to farm, you know. Like Magnus is not like a cheap hero like Puck or
Yeah, that's
Pango. He
true.
runs around and kill. He's going to hit creeps, you know.
Oh man, I missed your cheap, expensive hero.
Economical hero.
Yeah. You have a specific budget for your team.
Yeah.
You can't overspend.
That's actually very nice way to explain it. You cannot exceed the budget.
No, you cannot. You can't go in the red.
Okay, that is a budget heavy.
All right.
I mean, it's a Morphling counter, so they're gonna do what I said. They move the Magnus to mid, pick a hero that can deal with the Morphling and have a good lane. Even though it's like on the more expensive end of it, but I do see the logic behind it, where if the offlaner gets a good start, they get a counter matchup, even though it's more expensive, but it allows the Spectre into the game.
Yep.
Yeah, they've
Oh,
got some
Wraith
good-
King. Wraith King off lane against Spectre.
That feels...
I mean, Wraith King against Doom is already like a good matchup.
Yeah.
You know?
It already forces a choice out from JT. It's a rather interesting back and forth in the draft. My one concern for G2IG is maybe just, you know, you mentioned having to play around a Spectre, that she's waiting for something to happen. Your cooldowns are not the shortest in the world for G2IG to kind of line that up.
But I would say that in terms of budget, I think G2IG has a more balanced budget, whereas Liquid has a more expensive budget because they have a Lina, which is going to farm a lot. With you get travels and you want to get to your Aghanims timing. Then you have a Wraith King offlane, which is also a high budget hero, and Water Boy. Enough said, you know, high budget hero.
That's true. Especially since more
high budget Lion too. Lion support.
Is he that high budget? Does
He's
he
a
need
plate
a
mail.
dagger
Shards.
this game? Oh yes, of course. The shard and all 5 plate mails. Very expensive. Because I don't really see Liquid needing to initiate team fights that much. So aren't they just kind of going to sit back and wait for Mag to skewer in, Doom to blink in, Spectre?
Like the onus isn't on Liquid.
Exactly.
I think you still have to play around those timings from G2IG, which again, if you're kind of trying to start a farm war, the Doom can keep up, but like I feel like you're going to get a lot just if the Wraith King's just allowed to clear out everything.
Basically, G2IG is going to be the white pieces that have to initiate stuff, whereas Liquid, they're going to be playing the black pieces, chilling, waiting. You know, we have the greedier, the more expensive budget, so we have to wait for late game.
Well, chess and finance. Could you be any more of an Asian stereotype right now, Winter?
He's not a doctor, so there you go.
There's still room for improvement right now, but I want to see what kind of opening we have with our very rare casting duo, Owen and Cinderin.
Hey, thank you very much,
Whoa!
Neil. Hello,
How
hello.
often do you get to cast with someone the same height as you, Owen?
That is true. It's very surreal.
The camera crew are just so happy. Oh, it's so easy to set the frame today. That's very nice.
So I'll let you two make eye contact for this game number 1. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, looking forward to this one, Cinderin. Liquid up against G2IG. We've just had the drafts coming out, and as we saw, you know, with this sort of the way that they ended, having this Wraith King as the last pick for Saberlight. Do you sort of agree with what the panel was saying in the direction you think Liquid's going to be going then with this draft?
Yeah, I think this game by nature is just going to be really slow. I think both lineups, sure, you have a little bit more initiative on the side of G2IG, but I don't really, when I see a lot of these Chinese teams pick Doom, they don't mind going late game. You have Doom spec. Are you worried about going late? I don't think so. Magnus as well.
They've got the team fight as well, that late game wombo combo, right? A Supernova, an RP to set up. There's a lot of things going for them.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point as well, is that Phoenix can always be that wild card in the late game, right? Where it can technically become a core as a support hero. So, yeah, I think both teams are going to take it kind of slow here. To me, the biggest puzzle is the support duo of Team Liquid. I feel like Lion and Treant don't have the most obvious synergy. Treant has a really bad win rate this term as well. He's 1-5, as we saw during the draft screen. So Lion is 1-2. So a little bit of a weird one. A lot of the times when you see Treant played as a 5, you pick it with a 4 that's like very farm intensive and explosive, that takes advantage of overgrowth. Like Treant Phoenix is a classic combination.
I mean,
he has
he
like
takes
this big
advantage
ulti, right?
of overgrowth. He gets the shard, he gets in there, he's draining. If
he
they're
drains
overgrowth,
everyone.
they can't hit him.
You're right. Actually, Lion does need dagger and plate mail, I've read. 2 plate
Well,
mails,
you don't
I
need the
believe.
plate mail if the enemy team's overgrowth, right? Because they're not even hitting you.
So what do you buy then? What are you going to spend your gold on then?
Well, you get the Midas and the Ags, of course, and the E-Blade.
Right.
You know,
I've played
I'm
a
sure
couple of
Boxy
pubs.
understands.
I've played a couple pubs with you. You have some innovative builds. The no raise Shadow Fiend with Morbid Mask and your
That was so long
Mid-Furion
ago, but it's
Dagon Rush.
still good. Mid-Furion is not terrible.
I would defer to you as to what to buy on Lion, because I think you have the creative mind for a game like this. If you have all the gold in the world, what do you
I hope
buy?
Boxy's creative as well. It was mentioned, I did, of course, when we were getting the flight over, he was on the same one. I did mention to him, I was like, Boxy, you got to play some Lion. And here we are. So let's see if he's been
Take
keeping
full
up with the
credit for
strats.
it.
And if we get some crazy stuff. We do have a pause at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, so apologies for the slight delay. We're just getting things set up so we can get into the action.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a mic issue on the side of IG. So a little bit of sound being fixed here, as you can see in the
Oh, yeah. So they're on it
on your screens.
Yep, Liquid's ready to go.
I guess overall what we should also be thinking about in this game is that both teams are 2-2, right? So this is a series that is very likely to determine which of these teams has a chance at upper.
Yes.
2 teams will go there.
Probably not gonna make it.
If you
Not both
2-0
of
this
them at
series, then you're pretty much, I'm not going to say you're locked in because you're not, but your chances, because this is like for both teams based on how the tournament's going so far, this is going to be one of the hardest matchups. So if you can get a 2-0 in this, that gives you a really good chance at getting to the upper bracket, whereas an 0-2 putting you at 2-4, you know, you risk potentially even elimination here. Do you think a draw is good enough? If you want to go uppers,
not
right?
to guarantee uppers, no.
Right, so
Yeah.
I think getting a draw here is kind of a bad result for both teams, because I think these are 2 teams going in with the level of expectation that they have. They want to start in that upper bracket, so I think neither team is going to be happy to draw, despite the opponent being really strong. There's just a lot to gain from a 2-0 victory right now. I gotta say, if you put me on the spot, I kind of like what IG are bringing to the table a little bit more, because
I think so, right? You know,
I just see more of a. I look at their lineup, and a lot of the time I'm like, this is too greedy. Like you see these heroes, there's like no clear line of initiation except a skewer.
So what makes it so that you don't mind that this time around in this game?
It's the matchup that they're playing into, right? It's the fact that as the panel was talking about, Liquid are kind of playing slow, and that's the type of lineup you want to face if you're playing Magnus, Spectre, Doom. You're fine if the game is slow. So I think for Liquid side, my player to watch in this game right now is probably going to be Insania and Treant, because I think this hero can really offset the balance of the early game. The first 10 minutes, some good gate plays, moving around, using living armor to win lanes and get ahead.
But I think as we saw on the stats, it hasn't been doing that well so far.
Right.
What do you think the reasons are for that?
That's a good question. I mean, it's still a relatively small sample size.
There's about 6 games, right? I think it was 1 in 5.
I guess I should say, how small of a sample size is that really? It's been picked quite a lot based on the number of games we've had. 6 games played is quite decent. Yeah, I don't know, to be completely honest with you, why the hero isn't performing so well right now. Liquid still chose to pick it relatively early, right? So
yes,
they definitely believe in it. I don't know if it's a matter of the hero being figured out, of the pacing is just a little bit off of how the games get played right now, as we are getting the go call here from IG. So I think we're finally ready to get started. The sound issues have been resolved. Very nice.
Looks like
so
Liquid
let's get into it.
R&D ready as well. So
both teams smoked
here we
up.
go.
Standard
Ladies and
stuff.
gentlemen, Game 1 between Team Liquid and G2IG, and we have just paused the game again. So you keep holding.
I was just getting comfortable.
We were playing the music. We had the lovely screen in front of you all.
Oh, they're resuming. It was
it's all good.
It was bait.
Never mind, it was never repaused. It was ready to go. Xnova has apologized, and we should be ready to start. As the G's are being called here. The G's to indicate the start, not the G's to end the game. Don't worry, didn't just miss the whole game. Because if anything, this one could be quite a long one, right, Sind? If things don't fall out of control for either side early on, both teams, they could prolong the end of this.
Yeah, I guess one more thing to talk about in terms of tempo here is, as the panel was talking about with Spectre, etc., and IG being able to, or perhaps they felt like the onus was on IG to get stuff done. I don't know if I fully agree with that, but I think I do agree with it if mid lane goes the way that it could, right? The Lina as the direct counter pick to Magnus.
I mean, this should be a first blood, right? Xnova's got any way out. He's going to skill it. The right click's flying through, not enough to kill him. As that level 1 dive will save him here. Liquid continues to hover around, same to be said for IG, but I don't think there's going to be any further fight out around this spot.
Have we seen Magnus versus Lina yet this tournament as a direct lane matchup?
I feel like we haven't had a few Mag games and a few Lina
Yeah.
games. I mean, who do you normally sort of say comes out on top?
I mean, that
it should be the Lina.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a direct counter pick that Liquid went for, right? They overall second pick because Magnus was the first pick of the draft, but there was their immediate response to the Mag pick. They know that it's going to be nothing to say playing it most of the time. Okay. A little bit of a poke. Thought maybe he was going to skill skewer and try to kill there with Monet, but
Yeah, I wonder if, as well if he was going to take out his own ward, because it was kind of, Boxy had given away that he knew it was there. Even so, they're still able to get the D ward on that one, Liquid. And they'll also be able to get
almost got it.
Not quite indeed. Monet will pick it up. He's going to take a fair bit of damage for this. And the stun and the blood grenades being thrown out upon him. He will live, but it's going to be kept rather low on the HP as he steps up to this top lane. See down bottom as well. McKenna and Insane, yep. They're going to be ready to trade some hits in on top of Boker. He's going to be off the mark with the shot there. So some early damage being taken by a couple of IG's heroes coming into this laning stage.
I feel like Deadshot has become the new hook, where it's like, when you miss it, it just looks so bad, but it's actually kind of difficult to hit it a lot of the time. Yeah, he does get away in that time, but yeah, I think this bottom lane for Liquid should be pretty strong. Morphling has a pretty good lane matchup against Doom. The way Doom usually, if he does win his lane, it's through strong harassment with Scorched Earth and just running at the carry together with his offlaner, but Morph can offset that largely with just a good attribute shift. And, Treant is one of the strongest laners in the game, so should be fine as far as that is concerned. I still just have my eyes on mid. I want to see how well Nisha does against Nothing to Say in this one, because I feel like, theoretically speaking, Lina should be one of Magnus's worst matchups. And considering you chose this as your overall first pick of the draft for IG.
Top lane, blood grenade's going to be there from G2IG as Xnova manages to take down Foxy.
Not a kill I was expecting.
I mean, mid
Really
lane as
caught
well.
me off guard.
Nothing to Say has got to be very cautious. He's relying on the Tango regen. Nisha's able to catch him in a couple of spells.
How did they kill him, actually? It's a Phoenix and a Spectre, both level 1. Phoenix has Icarus dive, and Boxy as well as Saberlight have a stun each. So I wasn't even looking here for a kill. I was like, this is not going to be the lane that anyone dies in until level 2s come out at the very least. But IG somehow found Boxy in a weak moment there. First Blood bounty did go to Xnova. Gonna be... Is he sending anything out just yet? Not quite. Do you reckon, I guess it's just fast tranks, right? Like you're just gonna try to trade with the line as much as possible, exploit the fact that that hero's kind of weak.
Mid lane, you...
Alright, speak of lanes.
You weren't going to expect that one, were you, Sin? Nothing to Say takes out Nisha solo.
Am I out of touch?
He throws out a tip as well. I think
Like,
maybe nothing
what?
to say. He's also a bit surprised that he got away with that one.
These
but
2 kills would have
meanwhile,
been...
back on the top lane, we will catch the kill here with Monet. Ooh. Yeah, getting taken out there by the final right click of Boxy. But yeah, that mid, nothing to say.
That is just so surprising to me. Like, that's what's really interesting about seeing these matchups sometimes. I'm not going to take the result of this and be like, okay, this is the conclusion of how this matchup goes in general. But
It's going to be another kill here for Liquid as the two of them get aggressive under the tower. Saberlight's able to take down X-Nova. So starting to pick up the kills there with that double stun duo on the off lane of Liquid.
Yeah. Lion definitely one of the weaker lane position fours that, for that particular reason, doesn't get picked that much, but Wraith King really couples well with him. You just do so much damage with the skeletons during the lockdown of Lion, so kind of compensate for his weaknesses with the offlaner in that sense. And yeah, that's why they can pull it off here. It's a combination of he's great with Wraith King, and the enemy safe lane is relatively weak. So finding a couple of nice kills there, very good. The side of Liquid. And bottom lane is going to be relatively quiet, like we talked about. Like, this is a lane where Morph is going to farm. It's a lane where Doom will get what he can. Obviously, Trian's primary task here is to just try to slow down JT, but he's never really going to kill him. And as a result, both heroes, both cores in these lanes are farming pretty well. Nisha is ahead on net worth mid, despite being solo killed, by the way. I think that's worth mentioning here.
And only with a slight lead on the CS. Nothing to say. Is out of the bottle charges now. See if there's going to be any extra focus around the 4 minutes to try and stop him from getting a refill with his bottle.
Yeah, Nisha's definitely on top of it. Look at him.
Doesn't want to let him get towards it.
Inching toward the right.
He's going to get past him anyway. So he will get the refill.
I think Nisha could have actually bullied him away there if he was anticipating that.
I guess felt a little on the manner himself. Just have a bottle charge to play with. Over on the top lane, the dive comes through. This time, X-Nova manages to survive. See back around the mid if we do get any sort of extra pressure coming in from any of the supports. I mean, could you sort of see Liquid sending someone over to maybe try and gear up and take down Nothing to Say, get a kill secured for Nisha? Maybe around his level 6 being hit with Laguna?
Yeah, it should be a good time for Lion to grab a smoke and go there, or maybe he doesn't even need a smoke. But yeah, I would say that should be a good play call. At the same time for IG, I guess Mag is likely to hit level 6 first. So with a potential RP skewer play, any rotation from any hero really could lead to a Lina kill. That hero is, you know, relatively fragile, especially early on in the game. Lina doesn't have the most health, her move speed isn't the greatest, especially, I guess boots are coming out now. Yeah, so that's going to help a great deal for Nisha in that regard of not getting caught up by the Mag.
Trying to make a bit of a go here with the skeletons. Monet's going to turn over towards Boxy. They'll actually be the ones to get the kill first here, G2IG.
Oh, if Saberlight dies here, it's tragic. Alright, he won't. That would be really bad. Well, got himself a little bit of a lion snack.
Once again, in the mid, the consistent harassment here from Nisha, keeping Nothing to Say very low. See the TP come in for the bottle refuel, so maybe all part of the plan there for Boxy. Doesn't mind going down there just to make sure that Nisha continues to have the edge against Nothing to Say. Despite Nothing to Say getting that early kill against him, CS advantage still very much there for the Lina.
This is a very natural timing for Lion to go refill anyway, because he's going to be able to cover the 6-minute rune.
Yep.
If Lina gets this rune and it's anything meaningful, I think Nothing to Say just dies on the spot. Actually, Boxy's trying to
wrap
wrap
get the
around.
setup, they're also bringing in Insania as well. Nothing to Say, he's got to run.
Surely he doesn't just actually get that rune and get out against 3 heroes. How on earth?
I mean, Boxy's still trying to close in on him. He's actually going to hold back because of Baboka standing his ground and blocking off the attempts to close in on the Magnus. So indeed, Nothing to Say gets the DD, gets the bounty, gets out of there.
Yeah, Liquid kind of weren't fully correctly set up for that, right? Boxy was behind the tower anticipating that he would be able to find Nothing to Say there, and he just ran straight down to the rune and took it in front of them.
Yeah,
so.
I think it was sort of like the big brain play from Nothing to Say, because maybe Boxy was anticipating that Nothing to Say would back up and go for his own bounty for the refuel because of the danger zone of the power rune. But Nothing to Say, yeah, just walks straight into it and gets away with it.
Yeah, I think, okay,
Oh,
RP.
Stun setup there, but the silence does come in time from Baboka, breaking the combo a little bit, and that will give the chance for Nothing to Say to pop the RP and get away from Nisha. Boxy will end up going down to the Shockwave. I mean, sure did get the skewer back, but Nisha did also have Laguna ready, so if he skewers him back, he might have got blown up.
Yeah.
So he gets away. All in all, a very clutch silence coming in there from Baboka, just stopping the smoothness of the the combo that Nisha wanted to lay down onto nothing to say there.
And just to add to that whole rune situation being kind of funny, right? IG had a high ground ward, which has now been dewarded by Liquid, so they figured out that he must have known. Because from Liquid's perspective, they think nothing to say is not going to go for this rune, right? It's too dangerous. So as you said, the big brain play is to actually do it.
Just actually go for it.
But he had the intel because of that good ward
Yeah.
that they had placed defensively to get that 6-minute rune. So very good stuff there from both sides, really. Monet in trouble.
Rotation from Insania. Slow him down that extra bit. And Saberlight will have the stun at the ready. Comes in over towards Monet. Another stun to follow up from Boxy. They take the Spectre down once again. As you can see on the net worth here, all 3 of Liquid's cores off to quite a stronger start in comparison to that of G2IG's.
Yeah, I would still personally say that that's important for Liquid. From my perspective, breaking even here isn't good enough for the Radiant lineup. So I think looking definitely solid for them to get ahead early on like this, but we've seen many a game how a late game Magnus and a Spectre can really get stuff done.
So they get the setup, they've got the burst from the Laguna, the follow-up of the Dragon Slave. It's enough to take nothing to say down. This time round, that movement from Boxy paying off.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
X-Nova will at least be able to take that shield rune away. Nisha bottom lane. The setups here from Insania. Can Mikke find the kill on this one? He can. That to strike takes down JT. Not only getting free farm now in that bottom lane, also being able to pick up some action. This morph from Mikke after a completely uncontested start.
Yeah. And now the question begs itself, where are the plays going to come from IG, right? You're going to get Monet up to level 6, but who will he Shadow Step with? Who are you going to play with? Is it going to be some sort of a dead shot calling combo? Is it going to be only skewers back? Doom isn't going to set you up for anything, so with both lineups being a little bit on the greedier side, with Liquid pulling ahead in lanes like this, they can maybe just stabilize and keep farming. Oh, he caught him off guard!
He's actually caught him!
Oh,
nice little bit of revenge there for JT.
That's the
just
second
walks
time
back to
today
the
we
lane
see
and takes
that.
him out solo.
Wasn't that in the previous series on this stream that Doom solo killed Morph as well? Yeah, Crystallis got killed off in the previous series. Just got doomed when Doom got 6 and... are we reaching that point in Dota history now where everybody is so good that what you do is you do the bad play because nobody expects it. You go for the power rune minute 6 with no coverage because they think you're not going to do it. You doom the morph in lane because surely he's going to attribute shift, right?
And then you play Magnus into Alina and you solo kill him. You know,
maybe
all these crazy things going well for G2IG, which they do need, as I say, with the slight deficit that they're playing with so far with regards to how much gold Liquid's getting out of this early game.
This is a good one on the mag here.
Oh,
this opens up for a potential kill on Lina later, or he could rotate to top to try to get the Wraith King. He is bottling, not using the haste. He is getting spotted by this Radiant Ward though, so I think this play is not going to bear any fruit, and Saberlight already got the tower anyway, so he's kind of out of there. Yeah. Not quite sure what Nothing to Say's play was there. He just helped Spectre farm a camp, and now he's going to farm a stack himself, so very quiet. Would love to see this haste rune being put to use and then use the Shadow Step. For Liquid though, they're going to find JT.
They're going to try them for the setup. At the same time, be careful on the morph. Backup coming in from Nisha as well. Swings over from the mid. Drops down a Laguna onto Monet. It's not enough to finish him off. They'll lose Boxy. Mikke trying to finish off X-Nova, but cannot continue to chase forward into the 3 members of G2IG. It will just end up being the 1-for-1 trade. But of course a trade in which Liquid are able to take down that off-lane Doom. Get rid of the core.
Yeah. And Shadow Step was used. I mean, it's obviously not the same as forcing out a Haunt in the old days, but you kind of just want these Spectre plays to not pay off very well. Surprisingly for IG, the one hero that was not involved there was the Magnus with the haste rune, who I feel like could have maybe made his way over there if he popped it instantly and just ran straight over. Maybe there was a potential combo play with the Spec. I really think that's what IG should be looking for. We talked about it's kind of difficult for them to set up Shadow Step plays, but if the Rune Gods give you that opportunity, you better take it. And here we go. It's go time now for NTS.
Yeah,
the Shadow Step's ready again.
Time to go down bottom. Shadow Step, as you say, is there. And, of course, Doom, it's just come back online. So G2IG, they've got all the tools required to dive in under this tower. See how Liquid prepare for this.
It's just a great scan. I think this, if they get anything here, it's just going to be the Treant of Insania. And even he gets out there clutch. Very well done. Even if they lose this tower, I think just cutting your losses with just that is a very good result for Liquid. That was a haste pop. There was a smoke play. Doesn't really give them anything else in the tower that they were going to get anyway.
Yeah, and with that information, they're able to put a lot of pressure on elsewhere. Nisha on the verge of being able to take out the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. On that top lane, the tier 2 starting to get approached by Liquid as well. Still continuing to just get a little bit more out of this early game than G2IG have so far.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Wraith King offlane that's just so annoying, right? You just constantly have to put out this fire of him pushing the lane. Spectre really not the best hero at doing it. Also not the worst, I suppose. You know, you have Blade Mail, you can just sit there, tank the skellies, kill them off slowly, but it's the fact that you need to give the enemy team information all the time, and Wraith King is just going to convert that pressure into farming more. So, really lines up nicely with the style of game that this is. Closing in on Relic. Saberlight is very farmed. We haven't really talked about the farm of him. We said that the net worths are good, but this is probably going to end up being a 15-minute Radiance treads, something like that up here. This pretty solid result.
It's just pretty wild how Nothing to Say and Monet are still falling behind on the gold. Maybe things will change now with the Blink Dagger pickup, but Nothing to Say. Time to try and make this early wombo combo happen. Supernovas at the ready. They've got the Doom. They've pretty much got everything. If they can make a good play around this Blink, which they need to, you know, if this Blink reveal doesn't end up successful, that's going to really hurt G2IG's flow.
Yeah, it doesn't even necessarily feel like you need to hit a fat RP either, right?
Just get a core.
Blink Skewer Lina is a great way of starting the fight. This hero has no defensive capabilities right now of getting out. If you get skewered as Lina, you're just dead. Like, there's nothing saving you here. The play onto Morph and Wraith King is a bit trickier, right? One of them is going to have 2 lives. The other one is definitely going to use Attribute Shift against Doom this time. So I think the Lina is who you're primarily looking at, but accessing that kill is probably going to require a smoke. Another power run though for NTS. Got almost all the runes this game.
Yeah, I think at least as a team G2IG have. Well, one of the shield runes was picked up by Xnova, but pretty much all the rest have fallen into the hands of Nothing to Say. Atos done on Baboka, so has got that extra bit of catch and setup.
Yeah, that's really nice for Mag to play with an Atos. It gives you that extra bit of just time to assess the situation, decide if it's a go or not. Obviously for yourself, it's a no-brainer how this item is good together with the calling. It does provide a possible kill window on Morphling, actually. If you out of Fog can put a calling and Atos into the Silence, Shadow Step, and then any of your other burst spells, like a good Deadshot plus ulti combo, or you get Doom off, then it's obviously a kill. It does give them some new playmaking possibility here. Saberlight is not seeing this one coming. This is a big rotation.
Pretty deep. They've got 4 heroes going for him. He may have read it just in time as he goes for the TP out, and he'll avoid it. He'll actually get away from that completely. Very heads-up move from Saberlight. I mean, they did have a fair bit of information, of course. They had seen that the Blink Dagger was there on Nothing to Say as he revealed himself, clearing out a few waves after he picked it up in the mid. And I guess that sort of moment of absence where they disappeared from that area. Saberlight, he knew that they, out of all the direction they would be going for him.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. There's that Atos Silence or Shadow Step, just instant kill combo. Yeah, it really looked like Saberlight wasn't expecting it, and then just at the right time he realized, okay, this map looks really dodgy right now. I'm just going to play it safe and TP away, and that was the perfect read. So another rotation from IG that didn't really bear fruit. They end up, you know, salvaging it a little bit, if you will, by finding a Lion bottom. But not exactly what they had hoped for. Still, though, the gold lead for Liquid isn't really growing, right? Like, the Spectre just farming up a nice stack here with Empower plus Blade Mail. I think it's worth keeping in mind that Spectre, you know, historically, generally speaking, the way this hero is, it's generally balanced around being behind, right? If you think about games where Spectre is ahead, the win rate of this hero is absurd. And in this game, sure, you're behind by about 1,000 to the Morph, but having these extra tools, the Blade Mail to farm jungle as well as Empower, could maybe narrow that gap a little bit. And
they're going to go for Saberlight, but he does have backup. As the stuns are going to come in onto the 2 of them as well. Laguna Blade to take out Nothing to Say. Waveform for it from Mickey. They were absolutely ready for that one, as Liquid do just continue to very well read the moves that G2IG are trying to make in this moment.
They didn't even get the 1 life. Saberlight's just going to go back to jungle and farm it up.
I mean, this was just a complete bait from Saberlight. Having Boxy and Isha behind him, they wanted them to jump him.
Yeah.
And as you say, the fact that he doesn't even have to burn for a reincarnation, they get away with 2 kills. And that's the Doom.
Doom and Sania still don't get
and top lane, TPs are going to have to come in quick and fast here to make sure that they don't continue to chase down Monet, but Boca turns up. In fact, they're going to have 4 heroes coming in to make sure that Liquid won't be able to continue to try for the kill onto Monet. Boxy should get left behind it, gets caught by the shot and the shockwave. So again, getting something, but it's still just these line kills, and not really these core kills that G2IG are desperately hunting for.
At the very least, they don't lose their spec, though. I think this is the... Obviously, it goes without saying that it's the win condition. The top net worth, being the Doom, is going to keep ramping up heavily with the Midas Octarine. So again, you're in this spot where the game is... You know, you're staying afloat as IG, and as far as I'm looking at it, this is pretty much good enough. As long as Spectre and Doom are farming, even if Nothing to Say's game isn't the best on the Magnus, I don't think this is a game where Magnus needs to get super farmed. I think if he can provide a little bit of a good setup and a catch, Doom can carry so much weight in a game like this. So... yeah, as long as Monet doesn't die, he hasn't really died since the laning stage. He keeps being able to farm his own triangle. They maintain control over that, and with the Empower and Blade Mail, he's farming it up relatively quickly. His Radiance, probably at 2 minutes away here, so 20-minute Radiance Blade Mail on your spec after dying twice in lane. Pretty good. As far as Liquid's concerned, maybe they want to try to delay that timing a little bit. Looking for a smoke play currently.
Let's see who they can find with this one. They're ready to enter into actually the triangle area of G2IG. Looks like they're actually hesitant in doing so. They just want to get the creep wave pushed forward. Maybe see if they can cause some sort of reaction down here. Or at least seems like they're maybe waiting for G2IG themselves to have tried to make a play into this area as they sit back around the tier 1. JT and Baboka, they're close to the tier 2. This time around it's G2IG very much showing that they're aware of what Liquid's attempting here, as Liquid bring the full squad down to the bottom lane. They won't get any kills, but they will manage to set up for the tier 1 to be taken. But as you say, G2IG, they'll be happy with this. It's time and space. So Doom and Spectre do continue to flourish.
So obviously, it's easy from our perspective when we see both teams fog to you know, it's a lot harder. What I'm trying to say is it's a lot harder for IG to consistently dodge these plays than it might look. They're making some really good map calls about moving their heroes around to minimize losses in a situation where they recognize that this is probably one of the most dangerous parts of the game.
Let's try an attempt there with the open RP, but Boxy was waiting, turns with a finger. They do follow up with the Doom, so the kill will come off successfully. The stun's out onto the 4 of them. They go charging forward to take down X-Nova, Nothing to Say, and Saberlight. They've got to run from him. They'll be able to push him back here with a shot. They'll just continue on the retreat there.
That was a very important Light Strike array. That fight was starting to look terrible for Liquid, but quick response from Nisha solves the problem. They still lose their Morph, but trading for Mag Phoenixes should be good enough, especially now. Obviously, big cooldowns on the side of IG. No Doom, no RP. So you're going to go and clean up this tier 2 and maybe even consider the Tormentor? Is that a play here without Morph? Wraith King is decent at taking this, but...
oh, they'd be risky.
I don't know. It could definitely backfire if IG read it.
Yeah, Mag's is going to be back up in 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, they're going
enough.
to cover it. Yeah. X-Nova's already looking. And they do have the Watcher, right? This is under dire control, so it would be very telegraphed.
They're considering it seems.
Yep.
I don't know if they can get away with this.
There's
going to be, as soon as there's any sort of sign of G2IG being around, Liquid will back off. They can't take it like this.
Is that the Radiance completed? It is. So now Monet, sending out his courier here, needs to not get it intercepted. Almost send it into the creep wave. Keeping it very defensive here. He's kind of anticipating that Trian will want to kill it, getting a bit paranoid.
Baboka, very nice reaction there with the silence immediately onto Saberlight, meaning that they have the chance to turn things around to take out Insania. And by the looks of it, they're going to be able to get Saberlight the twice here. Has he got any way out of this one? He's completely surrounded by the 4 of them. He'll try and turn and bring someone down with him. Will get X-Nova with that final crit, so still able to find something in the midst of it, Saberlight. They will lose the both of them.
What a Chad getting a kill there. What the hell? Supernova was ready too. I think he really wasn't expecting to be in any sort of danger on the Phoenix this time around, but Saberlight identifying the one play that was there and at the very least trading, so well done to him. But as it stands, a good result for IG. They get the 2-for-1, they get their Radiance intact, and they didn't have to expend anything major for that either. So the next play is actually ready if they want to. They could look for a smoke up. plenty of options here. Make a play if you want. Farm up the Mag BKB first if you prefer to do that. Mag and Doom's BKBs are going to more or less perfectly overlap. Doom is about, what's that, 1,500 away from his. Magnus is about 1,000 away from his. So they would probably get it about the same time.
Let's see if they get the catch now.
But they'd rather get
two
the
of them.
opportunity.
And there's the jump.
Oh, nice reaction from Boxy, though.
Immediate Hex in return over towards the Magnus, but it will not save Nisha. As Nisha taken out, Boxy also to be chased down by Monet and JT as G2IG, they'll take out the two of them.
That was a lightning fast blink, but
No,
nothing to show for it.
Absolutely not. Now 13 to 11, and G2IG now starting to take that little bit of a gold lead against Liquid. Able to calm the game down successfully here.
Yep. Gonna be looking at a Yasha now. He just picked up Radiance. And the Yasha is more or less complete, so... Did he get any of the kill bounties there? He got the Boxy kill, so that was probably like about a 400 boost to the Spectre in that situation. Insania gonna open on JT.
Gonna try with the ult to set up here.
Oh, he has the Purge creep. Insania did not account for that one.
He did not indeed, and Boxy not quite having the range to catch JT as JT just walks out of there. They're gonna continue to chase by looks with the four of them. The TP in the trees, JT, he's away.
Well done.
Further time here that G2IG are able to waste of Liquids, as Liquid are not getting away with these moves that 10 minutes or so beforehand they were pulling off successfully. IG there very much feels like they're now starting to get into Liquid's heads.
Yeah, this is the kind of move where Liquid really are looking for something because they know there's no RP in Supernova,
They're
right?
still looking.
So you're doing a power play here because you're perceived as being the stronger team right now, which is absolutely the case. So every time IG are in that spot and they successfully dodge kills, they're kind of stemming the bleeding that is naturally going to come in these spots. All right, Baboka using the ult. Insania at the very least forcing that one out. They will get the tier 2 here.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But still, IG's lineup can afford this. It's not the end of the world to lose a bit of control here. I think you've already, as far as I'm looking at it, you're past arguably the hardest part of the game, where it was the most dangerous, or rather where you were the least favored. In late game, you can obviously, not going to pretend that this game is just like, oh, we have better late game, it's fine, but I think the previous 5 to 10 minutes were the scariest ones, theoretically speaking, in the game, and they bridged that gap very well.
There we go with the double blinks, they'll get an easy catch.
Thinking about the finger, didn't use it though. Straight up smoke again.
I mean, they really want to fight. They've just picked up the Axe on Saberlight, so as a whole, as a team, Liquid going to be very strong in these 5v5s, even with these ults being dropped by IG, having the chance to come back that extra bit of time. The Wraith King Aghanims can definitely cause complications for G2IG if they try and fight into this.
Well, they're going to make their own move here. Regen Rune on Mag gets him ready to roll here. It's hard to initiate into this, though.
Do you go on this? It's a difficult call for G2IG to make.
And you can't really start the fight with Spectre either, right? You're not going to Shadow Step in the Morphling, pop Blade Mail, and give vision to your Mag, because you can actually just get blown apart by Lina Lion. Like, the amount of single target burst damage that Liquid has is quite scary for a Spectre. So you kind of have to play follow-through, and by extension that means that the way you start a fight is basically either the Atos play from Baboka or it has to be a Blink Skewer. So offering up the Morphling as well as Wraith King there makes a lot of sense.
I mean, both teams, of course, heading up to this top Roshan now, 25 minutes in. G2IG knows that Liquid's going to attempt to try and take a fight around this position, but they themselves, they've got all the ults ready.
Nisha showing on this
JT,
ward.
Oh, they just sort of walk past one another. They're a little bit awkward. I mean, JT's ready to go past the BKB. Get the silence in on towards and taking it down low. Oh, he's going to miss it. Nothing to say, tries to get the grab onto Mickey, but doesn't catch him. And now it's just full retreat here from G2IG. There's no more fight to be had. They'll lose Baboka. They will get the rest of them out of there, but not really things falling into place there. Bit of awkward, sort of Saberlight just sort of casually walking past JT. Then they both decide, all right, I guess we're going to go on each other. And unfortunately, for nothing to say, you're not quite catching.
Oh, this is a big moment.
Monet. I mean, this was a quick move from Liquid. Do they have the damage? Laguna Blade and the finger. They certainly do. Boxy, he doesn't mind taking himself down. Gets the finger stack. It's a mission success. And of course, whilst this play was going on between the two of them, the rest of Liquid, they're sticking around in that top corner, taking out the Roshan.
They should get this. There's going to be no further interruption from G2IG as Liquid, they'll come out on top of this whole series of events.
So look at this situation, right? If Magnus does nothing here, this is actually pretty good for IG, but really, I think panicking a little bit, I almost want to say, in that situation.
I guess, you know, he popped the BKB, you know, really want to get something done. If he did get the RP there and the skewer back in towards JT, JT did have Doom available. So
it's just
if it connects, they probably do kill Mickey, just not quite able to catch him that time.
It feels like a bit of a high risk, high reward kind of play, where if it fails, the fight is just over. Like, you just had to hard disengage, and otherwise you could have maybe, you know, awaited the situation, see what happens, let the fight develop. You got a free reincarnation proc, essentially. You could have waited for more, but didn't really have the best vision either to necessarily go for that blink RP play. I think that was a little bit, just a bit difficult to pull off all in all, so. Good result for Liquid, of course. They will grab the Aegis, as you mentioned. Maybe put this to use to get, I would say, the mid-tier 2 towers, just to gimme. It's like 2 hits for more if he just needs to get the wave there. Tormentor Steel in the cards, maybe? Looks like it.
Yeah, with the 5 of them, they can definitely push for it quick enough. G2IG are heading their way with the 4-man smoke. All ults at the ready. But into the Aegis, into the Aghanim's Wraith King, it's still a very difficult team fight to execute successfully.
It's very telegraphed now, though, that they get the information that the Tormentor has been slain. Should be able to somewhat assume where Liquid are going, but actually they just get out
just
clean.
dodge them. Liquid's up to a favorable position. Mickey, he has the Aegis. Do they really want to jump him? They hold back. They try and catch Liquid by surprise, but no surprises had here today.
Just a lot of... I feel like the name of the game for this series, or this game so far, has been good dodging, right? Both teams are very good at not getting caught in crucial moments with big team rotations. Just avoiding trouble. Smoke again. Let's see if this time IG are going to dodge it.
Mickey now with the BKB, Lincoln's Manta around the Aegis. Incredibly hard to kill this Morph at this stage.
I think they're better off not trying to do it, IG. I think it's better to, you know, you have to go on other targets and kind of deal with the Morph over time. All right, Senya with the find.
Sending up onto JT. JT will quickly slam down the Doom in order to make sure there's no overgrowth to follow up. Nisha trying to get in with the catch, but the blink's there for JT over towards Insania. They finish him off. Stabilizes him with a stun, but the BKB's popped by JT. He'll opt for the TP out and make it out successfully. Anything to catch X-Nova? There it is. A Laguna Blade coming in hot from Nisha. Will take down X-Nova. So they find the Phoenix. The nice moves from JT allow him to get out of that attempt that they were able to catch him. If he doesn't drop that Doom down onto Insania and Overgrowth comes out, he would have been dead for sure. So some nice evasive maneuvers once again from G2IG.
Well, I guess it's kind of an interesting situation, right? Because the team with the Aegis generally wants to look for fights, but IG taking the initiative, they're effectively buying themselves time. Another dodge. This time, nothing to say, sees it coming. Against the Lion, Morphin will get out. You know what kind of a game it is when the Form Muerta is Shadowblading over to farm your left side of the map Ancients, you know? Like, they're really playing keep away right now.
And sort of with that in mind, when you, I guess in particular, look at G2IG's supports, is there beginning to be more and more pressure on Liquid to get something done when it comes to approaching the high ground? And with these moments passing, and you're not getting even more scared by the scaling potential of G2IG supports on top of the cores.
Yeah, I mean, if Babuk is going to play an itemize like this, you're playing against 5 cores at the end of this game, that's for sure. Muerta is going Shadowblade into Dragonlance. You've got the Phoenix. Obviously, not too much on the Onyx Nova, but this hero does have insane damage and teamfight capabilities with very minimal farm. So yeah, I personally am a little bit concerned for Liquid when this goes to stretch, but this is a game that their lineup can win even at 60 as well.
Winning again, JT. He waits for the Overgrowth, pots the BKB to TP out, knows there's nothing to stop him through it. Just being, you know, excellently annoying here against Liquid, really. JT starting to really play around with them.
Yeah. And important that he has the Octarine to make plays like this, right? The window that Liquid have to punish this with is relatively small. BKB is ready in 40 seconds. You've got Doom again in 70. So it always feels nice to force Doom to use key cooldowns, but the actual impact of it after Octarine and high level comes out on the Doom starts being like, it's not that great after all. Refresher now for Saberlight. 3 lives. lay on another one.
Okay, see if we can find Baboka here. It's going to be another scenario in which G2IG is able to escape with one of their heroes. This
Nice
time
reach.
round, no. Setups there from the stun.
But I guess there's a bit of a dichotomy there, right? The Wraith King's build here is very supportive in nature, right? He's like playing Aura style. He's going an extra life, Radiance, Ags. There's no like heavy right-click orientation here with like an AC or, you know, a Deso going in that direction. So again, as this goes later, Wraith King Ags is a wonderful item. It's incredible in late game situations. But his own like direct net worth to damage output, he's a lot more enabling his teammates to shine later on, and it begs the question, are you going to run into a wall of damage issues at some point if you're Liquid, right? You've got this bursty Lina, and you've got the Morph, but your supports don't scale that well in terms of damage, Lion as well as Trian. The enemy side, literally every hero is going to do monstrous damage late game, so perhaps it's worth considering pivoting a little bit here on the Wraith King and not going for this shard into whatever. I guess AC is kind of an all-round nice item for him, but I don't know.
I guess just really feeling that they have an edge if they can survive through the wombo combo, the initiation from IG.
The Axe is definitely good. I'm not going to say it isn't.
No,
I'm just wondering if the refresher is going a little bit too much overboard here, and there was more value in just getting some real hardcore hitting damage.
See if they can take Saberlight out. A little separated from the rest of the team. Liquid, they are closing in to back up. I won't even be able to take him down the once here. Saberlight coming in with a crit, the lifesteal will survive. Boxy's in with a jump over the walls. The Phoenix catches X-Nova, but it's not enough burst. Monet going straight for the backlines as they look to chase down Nisha. Nothing to say, popping the BKB in an effort to chase this Lina down even further. Monet finishes him off. They brought down Nisha. See if they can get anything more. They take out Insania. They're looking over towards Mickey now. JT and Monet continue to chase Mickey away from the action. Tries for a TP, but JT jumps in, gets the cancel onto the TP. They'll be able to take down Mickey. Triple kill for Monet. That is exactly what G2IG were looking for, and I think exactly what Liquid were rather fearful of happening. A triple kill for Monet, losing that sort of move. It feels like it could start to get pretty rough, this one, for Liquid's end.
Yeah, I think this team fight is kind of a great example of what problems Liquid might have is when one of their two damage-dealing cores gets doomed, then what, right? Lina gets doomed there. They do a great counter Lincoln's play to just get that doom out with JT, and Liquid already, as their Lina dies, all right, well, we're gonna... He's
the fact that that's there, they know that Saberlight's nearby. Then they're going to have the RP. Yep. One of those situations where the Aghanims actually caused a bit of an issue there for Saberlight potentially as it gave away his position. He will still be able to blink out to the side. But JT is in on the high ground. I mean, can they die for this? There's still 3 dead on Liquid, so there's not a lot to hold back G2IG. They get in onto the high ground. Saberlight's going to be taken out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As starting to really crumble here, Liquid.
Yeah.
Another kill for Monet. JT and Monet just getting completely out of control. I mean, JT in particular, I really enjoyed some of the plays he's pulling off this game on the Doom. I think he's done a lot.
For sure. It's one of his best. He's a very formidable Doom player. And
yeah, I think he's identifying very well in the fights what's my primary purpose. I think if he finds a Doom on Lina early on in the fight before she gets her spells off, to me, I'm already going to consider that fight an IG win unless you get a full-on reset for the Lina. Like, you just... Morph can't commit in with confidence and find enough kills in the meantime while Lina is out. So you're kind of in this awkward spot where, okay, Doom is out on Lina, we have to disengage, but they just relentlessly chase you down with Skewers, with Spectre. Even the Atos can come in handy for the Muerta to lock onto the targets. So I think if Liquid want to hope to win a fight at this point, you have to play off of Treant really well. You need to get vision advantage, you need to get the jump, and you need to keep Nisha safe. If Nisha gets caught, I just can't see it, man. There's just there's not enough damage. If you imagine this Wraith King at like a 4 or 5 slot who is hitting like a truck, then okay, maybe your Lina gets doomed, but Wraith King is going to go in and have a fight.
I mean,
Wraith King doesn't kill anyone this game.
Absolutely not. I mean, Liquid as a whole, right? You look at the 3 cores of G2IG, you jump them and throw all your spells out, you're probably not going to 100 to 0 them unless you literally throw every single thing possible at one of these cores. You know, JT and Monet in particular, of course. These two gearing up to a point now where they feel borderline unkillable unless they get caught in a really compromised position. We'll see Saberlight try for the opening onto Monet. But he immediately turns. That's him going down the once instantly. And do they really want to still try and force something here, Liquid? I don't know. They're holding the high ground. Maybe see if G2IG step up
There's
into
the
it.
Doom again.
He's going to be able to find it. Taking a 3-man RP, coming in from nothing to say. Liquid really in absolute shambles here, as they will see who they can bring down with them. They get Baboka, but that's going to be it for them as they lose 4 heroes in this team fight. It's got to be frustrating now for Liquid. These last few moments, it has seemed impossible for them to do anything against G2IG and anything against JT.
Yeah, this is going to cost them dearly. They're going to lose at least 2 towers. Actually, JT just going. He's just going
I mean,
for
look
it.
at him go.
Ogre Seal Totem.
They've got the
Okay.
buyback. They've got to punish this. They popped the Overgrowth. They will manage to finally put an end to sort of JT's reign as he just toys with them in this game.
My goodness.
But does cost a buyback there from Nisha.
He got a lot of gold for it, though.
I mean,
That
look at
is
this.
probably kind of worth it. I don't know. It's close, at least.
I mean, look at this again. As you said, just JT, he knew exactly what he had to get done. Gets around on the sidelines, catches Nisha, then nothing to say. Doesn't get much better than that. 3-man RP, and at this point, it doesn't matter if you live a little longer, if you're just not able to do anything. They get Baboka, but that's it. And it feels like the fights that are to come after this one may indeed continue to be like that. Maybe they get a support, but getting one of these cores, it just seems so hard for Liquid right now. They're down 18k, G2IG steaming ahead.
I think you bring up a really good point as well about IG's core composition, right? All 3 heroes are very tanky. As we mentioned, Magnus has the luxury in this game of not having to go any damage items. So what does Nothing to Say get? Full-on defense. He has Lincolns and BKB on the mag, and now he's itemizing into an Octarine core.
I
So
mean, that's just fantastic. Even more raw HP, right? So
Right.
even less likely you're going to be able to burst him.
if you don't die in the burst and you just get your spells off on IG, it feels like the fights are going to play out the way that you want. And not having to buy Harpoon, not having to buy any sort of damage on him is just... It feels so great to play Magnus like this because you can full-on dedicate your team fights to just chilling, waiting for the right opportunity, and set something up. And at this point, you can start fishing for skewers too. If you see any opportunity, like, just try for it. If it misses, so what? Like, they're not going to be able to counterplay you instantly when you have Lincoln's BKB. And your teammates will be ready to follow through, so...
I mean, yeah, they've pretty much at least got 3,500 HP on each of their cores.
Yep.
Liquid, they just don't do those sort of numbers.
They do in a vacuum where Lion, Morph, and Lina get to shotgun all of their stuff into one guy, but, you know, it's kind of wishful thinking to get those opportunities, right? It's just not how this game has played out so far. Monet still has Aegis for 2 minutes, by the way, so that is just not a target whatsoever. Like, they are just leaving him down here alone to push because they know Liquid can't go on him.
Liquid, are they going to be ready for this? There's
Okay,
nothing to
there's the
say.
fish.
He's in on the base. He's able to get the catch on the Saberlight. TPs are going to be heading over from Liquid to see if they can at least provide some sort of safety to allow Saberlight to get out on his second life. Off to the side, they picked off Insania. They catch him in the trees. Will at least be a bit of a distraction, allowing Saberlight to blink back to safety. And with this, just the kill, it's still enough for G2IG to push up to the high ground. See what Liquid's response is going to be. The opening stuns towards Monet.
Okay, decent damage.
It's not quite enough, though. He's going to stick around, be able to finish that one off. JT will put the BKB. Looks like this time round wasn't able to get the catch onto Mickey. Mickey able to respond quickly enough. He was coming in from X-Nova, topping Monet back up because he's still got the safety of the Aegis to rely on. They get the skewer back on Saberlight. He'll get a little bit more time with this. We'll manage to find the Reincarnate coming back online. JT tempts for the jump in from Nisha, but this time the Lincolns will keep Nisha safe. Monet, he'll jump over with the Shadow Stab. He's going in pretty deep for this one, Monet, but he's happy to burn through the Aegis. It's just the Aegis gone. He's going to be round for round 2. Let's see if he can get out of this. There's 5 low blood strokes there, but the RP comes in and it catches Mickey incredibly low on the morph. Saberlight dragged back as he'll try and trade with X-Nova, but the dive away's there. X-Nova will die to the right click flying through. But of course the damage was done. They lose Mickey, they lose Saberlight, they have got buybacks available. But it's against G2IG who's still got 4 heroes up. Monet could continue to get back on with the push. And the question now is from Liquid, well, what do they do in this situation? Do they need to buy back? Or it looks like just the 3 of them is going to be enough to cause G2IG to hesitate from going for this push. So a little bit of fortunate breathing room, I feel, there for Liquid, considering the circumstances. G2IG, they opt to play it very safe.
Yeah, JT had to go back to base to refill, so effectively you have 3 heroes there, and the enemy team has base advantage and potential buyback, so you're going to take the win there and back off. I think it's completely fine from IG to not give it...
Nothing to say, he's just going straight for them. Forces the BKB reaction from Nisha. They do catch him with the stun, the finger of the Laguna. It's not enough. Nothing to say will survive. Monet jumps in on towards Boxy.
That's a dieback.
He's out for 80. And now G2IG with the tier 2 they've been able to take down in the mid. They can start pressuring both lanes. There's nothing to say. You can see him already looking for a grab on whoever steps outside of the base of Liquid.
It's pretty clear the mindset is, I just need to catch Lina in any way possible, because they know there's no buyback on Nisha, right? He bought back to find that counter kill earlier on when JT was extending into the base. So if Nothing to Say finds Nisha one time and gets that skewer, the game is over. So you can also see in his positioning in the fights, Nisha is extremely timid, right? He's playing very, very far back. He's playing constantly under the ninja gear, just spamming spells from range, because he knows that both players are very aware of the position they're in the game here.
Look at JT. He's going to try for the jump on Mickey. Won't get it this time.
I think he misclicked his purge. I think he purged himself. Maybe? I don't know what that was.
Nothing to say. Also not going to find the grab onto Saberlight.
But this is just what IG can do, right? Just fishing. Eventually they're going to hit.
I mean, what's the plan here for Liquid? Do you just sort of have to wait for those players and try and trip them up on it? Or do you have to get proactive, try for some sort of risky play with a smoke to get out of the base and maybe catch G2IG in a situation where they don't anticipate Liquid going for them out on the map?
I think you either try to set up the really perfect Wraith King bait, or you're not this, at least. That's not how you want to start.
They're going to try and make something happen with it. They get the opening stun over towards the Doom, over towards JT. He's forced to the side. He's able to put the BKB as JT will successfully disengage. Mickey jumps forward over towards Nothing to Say. They will get the Magnus kill, but the Doom's back up. Drop down onto Mickey. He's got to back away. He's just going to full commit for the fight. He knows there's going to be no escape. But Boka's onto the high ground, ready to deal with the supports as he takes out Boxy. Boxy will turn with the Hex. Nisha hiding in the trees, trying to keep his distance. He throws out another Light Strike Array on towards Baboka. Rushing back as well, Saberlight with the Hurricane Pipe to keep his distance, but Baboka will go down. That was the gem dropped as well, so something to be found there from Liquid. They do use the buyback from Mickey.
They need to be careful. I mean, they're still RP.
But they might be able to have a chance of getting money. They've got the break hit coming in from Mickey. Wave falls forward, jump forward, Nothing to Say. He's in with a two-man RP reaction, and they go straight back in on top of them. Monet and X-Over with the cleanup. Nisha trying his best to continue to keep his distance against these heroes, and it is almost working. It's enough. Nisha will take out Nothing to Say. It's a dieback coming into play for both teams' big cores. Nothing to Say out for 2 minutes. He's going to live. Glimmer Cape's there. X-Nova's able to make it out of there.
Clutch
Casualties across the board, but the big ones that stand out. Mickey out for 100. And then on the side of G2IG, Nothing to Say out for 100 as well.
I'm really impressed with Liquid's ability to salvage that situation. To me, that was just game over when the RP
He's considering
landed.
going in on his own. He's going to try with the jump in, but he gets caught by the Light Strike Array. Backup coming in from Monet. They're in on top of Nisha. Is there anyone to get Nisha out of this? They try with the overgrowth, but the BKBs are up. They finish Nisha off. He's out for 2 minutes. Into the trees, JT starts to play around with Insania and Boxy. Managed to hold back Monet for now with the stuns. But there's still so much time about that cause. Insania just trapped here against the slow, painful death from the Scorched Earth for JT. Boxy trying his best to drain them, will manage to get back into the fountain, but they're ready to dive. JT drops the Doom down, puts a stop to that fountain region, and with that, a stop to Boxy's life as Boxy was full. Now G2IG just playing with their food now, up in the fountain, as they pretty much get everything. Saberlight, the only one left standing. G2IG, they've got the creep wave coming in on the mid lane. At the least for Liquid, there's still a tier 2 top, but it's now a 29k lead for G2IG. They're set to take at least a second set of racks and maybe even catch Saberlight. As Monet will get the vision of him stepping out in the top lane. Jeez. The money has rolled in for Nisha to have buyback available.
Pitiful damage. Wraith King blinks, crits him, you can't even tell. Yep, that's minimum 2 lanes. Maybe it's just the end, right? No buyback on Wraith King.
I mean, they're definitely going to try and close
Nisha
it.
has the buy. He will definitely have to use it here. And Nothing to Say is back in 15 with travels and RP.
They've got one more fight in them, Liquid. See if they can take anything away from G2IG. The Ancient's exposed. Nisha waiting with the buyback. Gonna open up onto Monet. They get the opening stun. There's the Ponce State coming over. They've got the fortifications. Want to keep the creeps safe. There's the RP on towards Mickey. They force Mickey to the side, but Mickey will not survive. Taken out. Boxy to fall. This is going to be game over, surely. It's only Insania and Nisha left alive, trying with the defense here. But G2IG, they're onto the Ancient. Very little left that Liquid could throw at G2IG to slow them down now. As this game, Nisha, one more stun to throw out, but the Supernova's in the bait. They might actually be able to get the Supernova, they do! But it's only him left, Nisha. Nothing has stopped G2IG from claiming this game one. As G2IG, honestly, I think probably one of the best performances we've had from them so far in this tournament. Some really, really nice moves that did sort of render Liquid in a position where it felt like they just couldn't do anything to get out of that game.
I think really the main impressive thing about IG's play in this game, I think they did a really good job playing keep away, right? It's when we're looking at the game from the observer perspective, it's obviously very easy for us to see every move Liquid is making, but I think IG did a very, very good job here at dodging multiple key plays that Liquid needed to work to stay ahead and build that advantage. Ultimately, they just get counterplayed too much. My MVP of the game, if I had to pick one, probably goes to JT.
I think I'd agree.
Amazing amounts of vision, amazing amounts of good initiations, finding Lina at the key points, finding Morphling at the key points, getting a lot of Dooms out against Linkens, just playing a really, really solid game where, again, you replay this game with both teams and Liquid, 2 of their smoke moves are successful, you're looking at a different game. But G2IG did a very good job just dodging around, buying the time they needed, and getting their whole lineup online and becoming unkillable eventually almost.
Yeah, they really, really did. Liquid just not having the tools to answer G2IG in those later stages of the game with how much of a lead G2IG were able to build up. Very impressive stuff from G2IG here in this first game of the 2-game series. We'll see if they can keep it up in the second one. As G2IG will take game 1 against Liquid.
And in a fashion that now has me convinced, this G2IG roster is not just some random stack slapped together. No, there is some brain power put behind all of these teammates. And I'm convinced that this is real. We are witnessing something that is a pretty top-tier team, I think.
Yeah, I think there were some questions yesterday after playing against LGD. Not the toughest opponent right now. Liquid up there. And we're seeing some of those same flashes of brilliance coming out from that last series. Like, JT just goes insane once he has some of his setup ready. He goes out, he finds the right targets. Not just the carries, but even like the early disables onto Insania, preventing overgrowth in the wider fights. It's a tough game to play for Liquid.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Liquid, their game plan didn't really work out, because they picked the Wraith King last and probably felt like Wraith King, you have 2 lives, you can deal with the Doom in the late game, and you have the Aghanim's to give your teammates a little bit more time to cast their spells in the team fight. But eventually I felt like what lost them the game is the inability to actually compete with the enemy's team fight composition. The overwhelming team fight from Phoenix and Magnus just
here's the LSA.
Yeah, and this is the crazy Nisha that only one Nisha grows on the trees.
That was not the expression. Okay, we were having a discussion backstage where I was skeptical that you can get away with first picking Lina. And when that LSA happened, we were like, oh, well, Liquid's just amazing. I'm like, no, Nisha's definitely one of those players, and Nishas don't grow on trees. You can't just get away with first picking Lina on any old team. Liquid may have been able to get away with it, but they didn't, because, like you heard from Sin, maybe if these smoke maneuvers worked out in their favor, then we would be looking at a Liquid victory. But G2IG were keeping them at arm's length the entire time to buy enough time for their also expensive draft to come online.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot more, I feel like, opportunities in the game, with their lineup. Like with the Magnus, you always have the pick-off potential. And if you look at Liquid's lineup, what is exactly your pick-off potential? It's just mainly the Lion with the dagger.
Yep.
Wraith King doesn't really want to run around and initiate too much. He's trying to get towards his item timing. The Lina wants to farm and wait for the travels. And
Morphling also built super defensive.
Yeah.
Lincoln's BKB.
Yeah. So basically, they don't really have a lot of opportunities. And Boxy was like under a lot of pressure to try to set up for his team. And a couple of times he was caught out because he was playing really aggressive. But he was trying to do what he needed to do for his team. And he's the only one that could have done it.
Yeah, I think if you had maybe more follow-through for the line initiation, could have gone a little bit better. Yeah. But even the laning phase for Boxy was really slow. Like, that top lane was probably the weakest one coming out there for Liquid.
I mean, this is the reason why I felt like the Wraith King was an idea that did not actually work out for them. I felt like what would have tied everything together with the draft is they needed an off-laner, maybe like Centaur or some Aura hero that can allow you to group up together. I say Aura hero because whenever you're playing against Spectre, you do not want to be splitting up too much on the map. That's going to give the Spectre a lot of opportunities to pick you off. So you want a hero that allows the team to group up together. Like a Tide would be a classic example to do that.
One of Saberlight's signatures was Enigma. Would you have preferred that?
Yeah, that would be fine too. Anything that allows you to just huddle up together by the pipe, push, end the game. I don't think going for this Wraith King ultra scaling hero would actually work. I was kind of skeptical in the beginning, but not because of the Wraith King, and more of the Lion, because I felt like the Lion had a lot to do this game and nobody could really help him. And I mean, after watching the whole game, I felt like that was kind of validated, you know, because the Wraith King kind of wants to farm a lot, and Lion was just trying to do a lot alone. And whereas when you're looking at G2 IG's lineup, they have a lot of pressure on the map with the global presence of the Spectre, and it means that the Magnus can always feel like he can go for the pick off. Not just the Magnus, you saw how JT was very aggressive. He knows that the
sometimes
Spectre,
too aggressive.
Yeah, sometimes too aggressive. But he knows that he has backup coming in, backup inbound, you know, so he can always play like that. But Boxy was kind of left on his own.
How'd you like the mid lane head-to-head with Lina versus Magnus? We're still trying to figure out how good is Lina really.
Yeah, I think Cinderin mentioned as well, it should be a natural lane where Lina feels a little bit better playing from range. When you look at the CS at around 6-7 minutes going into 10, it wasn't that bad, for nothing to say. Like, he was keeping up in farm, just playing around with Shockwave, and I was surprised that you couldn't just right-click her ass out. You were asking a question as well. On the skill build, maybe he opted for that level 2 or he skipped it, maybe?
Oh yeah,
Not
and
sure.
Fiery Soul. Not sure. But that may have been a difference maker.
Yeah, but I at the end of the day, I kind of like what they actually envision with this Lina first pick. You know, the idea behind that, they feel like I can just pick Lina and I don't really care about the matchup. So that would give my other lanes the opportunity to counter their opponent's matchup. It's just that I felt like at the end, they didn't really have the right pick to bind everything together with the Wraith King.
They ended up going with the Wraith King, and that was one of our Acer Predator head-to-head choices as we looked at the offlaners. JT's Doom versus Saber Light's Wraith King.
One guy is playing, actually both of them are playing Midas hero, but only one guy actually buys the Midas. The other guy doesn't buy a Midas, but he's playing like he has a Midas on the Wraith King.
Pretty much. I mean, I loved seeing JT kind of pull out this performance with the Doom, because again, yesterday he was playing more hyper-aggressive offlaners like, say, the Primal Beast, and he had the same mentality once he had that farm. Like, he just goes. He knows his team will back him up.
He's a bit volatile, you know.
He is a little bit crazy, you know.
I think he's the most Southeast Asian on this roster.
Damn it.
Because, I mean, nothing to say, he plays like a Chinese player.
Okay,
X-Nova plays like a Chinese player, but JT, he plays like a Southeast Asian.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take it out of him, you know.
Yeah.
He plays Meepo.
Yeah, exactly. Which people are continuously afraid of, and maybe that's something that we need to look forward to the next draft, is what do you think Liquid's going to revamp? Do you think that they're still comfortable with the first pick Lina, if they get first pick again?
I think the Lina is going to be okay for them if they want to do it again. It's more about the picks later. How are they going to bind the whole draft together? You know, they need to get Saberlight on the same page, or they have to try to adapt towards what he wants to do. So we just have to see what they're going to change up in the draft.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be the offlane. Maybe something like the line idea as well is not something they revisit depending. But it just felt like it's going to be in the offlane. I think both picks have to change for sure.
These are expensive drafts, but you know it's something that's very affordable. It's tickets to come to this event. Yes, we're only doing the group stage right now, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be in an arena. I don't actually know what the name of the arena is.
MyTech.
MyTech. If you want to come to the MyTech arena, well, then you can go to esl.gg/ESL1KL. Limited tickets are still available, so you can get it now. But if you just want to watch from a distance, then I can bring you a game number 2 after the break.
I've been shot down, I've been hurt, I've been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way
Welcome back, everyone, to a very weird situation right now. Okay, so if you missed it during the commercial break, we were showing you the tail end of LGD versus Tundra, in which LGD won after 65 minutes. And John, guess what happened on our third stream with 9 Pandas versus Falcons?
Falcons lost to the Pandas?
Falcons lost to 9 Pandas. After
That
a
is-
55-minute game, 9 Pandas got their first win. What is going on?
Huh. That's topsy-turvy. Especially considering yesterday we covered those LGD games.
Pandas and LGD were completely winless yesterday. They were both went 0-4, and then they went against the top of the group today, which were Tundra and Falcons, and they won a game.
Must be strategic, you know. If you had to lose, it's probably both of these teams considering precision.
Ah, of course.
Right? It's all part of the strategy.
Falcons are tactically
Yeah.
throwing. Tundra's tactically throwing.
Yeah, they're taking the
making
losses.
excuses, guys. Come on, they played bad one game.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable, you know.
Shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen.
So they finally lost with their mid lane DK.
Yes, Falcons were playing another Malrine DK. This is all happening right now on the ESL_Dota2_Storm channel. And yeah, bizarre stuff. We're keeping this group stage interesting here in Group B. But we're focused on G2IG versus Liquid. And yes, yet again, they ban out the Meepo. And G2IG, they take out a Kunkka this time.
Still fairly open. I like the Kunkka ban out. It's been something that G2 has picked up a couple of times as well, for nothing to say, but just not leaving the options. I'm wondering, it feels like we're ignoring the Grimstroke first here
That's what I'm
for
saying.
both this time around.
It's weird. It was second phase banned out by Liquid in the previous game, but so far the bans are identical to game number 1, which means that Liquid may opt to also ban out a Rubik. Oh no, actually, so they're banning the same heroes. Wait, yes, never mind, we're good. They're all banning the same stuff. So G2IG would need to ban a Rubik, and Liquid actually changed one of the bans. They went for Spear Breaker here. Slardar also was their 4th ban, so maybe they'll mix it up there.
Yep, so they banned Rubik and picked Magnus, right, the last time?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I feel like you should be doing on the first phase. I mean, remember the Phoenix conversation that I was kind of disliking opening when you're first pick, you open with Phoenix. I feel like the 7 ban and into the first overall 8th pick should be a call. So you use your ban on the 7 for that call. And if you're picking a support right away, I feel like it doesn't really justify it as much, you know, at least for me.
And so banning Rubik into picking Magnus fits that line of thinking, which is what they do again.
Yeah, they did take care of the Phoenix as well in Liquid, so they leave that Spirit Breaker in. I wonder if they'll just repeat that Lena pick.
Maybe.
You know? I mean,
Why
again,
not?
the lane was not too bad. It wasn't soul-crushing for NTS, but you still got some decent timings there for Nisha.
And we don't know if they'll send the mag mid again.
Right.
That was kind of what seemed to us to be like a pretty late decision in G2IG's draft. So they don't have to do the matchup again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of having a flex pick early on, especially on the first pick, when you have to show your cards and you don't have the overall last pick with the 24. It's always very good to have a flex pick, so it's more difficult for the enemy on the 24 pick to abuse you.
Liquid first phase a gyro this
Wow,
time.
position 5 gyro, my favorite. I tell you, I love I love gyro pos 5, man. Get a veil, run around, kill people, call down.
Wait, did you sing that praise for Varij when he used to do this?
Oh
You didn't say the
man,
same thing.
I forgot about that.
I don't remember that.
Why?
See DPC
Let's
memories.
move on, guys. You know.
Yeah, this should be insane, Yasuhiro, and it
Should
is
be
fun,
insane,
and
Yasuhiro.
I believe they did find success with it.
It is a 50% win rate. They ran it once against 9 Pandas and they won, and then they ran it again against Team Falcons and they lost.
So they've had moderate success with
Yep.
the gyrocopter,
I
but
mean, basically the idea of this like gyro support is whenever you have a call that feels like he wants to play carry gyro, and then you kind of think about, can we actually first pick the hero without IO? And stuff like this come up in the secondary conversation and discussion. Oh, I can actually make it work as a 5, you know, so if we ever have to open it up in the draft, I can always be that backup.
So you think that it has potential to flex, but only if they pick an
Yeah,
IO?
if I feel like if I'm just picking this hero for the sake of being a position 5 on the overall on the 9th pick, then I feel like it's not
What's
that
the
high
point?
value.
Yeah.
I would only do that if if I want to support Gyro, I'll pick it later. I wouldn't pick it on first.
I do like that G2IG are just ignoring the IO and just kind of like, all right, if you want to run the IO Gyro, we'll just take care of Saberlight's heroes. Lycan gone, Beastmaster gone.
Yep.
And which is really one of probably Saberlight's most common heroes throughout the year from every tour.
He still has the Enigma, Visage, like those kind of similar heroes. I do feel like those are the kind of heroes that are still pretty good right now since they buffed the auras, and sometimes whenever a team is trying to be too greedy in the current patch, you always want to be able to take the map, and those heroes are very, very good at doing that. And last game they kind of got out team fighted by G2IG, so maybe Liquid is gonna pay a little bit more attention to the team fight department in terms of the draft. Gyro definitely is something that provides a lot of team fight. It doesn't matter if he's a support, he's a core. He does a lot in the clash.
Yeah. You mentioned something like the Tidehunter was an option in the last game as well.
Yeah,
could be something down the line.
I was kind of surprised that that wasn't picked because you were up against the Spectre and Magnus, and Tide is really, really good against that. So they go for their safe lane. I presume this should be their safe lane duo, the Spectre right away. And Spectre is also a very, very good core against Magnus because you don't really show. So you can't get Harpoon and RP picked off. I mean, sometimes you do, it does happen, but generally it doesn't happen to Spectre as much. And you can always use your Shadow Step to catch him, or at least cancel his dagger. So that would be very, very ideal for him.
Yeah, I just like the presence of Gyro as a support now as well, because you were talking about the concept again with Spectre and Shadow Step. Gyro is a support even as a 5 that can provide a ton of damage for you.
He's like a Tuskar. You run around, look for kills with Snowball, but homing missile, and then when you get the stun off, the Spectre comes in. Hey, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Here's your tip. Bye bye. I'm going home.
It's super low committal.
It's like he's coming over to collect his takeaway. Bye bye.
Just like that, in and out, and it's just so safe. Like as long as you have the forward vision, or you just get that homing missile early, the Spectre can pretty much just go, especially once the shard timing's up. That's when it gets scary. Like you get that shard at 15, Spectre has at least one item to help out. It's kind of hard to stop that gank train.
Previously, when they ran this lineup, the Gyro Spectre, it was against 9 Pandas, and they also had Nishan Invoker, which may actually justify an Exort Invoker in that situation, because you can Sunstrike follow-up.
Okay, so I presume this should be the Phoenix replacement, the overwhelming position 5 team fight. Ice Blast, Ice Vortex, and to top it off they have Primal to abuse the Vortex. Pretty scary lineup already, and Magnus and Primal should be their flex picks depending on, they are pretty much similar heroes. So I don't feel like this flex pick is actually that scary or that hard to deal with, Whatever heroes that Primal doesn't like to deal with, probably you don't want to deal with as Magnus as well.
Yeah, I think you have, at least the Magnus has the safety net of Shockwave, I suppose, even though it's mana costly.
Yeah, Primal is the weaker laner here, for sure.
I do like the potential for just like the Primal Beast plus AA. I think that lane, if you get that value point in the Vortex, it sounds really scary. Like that magic amp, the slow, it's just so easy to chase down.
Even if they're not on the same lane, it'll probably happen at some point. The AA just comes through the Twin Gate. You have level 3, 2 points in Vortex. You get a kill with the Primal.
Here's the Invoker you mentioned.
Yeah.
So exactly the same draft. Almost.
Which means that on top of that, they have Boxy on Dark Willow, which is not going to be picked. This time they'll give it a Tusk. And then the last one was Saberlight Slardar, which is not possible.
I mean, this is a draft tailored specifically for Spectre. Like you have 2 supports that can roam to abuse the Shadow Step, and then you have Invoker, also another roamer. You run around and you set up kills with Tornado and EMP. And Tusk also provides them with a save against the RP. Okay. Enchantress, okay. So they want to get even more power in the early game. They want to try to play around the Primal Beast, give him, I presume it should be a position 4 Enchantress. So what that means is they're really trying to prioritize giving JT a good lane on the off-lane Primal Beast here and trying to play around that.
Yeah, I like this look from G2IG. I get the ideas over on Liquid.
I mean, there's also another extra thing that you could do with the Ench. I always feel like whenever you see Invoker, it's good to have like Ench because you can always collapse towards the mid lane. Like Invoker is not like a very, very strong hero to be able to defend the 6-minute catapult wave, and you have an Enchantress coming in with the creeps. So that could be very, very scary for them.
I wonder if we see that timing from G2IG. I feel like at least from most of the games I've seen, it does feel like it's been a little bit more static on the mid lane, not as much movement.
Yep. You try to just play for your side lanes, but in the early game, I feel like as supports, 6 minutes is the time that you want to move around to take the rune. after you take the rune, you're going to be thinking about stacking / wisdom rune at 7 minutes. So during the 6-7 minute mark, you're going to be on the move, you know. And if you have a advantageous lane, like you feel like you can gank or a weak enemy mid laner where he can just be easily abused by creeps, I think you should always try to prioritize going to the mid lane and try to pressure the tower. And if you look at his supports, he kind of doesn't really have very good supports that can wave clear. Like you don't see like a Jug Hero, or for example, or something that can clear out the creeps. Like Tusk and Gyro are not the best at dealing with creeps, you know. So I feel like this Enchantress pick could actually be very nice for G2IG.
I love the ends of the spectrum with how tanky G2IG's draft is. 2 of the heroes are insanely tanky, 2 of the heroes are insanely squishy.
Yeah, catching the back
Enchantress. I beg to
Against
differ.
all this magic damage, dude. Gyro, Invoker, and 3 daggers, Winter. 3 daggers.
Nature's attendance deals with them all.
It's not a burst heal, my man. It's a
Glimmer. Just get a Glimmer cape.
yeah, but then you get the Veil. Because you know what?
Oh,
Veil does instant damage to barriers, Winter.
Okay. Damn it. Should I have not told you that?
Shouldn't have told me.
Yeah.
Carries get banned out in the final phase. Faceless Void and Morphling taken out. G2IG take out the Lone Druid and Saberlight's Enigma. And now G2IG pick up a CK.
And that's 3 beefy boys up front now for
real.
G2IG.
Yep.
And
it's CK also enables the A.
Yo.
Yeah, just
So-
a lot of chain combinations. I like the tempo from G2IG.
Offlane Timbersaw, let's go.
Offlane Timbersaw. Against AA? You sure?
No. Corrin dying.
I feel like they need like a team fight hero, like some like tight Underlord kind of hero.
Yeah.
Some tank in front.
Oh, Underlord would be good.
Yeah, Underlord is great against the CK Illusions. Pretty decent against Magnus. Any damage reduction, team hero buys all the shitty items that everybody doesn't want to buy.
Who wants to buy a pipe in 2023?
Yeah, nobody. I mean, you don't have to buy pipe this game. I mean, you can against the A and the Primal. But I feel like the Tide and Underlord primarily, you want them to deal with the CK Illusions and the Empower with the Magnus.
Yeah, I'd say I like the Tidehunter idea a little bit more, just because of that team fight factor still. Like the area
Cataclysm?
control. Yeah, you have the tie-in down the line, but even just having a wider range stun just feels significant, especially when you're trying to catch the back line. In case they're really spread apart, it does feel like a pretty decent option for Liquid.
I mean, there's still Centaur, right? If they don't want to keep... Oh, okay, Dawn.
Totally forgot about this
I mean,
hero.
this is like a super global lineup. Dawn, Sunstrike.
Yeah, but you talked
Shadow
about
stuff.
this
Yeah,
with
too
Zeus.
many of the same heroes, though. I feel like I'm a bit worried about it. But
Dawn provides sustain in this situation. The Ag Scepter on Solar Guardian would be pretty good against CK.
And the other reason why I feel like they chose to go for Dawn is the laning phase. Dawn is really good in the first couple of levels.
Yeah,
at
Dawn Tusk is insane.
Yeah, killing weak supports like A and CK. So maybe the idea is they have to try to win the off lane so that the Spectre has a way to get herself into the game with the Shadow Step. So that could be the main idea, maybe, even though it feels like they have some kind of overlap with the Solar Guardian and the Spectral. Sorry, the Shadow Step.
Yeah, but you're seeing Solar Guardian as primarily an offensive tool.
Yeah, kinda.
I feel like the defensive attributes of it are... Like, it does both, where, yes, obviously Spectre can start it, and then Solar Guardian can follow up for more damage. But when you get RP'd, everyone's clumped up, Solar Guardian's healing everybody.
Yep. That's true. I totally forgot about that part. Like, when you have Dawnbreaker against Legion, Magnus, Axe, the type of hero just want to go in and kill one hero, he can really mess everything up.
I'm curious how well that lane goes. I remember Saberlight ran this kind of lane combo in his previous team as well, and it really stomped. Like, just the momentum from laning phase was the big thing. So I want to see this Dawnbreaker Tusk kind of work out. Just tag team plus Starbreakers. It's ridiculous.
It's definitely going to be key because he's going to be that anchor on the map that his team is going to rotate to with the Spectre and the Invoker. So if he does not get a good lane, it could be difficult for them.
Well, it's time to see the debut of Dawnbreaker here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur with our casters, it's OD Pixel and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yes, time for Game 2 here between G2IG and Team Liquid. Cinder, what do you make of that as well? The Dawnbreaker coming in. Do you think that's what Liquid was missing with this draft?
I kind of was more on board with the Tide idea. I think the Dawnbreaker is a bit more of a... I think maybe saying the Tide is just better is more of a glass half empty way of thinking, where I think Dawn has the potential, like they talked about, to really pop off in this game and get the ball rolling. But the tricky thing here is, from my perspective, the whole Dawn Tusk lane that that when he was playing with Shopify Rebellion, that they were running with great success at one recent LAN. I don't know for a fact that that lane is going to destroy IG's bottom lane here. I think CK is one of the better carries at handling it. As well, they're not good at handling this one. That will be a nice first blood for Nisha.
Very nicely handed to him there.
So what I was going to say about this bottom lane is AA does not like this matchup. AA against Dawn Tusk is a nightmare. If you get caught, you're dead. But the CK can maybe stand his ground decently in the lane and get something going. And then Ench is going to be the massive wild card. And I want to focus on that because I think, first of all, to me, this is one of the most cool heroes to see Baboka play. I think he's exceptionally good at playing aggressively when he plays his Ench position 4. And he has the luxury this time around of leaving his Magnus alone a little bit, right? Because what's Mag facing? Gyro Spec is somewhat floatable with a little bit of an early help from the Ench. Okay, we might see another fight here.
So Bounty is going to be grabbed. See if they can take down Mono. They certainly can. That's the CK gone. A bit of damage coming out return from Nothing to Say, but he'll still be the one to go down before they get the kill onto Boxy. So a couple of kills there. Continue to go the way of Liquid as they're already up 3-1 here as this game comes up to a start.
Very good news for them, because I think the way their lineup functions, it's if everything goes right, it can just absolutely terrorize the map. Because if you get ahead on lanes, you have all these heroes for Spectre to play around with, you have all these heroes for Donald to play around with, you have great setups, you have great pairings with Shadow Step, with Solar Guardian, like the panel talked about. So if they can get ahead, I really have them kind of crushing this game. If the lanes stabilize and Ench gets to help out the bottom lane and bring CK into the game, though, I think this Dawn Tusk lane has the potential to kind of fall a little bit flat. So very good start here for Liquid to try to prevent that from happening. Yeah, curious to see how top lane develops as well, right? The whole Ench rotating bottom is obviously on the condition that the top lane goes well enough that JT can stand on his own for a bit while Baboka moves.
Bottom. They're going to try and go for Monet again here with this tag team Starbreaker combo. Not quite enough to kill him, but still a hefty amount of damage done to him.
And maybe my perspective on this matchup is outdated, because Chaos Knight got nerfed, right?
I mean, that's what I was going to ask you. So how do you sort of rate CK right now with that nerf in mind? Because we're seeing a lot of teams just, they don't consider this hero a viable pick right now because of the nerfs.
It's entirely possible that that specific nerf to that hero really changes the lane dynamic on this, because in the past, he would harass CK down quite hard, he would slowly recoup and then stabilize again. Oh, bottom, nice stun there. Saberlight will not be able to connect the Starbreaker. That is an important factor in this lane, by the way, the fact that the carry has a stun. Because AA, if your carry doesn't have a stun and you get jumped by Tusk Dawn, you just die. So at the very least, they can stabilize there. But yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe this Chaos Strike nerf is enough that the harassment they put on Monet will be meaningful enough.
Mid?
Nothing to say is kind of just okay.
I mean, Nisha, he could not have hoped for a better start this game, right? Gets first blood, gets a couple of assists before the game really begins, and now on top of that, he's getting the solo kill
and
in the mid lane.
I mean,
there you go. The real cherry on top there.
Gets 50 imaginary shards from his teammate. The only thing that's better than that is actual shards and any other currency in the game than that. Okay, yeah, great start. I mean, Nisha obviously is going to be having a great old time, but this top lane kill, you know, this is Ench. Ench's specialty, finding a kill here or there in the lane. Trade down bottom, though, it looks to be the case. Xnova, maybe? Oh, almost fine.
I mean, the fact that that top lane, Mikkei's is going to have a slow start with that death, but yeah, pretty much the same sort of start that Monet's getting down bottom. When you look at the CS, 1 10 for 1, very similar for both carries. There's scenarios that they're in. Monet, ooh, I'm going to have a pause. Is Monet dead here? I think he might be, right?
All right, time to strategize here. What happens next? I think
Does he do enough damage to kill? No, he's actually going to try and run. And with that escape, he actually survives. So Monet able to back off at the right time.
Okay.
He'll live. They do have a tango to pass over towards them as well. So.
There's going to be such an awkward minute coming up bottom. Saberlight wants to get the Lotus, isn't going to get it against Xnova, so he has no health. Monet has no health.
Oh my goodness, Saberlight.
He'll live again. This is... Honestly, this is extremely good news for Monet out of all of this, because he gets to finally just straight up hit some creeps and chill.
Baboka. He's going to settle for the courier instead.
Yeah.
Doesn't get Insania, but he's able to get Mickey's courier instead coming down the lane.
He also doesn't have to kill Insania, in fairness. Just zoning him off allows him to play aggressively onto Mickey.
He was being very greedy down there, trying to hang around as low as he was. Does end up getting caught out by Monet and Xnova. And it looks like the two of them might even get both kills. They do. Xnova gets the double. Mistakes made there by Liquid on that bottom lane.
Yep. That is pretty... I mean, that's just flat out huge, right? This was a lane that they picked to win. So their overall last pick of Dawn, if this hero doesn't win its lane when you last pick it like this, you got to question whether it ends up being the right choice, even if it offers secondary benefits to the lineup in the game. I think at this point, if you're Monet, you feel kind of safe, right? You're approaching level 5 when you get multiple points into Chaos Strike and you can just stand your ground. As long as you have stun available for every Starbreaker, there's no kill threat on you anymore. And if they harass you down to half, so what? You just heal it back up with Chaos Strike. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, at this stage when you've got like the 2 points in it, you're going to stay close to full HP. Mid lane. Nothing to say. Once again, trying to push to the limits here. We'll get out this time, only just.
Nisha's doing really, really well in this game so far.
Top lane. Okay, starting to be able to pick up the farm, but still not having the most fun against these two, of course. JT getting complete free farm on this lane. Unable to harass back this Magnus at all from the laning stage. Also going to get potentially a bit of backup as we'll see the movement coming in from Primal. They want to try and see if they can dive under the tower and look for a kill here.
Yep.
They get the setup. Straight in they go. As Mickey will try and escape with a dagger through the trees, but there's no running away from this Primal. It's a great move for Nothing to Say, allows them to take out the carry. Insania.
He needs to be careful here.
He tries to poke back, but Xnova's come across from the Twin Gate. They've got 4 heroes here. Liquid, they cannot afford to send anyone else up here. As G2IG, they get the double for Baboka. They'll be able to put some pressure onto the towers. These side lanes, these early few moves for G2IG really shutting down anything that Liquid might have been able to get going with what was a pretty good first 3 minutes. The second 3 minutes of this game, it's falling back into G2IG's control.
I just love that Nothing to Say makes this play call here that he's like, all
Very
right,
early.
my lane is just terrible. So he finds a way of finding impact elsewhere and enabling his teammates further. And Nisha, I guess, didn't have TP. I don't know how he wasn't involved in this skirmish up top, but if he could have connected on that, things would have been very, very different. But yeah, these last couple of minutes for G2IG,
they might go again.
Massive win.
They get the slow
again.
into the stun. He's come back to the lane, but he's completely on his own, Mickey. He's out again. As soon as he gets back to the top lane, the tier 1 tower is going to be taken down. Yeah, I mean, yeah, really exemplary stuff there for Nothing to Say. Not only forcing it once, but twice. That's going to be so crushing for Liquid.
And it's easy to say in hindsight, but like, look how aggressively Nisha is pushing mid. If Primal is not defending against this, what could he possibly be doing, right? Like, they're almost losing a mid tier 1. Nice Wisdom Rune steal here for Liquid, so finally something going their way. They will get both Wisdoms.
Might be able to get Insania.
He's dead.
More kills to be found. Nothing to Say, continuing to just pick up action anywhere but the mid lane. Really doing well with these rotations to make that recovery after a tough matchup.
That's still well worth it for Liquid, though, despite losing the gyro. Getting both Wisdom Runes is a pretty big deal. It allows them to keep this AA pinned down for quite a while. Xnova will now be level 4.5 instead of approaching halfway to level 6, basically, with that rune. So, going to slow down that progression a little bit. But I still think G2IG should be pretty comfortable right now with the state of things. It was concerning that Primal Beast's game was starting to fall completely apart. And it's not like he's fully recovered. He's still 1,000 behind Nisha, but this is a game where he doesn't need to have an outstanding.
This time around, they've got the 6 on Saberlight, so we'll be able to jump across, or at least offer up a little bit of heal towards Boxy. And indeed, being held back does mean that he can't follow up and actually get involved in the action. So Boxy does still go down.
Wait.
Another kill from Nothing to Say.
Oh, it was just a Monet stun. Okay, I thought it was Cold Feet that procced him, but I guess it was just a Chaos Bolt when He tried to connect, so yep. That's extra bad because that's worse than not using your ult. Now you don't have it for 100 seconds, so more opportunities perhaps for IG. If you've freed up your Ench entirely, this is what we talked about. If the top lane goes well, Baboka can now do whatever he wants. He doesn't need to protect JT whatsoever, so can start looking to threaten the mid tier 1. And in the meantime, the Chaos Knight will be free farming. I don't see realistically Liquid stopping Monet right now from progressing toward that armlet. And once that comes out, the kill gets exponentially harder for them to pull off. Gotta really need to bring the numbers if you want to kill off this Chaos Knight. These two alone won't do it now anymore.
And G2IG, they may be the ones to find the kill. They look for the setup.
Nice snowball.
But the backup's coming in, nothing to say. Charges across, closes the gap in on towards Saberlight, slams him into the ground. They will get X-Nova, but they'll lose Saberlight. Maybe not. He's able to pull himself away with a hammer. Boxy will go down, but Saberlight actually able to step away in time.
Nice
He'll
save.
escape from this one.
Finally, Nisha getting involved in a side lane, but the damage was kind of already done. He protected the Dawn, but
I mean, they've got the Shadow Step. They might be able to go aggressive one towards Monet.
He's
Not the ult. Backup comes in once again for nothing to say, and this time JT TP's over. They get the drag back here onto Insania. Excellent tornado onto the three of them from Nisha. Might just be enough to buy time. The snowball's there. RP comes through though from JT. Nothing to say. A couple of punches. Takes out Insania. Further TPs to coming in from Liquid. Saberlight's back in action as he's healed up. TP's over. Closes it on to nothing to say. The brawl continues down bottom. Over to JT. And Spirit Vessel charge thrown down upon him. Saberlight ready to dive in with the Starbreaker, but the Skewer is back up in time. The hammer though absolutely on target from Saberlight. Will finish off the kill. Nisha. As Monet dove upon underneath this tier 1 area. X-Nova is still sort of juking around by the tower, but Nisha, the tornado's back up, gets the double. Monet will fall. Liquid, they punch back.
Yeah, they really brought the numbers this time, and Baboka never showed up for this from the side of G2IG. He will take the mid tier 1, so it's not like he got nothing done in the meantime, but you would have really loved to have Ench there if you were on the side of IG, but
Liquid might not be done yet. They know that nothing to say is coming on his own. His Shadow Steps back up. As Mickey in under the tower, it's going to be another kill to be found from Liquid, as they'll be able to settle the score here 11-11 now with those sort of past moment of kill after kill that Liquid was able to find.
it's just day and night when Nisha gets involved, right? Like, that's the primary difference between this sequence and what we've seen in the first 10 minutes of the game, is that the Invoker gets off multiple volleys of spells and really shows some major impact here.
It was good effort to try and catch them with the RP on the retreat, but only warranting them the kill on Insania. Janisha just getting absolute free reign in this fight to just continuously free cast. No one was able to stop him. And at this stage, it was just sort of a case of whether or not G2IG were going to be able to cut the casualties, but they really couldn't. They lose a lot off the back of that fight. I think the game pretty much going from 10-6 now to 11-11. 5 kills back-to-back there picked up by Liquid.
Yeah, and they... Oh, hang on. Nisha's finding something top. Okay, he has no connection. Never mind. I thought maybe Gyro was going to come over. But, yeah, he has Vessel charges. So this is where, if you're playing this kind of Quaswex mid-invoker and you get these 3 Vessel charges, this is where you can just keep things rolling with your spec. You can be a threat anywhere on the map.
He was just able to get the quick solo kill onto X-Nova under the tower.
I've played both sides of this matchup a decent amount. It is so good for Dawn. If you connect on AA, there's just nothing, man. You can't get away. You're not tanky enough to sustain against the pressure, and you're not level 6 yet, so you can't get the Ice Blast counterplay with a teammate TP or anything. So Saberlight will take advantage of that. And Nisha is on the hunt again now. Ghostwalk, the 3 Vessel charges as mentioned, wants to find some sort of opening that they can Shadow Step on or that they can Solar Guardian on. That one will be on cooldown, though.
JT,
but
it's going to be able to catch Insania off to the side. And on the EMP, cold snap a Vessel on towards nothing to say, completely out of mana.
Just short there with the shards.
Nisha be able to line up another nice tornado. The stun dodged by the snowball save from Boxy. Still though, they've got the dust upon Nisha. Nisha surely not getting out of this one. The final crit comes in. Monet takes him down. G2IG prepared for action this time round. The stun, the RP dropped onto Boxy. They'll make sure that Liquid, they don't get away with this team fight.
That was a 4-kill streak Invoker being ended by Chaos Knight. So he grabs himself a nice about 500 gold there for that kill. Finds level 9 as well. Yeah, some nice back and forth here. Obviously, this whole situation spawns from the fact that Saberlight doesn't have Solar Guardian. Otherwise, this fight can go very differently. But G2IG know this. They take the opportunity as it's presented to them. And they start progressing towards something important here, right? Nothing to say getting BKB in this game is massive. Your Primal Beast. This is not a good Primal game, in my opinion. But BKB solves it quite well.
Anisha was on the hunt for more there, seeing if he could catch JT out, but JT farming safely close to the tier 2 tower. Liquid won't want to go hunting that deep quite yet. Should be able to set up for the tier 1 to go down on the bottom lane though, with the wave pushing in. No interest, of course, from G2IG to take any sort of fight down on this half of the map right now. I mean, all in all, would you imagine a team is happier with the opening to this one? We see, in terms of farm, it's going to be a bit of a catch-up game for the Spectre to play, but the Midas is there, and Mickey does continue to find these kill opportunities. Looks towards X-Nova, Saberlight follows up. Be able to drag back with a hammer as well to make sure that JT wasn't able to keep him held back with that skewer catch. Blade Mail's out. And well, we've got to be careful there. Baboka nearly killing himself on the Blade Mail. Nothing to say, he's trying to close in, but the cold snaps out from Nisha. And in fact, Saberlight swings back in with the hammer over towards the Primal. As G2IG, they just can't finish off that kill. And both of them end up having to just go full retreat.
Well, to answer your question from before, I think with how this game started before the Horn, I think this is good news for IG, because they got 3-1'd in the early stage before the lanes even started, right? And Nisha got first blood and was off to a great start. So I feel like considering that, they've salvaged the game very, very well. If you start this game 0-0 and you just look at the two lineups 15 minutes in having this sort of game state, you know, Spectre is generally still going to fare very well. You've shut down the Primal sufficiently for now. I don't know. I'm not really sure what I'm getting at. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's kind of close, and that the key items that are yet to come that will really determine this game is I'm looking at a Primal BKB, I'm looking at a Primal level 15 talent, which is going to render this Vessel way worse on the side of Liquid. And then it's about, can Mickey weather the storm? He went Midas first. This is going to take some time. He's going Midas straight Orchid. A very fragile build where you can get punished by CK.
Nisha. He's going to get immediately caught there, tries to poke at them, but there's no hesitation with the RP and the Ice Blast sent straight upon him. They'll get Boxy as well.
Okay.
He'll make them work for it.
Yeah. He'll get him. Bonk.
But that was just an instant reaction there from G2IG. They were more than ready for Nisha to continue to try and look for these sort of plays, these setups, and they did not let him get away with that one.
And now suddenly his lead over the Primal is down to about 500 gold. And this was a matchup that Nisha got a solo kill in, was dominating, made a rotation at about 10 minutes to bottom, got a great team fight that they won 4-1, and still G2IG are stabilizing quite well now. And in all of this, Mane is kind of quiet, right? Like, we can't forget that this Chaos Knight, as much as we love to talk about late game Spectre and getting farmed, this is honestly a game where Chaos Knight has potential to blow up some serious targets. Invoker has a pretty good matchup against this hero, but if you get caught by anything as Invoker, any stun, CK can one-shot you with his illusions. The supporting cast of Liquid are also going to be struggling if they get jumped by Chaos Knight, and it's one of the heroes in the game with the most single target damage per second, so a hero like Spectre going especially this build on Mickey, you're quite vulnerable when an ultimate Silver Edge comes out.
Oh, for sure, yeah, you can die pretty quickly.
You get soloed, I think, by Chaos Knight as this hero, so some concerns here about how good Mane's game turned out to be with the start that this, keep in mind, the Tusk Dawnbreaker was targeting this and hasn't really been successful.
It looks like Liquid are on the move for action once again. The four of them playing around this bottom area, but G2IG not giving them anything to bite here as they themselves stick around the top half. Liquid not going to be finding anyone along this line of the jungle down towards the bottom. G2IG picking up the space, just getting straight on towards the BKBs. Just a recipe's gold away from that Monet. Oh, yeah, it's really going to be a question of whether Liquid themselves will be prepared for the fights that G2IG themselves may be more comfortable in taking with these BKB timings that they're approaching.
Yeah, Primal with a haste bottle as well, and now level 12 is an absolute terror. They have no solution to this. I guess you can maybe do some like clutch snowball, but that's a bit of a stretch, I want to say, in this game, that's a reliable way of handling this problem. Nothing to say is should be feeling quite comfortable in his current game state. Obviously, not the dream for Primal to rush BKB. A lot of the time you want to get a Blade Mail, sometimes Blade Mail hard, you know, just become this beefy boy. But I think this call in this game to itemize like this is
JT.
perfect.
He's managed to get the catch. McKay's going to jump over to try and help out, but there's no saving Saberlight, and he's got to jump back out of there, McKay.
For a moment, I was like,
no
why is he
fight
still
to be
here?
had there.
Why was he sticking around even for a second there is the question. Just get the hell out.
Not normally the way you want to have things sort of set up as Liquid, right? You don't want to be saving the Dawn, you want the Dawn to be doing the saving, but G2IG doing an excellent job of just finding Saberlight and making sure that he's the one that gets caught first.
I mean, to be fair, it is a kind of cool play from Mickey because he can Shadow Step Orchid and step out and try to play it as a save, but as you said, it doesn't feel great. Like
he can't full commit to the fights for a long time, right? He's got to hope that he does find the opportunities to get these quick picks, which G2IG, if they continue to play as they have done so far and as they did in Game 1, I don't know if they're going to give that many opportunities for Mickey to really abuse sort of the Orchid timing that he has.
That's a good point. Like, one of the things we were really praising them for in Game 1 was playing keep away and not giving too many opportunities, and that's really what the Dire lineup are depending on here. They will find one.
Maybe they'll find the second. Stun connects on towards JT. This time round, Liquid, they've got the numbers in position, the full 5-man.
Yeah.
Take out the 2.
Very needed there. They're already falling 4K behind, and as we've already established, they have an insane skirmishing team. It's just a matter of finding the opportunities, and that time they do strike true and get the 2 of them. The Magnus kill pretty big. He's obviously second highest net worth in the Radiant team.
Saberlight's going to attempt to hit the tower. Monet, if he's able to get the Rift drag back, they've got the Bullwhip to try and close in upon him. Tornado will clip on towards the CK. Monet's going to be held back, but maybe nothing to say. Can still try and set something up. Doesn't look like he'll be able to get any sort of grab though. Liquid, they split.
Is under attack.
Actually make the move towards the bottom. Take the twin gate, the 2 of them.
Something I'm wondering about a game like this, which we haven't really talked about because it's been relatively quiet, is the gyrocopter, right? Like, what do you do now? You have the shard, you're level 8, the enemy team is starting to get really beefy and run these BKBs. Like, where's your impact in the game going to come from? He's eyeing up a Yules here to try
He went through them all there. He sort of queued up Solar Crest, then queued up Yules, started to buy it, then sold it back, and now he's set up with the drums.
That's what I'm like, I'm not surprised Insania is struggling to choose, because I'm like, what's my purpose here as a 5 gyro in this game now? Like, up until this point, I think there was a very clear path. All right, I'm going to play with my skirmishing heroes, I'm going to take advantage of my spells, but you're going to start hitting a brick wall now. CK on BKB CK, BKB Primal.
It's a hard fight for Liquid to take.
Well soon.
These BKB timings for G2IG could be brutal.
Well, they have pretty good... All right.
They're going to try and go for the backlines. They're going to go straight for the Magnus first, and they'll get him. JT taken out. Monte puts the BKB, looks towards his Stadia. Saberlight caught under the tower, though. He's out. Nisha, but with the Ghost Walk to escape away. So 1-for-1 so far. Nice BKB coming to an end. Just poking from the edge of Monet. He's still got the ult ready to go with the Phantasm. Pox is going to go for a snowball, but...
Yeah, let's see where he ends up.
This is going to indeed be his own sort of self-made cold grave for him there, as there is nowhere for him to go.
That was some funny anti-synergy there. The bus comes driving through and he gets saved by the CK, who kills him himself. So fair play to Monet, but kind of a funny situation there. Yeah, that didn't quite work the way Liquid had hoped for, right? They get the vision coming in with the Shadow Step, and they do isolate and kill Mag. And it's a good play, right? Like, this is the target you want to get. This is the enemy with a really major teamfight ability that does not have a BKB yet, so you can get value from your Orchid and set that up, but the counterplay was just too quick. Primal Beast pops BKB, runs into Saberlight. That's a kill straight up. And the fight kind of gets tricky and trickier from there. And again, this is where I think it's fair to draw a comparison between the supports, right? This net worth lead is Boboka. He's basically the entire net worth lead. He has 5,000 net worth more than the enemy 4.
I mean, we saw last game where he was playing a bit of carry really on the Moeta sort of later stages.
Yep.
It's how he likes to roll. And it's going to look pretty good as the moments pass. You know, they are going to have 4 cores once again on G2IG. Something that Liquid, they're just never going to have, right? With their sort of
Yep.
the opening their supports have had. Neither of these heroes are going to be anywhere close to the farm of the cause in this game anytime soon.
And that's what's funny, right? Because you look at Gyro and your mind goes to, okay, this hero scales. But if you play it as a support in this way, it honestly doesn't really scale that well. And Tusk doesn't either. So you're really relying on your other cores to do the damage. You're going to provide some utility. Sure, Gyro has this sweet spot in the game at around 15 minutes where he's a massive damage dealer, but when the BKBs come out and the fights get longer, it becomes trickier for Gyro to really find that impact. On the flip side, you have an Ench who's literally just pump soloing your supports, right? He was just killing Tusk alone. And he's a big problem that Liquid have to deal with. I think you can't let Enchantress go unaccounted for in the fight. He's just going to carry the fight, right? So we're kind of running into... I'm not going to say it's the same situation as the previous game, but in a way, do you see the similarity here with like damage issues again and scaling?
Absolutely. It's, you know, once G2IG's heroes press BKB, Liquid's not going to kill them. And, you know, when JT's got his ready to go, they can no longer go for that sort of move that did enable them to at least find a kill at the start of that last engagement. It's not going to be easy for Liquid. They've got to somehow bait out these BKB usages and then strike back when they're down.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game here, is try to poke and prod and force out cooldowns. And it's a hard way to play because you need to out-navigate your... outmaneuver your opponents quite well in fights. I think this item coming out now for Nisha will prove to be a big help. Now that he has a BKB, he can finally kind of, you know, I guess trade BKB for BKBs. He's gonna go in, pop his stuff, and not instantly die, and hopefully force IG to use some of their defensives so that afterwards Mickey can come in and have an impact. And it begs the question, was Mickey's build good here, right? Because I feel like this Orchid hasn't been worth anything.
I was going to say, how many kills has that sort of guaranteed them?
Like
or
one,
made a difference?
Maybe
do you
one,
think?
right? And instead of that, he could have had... If you want to stick to the Midas, that's one thing, because I think he could have gone Midas Radiance and started on your Scotty, right? But effectively, this Orchid is something we a lot of the time see Spectres go after Blade Mail Radiance into Scotty, for example, is like then you start becoming this killing machine that isolates targets. But it's not the best, it's not the worst farming item, but it's definitely not as good as Radiance. So you have slowed yourself down a bit. I don't mind the choice not to go Blade Mail here. I don't think it's a mandatory item for Spec, but, you know. Okay, it's gonna find Monet. Gets Orchid, he'll just Shadow Blade away. They have... Oh no. Yep, there comes the Dawn with the dust, but the shards were too short. So nothing happening there.
And now Liquid, they've got to step back because G2IG heading straight back towards them. Silver Edge is finished on Monet. He can now open up the fights himself.
He can solo
and get
Spectre.
the solo kills.
Absolutely, no problem. He just needs a Silver Edge hit into instantly pop Phantasm and stun the Spectre.
They've also got the Axe on Nothing to Say, so something else that's going to cause issues for Mickey in these fights.
Yep. Yep, true. Another break.
Yep.
And he has the 15 talent that we talked about, so now he can dispel Vessel.
It's not looking easy for Liquid. They may only,
definitely mounting.
no, they're only down 3k on the gold, but it definitely feels that they're in a situation that's a lot tougher than that number shows.
Yeah. It feels like this 3k lead that G2IG have is a lot more significant than in the last game when Liquid would have a 3k lead against that Spectre lineup. Because I just think the nature of how this Dire lineup plays around Spectre was a lot more geared toward the phase that has just concluded, right? And you didn't win that one. In the last game, G2IG were geared to the phase that's to come, right? They had built around that part. And this time around, it's just very well covered for them. They're going to start poking the high ground. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so Liquid kind of have to solve this. All right, instant Orchid in. Just using Shadow Step as a teleport scroll, essentially, here.
And they're going to smoke up after it as well, Liquid. See if they can get a jump.
Okay, this is a huge moment. If this backfires, you just kind of just lose, so you really got to make it work here.
They're going to try. They get in on towards the Magnus. Can they burst if they can? They'll be able to take JT down. The Ice Blast and the grab onto Saberlight will cause him to lose his life in return. Monet's in onto Mickey. Mickey's out of the game. A risky move there made by Liquid that does not pay off at all. Nisha will be able to hold back Monet, but there's nowhere near enough damage for him to turn and threaten this CK. Monet perfectly fine, still with 2 minutes left on the Aegis. That did not work out whatsoever for them.
No, it was even a good execution. I actually think the way they opened that on Magnus was really well played, but too much in the tank from IG. They get the straight-up counterplay. Monet gets in with the Silver Edge and finds the Spectre and more or less solo Spec without popping Phantasm. He just got one impetus shot coming in from Baboka. Nice little snipe there from Liquid. Will probably stall things out a bit, but Yeah, not a good sign when you get that clean hit on the mag and he doesn't get any spells off, and that still wasn't really a win. Just because, again, if CK finds the spec one time... Imagine that with Phantasm. Actually, Spectre dies in literally 2 seconds. This time it took like 5 and an impetus from Ench, but still. Mickey, with this item build, is just not geared for this amount of pressure that the CK can put on him.
And I guess now, obviously, with the Aegis coming to an end for G2IG, are they under any sort of pressure to look for things, or can G2IG sort of sit back and maybe wait for the next Roche to follow up and wait for Liquid to come to them?
Yeah, I don't think there should be any sense of urgency on the Radiant team in general in this game, just because something they covered similar to last game is just the overall scalability of their lineup. Especially the Ench feels just so nice to have in a game like this, because you just know in the back of your mind, my position 4 can be a carry in the fights. So yeah, you can chill, control the map, prepare for next Roche. You don't have to. I think that's the beauty of it for them, is that they have the flexibility of also being able to fight if they do want, but I guess what I'm saying is don't force a move just because, you know? It's not like this Spectre is going to reach critical mass soon and it's like, oh man, we're on a timer, we can't solve this hero. Mickey, as a matter of fact, is the guy who's solving problems. He's buying BKB next because he needs to deal with these 2 damn breaks, right? So that in turn is also making Spectre's game even more difficult than it already was. He can't go for any ideal itemization here. And I guess, you know, G2IG come well prepared. This was an early pick, the Spectre, and they've definitely dealt with it. They got the Ench for the laning, they got 2 breaks, and they have Ice Blast. So, okay, they're just going high ground. They don't need the Aegis.
I'm sitting back with the smoke.
What is that? All right, it's gone. That's a tower.
I mean, Liquid's going to have to do something. JT, he's heading in, looking for the grab. He's able to get the jump forward, gets the RP onto the 2 of them.
Beautiful.
Skewers them back into the Ice Blast. The buybacks will come out straight away from Saberlight, Nisha, and Mickey. But can they really fight back against this? As G2IG, they back off. More than happy with what they got there with that beautiful jump. They'll lose X-Nova here on the retreat. They'll also probably lose Baboka as well as he gets caught by the cold snap. So the 2 supports found by Liquid, but they have to use the triple buyback to try and deal with what was an excellent jump from G2IG.
Cores. It's not just 3 buybacks. It's your 3 richest heroes are
That's gotta feel rough.
Emptying the piggy bank to lose the fight. That is really, really rough. Like, even if you get 4 kills there, that sucks. And you only got the 2 supports. What a really beautiful engage from JT there. Just super clean, setting that up, getting a nice skewer combo into the Ice Blast plus Pulverize.
Yeah, I mean, we see he was sort of sat under that smoke for its full duration. They just were not ready for him.
Yeah, it didn't even Pulverize. They just died too fast, actually. No Pulverize being used here. They didn't even live to see that. And here, look at Saberlight here. He's forced out of the fight by Ench pressing 1 button, you know? That's a position 4, just bullying your offlaner back to the base.
So what's X-Nova going to do with his money? After that fight, he had about sort of 2,400 gold in the bank. Oh, he's got the Force and the Glimmer both now complete.
Yep. Just, I think it's a very good game to just go standard defensive position 5 items. You just want to bail people out of these skirmish problems. You want to get them out of Ice Shards. You want to protect them from all the magic damage. The panel was talking about Glimmer Cape just being a really good item in this game, right? And yeah, you have these 2 items, and then to top it all off, creme de la creme, you have Ogre Seal Totem, a godlike neutral item for AA in a game like this. It allows you to escape Spectre even if she has a dust and comes in on you. You can just Ogre Seal away.
Oh,
Speaking of the devil, we'll live here.
Nearly finding Mickey there.
Man, he's getting a 33-minute BKB. This is going to feel so rough, you know? It's like, all right, guys, I have my item, but it doesn't really deal damage, you know?
I mean, at this point, Baboka's doing more damage than him probably in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Baboka, speaking of him, he's going to finish a pipe now. Yep. Once he goes and Midas a creep of his choice. So that's even more mitigation their way. Now they have pipe and Glimmer.
Yeah, we see it on the damage though, yeah. It's 13k damage from the Ench, only 11 from the Spectre so far.
Baboka also opting for the Vindicator's Axe. Very interesting to see this on Ench, of course. Getting the 20 armor if you're stunned. There's a lot of stuns in this game, so going to be very tanky. He has the armor from that. He has the magic resist from the pipe. And the attack speed is just an overall feels good on this hero, right? So very nice tier 3 item for Enchantress in a game of this kind.
I mean, what do you do if you're Liquid in this sort of situation? I mean, I'm looking sort of at the gold on Insania. Do you just say, hey, you know what, we've got to make this game go 40 minutes. I'm going to start to try and sort of follow in the footsteps of Baboka and become a bit of a fourth carry myself? I mean,
I don't think
where's the solutions here for Liquid?
Yeah, that's not a possible path for Gyro. That's the problem when you get into this situation, is that starting to itemize attack damage just isn't going to happen. Like, you need way too many items to pivot your build that way. I think if you want to get a value item here, it's something like an E-Blade, and you just try to burst people, and you play on that with your team. It is really difficult. I realize that a lot of what I'm saying is positives for IG, but that's honestly, it's just the stage of the game and the state of things that Liquid kind of need this almost perfect setup where they get to blast, I want to say, either the AA, instant kill the AA, or instant kill the mag at no cost. But what IG are very good at in this game is playing tight. They're not giving them many opportunities where they're showing on multiple lanes at the same time, so Spectre gets to find pickoffs with Invoker, who has the Hex now, which could be, you know, a difference maker. As long as IG are playing tight and not losing out on net worth, I think the initiation that Liquid are looking for is borderline impossible to find. Maybe gonna try to look for it here.
They're getting with the jump on towards the Primal, and they'll get it. They'll take out nothing to say, but Monte puts the Phantasm, the RP's there, get onto the two of them. Beautiful catches from JT, gets the 2 cores. As that Saberline Mickey out for good. No buybacks, of course, available from either of them, with them still on cooldown. Liquid, they've just got to get out of it, and they're not even going to get to do that. 4 of them dead. Only Nisha survives. G2IG, I mean, again, just perfectly prepared for that sort of move. Liquid trying their best to catch them by surprise, but as has been today in these 2 games, it really feels like G2IG as a team, they've got a great grasp on the game, and they're not making mistakes, they're not slipping up, they're not allowing these pickoffs to happen that Liquid are desperately searching for.
And a quite interesting stat from that fight recap, both teams did about the same damage, but one team lost 4-1, right? It just goes to show that the tankiness and the value of the damage that's being output by IG is just so much more. Like, and that again was even, that was another initiation from Liquid that was honestly quite clean. You know, they get the perfect setup, they burst the Primal out of the fight. It didn't matter. As long as the counterplay from G2IG comes out, they're never gonna just lose this core and that's it, and Liquid disengage. So that's again why I want to emphasize that playing tight here as a team is extremely valuable, because your heroes just play around each other so naturally well with covering that when one core gets jumped, the other 2 can get the job done. Imagine that situation that just happened, but it was on the mag. Well, the Primal's obviously going to run in together with CK and get the trades. If CK is the one getting opened on, both your mag and your Primal are going to get massive AoE abilities off together with Ice Blast, and you will be trading. So, yep, just a kind of a pick your poison situation. It never feels good to be in a Dota game where it's like, we need to initiate, but also there's no good target, right? That's kind of what it feels like. Is there...
I mean, that's sort of what happened last game, right?
Yeah.
Liquid, who would they have gone on at the end of that match?
The archetype is pretty similar, despite the heroes being very different, right? I guess the overlap for IG is the Magnus.
Okay.
And the Primal.
He's got to be careful, JT. He's got eyes on him. He's going to get the harpoon back, drags him over with the skewer. There's a heal coming in with the Stolen Guardian, but JT's able to hold his ground, waits perfectly with the RP to just catch the 2 of them. Mickey and Saberlight out of the game once again. And they still don't have buybacks. I mean, they're going to try and fight desperately on the back lines, look towards the supports potentially in Liquid, but they won't get X-Nova. He'll live. They'll lose the third. They'll lose Nisha. Nisha also down without buyback. It feels like this game's pretty much over, Sin. There's just nothing Liquid seemingly able to do.
Yeah, that was a complete desperation move. 2 of their cores are dead, and they still force the fight because they're like, if we don't do this, we just lose the entire base. So kind of a Hail Mary, just throwing all their...
And JT, he's not done. He finds Insania, drags him out of the fountain. He's had an excellent day today here, JT. On the Doom and now on the Magnus, just really getting into the heads of Liquid. As their tier 4s, they're falling. Still a long time for any respawns, then they'll tap out. They know there's no coming back in this one. GG is called. G2IG will take this series 2-0 today against Liquid. And boy, do they look good doing it.
Yeah, I think it's just fair to say they were just better, right? And it wasn't... in my optic, it wasn't by a little bit. I feel like they clearly outplayed Liquid in this game, and I think in the previous one, which was closer for a longer while, the writing on the wall was still IG are doing better map movements, they're inching out advantage after advantage, and ultimately they're going to overpower them. In this game, it didn't even need to come to that stage, because Liquid's mid-game tempo lineup that they were playing were not finding successful moves. Either G2IG were ready and baiting it and getting a trade, or they just avoided the move altogether. And step by step, they reached their timings, they reached the key things they need, and just overwhelm Liquid in every fight from there on out. So yeah, really good stuff from them. This is a roster that I was anticipating was going to be really good. It's great to see them in so good form so early because, you know, whenever there's a roster shuffle, some teams, they just pick it up immediately. Others, it takes a little bit of time. But I think G2IG this is a really good honeymoon phase for them so far. I think they're playing very, very solidly, and I really like their drafts. I think that the overall strategy they bring to the table against Liquid, it just worked.
Absolutely, yeah. Some of these picks, like that, the CK, something that a lot of other teams don't want to touch. Monet, he made it look like it hadn't been nerfed at all. An incredible amount of farm picked up and an incredible amount of damage done by him in the way that he was cleaning up these fights. And all in all, an excellent opening here to G2IG's day here today. 2-0. They'll take the wins against Liquid.
Which now has me fully on the G2IG train. I was already buying my ticket after game 1, but I've boarded. And we're going full speed ahead to best team of 2023. That's right, I don't care about Team Spirit. They're not participating in this event. Therefore, G2IG de facto best team. Maybe, we'll see. They have to beat Falcons after that. But for right now, I'm hype. I'm excited.
I mean, it's great news, right? Like, G2IG, the team with 3 Malaysians, doing well so far, looking like they'll at least make a day of the
Main
stage
event.
game. So it's good news, and you know they do it in really great fashion as well. I think this also came down to a little bit to that Liquid draft. You and I were talking about that last pick, Dawnbreaker coming through. I mean, Saberlight was finding some early activity, just not enough to really get that ball rolling.
Yeah, we found the emo in Liquid.
Whoa! Easy there, Tiger. He's a stand-in, all right. Cut him some slack.
I'm just kidding.
But how much would you give the ratio of G2IG doing good versus Liquid maybe not matching expectations for this series?
I think, like you guys pointed out, I think especially Mr. Nielsen over there said that the draft has been really, really good.
Yeah.
I think that overall they have a very, very good understanding about each and every single player, what is he good at in the game, and I like that how they actually prioritize having the Magnus on the offlane in this game, because whoever they put between the Magnus or the Primal against the Spectre is going to have a good game.
Yeah.
And I felt like they chose right, because if you compare Magnus and Primal, I would rather have Primal had a harder start against the who was it? Damn it, the mid. Yeah, the Invoker mid, and just let Magnus play for more of the mid-late game scaling.
Especially because the way that Nothing to Say repaired that was going to Mikkei's Spectre's lane, walking all over him, and then leaving, but then really just coming back as soon as Spectre TP'd, and I don't think a Magnus would be able to do that.
Yeah, that's precisely why I felt like it was really good to put the Magnus on the off lane and the Primal. Like, he didn't really play that well in that lane, but it was already going to be a hard lane no matter what against Invoker. And like you said, with those 2 rotations towards the Spectre's lane, it completely dumpstered the early game for Mikkei, and he chose to go for a Midas into Orchid, trying to play around the Dawnbreaker's game, like try to set up for pickoffs, but didn't really get them a lot of kills, so it didn't really pay out, I would say, and he decided to still go for the Radiance after that, but it affected the timing so much and it was so slow, and the Spectre just felt like he was always behind.
The conclusion that I guess we're still drawing is that the Saberlight pool seems to be a bit greedy right now, John.
Yeah, it kind of boils down to that. Like, specifically when they pick the Tusk into the Dawn, this is something that, again, he has run a couple of times with Shopify, and it's something that works with a very, you know, with his team. It doesn't necessarily transfer here for Liquid. I don't remember.
It's not just about the lane with the Dawn, you know. I can see why he likes it with the Tusk, but I also feel like the bigger picture-wise, what are you playing around? You're going to be playing around an Invoker and Spectre, right? So you can't really afford to have an offlaner that also wants to sit in a lane and farm.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned about overlapping roles with the Spectre, this is the part where I didn't really like about having Dawn and Spectre on the same team. I would much rather you have like a Centaur. So the Centaur can just run around the map, set up for kills, or you're the center of attention because you're trying to defend a tower, you're a beefcake, you're standing in front there, the enemy has to go on you, right, to get to the tower, and the Spectre sees an opportunity and comes in for the kill.
Yeah, in this case it was the other way around, where Spectre's like,
too
I
much-
found something, Saberlight, can you come help me?
Yeah, too much waiting around, you know, because everybody just wants to sit, farm creeps, and oh, something happening, click R. You know, both of them want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of like when you see the Spectre Zeus nowadays, right? You said
Yeah.
the same thing. It's just too much, 2 people waiting to be served.
Yep. And you have to understand, in order to win the game, only one can be served.
Yeah.
And now your statistic that you were trying to pull earlier is that Liquid was not fully successful on Spectre, which is what you lied to me originally, because they did win on Spectre twice when they were playing yesterday against 9 Pandas, but yes, now they have suffered a loss. But no shame in losing to this G2IG squad, because they're looking very good. And they are going to have to face off against Falcons as the next series. But Falcons is still in progress with their match against 9 Pandas right now. And also on the Ember stream, Tundra and LGD are still facing off. And I'm actually not entirely sure if we're going to get an interview with G2IG. We are. In fact, I've summoned it right now with Monet and BSJ and Jin to translate.
Thank you, Neil, as I'm here with Monet, star carry player, 2-0, looking convincing. You started this tournament out 0-2, now you're 4-2. How are you feeling as a team?
首先，我们有请大明星莫奈特，对吧？跟我们在一起。然后你们来到这场比赛的时候，小组赛，你们第一天打了一个先是一个0-2开场，然后现在也打成了4-2了。就想问一下，你现在感受是什么样的？
就挺好的吧，可能。一开始的输的2把选人选的不是特别的好吧，然后打的也不是很好吧，后面大家都调整了一下，然后选人就是稍微针对一下线上的选人吧，就调整很多吧。
I think we're feeling pretty great. For the first day, I mean, for the first series, we kind of had we were doing really badly both in terms of draft and execution. And just in terms of draft, we felt that we didn't draft really well. And the main adjustment that we did nowadays is that we focus much more on the laning phase. So we just want to make sure that we can win the lanes, and that has allowed us to play a lot better.
Okay, so speaking of the draft, you guys picked CK in that second game. Hero that got pretty heavily nerfed in the previous patch. As a carry player, like, how does it feel to pick a hero that got so heavily nerfed and have the confidence to still pick it anyways as like a final pick in the draft?
就想问你们刚刚赢的那场比赛嘛，你们不是最后手选了一个 CK 嘛？然后 CK 这个英雄已经被削的挺厉害了，就是上一个版本已经把他给狠狠的砍了一刀了。然后但是你们还敢这样选出来，就想问你对 CK 这个英雄，你们对他这个英雄理解是什么样的？
就可能比之前就是削弱了对线吧，然后整体上我是觉得，对于发育没什么影响嘛，就是比较配合我们阵容，我们就选了。
I think the main change was just that his laning stage was a bit weakened, but overall he's still a really strong hero, and I feel that for that draft he really fit our draft. So I felt like this is the right hero to pick.
So we've seen a lot of Morphling from you, a lot of Spectre. Do you feel like there's a lot of options in the carry player pool right now, or do you feel like it's kind of limited?
我们也看到你这边经常拿出一些什么水人啊。幽鬼这些英雄，你认为现在1号位的英雄池是很广的吗？还是可能稍微窄一点？
就是现在超模英雄就幽鬼吧，我感觉水人也挺厉害的吧。线上就是水人比较稳定一些，然后幽鬼就是他6级了就可以打出就是很高额伤害嘛，可以配合边路。其他英雄先观望吧。
I think right now it's mostly just Spectre and Morphling. They are kind of like heroes that are kind of OP right now. So for Morphling, it feels like he's just really consistent in lane and he's hard to kill. Whereas for Spectre, it's the fact that once he hits level 6, he's able to help out the side lanes, just be able to contribute to the team fights and deal out a lot of damage. So those two heroes are definitely what he feels to be OP. The rest are just depends on the scenario.
Okay, so for your next and final series of the group stage, or one of the final series of the group stage, excuse me, you're going to be playing against Team Falcons. You're 4-2 now. They're looking at 4-1 or 4-2. How are you feeling about your series to kind of decide who's likely going to go to the upper bracket?
就你们现在还剩2场嘛，然后其中一场也是打另外一个很强的一个战队，就是那个 Falcon 战队。然后他们可能下一场比赛你们就能决定谁在胜者组谁在败者组，然后你对下一场比赛的看法是什么？
其实是有稍微的去模拟了一下 BP 嘛，反正就打好自己的吧，打好自己的应该没什么问题吧。
We have did some mock drafts to plan around how to how to be able to draft against them. Other than that, it's just about playing your best, do what you're comfortable with, and hope for the best.
Awesome. Thanks for the interview, buddy. Nice 2-0 against Team Liquid, and good luck in your next series against Team Falcons. We'll go ahead and send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Brian, Jin, and Monet, who I respect his opinion as a carry player for quite a great many years. I hadn't looked into it previously. Winter, how long has Monet been active as a player?
8 years.
Wow, you nailed it. Yes. Wow, okay, I'm shocked that you actually got that 100%. Yes, he is 24, and he has been active as a competitive, pretty relevant player since 2015, which is an incredible amount of longevity for someone who I still consider to be pretty young. And yeah, his TI7 LFY third place run was, in my opinion, when he really showed up on the radar as a gold standard carry.
Yeah, he's very mature. In the interview, he said that when he came to the last pick, Brian kind of asked him about Chaos Knight, and he felt like Chaos Knight was a good pick there because it fits the draft. It tells you that when the carry is thinking about the whole draft, the whole picture, he's matured. He's not only just thinking, oh, it's my lane. I just want a good lane. I don't care about everything else as long as I can farm. That's all that matters.
No selfish carries on your teams.
No, this one is approved.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, and we're going to have more ticks to give him as we look forward to their series against Team Falcons. But if you want to see all these Malaysian players who we conveniently did not interview, we interviewed the Chinese player instead. But if you want to see the Malaysian players, then you got to come down to the arena. And you got to get tickets to do that. Got to go to esl.gg/ESL1KL. Limited tickets are still available right now, and you can show up on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for a live Dota action as we start the next season. That's right. The whole ESL Pro Tour is underway right now here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. And we're going to bring you one more series here of the group stage. It's going to be G2IG versus Team Falcons after a break.
Something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it, I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on take me back down to the river, and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow
Time to close out day number 2 of the group stage here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur 2023 with a China versus MENA showdown. It's G2IG taking on Team Falcons. And I've got one new panelist to join me. It's Cinderin.
It's Winter.
It's Winter. The whole gang's
Welcome
here.
back.
I need a box.
I can.
Oh, now you're fitting in.
Nice.
This is very natural now. Sind, welcome.
Thank you.
How much Falcons do you know? Because you actually showed up a little bit late to this event.
You make this sound like I was just lazy. I feel like
you're
the
really
framing of
shirking
this-
your responsibilities around here.
All right, just to clarify, we had some serious delay on travel arrangements.
Right, not your fault.
Not my fault, and not ESL's fault either.
Of course.
Just Yeah, some serious airport issues, let's call it that. And
You don't have to frantically scroll through Liquipedia.
I'm not talking about Waweda's airport issues. I'm talking about mine.
Hey.
Okay? Yeah, but we're here. It's good. I have to admit, I haven't got to see Falcons very much.
Okay.
I think it's probably the team here that I've watched probably the least of, as a matter of fact. But obviously, they're doing really hot. They've I think a lot of what they've done is just kind of stuck to their guns, right? I saw in this series they played like their Viper on Malrine, they played Timbersaw, they play their Huskars, you know. So one of the things at least I was worried about with this team when the roster got announced was that there was a bit too much overlap in the hero pools between ATF and Malrine. They play a lot of the same stuff mid and off lane, which is kind of a double-edged sword because it's also good because then when you get the heroes, they're flex, right, for this team. But it also means that bans can be targeted very well. Doesn't seem like the other teams have really figured out how to do it, though, with the great scoreline currently, 5-1.
Mainly because it seems like, regardless of how popular the hero is in the patch, Falcons just likes playing it even if it's not very good right now. So Amar has been playing a lot of Mars. No one else is really playing it. And in the Pandas series, the game that they lost, he played Timbersaw, which may be a step too far. Even Amar can't pull off Timbersaw.
They're limit
right now.
testing.
There are limits to these things. And then Falcons proceeded to return the favor after that game, being like, okay, but actually we are still pretty good. And they beat Pandas in game 2 in 28 minutes. And Winter, you also spoke to the overlap between Malrine and ATF, but you were more optimistic about the overlap.
I think they have a very, very specific idea in terms of when they look at the draft. They like to pick heroes that can get the small advantages, especially on the offlane. Like we saw that with the position for Weaver the other day with the pairing with Mars. I think these are the kind of things that not every team has. And to their for Team Falcons, getting that early game advantage, and they can really snowball it, especially with a core player like Amar. He likes to scale, play all the scaling heroes, and with the DK as well, with Malrine, I think those are the heroes that I feel like work really well for them. And probably if you're G2IG, you should be looking at how to deal with the laning phase against them. You don't want to get run over in the laning phase.
Yeah, especially specifically in the offlane, how Monet will deal with ATF. And we actually got a chance to speak to ATF a little bit earlier and hear his thoughts on, I guess, how Falcons are doing.
I'm here with ATF from Team Falcons right before their series against G2IG. How you feeling going into this series?
Feeling good, I guess. Feeling just another day in officials, you know.
How much do you actually think about like the second game of the day? Because you guys, when you're prepping for the day, the drafts, the strategies, I imagine a lot of the mental energy goes into the first series. Does it not?
I guess it does, but snaking does a lot of work, so it's like. But of course, like you don't have really much time for second one. But like yeah, of course, for sure, like first one, like you have more like time.
So I'd say like a lot of people knew you as the BM trash talker coming into the pro scene. It seems like you've mellowed out a bit. Is that true?
I guess. Like, I guess I do know. Nothing much to say.
Well, I think that may say it all. So my question would be, going into this series, you know it's likely to see who goes to the upper bracket coming out of the group stage. Is that something you guys like consider when you're going into the series?
We actually only consider like we should win every game to go upper bracket. If we lose one, we're eliminated. So no one game lose allowed. We just lost, of course. I grieved, you know. Like I grieved, but hope my team forgive me. And yeah, that's how we do it.
Yeah, I saw some pretty intense after-game discussion from your previous series. Would you say your comms are generally pretty quiet, or is it usually pretty intense after a loss or a win? What's the difference between the two?
I mean, this is our first loss. Like we won one. We won 5 and lost 1. Our loss is there's not like much to say. Like it was like kinda quiet. It was morely me, cause like kinda I'm the reason like why I lost. Like I understand it, cause like I had so many deaths for no reason, bad items, and yeah. So it's just first loss. I don't really know how it is.
I'd say that's a lot of respect for being able to like own up to it after the game like that. Is that something that you feel is really important in a team, that if a player feels responsible for a loss that it gets mentioned?
I mean, I would say that if I lose, like I would say that I lost us the game. I would not like try to find up and right, up and down, like something else from someone else. I would just say, and if someone like grieved, he could say and I would say it, you know. Like I don't think there is like emotions. Like we're all here for one goal, is to win. So it's like should let it all, like all the truth.
Yeah, right on. It seems like it's all about business, and that's what you guys came here to do. So we'll go ahead and let you get to your next series, and good luck. And back to the panel.
The maturity from this man, although he says that he died a lot, I'm looking at his stat line. He went 15, 8, and 4 in the game that they lost.
That's a lot of deaths on Timber.
That is true.
It is actually a lot.
Fair amount.
Yep.
So.
For like a snowballing hero like Timber or Queen of Pain, all these heroes, like 1 or 2 deaths means a lot.
They still managed to drag it out to be a 55-minute game, but yes, it was not the result that they were hoping for because, well, I mean, we have to eliminate them now, unfortunately. They suffered their one loss. Time's up. That's it. Thanks for playing.
Imagine you go into a tournament and there's like a format where you can like double or nothing in the group stage.
Wow. I would love to see...
Where there's like a benefit, you say before the tournament, we make upper bracket or we get eliminated, but then if you do make uppers, you get like some sort of bonus, right? So the players can like double down.
Wouldn't we need to add odds to that? Like, if you are playing against a weaker team...
I don't have an idea of how to implement. I'm just saying it's just an interesting thought. Maybe like, yeah, if we lose, we're out. Despite going 9-1, doesn't matter.
What if we had a 64-team best-of-1 bracket?
Oh,
where if you do lose, you're out.
That sounds great. I'm sure the
competitive integrity.
The logistics of that sound wonderful. Sounds like every open qualifier ever.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, those are great. Yeah, if you don't mind, I want to follow up a little bit on something you were pointing out because I think about the laning stage and the pacing of this game. The fact that we just saw Falcons lose a game, it was essentially down to that was the first game where they really got to late game, right?
Yes.
Like their drafts are very tailored to peak at around 20 to 30 minutes. That's why they're playing Dragon Knights, they're playing Marses, they're playing these heroes that historically kind of falter in the late game, but they don't really get there. And you have IG on the other side that are playing a bit of a slower pace. We just saw them against Liquid. Yeah, sure, they won in 38 minutes, but it was like the goal of that draft and their lineups isn't to crush and win in that stage. So I feel like the clash of styles here is really apparent. And I wonder who's going to adapt to who. Like, are IG forced to pick even heavier on laning, or do the side of Falcons need to slow down so they don't get on a clock, right?
IG having to adapt to pick a little bit more on laning because their draws have been overall more like everything is there, you have team fight, you have some catch, you have decent laning, and to play the game you have to be able to play the lane, so you don't want to get run over by their laning phase. So I think they should try to maybe pick more Enchantress.
Yeah, I think that's a good example. I just find it interesting. It's like we're talking about focusing on laning, and then on one team you've got like Mars and Dragon Knight, who are not strong laners, but they're just winning in 30 minutes anyway.
Yeah,
they don't lose
the thing is, all these heroes, right, you can't kick them out of the lane.
Yeah.
They just sit there and they farm and they push your waves, and it's very annoying for you to deal with.
So you think kicking them out is the solution,
yeah,
not just stabilizing
you have
yourself.
to bring like 3 people to kick one out, and he'll be like, oh, sure, you bring 3 cores, whatever, I die, everyone else is farming, Because Falcon is a little bit like Tundra. I mean, they are like kind of like Tundra, where they just take the map, and if you lose a hero on the side, they're taking your camps, they're taking your ancients, they're taking your lanes. They don't even feel bad about it. So you have to be able to optimize it. You need to have heroes that have high damage, good lanes, so you can actually kill people without committing too many heroes.
Right. Then Ench sounds like the perfect pick to me as well. That sounds like a...
Oh, I convinced Mr. Nielsen.
Maybe you did not convince. We saw the game. We all watched the last game, right?
Maybe it's just getting banned. Who knows?
And it's also evident by the way that Falcons has been, I guess, building their heroes, because we are not 100% sure between me and Winter on what the ideal skill build for Dragon Knight is. But Maureen has been putting a fair number of points into his passive to just stick around in lane.
He had a 2-0-3 build, right?
Yeah.
One of the games.
Against the Lina.
Wow. I mean, he just wants to sit. He just wants to annoy the Lina. I mean, one benefit about having this type of lane is if the enemy cannot kick you out, they also can't roam, Like if you're playing against like say a puck. Maybe Lina is not the best example because Lina kind of wants to sit and farm too, but she just can't kill the DK.
I think the mindset of going 2-0-3 against Lina, I would champion that's the best build almost always in that matchup, because you need the points in Dragon Blood to sustain and be in the lane. Yeah. And if you don't have 2 points in Breathe Fire, you can't reliably last hit range creeps. And that's a really big problem in that matchup.
If you don't have 2-1-2, it means that when your support comes, you're never going to kill the Lina.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily think that kill exists unless the support is a very specific type. Dragon Knight doesn't deal a lot of damage. So even if you have a point in stun and your ult, it's not enough to kill Lina.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The rotating hero is the perfect one for it. So I actually don't mind him going 2-0-3. All right, let's see some bans. Mars is gone. And Meepo's gone. So these are probably... these are heroes that will only get first phase banned against these 2 specific teams. So
you gotta know the players that you're targeting. And yeah, Mars gets taken out. Usually it's the Slardar that's being higher priority against, well, I guess all teams, but also especially ATF. And the Razor has also been a consistent first phase ban. And then Crit's Weaver also gets taken out. And G2IG first pick a Chen.
What do you make of Falcons choosing to ban Slardar? Do you think that was a concern about the laning stage that we talked about? Would that have been an issue for them, or?
I feel like because they're prioritizing Weaver, maybe Slardar, they feel like Slardar is also a good hero against Weaver. So that might be one of the reasons. But overall, I think that Slardar is just a very, very annoying hero to deal with because he's a flex pick, can go mid, can go off lane, very, very strong at taking all this early small skirmish that you want to do in the current meta. And no Mars, no Razor, sure, I'll go Timber. So he said he has 5 hero, just enough for the current meta.
That's right.
He literally said that yesterday.
He did.
0-2 is the current scoreline for Timber. He just, in his words, he just griefed the game.
He griefed the game, apparently.
So now
Too many
it is
deaths,
time,
bad build.
Now it's time to prove that it was a one-off.
I mean, it should be a decent pick against the Chen.
Yeah, but
in
you know
theory.
nothing else. It's like really early to pick a Timber, isn't it? Like, I don't think
The lane, he knows his lane.
No, he
knows the
doesn't.
support that he's
half of the
against.
lane. Half of the lane. He doesn't know his lane. He knows there's a Chen in the game. Want to point out, Falcons banned 4 JT heroes.
Yes.
I think that's pretty
Well,
telling.
okay, it's some
right?
overlap between NTS also,
Yes,
though.
but all of these 4 are heroes that we've seen JT play.
Yeah.
And I would say, looking at the previous series that we've seen from G2IG, he has been, for me, I would say they're a standout, consistently high impact player in all of their games. So I find it to be an interesting strategy for Falcons to just target him that hard. And I'm curious to see what he's going to run, because I think he's played these heroes and Doom, right? That's it. So are you going to ban that one as well, or are you going to play into the pacing of that?
He's allowed to play like this because of NTS. NTS has been making a lot of space and allowing that type of greedy play on the offlaner. I feel like if your mid laner is not really getting enough work done in the game, and obviously Monet as well, he's doing a really good job participating. I always talk about how crucial it is for the carry to participate in some of the early game plays, especially defending your mid tower or trying to twin gate and push the enemy safe lane tower. All these small little things actually allow the offlaner to get your Midas, for example, if you want to be greedy on the Doom, or you play for more like a scaling hero. And I think it fits to their kind of play style. I mean, we saw one of those games where when JT has to rotate, it feels like it's not so natural for him. Like especially when it was the Primal Beast game and he was queuing a Midas on that hero. I hope you did not see that game.
Well, he didn't buy it.
He didn't buy
Yeah,
it.
he changed. He actually bought it and he sold it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
But it was like a split second.
Honestly, that's just a power move to do to your teammates. So they see the pop-up of like he bought Midas. And like,
is this dude serious?
Ah, just kidding.
I imagine also
Grim made it through all the way here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grim, Pugna has also been slipping through, and the most curious thing to me that happened last series is Dazzle was completely uncontested, and that is proving to be the case in this series as well.
Yeah, I feel like Dazzle is a hero that's very peculiar. It's not easy to run that hero because when you talk about the current meta, right, the mid hero is usually the hero that you want to be rotating around, and if you want to put Dazzle on a side lane, sometimes it feels like he can be easily kicked out of lane because he's easily killed until he gets a lot of levels in his spells, you know, his heal and his grave. And if you put him in the mid lane, it's very matchup dependent. You need to have the Dazzle win the lane, and after even the Dazzle wins his lane, he's not going to be moving around. He wants to hit creeps, you know, get his agonims. So he's not going to be providing your supports with something to play around with.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a hero that's less Amar-like than Dazzle, unless if you could only use Grave on teammates. then it would literally be the end game. Because if he can at least save himself, then he can be a bit annoying in lane and stay alive and push out, you know. But I think, yeah, it just doesn't fit his
Can he stay alive against the SB Chen?
Yeah, good question. It's definitely what we were talking about, right? G2IG, I should say, are looking to, you know, put the pressure early.
Yeah, on the lanes especially.
What's the pairing? Because, like, Spirit Breaker isn't inherently obviously good against Timber, right?
But it's also about the game you're trying to play, right? You have all this like Chen moving around the map, and you have the SB that has kind of global presence.
Oh,
to
SB's
connect.
a core now.
Yeah.
Locked in, essentially.
I was kind of expecting it to be a support when I saw SB and Chen.
Yeah, especially because didn't G2IG play a support Chen earlier? Oh, am I mixing it up? Was that
I
LGD?
think it was Crit. Was it Crit that played the SB? I think it was him.
G2IG have not played Chen yet. This is
okay,
their
this is
debut.
their first game. I'm mixing it up with another series then never mind. Because I feel like I saw a level 30 Chen that was a support. Or sorry, not Chen. Spirit Breaker.
Was it Bet Boom? I wouldn't have been surprised if it was like Save Chen or something like that.
No, not Chen. Spirit Breaker.
Oh, Spirit Breaker. Okay, okay.
I'm not finding it. Anyway. Never mind.
I mean, we have a Tiny now.
Oh.
Tiny is great against the Pugna.
Yep. Classic counter for years. Just flat out massive magical burst damage. Pugna can cover its bases a bit better than you used to because you get the level 10 talent with health, and you can itemize a bit more defensively with maybe a Glimmer, but
that's a pretty bold pick for me.
This is 2 and 9?
Yeah, Luna's having a bad time.
All right, guys, we have a problem here. Grim is 10 and 4. So one of these heroes is going to outperform its norm here.
And they
perfectly balanced. They make a 50% game if they put together.
They don't work very well together in the lane. When you're playing Luna, you want a melee tank in front of you to like a Trian or like an Ogre, you know, to soak up damage to enable the Luna in the game.
Is there a world that Tiny is mid and there's still a 5 to be picked here for snaking? Because Melreen loves Tiny, so
yeah, sure.
It is definitely not out of the question here.
So why are they picking the Luna right away here? Is it because they feel like it's going to be a SB Pugna lane, so they already know the lane? Then you just decide Luna is going to be able to farm in this lane and be okay?
Could be. I don't actually know how good this lane is for Luna, though. The Spirit Breaker Pugna could be kind of scary.
It's very dependent on who's the 5.
Yeah.
If it's a Grimstroke, I can tell you this lane is going to be a hot mess.
I don't very often champion for this hero right now, but I think potentially a Clockwork 5 could be a thing here.
Yeah.
It's actually very good against both heroes, Pugna and Spirit Breaker in lane and in the game. And I think Snaking does play the hero. He doesn't play it too frequently, but it's definitely in his repertoire.
He played it this tournament against Pandas.
Oh, he's already played it. Okay,
yeah.
well then...
He lost with it.
Sure.
It was the game that they lost.
Well, they also lost with Timber and ran that
Yeah.
back right now. So it's just there's a lot of upsides to Clock. The lane matchups and the Grimstroke pairing as a support duo gives you that extra bit of burst potential when you make initiations.
Would you like it more than a Shadow Demon?
Yeah, I think Winter's hitting the nail on the head here. I think the laner playing with Luna here needs to frontline for the Luna, because otherwise you're leaving the Spirit Breaker Pugna to just bully her all the time in lane. So I think Clockwork is a good wall. Main downside is I don't find Clockwork enjoyable to play against Chen at all. I think that matchup is tough, but there's no perfect hero here. I don't think you're going to pick a hero that works well against everything you're facing. So, you know, pick what's more important to solve, and I think that's Luna's laning.
I feel like the draft is it's pretty hard to fix with the last hero here. They have a lot of weaknesses, quite apparent. Probably
Falcons, that is.
Yeah, Falcons. I feel like they need to be able to enable the Luna, but at the same time, I feel like Grimstroke doesn't really have a very obvious core to play with the Inkswell, and you can kind of do it on the Tiny. But Luna doesn't really like playing with the Inkswell that much. Sure, when you get the shot, you can kind of use it to save the Luna in a sticky situation. But apart from that, and there's also no combo with the Soulbind.
What do you make of the Wraith King ban? Do they think it's a Spirit Breaker mid?
Yeah, that's actually rather strange, yeah. Wraith King is good against Luna though, I'll give you that.
I guess Wraith King and Chen also have nice overlap in how they play the map at that point in the game. Like this 15-20 minute mark with skeletons, with Chen pushing, it's like they're maybe worried about
it
the
is
pressure.
still weird though.
I still think this is a weird ban.
I mean, if you're worried about them pushing, wouldn't you also be worried about some Zoo hero that can actually pressure and push with the Chen?
Yeah, like a Lycan.
Yeah.
Maybe you feel like you cover that relatively well with Timber, but then you also arguably cover Wraith King well, right? So this ban I just flat out don't understand what it is they're seeing here as a concern.
Meanwhile, G2IG, they're expecting Tiny to be a support. They ban out the DK that Malreen's been running constantly.
It's a classic pairing with Luna. I think better safe than sorry on that account. And they will ban the Lycan. Okay, so it is
Afraid
that.
of Zoo.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still other Zoos. There's still a Visage. There is still... actually, there's none left. Oh, Enigma.
Visage
Enigma.
actually looks pretty good in this game. If you
the
wanted to go that
don't
route.
the supports don't do anything to him, I feel.
It just doesn't feel like that's been G2IG's style. Though.
No. And it would be MTS playing the Visage then?
Yeah, or you play mid Spirit Breaker, but then you're playing like Visage Pugna lane, which sounds weird. And I don't know. I don't think they're going to go that direction at all, personally. But
yeah, how about just picking like a standard hero like a Centaur? Just tank the lane. Shaker mid.
Yeah.
So they're kind of also anticipating the mid Tiny maybe, so picking Shaker to maybe potentially deal with that. So it means that the Spirit Breaker is the offlaner with Pugna, so Chen will be with Morphling, Shaker will be mid. Decent lanes, I think, overall.
Is there a case to be made here for running back the Malrine Viper and just absolutely trashing Shaker in lane and not giving him a game? I feel like that lane matchup has to be awful.
They have to
Like,
pick something to win the lane.
What is this running back that you're alluding to? Is it this tournament?
they-
Because
didn't Malrine just play Viper?
ATF played the Viper.
Wait, did I misread it? I could have sworn I saw Malrine.
Malrine played DK that game.
I was going to say I'll take your word for it, but I'm still checking.
Take my word for
Well,
it, because in fact,
alright.
he's not even playing.
Oh yeah, they put the Timber
He's
mid.
playing Timber mid.
Why not? Amara's going to play Doom. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I could have sworn I saw him play it. You're right, Neil. Of course you're right. You're always right about who played what heroes and
Thank
about
you.
stats and shit.
I
So I'm
appreciate
wrong.
that.
They could have still played the Viper, though. I think the point still stands, but maybe they don't like it as a mid, which I would understand.
I mean, it's more about like their draft is having heroes that can't be kicked out in the lane once again. Once more, they feel like, okay, Earthshaker mid, we'll put the Timber there because the Earthshaker can't really. I guess they feel like they can't really kick the Timber out. Then you have this Doom against the Morphling. Doom can also sit in the lane. You can also eat the Chen creeps.
Yeah.
And then you have the. But the thing is, like, you have a Luna with Grimstroke.
Well, maybe you put Luna Tiny Bot.
Luna time. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you could do that. That would actually definitely help a lot, especially for the Luna's game.
And Doom Grim seems like a pretty sweet lane.
Yep.
Yeah,
decent.
It could
And
work.
now you have a Soulbind combo also.
Yep.
Double Doom.
Double
It's,
Doom.
just, it's based on the player-hero combinations, right? It's like Crit playing the Tiny. Is it likely that they will put him in the safe lane with the
True.
Luna based on how they've played so far? Like, how's the dynamic going to be? Maybe they're going to run it here.
And usually in a new team, you don't see this kind of swaps happen as much as compared to a more mature team where they feel comfortable moving the 4 and 5 here and there.
But at the
these
same
are-
time, Tiny Doom lane sounds.
Yeah, terrible double mid.
I don't know. It doesn't sound good to me. But
We'll have to find out in the gameplay then. Gentlemen, appreciate the analysis. But now I'm ready to see some new caster faces. Mike and John, what's going on? John, I'll talk to you this time. How you doing? I
Doing
missed
good.
you.
Doing good.
You were
know,
here like just a few minutes ago.
I changed desks. This guy was waiting for me,
I
so
see.
we had to get some work done.
Okay, I'll let you have your special moment together then. Game number 1, it's all you.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. We are indeed going to game 1 here between Falcons and, of course, G2IG. Jonathan, I've been waiting all damn day for this series. How the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This should be one of the best series we have here in the group stage. And from two teams that, maybe not so much for G2IG, definitely for Falcons, is to be expected. I think G2IG has just shown us that they have really risen above in these roster shuffles. There were some question marks coming in. On paper, a very strong team, but they have proven their point with that 2-0 earlier and with their performance yesterday as well. So this should be fun. This should be probably one of the more competitive matches we've had on the stream. And we've got quite the draft to get that done with as well. The Timbersaw coming out for Malrine on the mid is pretty exciting. I love that shakeup up against the Shaker, although I wouldn't say that lane is cut and dry. I think if you are looking to trade hits, Enchant still hurts for something like the Timbersaw. And it's going to be interesting to see how Malrine and Nothing to Say kind of play out in this one.
It should be, of course. Happy to see the Morphling coming out as well from Monet. Completely unkilled yesterday. So very, very, very excited to see this coming out once again from G2IG. And will Monet die today on the Morphling, Jonathan, is the question on my mind. Suppose we'll find out very soon.
We'll see. You know, it's funny as well. If you look at G2IG's draft, if you ran this like 3-4 years ago, you have Shaker and Spirit Breaker.
Oh, the old
but
TNC
that doesn't
strat.
work anymore.
Yeah.
They've got both of them.
Those were the good old days. They
Oh,
really
yeah.
were.
I'm sure
Those,
Gabby's
Gabby
looking
and
back at this
Armel,
one.
if I remember correctly, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, Gabby's like, oh, we used to do this. This was our strat, but it doesn't work anymore, guys.
Speaking of Gabby, I've been hearing he's having a fantastic time at the event. By the way, John, some spicy things happening against our South American brothers, I believe. But anyway, Falcons, G2IG running at each other already. Looks like Skidder going to cop a bit of harassment. Will be okay. Nothing to say. Going to be just fine. Bit of harassment on the way out. It was a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty. So pretty even kind of start between these two teams.
Yeah, Crit does get the toss off to grab that bounty to even it out. Nothing too shocking there. Toss level 1 maybe not the ideal, but level 1 for Tiny is never the greatest point anyway. If you're looking for right-click harass, taking a look at that bot lane, you do have JT on the Spirit Breaker along with Baboka on that Pugna up against Snaking on that Grimstroke and Skitter on the Luna. So they are keeping Snaking on that Luna lane, which is not the ideal for Grimstroke. You know, I do agree with the panel. You don't have an Inkswell combo. You're not going to be able to run up and be aggressive with Grimstroke. At the same time, you can play this pretty well defensively if you get a good stroke out, a good usage of the Inkswell to break up the charge. Your Luna shouldn't be under too much kill threat, but level 2 does seem like a pretty good point for Baboka and JT to try to flex their muscle there.
Oh, top lane. Speaking of kill threat, X-Nova tossed out of position here from Crit, though he's going to be okay to back himself out. But a fair bit of damage being dealt his way. Crit kind of showing what could happen in just a moment as the levels do come up here on the side of Falcons. And X-Nova going to be very, very cautious not to get caught out of position. Mind you, he's going to have some creep soon, so it should be a little bit more challenging to get the toss off onto the actual Chen a little bit later on. But for now, he does have to be just a little bit cautious. And speaking of cautious, mid lane, nothing to say against Maureen. This is not exactly a favorable matchup here for the Earthshaker. He could have a pretty rough time.
Yeah, the harassment coming out from Maureen with that Whirling Death is pretty damn strong, but you also can dish it back quite nicely with the enchant. The issue is, as you lose strength, of course, your damage output does shoot down, so it's a little bit rougher to exchange, and you have that natural regen advantage for Maureen with a value point in the chain.
Oh, Baboka, bottom lane, going to be saved right now by JT. Is snaking the one to give away first blood, and now the bash is coming out. JT, how lucky can we get? Give it a crack, JT.
One more? No.
He won't fight. Sometimes the gods are in your favor, sometimes they aren't. Jonathan, and oh, nothing to say. He kind of just walked into Maureen and he copped a Whirling Death.
Yeah, level 2 Whirling Death, it just ramps up way faster. Again, the Shaker can get some play. It's a lot harder to play that lane out. You're going to have to space yourself well. He does at least have the stick now, but you would have really liked to have that way earlier on with how much spam was coming through. A good start so far for Falcons at the very least in the mid lane, even the bot lane. Despite that death early on, despite that first blood, you are getting some good room out for Skitter to farm up. No stacking very early on. That is something that they might want to consider for Luna down the line, but considering how aggressive you want to be in this top lane for Crit Namar, you might not find a room to do that. You've got the annoying Satyr here as well with the slows.
ATF, he's going to go ahead and just devour that immediately. Not interested in messing around here with X-Nova. Does have the hill creep as well, so ATF does have quite a bit of sustain for himself if necessary. Nothing to say, however, on the other hand, in this mid lane does not have much sustain. Johnny's going to have to be a little bit careful as JT, the bottom, it's in a bit of a pickle, but does manage to get his way out just fine to survive this bottom lane. So 1-1 so far, very slight net worth lead the way of Falcons. Skitter, of course, you were just seeing John Haddis is having a very good time. I mean, CS-wise, 17-6. Maureen's having a very good time CS-wise, 18-3. And well, even ATF's having a great time in terms of CS.
Yeah, this kind of early start does bode fairly well for Falcons. It feels like the early aggression from G2IG has to kind of connect into a push. You've got Pugna, you've got Chen. You've got to try to take over more of the map and increase that, decrease the space that Luna will be able to find. So that's the one thing I think we'd want to see from G2IG, whether or not they can get that push going early on. It feels really rough with this kind of start for Nothing to Say, just because in a lot of games for G2IG, it does feel like they tend to connect onto JT or NTS, and it just doesn't feel like you're getting that typical strong start for NTS this time. He is not that far behind in comparison to the Timbersaw, but the EXP differential is certainly something a little bit concerning for the Shaker.
Mid lane, there is a rotation coming in from Crit. Nothing to say, already dropping low. There goes the tanking from Maureen, just taking all the tier 1 tower hits as Crit moves in. With the toss out of Maureen, able to secure another great kill onto Nothing to Say. And this is something we saw yesterday from Falcons. I mean, Crit's always fantastic as a pos 4, but seems to be working very well with this mid lane of Maureen. Just always able to find these connections. Top lane, ATF now being chased by Monet. But he's a tanky boy. He's got the Vanguard up. He's going to be just fine.
I mean, he still has that heal amplification aura as well. It's no joke, that little boost you get, 15% up with 9.4 HP per second. It does pile up all of these bonuses and makes it really hard to shove Amar away, which again enables Crit to get that kind of movement across the map just because you're self-sufficient on that off lane. You're not worried about a Morphling trying to gank you up. The creep comes in for an X-Nova, you just devour it. So no problems there. And again, like for G2IG, it doesn't feel like they have that kind of connection point just yet. JT, he's he's building up in levels. He's going for the Midas. He's looking for a little bit of the long haul. They will get the gate movement out here as well with Xnova.
Something else we saw from Xnova yesterday on the Grimstroke, I believe, just rotating through the twin gates around this time, trying to find a gank onto the position 1. This time around, though, it seems as though Falcons have read the movement, so they will back off. Though had nothing to say mid lane. Has he read this movement? Toss back from Crit once again into the Timber. The Blood Grenade also going to land, and now with the chain forward, nothing to say. He'll survive a little bit longer. Hoping for a level 6 timing, but not going to find it yet as the chase is on. They'll even get a silence out from Snake King. Well, nothing to say. He'll even place a ward down, but that was spotted. It gets pinged out. Crit saw him drop it.
They had the sentry down early, so the same movement once again, flanking behind that tier 1. A little bit surprising that it just works every single time. At the very least for G2IG, they do find that bot tier 1, so they are connecting with the push that the Chen and Pugna can provide, and they can start to infiltrate a little bit into that jungle where Skitter wants to sit back and farm up. We've got to see the activity now start to come in from JT. Doesn't quite have the levels ready yet on the Spirit Breaker, still at 4. But once you can start to get some movement across the map, it can start to make it a little bit easier to get that space for NTS, to get that space out for Monet. Falcons, though, are making it hard to find that space. And again, while you make all of those movements across, the Doom isn't being punished. He's at the point where he's hard to kill. Malorine is ready to leave his lane and get some rotations out. And you just don't have that launching point. Again, Spirit Breaker's still a ways off from 6. You're nowhere near close to Blink for Nothing to Say, or although at least the option for Slam is available. I don't see any straight opportunities here for G2IG outside of push.
ATF, I mean, he's sitting pretty low at this top lane. You're right, though, just, again, casually just regening up. So one thing I really like about this roster of Falcons, right, and we kind of already went over this, but having an offlane like ATF who just wants to sit in the lane by himself allows Crit to make these rotations, and with an aggressive mid like Malorine, you can really just set up these beautiful ganks over and over again, knowing that ATF wants this situation anyway. Like, he's your old school offlane. He doesn't want help. He wants to suffer, as it should be.
Yeah, he also chooses here that Cans hold solo as they jump mid.
Absolutely. Crits in again. They won't find the kill, though, this time around as Baboka barely survives. Nothing to say he's going to go for a bit of a chase. He's got the Echo Slam available now. Snakekin gets caught out, and there's your Echo committed. Nothing to say. Not wasting any time, but now the turnaround. Malorine, he'll find Nothing to Say, but it does cost his own life. Crit in the meantime, also getting charged by JT, so you're going to find a third target. And it seems as though G2IG, this time around, they've adapted.
That they have. Really great patience from Nothing to Say right in the middle of the three heroes to get a little bit of that echo damage out and buying some time, you know, waiting for JT to come in with that charge. A big kill to find. Just that positioning. It starts off this failed gank attempt onto Baboka. Just a little bit too durable, and then just in between these two ramps. That slam, it doesn't look like it does much, but up against the Timbersaw early, you need every bit of damage you can get.
Absolutely. Malorine, obviously, able to just kind of move back in, but maybe underestimating the damage coming out from the ES and, of course, Baboka. So the mid-tier 1 tower, it's dropping very low. Another thing we saw from Falcons yesterday against LGD was they love taking these tier 1 towers extremely early. And of course, you take that mid-tier 1 tower, you open up the jungle on either side, and it allows them to play this aggressive game that they just really enjoy. And here we go again. Mid-tier 1 tower is gone now, and immediately Crit and Snaking have infiltrated that dire jungle. They'll take over that side of the map. And this will make things a little bit more awkward for Monet now, who does lose that farm, as Baboka, meanwhile, down to the top lane, does actually go down to A tier.
Yeah, not the biggest pick off to find. The key thing with the mid-tier 1 is that angling into the top tier 1 for their push. They're in position to get that done. G2IG are ready for incursions in the top jungle. They've got really nice wards watching the entrance. They had that sneaky ward by the camp as well, that does expire, but hunting in the top shouldn't be as successful for Falcons with the information G2IG has. They understand the movements that Falcons want to take, and they've taken defensive measures with some wards that weren't taken out.
Crit, top lane, Avalanche toss up, however, there is 4 heroes. He does tank the gank, however. I mean, you'd much rather find ATF in this scenario where you have rotated 4 heroes up at top lane. Crit will just tank the gank for him, and ATF, he is going to be able to retreat rather safely. G2IG, I'm not sure if they really want to be grouped up as 4 up at top lane this early on, but It's kind of the way the game goes. Against aggressive teams, you do have to play like this sometimes.
That you do. Smoke out from IG to walk across that gate onto bot. They're the ones trying to apply some pressure now onto Skitter. See if JT finds a good angle here.
Yeah, I mean, Skitter would be a massive kill for G2IG to find. JT just needs the vision for the charge out. Seems like he's got the information. Meanwhile, top lane, X-Nova does get caught. Skitter has also been caught out there by the looks of it. A Skitter dropping low, does go down. That's a fantastic trade for G2IG. You'll make that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, they finally put a dent on this Luna, who's pretty much been free farming since the laning phase. They don't quite get some forward vision out, but they know where to hunt. It's one very isolated area as long as that top tier one still stands for G2IG. Falcons still focusing on getting a bit of a shove up top. Omar still holding that lane. They're slowly chipping away, but you don't quite have the same pushing pace in comparison to G2IG, where your supports can basically solo a tower. So if they're not able to kind of respond and go for the push at the same time. G2IG getting a ton of space out for Monet. You are still in a really strong position for Falcons in terms of network. Malorine already has the blink up on her Timbersaw, so he's going to be able to charge in. Now we can see that combination with a Grimstroke, Inkswell, and Timbersaw blink in. It's going to be a really aggressive time. Once you have the Kaya up, the burst damage on Malorine, it's going to rip that backline apart.
Well, it certainly will be. Malorine kind of showing off that blink here in the mid lane against Nothing to Say. More rotations coming into the mid, but Malorine going to find the power rune up at the top spot. Speaking of blink daggers, now Nothing to Say has his own available, so a huge power spike for him to boot. And that is a big deal for Nothing to Say. Like, considering the state of the game and how tough the game has been for him, he does still find a pretty decent timing on this blink, and it should allow him to play a bit more aggressively with his team if necessary. I'm sure they just want the ability to be able to turn a team fight if Falcons continue to play this aggressive game. And well, speaking of the aggression, here we go again. 3-man smoke out. Through the river they go. Who are they running into? Down to that bot side. It seems like it is going to be JT. Malorine, he's got his rune available, so we'll jump in with that. JT, no way out right now with the silence, though JT still surviving for now, but the Inkswell, though, Nothing to Say does rotate. It is too late, though. They've lost JT, but they will at least find snaking as a trade. It's now Nothing to Say does need to retreat. And they will. Still a great trade for Falcons. G2IG, they do at least get something for their trouble.
I think you're still satisfied on the side of G2IG. That movement comes down bot, away from your Morphling up top. Despite losing your tier 1, there's no forward vision being dropped by Falcons, so you're still fairly secure on Monet. And the Spirit Breaker dying, it's fine as long as your Morphling's farming and not under any pressure. This action's all the way across. It's actually intruding into a little bit of the space where Skitter would want to be. So you're still in a pretty good spot for G2IG in terms of forcing these fights onto a decent part of the map that you don't necessarily want to have your big carry to be near anyway. They will smoke up once more, trying to maximize that blink still.
Going after JT here on the Spirit Breaker. No Hand of God, no Echo Slam available, and JT, he is completely alone. He'll cancel Twin Gate usage, but it seems like he just kind of has to accept the fact that he is going to die, though. A nice charge out, barely making it for now. It's JT. When I said he was dead, John, but he finds a way.
It was close to dying, not quite. The damage output just not enough. Needed a little bit more to come in there from Malorine. Again, the lack of Kaya this time. You can see the issue in trying to burst down those higher HP targets. You need that spell amp up, and he's trying to work his way into it with some ganks. Is only the recipe away at the very least, so if he had it earlier, would have been a different story.
Monet even picking up the Lincoln Sphere on the Morphling. We do tend to see this a lot from Monet, just that little bit of defense necessary for him to be able to get the attribute shifts off the ganks incoming from Falcons. Not to say he probably won't get involved with his team quite yet, John, but it does allow the ability to get involved if necessary. G2IG again looking towards that top lane, seeing if they could find an angle onto ATF, though ATF does again get to safety. I say that though, ATF does show underneath the ward of G2IG there for a moment. Oh, he's a bit indecisive. This could cost him. Nothing to Say though. Unable to quite close the gap. JT does go for the charge. The crit is going to spot him out, and Well, quite frankly, I'm not sure if it's going to matter, because ATF, he might be baiting by his tier 1 tower. They could TP and rotate if ATF needs it. Still JT going in quite deep for this one. ATF, he's still around his tier 2, but nobody's coming.
Oh.
They're just jumping in. Falcons, they don't respond to it.
They had the TPs ready, they don't come in. Not even able to get the Doom off.
Oh, the Timber TP was cancelled. By the looks of it, it is on cooldown.
Yeah, even then, like no one else tried to commit. Maybe just the 2 heroes would have been enough. They do find the mid, or they find the top
nothing
tier
to
one off the back
say.
of it.
What a Fisher coming out, finding 2. Crit. Oh, he's going to try and at least stop JT from chasing Maureen. Nothing to say, already got the hand up, waving them goodbye. And Maureen, not out of the woods quite yet. Has to continue chaining away, has nothing to say. Gonna blink forward for the chain stuns, but not able to get it this time around. They will at least take Snake King's life.
They find something for their trouble. All of this is starting to pile in. You're ready to run on JT, and they find Skitter.
Oh, this is a big one, JT. Good charge out, Skitter. Go for a run, but Monet is right behind JT to help out. They just need the disables. Sadly for JT, he does not get quite lucky with the bash. Instead, they move in onto Crit, but Crit, he does create the gap. So he's going to be able to walk back towards his mid-tier 1 tower, and it does seem like he will be able to survive through it.
I like this aggression coming out from G2IG. They are applying that map pressure, but you are still finding space here on the side of Falcons. Octarine fully done on Amar, so now he's going to be able to commit the Doom at a higher frequency. Not that we've seen the Doom just yet, but that option is starting to get much easier to apply now for the side of Falcons. And Skitter, outside of that one death, has been free farming down bot as well. So a rather even game in terms of net worth. The aggression is on G2IG, but their lineup is the one that needs to clear out this map a lot faster anyway. Again, they've kind of stopped at the tier 1s. They haven't gotten a good fight just yet to transition into a tier 2 push.
X-Nova gets jumped by Crypt, but he has plenty of help around the corner. This could be a team fight. The G2IG wants to take. There's nothing to say. Jumps in. Crypt is blown up immediately. Maureen, he's getting very, very low. He does need to retreat, but Monet is not leaving him be. Monet continuing the chase, but the Doom is out. Still Maureen is gone as JT does get the charge off. Now ATF copping the Nether Strike. He needs his own way out, but the bash comes just in case he needed it. Though it didn't seem like he did, but a 3-for-0 trade as Falcons once again being punished for their aggression.
Yeah, just great moves coming out from G2IG. Maybe a little bit keen on the side of Falcons to jump in. Like the Doom comes out before the Soulbind is out onto the Morphling, who's already a significant portion away from where that fight breaks out. Like it's a fairly long chase. The Hand of God saves as well, right in the nick of time. And it's this chase that's just really awkward. You can see Amar trying to get into the Morphling, uses the Tumbler's Void, pops the Doom as Soulbind comes on. That just means they can't find any follow-up afterwards.
That's kind of the thing as well. They're not really fighting with any vision around this area, so it's wishful thinking, I suppose, trying to go for that fight as now G2IG is going to go for a free Roshan after knowing that they've got that team fight. And well, that's 7-12 now, 1k advantage the way of G2IG, though JT. Bottom lane will be chased down by Maureen and Crit. JT, a tanky boy, now has charge back up and available, and Crit could not cancel. JT just going to wave him goodbye. Sadly for Falcons, it's getting to a stage now in this game where G2IG, they're starting to get a momentum behind them that could be quite dangerous here for Falcons.
Yeah, they're ready to move as a unit. Even Monet, just with that Linken's early on, with the Manta almost done as well, should be ready to kind of join his team if need be. You're still kind of stuck building up here for Amar. They will try with a foray up on the triangle. They've got a good aggressive ward forward, but it doesn't feel like they've got the easiest catch. Like if you're going to jump JT with that bulldoze, chances are, unless you commit something like the Doom very quickly, you're not going to stop that Spirit Breaker.
It is very, very challenging. G2IG more than happy to take their time in this game as well. Like, we know how great Monet is when it comes to this Morphling. This is his favorite hero after all, so I'm sure he is more than confident going after the late game here against Skitter's Luna. G2IG, I mean, obviously a team that's done their homework after yesterday, because they are doing very well in terms of dealing with Falcons and that aggression that Falcons was showing during day one. Mid lane, Crit and Maureen again just kind of hanging around, pushing out creep waves, trying to maybe find an opportunity. They could try for nothing to say, but instead Falcons are the ones kind of getting pincered in. They'll run towards the west of the map. But G2IG, I mean, considering the state of the game, it seems like they want to try for the tier 1 mid tower. And this is something they haven't had all game. They're just opening up the map, allowing themselves to get into that Radiant triangle and get into that Radiant jungle very freely through the mid lane is something that Falcons I don't think are going to enjoy quite much.
No, they definitely won't. The Falcon vision is still mainly aggressive, not defensive for farm.
Oh.
They do try for the Tormentor, and well, Snaking this time around is our victim. It does happen.
Skitter though. Oh, Skitter's a much bigger deal and nothing to say. Oh, we can smell him.
I mean, he sees someone dies to a neutral, he knows what's up. They were clearing the Tormentor, and Skitter walks through the regular gate, not the shortcut gate that's limited access, a little bit more defended, a little bit further from that triangle area. So just a pretty, it's not something you'd think about, right? Like finishing Tormentor, you walk down, you have your tier 2, you're safe. Not in this case.
No. 7-13 again. I mean, the net worth lead is nothing to really write home about. Less than 1k here for G2IG, but again, just the tempo and momentum is certainly sitting in their favor at the moment as X-Nova again going to be jumped here by Maureen. They want to deal with the Chen though. He is somehow still alive, just not taking enough damage yet. X-Nova though, eventually going to go down. And in fact, Monet, is he just dead? The Aegis is gone. That was a Doom committed by ATF, so you won't have that available now. JT, going for the charge in, but decides better off. I mean, they've already lost X-Nova, they've lost the Aegis. No need to force a fight that isn't going to work in your favor.
That's a pretty smooth play out from the side of Falcons though. Like, you only find Aegis, but that also holds off G2IG from trying to fully force into a tier 2 into the high ground situation here. And they take this opportunity to smoke. No Doom, but if they can find an opening, they've got the output with Mallory now.
Bottom lane, who have they got? Oh, they found Monet. That is huge by Falcons. Monet just farming underneath an observer ward of the Radiant as JT now charges in. Should be okay to back his way out. The Crit is still chasing him down, but does think better of it. He'll go after X-Nova instead. Avalanche toss up. Nothing to say, gonna jump in and help out. Taking down Crit and now the Soulbind. Locking two of them together. X-Nova dropping low, but Baboka trying to heal him up, but it's not gonna be enough. X-Nova is gone. ZyG, they still want to go for the fight. The charge is in from JT, but here comes ATF, and here comes the Eclipse of Skitter. But where's the detection? The Glimmer Cape, it just saves JT. He'll walk out for now as Maureen, he's gone too deep. Ooh. Nothing to say will punish. Falcons, I mean, it started off great. You took Monet down, the Morphling was gone, but somehow G2IG, they find a way to even up this team fight.
It's still a big kill finding Monet, but we've seen this from G2IG. We've seen this with Baboka. When he has that Glimmer Cape, he's just so far back, he gets the Glimmer off, you didn't see it in the inventory, you're not carrying dust, and you just miss out on even more. Like, you find this huge Morphling, you did manage to take care of his first life. At the very least, you don't lose out in your Luna. You took that fight without another usage of Doom, so it's not the ideal circumstance for the side of Falcon as well, to force that further without waiting for just your next Doom timing. And G2IG, they're happy with a punish. Still a rather even game in terms of net worth. You are starting to pull ahead now on Skitter. He does have his shard up. He is working onto the BKB. Maybe down the line, the Satanic comes in as well. So trying to burst down the Luna is a little bit tougher, but we're still a ways off from that critical mass point for the Luna. And G2IG, this is when they reach their peak. This is when, again, they don't have protection of Aegis, but one good team fight in, a tier 2 falls, high ground gets knocked on with Chen Army and the Nether Blasts.
For now, it looks like G2IG going to hang out on the eastern side of the map. Falcons will do the exact opposite. They'll be on the west. Skitter's still top of the net worth board on this Luna. Bigger and bigger as time goes on. Group up into the mid lane here from Nothing to Say in Baboka. Falcons, they like what they see, immediately turning back around, going through the river, trying to get towards the Earthshaker. Nothing to Say, of course, very quick, just blinks right out of there before they even have a chance. Skitter now with the BKB up, though. That's a pretty big spike here for Falcons. They might want to group up and go for a big smoke. Get this BKB reveal going. Nothing to Say. Do not go for that creep wave, sir. It's like Baboka. He'll do the job for him. Good game sense here from G2IG. Realizing that they are probably using that creep wave as bait, they will not hand over the free kills to Falcons. Instead, now ATF getting charged up. JT giving the vision over to nothing to say, but ATF seems to be very well aware that they were coming, and I believe JT was charging underneath vision anyway. And indeed he was. With that, G2IG will have to wait for another day. The JT is still continuing the charges out. I think that the Falcons are around the area. He will retreat.
Just some great wards from the side of Falcons to spot all of this back and forth movement. Like this river ward giving a ton of information out, telling them that the bottom area is occupied. They've got a nice ward to enable a push on the top tier 2 as well behind that tower. And they'll start slowly sieging with the damage output now on Skitter. They will get siege down bot, so could end up being a 1-for-1 trade. Fortify is forced out. The creep wave is gone, siege creep gone as well, but you've still got the army ready for Baboka if he does want to commit and the blast to slowly chip down. They will start to open up that map. Once that tier 2 is down, bot jungle opens up fully. You can start to just stay on this side of the map and try to infiltrate the triangle now, which is where Falcons is trying to hold their position.
This is a perfect time for Falcons. Like, they've got a double damage rune for Skitter bottled up. They've got a BKB still available here for him. Falcons, they could do anything for a team fight at the moment. G2IG again not giving the opening that they're looking for. And nothing to say is the closest target that Falcons could try and go for, but they would have to venture into the dire triangle. They'd have to do it completely blind to boot, so they won't go for that option. Instead, Falcons will try to force the fight by pushing in the top wave and maybe going after the tier 2 top tower. Mind you, if they win the fight, it does not necessarily lead to Roshan. Roshan is going to spawn in 2 minutes anyway, so it seems like Falcons, instead of forcing the tier 2, they're going to just prep themselves for this next Roshan attempt. And they've still got plenty of time. G2IG, they're the ones that are going to have to find a way up to that Roshan pit, and it seems like they found a way to do so. They're going to go for a 4-man smoke and try.
See if they find the angle up. Skitter's right in front of this movement as well. If they catch that Luna off straight up, it's gonna be...
Great, he'll break the smoke on JT. G2IG. See a little bit more than just crit. Now Rain, not breaking his own smoke yet. Double damage was committed here by Skitter. Again, the jump has not occurred. G2IG very, very patient, though. Again, they have no idea the double damage is there for the Luna. Scan is out. Into the Roshan pit, that is. Not really giving that much info, because it is a Manta illusion of the Luna. Maureen going to reveal himself top lane, but just deals with the creep wave and jumps right back out. Roshan still 50 seconds away, though. So you're at that stage now where the team that wins this fight, they get guaranteed Roshan. Problem is the fight is not happening. G2IG, they will retreat. They'll take a Wisdom Rune, they'll deal with some creep waves and try to split Falcons up. Or even finding Crit's Courier, so Crit lose that tier 3 neutral item, plus some Observer Wards. For Falcons, it's a very awkward Roshan attempt now. That mid and bot lane have both been forced in. Nobody has rotated to try and address that issue. G2IG putting the pressure on already without even starting a fight.
They've been really patient. Like they're holding this position really well. They've got a good ward to watch that top flank, top right flank.
Oh, Echo committed. They have found Snaking. Snaking, he is down, and Maureen not looking too healthy either, but he will be able to walk away for now as they'll make the jump in onto ATF. ATF, he is down. 2 gone for Falcons. They will buy back on Snaking, but not quite on the Doom yet. Seems like Skitter just going to TP away. And Roshan, it is almost guaranteed to go the way of G2IG now.
That's a really good angle to find. Even though it just opens up in the Grimstroke, you make the Ag's usage of Malrine. He's forced to pop that barrier very early on just to stay alive. He's not able to try to go forward and dish damage out onto the wider scope. And you're out of position. You're holding this really good spot, but the positioning just not at the right time for Falcons. Aegis once more coming out to G2IG, secondary life. This should be the high ground attempt off the back of this with the cheese ready to go. And even without Echo Slam, it's not that scary. What you do have to be concerned with is ATF coming back with Doom up. He did not manage to cast it last time. They've still got the Soulbind ready. There are still ways for Falcon to kind of play the high ground here. But again, one more pick off like that, one more fight opener like that coming out from G2IG. and it doesn't take long for these objectives to fall.
It certainly does not. The tier 2 top tower, not going to last at all. G2IG, do they commit? They could start chipping away here with Monet. He does hit extremely hard as is with the Morphling. Secondary life, he's going to be feeling rather safe. And of course, you've got Baboka there to back him up with the Nether Blast. Tier 3 tower, going to lose half its HP, but that'll be about it. G2IG, they're not going to rush this. They'll take the Tormentor instead. Just get as much value as you possibly can. Because no need to underestimate the side of Falcons and give them a way back into this game. You've got a huge advantage. Make sure you hold on to it.
Yeah, they're not in a rush with Aegis still having so much time. They just go back, allow JT to balance out that bot lane, get some more farm going. Again, you're using the space well in Falcons, but the one thing that we just haven't seen yet is the Luna coming in with all of this farm. Like that, again, that last fight up at Roche, it just wasn't the appropriate angle Skitter wanted to take. He will have Silver Edge up and running by the time the next fight breaks out. We've got to see this investment in Luna kick in. We've got to be able to see them get at least some parts of this teamfight initiation right. Either the Blink Inkswell with the reactive armor downline bursting, or just the Blink Doom with Inkswell as well. Your fights have to open up in that way for Falcons. They should not look to be counter-engaging here. Because when G2IG jumps onto you, it's just so damn fast. And it's always going to be JT or NTS coming in with a big slam or just a really good charge.
Falcons, they are going to split up just a little bit. Hang around that Radiant side triangle. 2IG keeping up the pressure, just all waves in the mid and bot lane being forced in constantly. But they are giving farm priority over to ATF as mid lane. JT does get caught out with a great avalanche toss, but JT gets the BKB off in time, and now the Hand of God, and now the Echo! Oh, nothing to say! What a setup!
Oh my.
Snaking and Malrine are both gone!
That, again, not the ideal. Like, ATF somehow managed to doom JT while he was charging. That's not the target anymore.
Oh, JT?
JT does die in the fountain, sure. Doesn't matter. He got doomed while charging out anyway. He just used that ult up. And again, the Soulbind doesn't connect. They didn't Inkswell in. They can't afford to counter-initiate on the side of Falcons. High ground getting ripped to shreds. A good opener, what looked like a good opener from Crit, just didn't quite line up the way they wanted to.
Dropping a little bit low, nothing to say again, has been absolutely fantastic on this Earthshaker, just consistently being able to perform as Monet. Continuing onto that mid-racks, Monet still gonna play it safe, will retreat. A minute and a half left on the Aegis, but not willing to risk it and throw it away, especially while they're lacking that Spirit Breaker. Of course, Malrine is now respawning. Here we go. I believe I did say Snaking died as well, but he did not. My apologies for that one as mid lane JT. You see, he does get caught initially, but just so much committed onto the SB and nothing to say. More than happy to jump in as here we go again, mid lane. Who they got? X-Nova is gone. There goes your Aegis onto Monet as well. So that's one life gone. There's now nothing to say. Dropping low, loses his own life. Monet needs to run. It's a 2v5 situation, and it is not in the favor of G2IG. They have lost 3, or rather 2, as JT was already in the grave.
That was such a great move forward from the side of Falcons. They know that the Echo slams down. They know there's no Spirit Breaker to contend with charging through your entire team. So you have nothing to worry about. They get that combination off. The supports have no body to block all of that aggression onto them. And they find an opening back. No Aegis. Cheese is gone as well.
Top lane. JT popping his BKB preemptively, just charging right out of here. So important he remains alive right now to keep these creep waves pushed out. Not allow Falcons to move onto the high ground, and seems like Falcons are going to retreat anyway after the tier 2 top tower.
They even out the game just a little bit more. When they have a little bit of control, they can threaten for a push onto the high ground off the back of a good fight, although map control overall is rather even across both sides. They get the free shard up now for nothing to say. So you've got that additional annoyance with the fissure, just a little bit more control. The follow through from JT charging through. 13 to 18, 7k lead for G2IG. It's still a comfy position for G2IG, but again, we've hit the point where Skitter and his farm, as long as they find that opening, as long as you can prevent the Spirit Breaker from doing as much when he charges in, if you can somehow isolate JT first and clean him up, you have access to the backline. You have a way of just chain stunning Monet and just taking away this threat.
Mid lane again. Here we go. Nothing to say. Echo's up. BKB's up. Ags is up. He wants to play. Mid lane, who shows first? Falcons, they're going to try and move into that Radiant jungle. Scan is out. They will scan the Earthshaker. Skidder, he's going to see him for now. Nothing to say. They're retreating. Instead, X-Nova, the one ready to tank the initiation if necessary. Maureen will reveal himself, trying to deal with those ancient creeps of the Chen. G2IG not seeing the opening they wanted. They will back off for now. Falcons, they'll basically just be very patiently waiting in the mid lane for G2IG to make a mistake. G2IG not making it very easy at all. Still being very patient. Is now Crit. He's looking for a toss back. Charges out. JT gonna go right through him. Crit still looking to go in, but the BKB's out from JT though. Nice blink away. Crit does get a BKB usage out of JT, so now G2IG, they don't want to fight. They want to wait for that to be back off cooldown.
This could be the opening they're looking for. If they pin down JT and catch him without that spell immunity, they're on the hunt for him.
Oh, they certainly are. It's a big opening for Falcons if they can find it, but JT, he's a fast boy. He's out of there.
It's just so difficult. You're getting that chase done. Your bot lane is shoving in. 2 siege creeps, the Morphling illusions getting some work in. They respond with Maureen coming down, so now you can't get your aggression going. And that's also seen by G2IG. They're still holding on to that bot jungle area. They can punish if someone overextends onto this creep wave. But they played cautiously on the side of Falcons. A little charge from JT. Just playing poke.
JT just keeping up vision here on Falcons. Classic Spirit Breaker play. It's mid lane. G2IG again. It's not quite ready to go, but remaining in position. We will find out in about 20 seconds when the next Roshan is going to respawn, so another big objective available here for either side pretty damn soon. Tier 4 items do come up. Monet's going to pick up a very nice ninja gear for himself. 4-man smoke is there from Falcons to get prepped in position around that Roshan pit. Is it going to be an early? Is it going to be a late one? Roshan is... Oh, it's a late one. 2 minutes again.
I mean, they can at least try to find something with his smoke. Sneaking up top, setting up the same position as last time with the vision to cover it as well. So they are wanting that Roshan. With the timer, they'll only have a few seconds where Roshan's still up top. And see if that's something they really want to chase to that full extent. They do have the double Doom ready on Amar. He does have a refresh. So it should be a little bit easier for him to start to pin down JT +1. Ideally, either NTS or Monet. Possibly Monet if he can break through the Lincolns. That's gonna make his life a living hell. Again, he's had a pretty decent game so far, 1 death, so he does break his streak on his Morphling games,
Unlucky.
but it was bound to happen at some point.
That's kind of just the way this game's gone. Just a very close matchup between these two teams, which is exactly what we wanted to see. Monet going to pressure Falcons to move back into the Radiant base and get away from that Roshan pit. Of course, now G2IG, they're just going to probably switch positions. You come back to the base, we go back up to the Roshan pit.
Yeah,
just fundamentals here from G2IG.
Yeah, just forcing movement out. Just trying to set up the map for when that Roshan is back up. And now they've got the better position as Roshan is close to spawning.
X-Nova does get caught, and they've got committed, somehow still making it up for now as JT. He charges right in, the Spirit Breaker, what a Giga Chat, he'll cop the Doom, but he's just TPing out. JT, he's fine. Monet, he's the one to jump back in. Crit is gone. Maureen, he's not looking safe either, though he will chain away for now, still making it, and barely does escape, but you've lost the support duo. Falcons, they can buy back on Snake King, they cannot on Crit, and Roshan, it is up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's the opening for G2IG. Again, they have the better position off the back of just forcing that rotation back into their base and taking up position onto Roshan themselves. They take care of the wards. They are ready. They've only got a few seconds, but they've got the damage to just take care of Rosh right here, right now. Rosh number 3 with a free refresh ready to go. Could be going to... Probably nothing to say here. Maybe JT if you really wanted a double BKB, if it does seem a little bit unnecessary. So you've got the double BKB for nothing to say. The double slam, that could potentially come true here.
Uh-oh.
And that should be the high ground off the back of a fight if they find it.
That's not all they're going to have, John. There's a double Tamitru now spawned up at the top side, and, well, I guess it's going to get denied off anyway. Skidder does send a Manta Illusion just in case, and thankfully he did, because that would have been a problem. Classic old Gaben's Blessing right there.
That it is. They've got the full Butterfly, speaking of, on Skidder. So he can, again, start to dish that damage out, going for the Satanic next for that durability, especially with a Shard. But it just doesn't feel like Falcons have been able to play their game in a while. You know, all of that movement mid was great. They did slow down, nothing to say, but they didn't manage to translate that into more of the map. It took them a long time. Eventually, again, G2IG just used the space just as well. They applied even more pressure onto Skidder to prevent that Luna from being comfy. And now with all of these tools, they're going high ground.
How do you fight this? I mean, you double Echo Slam. It's so scary when NTS is just hitting 3, 4, 5-man Echo Slams all game. You cannot afford to give it away! And speaking of the devil, he'll make the jump in. It's only one though. The Doom was committed. In fact, it was a double Doom out with the Soulbind, and the chase is on. Malrine, he wanted a little bit more, but they can't capitalize. They cannot capitalize. They have to allow G2IG to leave. At least they know Echo Slam's gone, but NTS, he can just wait for the next one. He'll still have a double available for that next fight, and Falcons, I suppose, counting their blessings, that they're still able to hold on to their high ground for now, but G2IG probably also doing the same, knowing they're going to be able to reset and come back at a later date.
Yeah, they stall for time. They take this opportunity to just shove up the top lane as well to get a little bit more room out. Both sides did save their refresh, so you still have a secondary Doom ready for Amar if NTS does decide to refresh early to force a fight. That's some really quick reflexes on Falcons to break up that initiation, but G2IG?
Right in. They don't even want to wait for the secondary Echo Slam. They're just jumping right in immediately as Crit is down. That's a great start. The Crit does have buyback this time as Malrine. He'll blink it. Chaining right back out though. Just chipping away at the Morphling. G2IG, no fear in the world. They'll move in again. There's nothing to say. Look at the jump in. The Fisher, the refresh. The 4-man Echo out from NTS. Just locking them all down. Falcons, they'll buy back again. All 5 heroes up. G2IG, do they want to keep this going? It seems like the answer is yes. They will get the bottom racks. Monet, he'll move right into the mid racks. Malrine, he's going to try and stop the mid racks from going down, but he cannot deal with Monet. Instead, they'll throw the Doom out onto the Morphling. But Monet, he's going to casually walk out, and he does have the Aegis. So you lose 1 life, no big deal.
Just a little bit of a reset. A little bit unfortunate of those buybacks. It felt like Crit just died back instantly in trying to set up with the tossbacks. And again, the issue right now for Falcons is they have no angle to start these fights on their terms. Right? We were talking about this blink on Malrine way earlier on, playing with Inkswell, jumping forward, starting off with ATF with the Inkswell as well. None of that has been coming in. G2IG dodges out every single movement, and at this point of the game, they've got control of the map, they've got the vision, and they've got the Spirit Breaker that just charges in. They've got this crazy shaker from Nothing Say landing off the big stuns. He's holding out on the Echoes until they start to clump up, and he just finds the big ones they need. Like, how do you fight into this for Falcons? Again, it's down to trying to find this angle. They need a little bit of vision out, maybe just go on a smoke run, drop some wards forward, try to retake some semblance of control, try to get a little bit of information out and play off the back of that, but even that has just felt near impossible for Falcons for a good few minutes here.
Here we go again. Spells available. G2IG, they want to go. If there's 1 Rax remaining here up at the top lane, nothing to say. He will lead the pack through the bottom lane. G2IG looking for that opening. Nothing to say. He does successfully get onto the high ground. Falcons have no idea. And the Echo Slam, NTS! Oh. You monster! Oh, I can't believe it. He just sneaks right from the backside. And they just melt. The buybacks are coming, but does it even matter?
No.
It doesn't seem like it. Nothing to say. He doesn't need to say anything this game, John. He showed everything. Skidder still trying to fight, just getting annihilated. So nothing to say now, getting tossed back. Maybe they can fight this one out. They've lost the Earthshaker, but Monet's the big problem now. He's the one you've got to deal with as Monet takes down 3, will retreat. A triple kill for the Morphling. And GG is called. They've seen enough. That's it. Game number 1 to go the way of G2IG. And My good, this mid Earthshaker, you cannot give NTS his hero, John. I mean, NTS, I'm not sure what happened. He joined G2IG. I'm not sure what they've done to the lad, but he's woken up, Jonathan. He wants some revenge or something.
He looks like a monster. Every single slam was massive. All the movement coming out there on everyone from G2IG was insane, but those echo slams from NTS, show stealers for sure. What a way to close out. Mind you, again, NTS's lane.
They're still stunned.
Of
Falcons
course,
are still stunned
went through
right
the
now.
screen. NTS did not have the best lane matchup either. You know, he was kind of getting crushed early by Malrine, holding out decently enough, but the Timbersaw does have a bit of a better time there, and he just recovers and goes crazy.
Unbelievable performance here for game number 1 from G2IG. I mean, if you're Falcons, you're putting up a great fight for the first 10 minutes, but after that, G2IG just sticking to their own game plan, trusting their draft and trusting their players, just making it happen. And if you're Falcons, that's a demoralizing loss for game 1. I kind of wonder how they reset and come into game 2.
You've got to maybe target NTS a little bit more. I mean, take care of that Spirit Breaker as well from JT.
The first 10 minutes, NTS was targeted like 4 times.
That he was.
And he still performs like that.
Yeah, but that's because JT also had his Spirit Breaker that was ready to charge around.
That's
he left
true.
the side lanes open. Sure, you mentioned Amar loves to farm up. He can stay solo there, but the Morphling wasn't pressured out either. Everyone's finding the farm they needed.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we do have a lovely panel on hand to discuss this game 1, so let's throw to them and see what they have to say.
I guess maybe you can target him in the gameplay, but we had mentioned it at the very beginning of the draft. He was heavily targeted in terms of heroes. Magnus was banned out, Primal Beast was banned out, but NTS's pool is just as deep as it needs to be with these melee brawlers because he gets his hand on the Earthshaker and he makes magic happen with it.
I think, obviously, the man of the match there. I don't know how much we need to go into detail about it because I feel like it's very obvious on the screen. You know, you're landing big echoes, you're making big plays. Hats off to him, an incredible performance. I want to focus a little bit more about like some of the more maybe invisible parts of this draft. Is the way that Falcons seem to be playing their games is a lot around this mid-game timing that we've talked about, right? Like these 20 to 30 minutes. It seems like they were really, first of all, today when I've been watching G2IG, they have really good map reads. They're super good at being mobile around the map, avoiding ganks. But the other thing is this time they kind of built themselves really well for counter initiation. You have Chen with pipe and with heal.
Okay.
You're playing against a lineup that has tons of AoE magic and pure damage that you can offset. And then you have Spirit Breaker to combo break. So it's kind of like this style that Falcons have run every game. This time it got truly put to the test by a team that was really well prepared and had all the solutions for it, including a carry morph that's also a difficult target. So
Yeah, I mean their draft is all geared out in the early game to mid game where they have a very good start from the lanes. Their heroes are very good in the lanes, and after that, when it comes to the team fight, though, I feel like G2IG's lineup, they have a lot more options. Like you say, there's a lot more ways of initiating with the Spirit Breaker, the Earthshaker, and on top of that, you have the Chen and the Pugna topping everyone up. So it's difficult to kill anybody quickly. You know, if you go on a hero and you don't destroy them quickly with your initiation on it's mainly the Soulbind into Double Doom, and that really didn't happen much or at all. You know, and I don't feel like the Luna had enough room in the team fights to actually stand and right click.
But then, why couldn't you target the supports right off the bat? Why wasn't Pugna getting insta-gipped? Why wasn't Chen getting killed before he can
You have a SB charging around. It's difficult, you know. They get a lot of cover in front, and there's the creeps giving vision from the Chen. So it's not that easy for you to say, oh, I just need to get the Pugna. But getting the Pugna is a very, very difficult task for them. And on top of that, you only have Doom as your jump. Luna's not going to jump.
Yeah.
The Timber is just going to be in front. So the Doom just has to rely on himself to find the Pugna, which is not easy.
Tiny also.
I mean, yeah, sure. Yes, he had the Tiny to help him. But at the end of the day, you have to bypass too many things. I felt like there's like a brick wall in front. And you have the Timber, the Luna, and the Doom. I feel like the 3 cores doesn't really synergize well compared to the SB, the Luna, plus the Earthshaker together.
I think something as well was this Doom pick really caught us off guard. I think Falcons in the draft perhaps identified that they were going to have this anti-healing problem, so they picked Doom to try to solve that.
Yeah.
But ultimately, maybe it's one of those situations where you're trying to solve a problem, but the inherent synergy with your strategy and how your heroes work, maybe you're like tunnel visioning a little bit too much on solving this one problem and not looking at the bigger picture of how is this going to play around with our lineup, where, as Winter pointed out, like this tri-core that they're running is a little bit awkward. And I think something that they get a lot out of ATF when we're talking about like his staying power in lane, Doom is not an oppressive hero in the same way that some of the other heroes he plays are. So sure, he's getting farmed, but he's not, like, Monet is having a free game, right? Like, it's not like Doom was ruining the Morphling's performance here the similar way we could have seen from other MR lane dominators.
I mean, I like that you brought that up, you know, like Morphling was getting a really good game, but if you look at Skeeter, I feel like, I mean, he's farming, but he doesn't have like the same heroes that enable the Morphling, you know, like Luna wants a lot of heroes that can just go in and have stuns so that you can kill, because Luna, you don't have stuns. You need people to lock stuff down for you to kill, and they don't really have a lot of that apart of the Tiny.
Okay, but the alternative is that you let Amar play the Timbersaw in the offlane because they first picked the Timbersaw.
Yeah,
that's the question. Is that a good idea?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, when you have Timbersaw, right, you need like a CK, or you need like a safe laner that can enable the Timber. You don't want to have like a Luna, because when you draft Luna and Timber, I feel like you have 2 points in the draft where you need to build around. And sometimes maybe you can get away with it, but more often that you find that, oh, this hero is going to be lacking something because you have to draft another 2 heroes for the Timber. Then the Luna will feel like, maybe I won't be able to do as much compared to a game where if my team gave me a lot more priority.
And instead, that meant that Maureen had to play the Timbersaw mid, which was part of our Acer Predator head-to-head, because we saw how he stacked up against Nothing to Say's Earthshaker.
Yeah, I mean, you guys brought it up early when you said, oh, Nothing to Say, he's the man of the match. He did so much this game, but don't you guys remember how the game started? He got bullied by the Timber.
He got solo killed.
He lost the tower
Yeah.
like minute 6, minute 7, but he still did his job.
That makes it even more impressive, right? It's one thing to hit big echo slams, and it's another one to do it after you got crushed in lane, right? Like, after you have bad conditions. It's kind of funny that they end up winning this game and he has lower GPM, right?
Yeah.
The damage per gold stat here is quite interesting to me, because I think Shaker ended up being top damage in the game. And even for a mid Shaker, when this hero has a bad start, it's not like his start was terrible, but it was
pretty bad.
It was not good.
Any solo kill is a terrible start for a mid.
I mean, losing the tower at 6-7 minutes.
That hero has a tendency to not recover very well, but him being able to output these numbers, you're looking at the net worth right here in this clip that we're seeing. He was easily 6th by quite a bit, so the lowest net worth core in the whole game, and he still managed to find this impact, so very well played.
I mean, this has a lot to do with the synergy between the tri-cores, right? So when one of their cores is not doing so well, because you have the SB and Morphling, and they both have a pretty decent start, so they are able to come and fight early to help the Shaker, you know. I kind of like the timings that all these 3 cores have together. Like when you have when you have a draft where it's very reliant on one singular core to do well, then I feel like when that particular hero doesn't do well, then everybody feels like there's nothing to do. But in this kind of setup where one of the cores don't do well, like the Shaker, but the SB and the Morphling can actually help
take up the slack.
Yeah, take up the slack and help him recover.
Which I guess, for as much praise as we're heaping onto NTS, JT continues to impress. You said it.
I think he's been super good.
Basically, G2IG's entire run through this tournament, JT has been your player of their entire roster.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's kind of interesting to talk about, right? Because it's hard to say for a fact that JT is like outshining other players in the team. I think it's just like the design of how they built their lineups and what his role is.
Yep.
He will have more flashy plays a lot of the time than Monet.
Yep.
But I'm not going to be like, oh, JT is carrying Monet. You know? Like he's. I feel like everybody in this team is playing super well right now. There's no like obvious weak link or some sort of lack of synergy or things to point out that, okay, you beat this team in drafting by doing this, this, and this. Because you're seeing the teams develop and understanding G2IG better through these drafts. I like the bans this game that Falcons came in with, but they still have the solutions. So seem to be a pretty tough nut to crack right now.
I mean, they feel like a 20-20-20-20-20 team. Everybody's doing 20%, so it's very hard to pinpoint 1%. I'm going to ban that guy, you know, and make sure he doesn't get a game. But I feel like everybody's just going to do their job. And like this game you mentioned, they ban out the Magnus, they ban out the Primal,
Slardar.
they ban out Slardar. So
and Meepo seems to be an auto ban against this team, which is a nice ace up your sleeve to have.
I know.
If teams need to start respect banning Meepo first.
I mean, overall, I feel like the adjustment should not be the ban, but the overall strategy that Falcons has. Maybe they should try to pick a little bit more of like a team fight centric lineup, more like balanced lineup, instead of try to win the game early and try to like accept the fact that you can't just crush them from the laning phase. You have to be able to play the long haul.
We have to see how Falcons adapt, because they have been winning a great majority of their games. And now, today, it seems like they're facing some losses. So let's see how this team recovers when we get ready for game number 2 of G2IG versus Team Falcons.
doesn't make you wrong or right. Judging me, how do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it, I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered?
It's time for the final game of the day here. Day number 2 of a group stage, where we're covering Group B. And you just saw a little bit more of Group B in that little picture-in-picture, because the Ember stream had 9 pandas against LGD Gaming going on, where LGD picked up another win, which is a marked shift from them compared to day 1, where they went 0-4. That means today they've won 2 games already. Hot damn! Maybe they're not as bad as we thought, Winter.
You're trying to say not as bad as I thought, right?
No, I was with you. You had convinced me sufficiently that Emo was absolute garbage, did not deserve to be here. But no, turns out we're both wrong.
That was only day 1.
It's only day 1.
Day 2, he figured things out.
He is making steps in the right direction.
Yeah,
and also,
he played some different heroes, right, today?
He did. Today, he played Dazzle mid, and he beat 9 pandas with the Dazzle mid. Against Tundra, he played Earth Spirit, which was also good to see, and he won that game. And then he also lost with Dazzle one time, but you know, things are changing.
It means that this group is actually really interesting right now, because with the 2 teams starting 0-4 and 9 pens and LGD, them starting to pick up a game here or there, you're not out of the woods yet if you're Team Liquid with 2-4.
Nope.
And I guess G2IG, the game that they just won, which puts them on a current score of 5-2, ties them for
Falcons.
second with
Yeah.
Falcons. And Tundra.
Yes. Although Tundra have now just lost.
Tundra lost the first game to Liquid. So,
Right.
So 3 teams are currently 5-2.
Which is weird,
anyone's group.
because in Group A, at this point of the day, probably like 6 hours ago, we already confirmed 1 elimination, which Wabitas Sagazes. And so we are not really sure where Group B is going to end up. And here's some exciting information. If you remember maybe like a year and 3 months ago, when we were last in Malaysia for ESL 1 Malaysia 2022, we had a very interesting tiebreaker situation and how we chose to break those tiebreakers. Winter, do you recall what the tiebreaker rules were in group stage?
Stressing me out right now.
Let me tell you, it was...
Nasty Lemak speed eating.
That's right. Whoever could chug it the fastest. No, it was a 1v1 mid. Do you remember?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it was Armel versus Sumal.
But it's not the same this year, right?
We have 1v1 tiebreakers as well. I don't know if it's going to control whether we do seeding, but if all the circumstances line up where it's like they have the same series score and the head-to-head was a 1-1 and stuff like that, then we break the tie with a 1-1 tie, 1v1 down mid.
What do you think if the 1v1 mid had to be played by the 5s?
Oh, you can't send your mids to do it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No, or you can't send your cores.
How about the one?
Which team would do the best?
That's what I was thinking.
Bad Boom.
Bad Boom,
Toronto,
Tokyo.
Because their supports are called.
Toronto, Tokyo, and Save would probably be really good at that one. That's true.
Nobody wants to play the tiebreak against them.
Solo used to be a mid
used to
player,
be a mid. I could see that.
But so did I, and I have played mid recently, and it was not a good sight, so let's not put Solo there. I don't know how well Snaking would do in mid. It's kind of an interesting hypothetical.
That's like,
force the players to play mid in a tiebreaker that haven't played mid for years. That would be fun to watch.
I'd be intrigued by the prospect.
Okay.
Meanwhile, yes, we have game number 2 of Falcons G2IG underway, where same basic bans from Falcons. They take out the Meepo, the Slardar, and the Primal Beast, though previously they took out the Magnus as well. This time they're taking out a Chen.
And guess what? That means G2IG will pick Mag. And the lane matchup that it looks like he will probably be having against Malrine, this is a repeat of G2IG's game earlier today against Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Where, nothing to say, somehow killed Nisha as Magnus on level 3, I think it was, 3 or 4, which is pretty unusual. So he knows his way with Magnus. But I really like this pick from Falcons. I think this is the direction you want to take it against IG.
You want to pressure them from the lane from the get-go and try to like take away the map as fast as possible towers, because whenever you have Magnus on your team, you're going to be trying to stack, play around the Ancients, and Enchantress is the perfect hero to stop that. Probably not going to see the Magnus killing the Lina again this time. I don't believe Lightning's going to strike twice tonight.
I don't know. Nothing to say has been in rare form this tournament.
Yep, so they're going back with their Phoenix Magnus combination. Just utter big team fight, so you can't.
What?
That's the Enchantress counter?
Yeah, they're gonna run around after Ench and eat creep.
Do you really need to focus her that hard that you counterpick her with what I consider to be a pretty irrelevant hero?
I mean, if there's somebody who's gonna run a support Clinks, aside from the guy who's literally in the other team, Crit, who loves Clinks more than any hero, but feels like the hero has had an identity crisis for 3 years now. Boboka and his Boboka and his stealth force are always something special.
He's been like doing a lot of farming as well on the post 4. Like he's been making sure that he scales for his team, and you have Empower on the Clings. Sounds like he can actually do a lot of damage, especially to a hero like Lina.
I love how you refer to them as stealth fours, because I think the hero that put Boboka on the map for me was his Monkey King performance.
It's a stealth hero.
It's a stealth hero. He's hiding most of the time.
And Ricky, when Ricky support was a thing, Boboka was the best.
Exactly.
He was incredibly good at it. So I always, when I think of this player, I think of roaming when that was a thing. He was exceptionally good at it. And even in the current patch, he will play roam style whenever possible on Enchantress or on... I'm just curious. I mean, this is going to be the talk of the whole draft, right? Because this is a basically unplayed hero nowadays.
Yep.
And the thing that factors into this as well now is, imagine you're a player in this position, you're playing on Falcons, you're like, what the hell, right? Like, this is not something you have not practiced against this hero.
I wouldn't be surprised if Crit has this in his wheelhouse also, though.
Perhaps, but I mean, he hasn't shown it.
He hasn't shown it. No.
He's definitely one of the more well-versed players on the hero and understanding what it does and how to play around it. But that doesn't mean his teammates necessarily have the same, you know, experience and that's
actually a really good point. Like when you don't play against Nyx a lot, you kind of forget that he's in the game and he just ganks you with a Vendetta.
Yeah.
Like same for Clinks. Like Clinks can actually get you a lot in the early game if you are just not thinking about it. You might have somebody who plays the hero a lot, but if your teammates don't play against it enough, you don't really get the same feeling in the game, and you might just die to the ganks.
For sure.
So right now you see like a overwhelming amount of physical damage with the TA, Magnus, and the Clinks, and you have all this like squishy low armor supports, Lion, Enchantress. I mean, I say support, but Lina is kind of like a support too. You know, if you don't get a lot of items and you get caught, you don't really buy armor items at all on this hero.
I really like the TA pick as well. I think it's worth highlighting that with Falcons going for the Centaur line, which is a very kill-heavy lane, but with very few instances of damage, refraction is incredible.
Yeah.
It's one of the best lane carries against Centaur.
Blood grenade.
Yeah, Blood Grenade is definitely something that you can try to offset it with, but it still takes time.
Lina is now better because she has DOTs on her spells to burn.
True.
Yeah, but the Lina is not on the TA's lane.
I don't think they're laning against each other. I think it's Mag mid, but you're right. The TA could still go mid and Mag can go off lane. Of course, that's an option for G2IG, but based on how Nothing to Say has been playing this tournament, I personally wouldn't put him on TA, not because he's not capable, but the team dynamic, I think, is better by playing this on Monet as a safe lane.
Not his role on this team to hit creeps.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of need like again another similar hero to Magnus to just round everything up.
Falcons are banning out mid laners though. Take out Invoker, they take out Pango. Meanwhile, G2IG targeting carries, take out an Illusion carry and a lot of damage instances on a Naga Siren. And maybe another Illusion carry? You think Terrorblade's still relevant these days?
Yeah, high armor hero against TA, because it's basically physical damage from the G2IG lineup.
I think Phoenix performs pretty well against Terrorblade. Magnus is a bit double-edged. The question is if there's a better ban, right? Because if there's no better ban, then...
Who do you care to protect right now? Mainly TA?
It's not about protecting your heroes, it's more about what they need that can actually deal with your timing, because G2IG has a very specifically timing-based lineup with the Desolator on TA gonna look to take over the map, get Roshan. Yeah, and you play around the Magnus with his Harpoon, you catch heroes, then you push down buildings very, very quickly. So it's more about what does Falcon get to pick to slow it down.
I think an added benefit to banning Terrorblade and Naga together is these heroes give passive vision, and you're playing against TA Clinks. When TA gets a shard, this Clinks can start soloing supports, right? There's like traps all over the map. Even Lina is at risk of getting killed by a support in this game all of a sudden with the TA traps coming into play. So
part of the problem of having the TA and the Clinks, doesn't that mean that Clinks won't go Deso? So how is Clinks going to do damage enough?
I think he can probably still kill Lina with Orchid plus a TA trap, I think.
Yeah, but what's wrong with getting 2 Desos? They're probably not going to be hitting the same heroes anyway. I mean, you're going to be trying to get the back line.
I defer to
just get 5 Desos. Just hit 1 each, and they all have minus armor right away.
Yeah, I want to see Phoenix with that red projectile.
Dragon Knight, that is... okay.
Mid? Offlane?
Yeah, against the Lina. They want DK against Lina.
Yeah.
So it's going to be offlane Magnus, DK against Lina. You have like another form of initiation. You don't want to just rely on the Magnus to start the fight for you since you don't have stuns on your supports, Clinks and Phoenix. Alright, so Slug, kind of good against the DK. You remove the refraction with your nuke. You can dispel the RP, but very, very slow hero. And he's not very strong in the lane.
Yeah. And aren't you going to get caught by a Clink's Orchid or a Trap Silence at some point, maybe?
Yeah, he's going to have to farm a lot of items to be able to fight them. He's going to need probably BKB if there's an Orchid. And you kind of don't really want to get BKB early on this hero.
Yeah.
You tend to have the Falcon Blade, Axe, Rush, or Echo Saber.
I think it was probably between Slark and a Manta Carrier, right? But which Manta Carriers were left?
Well, I mean, the only other one I was thinking of is Phantom Lancer, but I'm assuming that heroes are relevant.
Not necessarily, but I think there were probably just too many problems for PL. The Phoenix has a lot of AoE damage. You're against Magnus, you're against Breathe Fire. It just mounts, right?
Yeah.
And Dragon Form, of course. Yeah. When Dragon Knight gets farmed enough, that will also be an issue.
There's too many tanky heroes, that's why they preferred Slug.
Yeah.
Yeah, PL takes too long to kill those heroes.
And he can give vision too. We talked about vision. He will be able to tell if there's traps because he loses his...
The Slark, you mean?
Yeah. So I think there's an added benefit there. I kind of like that last pick, but I don't know. There's something about the lineup of Falcons that has me a little bit worried that if Lina doesn't pop off in this game, I think she's going to fade into almost irrelevancy. Because she's the one hero that can solve Phoenix. And if she isn't hitting that egg, I just think the egg is just the hard get the fuck out for the Radiant team more or less.
They do have Centaur for that, run away.
They have Stampede, that's true. So maybe...
Do you want to disengage?
But there's some pretty serious stuns though. There's RP, Dragon Tail, you're probably not necessarily running away. So... we'll see. I think
it's a Slug lineup. You have to go in, go out, find the right timing, go back in, steal stacks, and hit and run basically.
Well, I'm curious to see how Clinks does because I do not really think this hero is very good, but maybe against an Enchantress, maybe in the hands of Baboka, and maybe when you're guided by MLP and Jonix Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. Jonathan, game one. It was a pretty rough affair here for the side of Falcons. I mean, G2 IG looking absolutely fantastic. You've seen the drafts, Jonathan. Do you believe that perhaps we're going to get a tied series here between these two teams?
I really like what the side of G2 IG has. I think there is some play from Falcons. I don't think it's a complete outdraft for either side, but I do feel like with the way G2 IG is playing with this kind of draft, they're bringing the tech that Falcons brought out with Mallorean up against them. They've got the DK versus the Lina. They've got the matchup that on paper, you know, DK doesn't necessarily completely stomp, but we've seen Mallorean completely stomp Linas with the DK, and it's going to have himself a pretty decent time if he was watching those. Mallorean, of course, should know the shortcomings of that as well, being the guy that kind of brought that to our attention here in the group stage. So, I don't know. I like the tempo from G2 IG. I think this push potential that comes in when your DK hits 6, you just kind of stay AFK in mid, get Dragon Form, shove in the mid-tier 1, start to farm out in the side lanes with your Magnus and TA. Once you can start to hunt, once you do hit that short timing the panel talked about, and Baboka has maybe something like a Solar Crest up, it's not going to be that difficult for the Clinks to just melt some of these supports. Like melt the Lion, melt the Lina if you manage to get the Orchid up, and it just goes from there.
It certainly does. We'll see if a fight is to break out here at the level 1 mark between these two teams. It's Falcon. They were having a look around with the smoke. They don't quite get the fight they were looking for, but they do get some vision down around the bottom side of the map. G2 IG, very conservative positioning themselves. The bottom lane, it's like JT, no, he's going to retreat. Not messing around, just kind of scouts out who's there. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade of the Banner Runes anyway, so another very even start between these two sides. While we're around, I mean, bottom lane, JT, of course, going to be on the off lane Magnus. He'll be up against Skitter once again on the safe lane Slark. What do you think about this? Do you feel like Falcons should have the advantage, or do G2 IG have this one at the back?
You can kind of play this aggressively early if you wanted to in Falcons. You can try to trade with the right clicks with S and Shift if you felt comfy on Skitter. Snaking has to kind of get the space out. Like the big thing here for the side of G2 IG is the threat of repositioning, the threat of just doubling down on physical output with the early usage of the, with the early pickup of the Blightstone here for Baboka. It doesn't take too long for these trades to feel rather awkward. You can see Baboka's hugging the left side, getting some free hits onto Skitter every single time he's going to spam out that Tar Bomb. It's not going to feel great. They've got Sustain to play with. I think the big spike here for G2 IG is probably looking at level 3. Once you've got a value point in Skewer and level 2 Shockwave, the kill threat becomes a little bit of a scary reality if your positioning is off for Falcons.
I mean, mid lane Mallorean, nothing to say going at it. We've seen this matchup before. Like, the Lina can do some great work here, but the thing is, against Dragon Knight, all this harass you do tends to just mean nothing. Like, NTS is just going to tank through it every time, and when it comes to the CS game as well, like, while your spells are off cooldown, MTS is going to have a huge advantage when it comes to the CS game, and DK doesn't generally lose lanes. At the very least, you tend to even out.
That it does. And again, we've seen Mallorean put this DK up against Lina.
That's true.
In the groups. It was him that kind of highlighted it, and it just looked atrocious for every Lina Mallorean had to play up against. I'm surprised they didn't ban it earlier on. You're seeing that reflect now in CS, nothing to say, almost double what you have on Mallorean up top.
Jump in onto X Nova. X was out, but grenade lands, and with the hoof stomp there, ATF is able to secure a very nice kill for himself on the Centaur. That'll be a very good start that Falcons was looking for.
Yeah, this is a very stable lane for the side of Falcons. A double stun lane, really good burst damage that can come in. You might not be able to melt through Refraction if you had the level zone Mene. He has focused on meld. He wants to try to control the lane. Didn't manage to find the opportunity for a double meld in lane as well. And Amar was ready for that with the 2 rings of protection. So the physical output of Monet onto the Centaur, it's not going to feel as amazing. And with that early kill, Ring of Health up, Vanguard, the next ideal step here for the Centaur. It's going to be hard to shove in Amar. And we're going to reach that point again. Once that durability item's up for Amar, Crit should be free to try to make some plays on this line if he's got the room to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I mean, we haven't talked about it yet, John. Obviously, shards, plate mails, you know the drill when it comes to the line.
It's amazing.
You've been talking about it for
You need
years.
the double plate mail. You're playing against TA.
That's true.
You're playing against Clinks. It has to come out.
Crit
Crit must have read that high-tier analysis.
He saw my meme yesterday on Twitter, Jonathan. Obviously, it was a meme, but I'm going to take credit for his line pick this game.
Oh, yeah. I'm hoping to see if some of that knowledge is carried over. The meme knowledge carries over here.
It was a terrible meme. Don't even waste your time, trust me. Very low quality.
Nothing but the best from you, Mike.
No, bottom lane. Skitter's doing okay by the looks of it. Looking back at mid, of course, nothing to say. Still leading in terms of the CS, but that's to be expected. I think Malreen's having a pretty good time considering. Like, he's 16-1 compared to the 20-6 of the DK, so really not struggling as much as you would have perhaps expected against the Dragon Knight, which I suppose is pretty damn good news for Falcons. So they are heavily reliant on Malreen having a good game based on the games that they have won. You do want to see Malreen start to pop off through that mid lane, and for now he's going to have a decent enough start.
The big disparity on mid's really going to be on EXP. Like, the moment this DK hits 6, your mid tier 1's going to be shoved in. Pressure is just going to come out. Second time you use Dragon Form, that tower's likely to fall if relief isn't found. So that's really the timing, and that's where Nothing to Say is getting a little bit more with those additional denies he has. He has the EXP advantage by a pretty small margin, but still something that will play into that 6 and, again, just into that laning pressure that you tend to see.
Oh, absolutely. And died with honor. Boka is copying a bit of harassment on the way out here from Snaking. Not too threatened by it, though. We'll turn back around and just get the damage as ATF. He's taking a lot of damage top lane, though it's still running as Monet looking for the side blades off the range creep, but doesn't quite get it. ATF able to get out of range, and no side blades to come out. And Monet, even just by himself, wants to get aggressive here on this TA, just understanding how powerful he can be at this level 3 mark. It's the classic 1-1-1 build. Comes the X-Nova now as well. Monet being forced out slowly by Crit. Still going to be okay. I mean, it is TA. Like, you might have a challenging laning stage per se, but then there's the jungle. You know, 40% bigger map. TA tends to enjoy that quite a lot. I think Monet will be just fine.
That's a good read from Monet, though. He understands that the Vanguard is coming out soon. That was his moment to try to find an opening. Doesn't quite. Really good body blocks coming out from Crit to ensure that the last hit would come in. And now this is the point where you can't really threaten Amar. Look, Meldstrike comes out, does nothing with a Vanguard up at this point.
Nah. ATF, he was waiting just that last second to get that refraction gone so he could get the hoof stomp off with the damage, but decides better off. Probably wouldn't have been a kill anyway right by the tier 1 top tower. It's back to the bottom lane. It seems like Skitter's having a really damn good time. 33-6 on the Slark, really just no threat his way. JT obviously just securing his own farm on the mag, but there's going to be some concern considering how well Skitter is farming on this Slark. He's going to have a pretty strong start as ATF now, speaking of strong starts, has found X-Nova mid Icarus dive. X-Nova trying to run, does go down, but Crit now in danger as well, though a nice Earth Spike is going to land on 2, but it won't matter. Monet will be able to trade quite nicely. You take that trade either way. I'd say maybe a little bit more favorable for G2IG, but you could make the argument that it's just a pretty even.
I'd be happy if you're on Falcons. You force this rotation out with the Clinks, getting some attention away from the bot lane. You're opening up even more space to farm up on Skitter. And Amar's just not under any threat of dying. Like, the magic damage actually has to come out from X-Nova. At this point, the Phoenix isn't going to likely melt that Centaur anytime soon. So it's a lane that you can't really find anything to do in for G2IG. And now they're going to try to rotate elsewhere. Movement onto Malreen would be a big kill if they find it.
It certainly would be, but Boka looking to try and set up. Nothing to Say has already got the hand up. Malreen is going to be able to retreat for now, though still running. To Say unable to close the gap. So Malreen's going to be okay. Problem is, you see that tier 1 tower, it's already at half HP, and the chances are, once that Dragon Form is back up in 10 seconds, they're going at it once again.
Yeah, they know their timings. They want to keep that lane shoved in. They bring Snaking in for some relief very early on. He does have the Wild Wing Ripper creep as well to try to provide some durability. But Amar's actually caught out alone. They've got the Sunray ready.
Yeah, but Boka with a nice rotation over, though an Earth Spike out onto Monet, but Monet is still fine to chase. Still the Hex out now from Crit, slowing him down even more. ATF puts the hand up, waving them goodbye. Monet, turns out he cannot finish off the kill. So ATF, protected by Crit, will be alright to retreat out of this scenario. That's going to be good news for the side of Falcons. Still sitting at 2-1 with a very slight net worth lead the way of G2IG. But still an extremely close game for now.
Yeah, I mean, you're building up that farm on Skitter. The best thing for G2IG right now is this slow shove in from Nothing to Say. His supports, again, tied in with that movement top. Means that he's not as secure in trying to go for the full tower just yet. at least finds the shield rune. I think this free farm coming out for JT is starting to ramp up though. He's got a few stacks to clear out. He's got the level 3 Empower, so flash farming for the Magnus isn't going to take as long. Again, you're still poking and prodding on Nothing to Say. If you couldn't kill Amar, same thing kind of goes for Nothing to Say. It's very hard to shove away this DK from mid and just stop him from pushing.
Look at that. I mean, you can force as many rotations as you want. Like NTS, he doesn't care. He's still going to get the tier 1 mid tower no matter what, and this is just Dragon Knight in the current meta. It's like, yeah, you rotated 3 heroes, but I'm Dragon Knight. I hit towers.
That's his job, and does his job well. They get the deny at the very least, so you're not snowballing off too hard with gold, but you've got the map control open up the way you'd want it to here on G2IG. What we haven't seen too much of is movement onto the Slark, and you can see that the side of Falcons now are starting to clump up around Skitter. He has level 6. He did have to pop Shadow Dance earlier to avoid a little bit of some aggressive movement coming in from JT, but with no follow-through, he's perfectly fine. Diffusal not too far off. Might look to play a little bit quick here on Skitter. Once he has that, you have all the stuns in the world. You are up against highly tanky heroes that don't enjoy being inhibited. So he can start to get some +1s on the Agi if they decide to play aggressively off the back of this Slark's early timings.
Falcon's still playing a pretty slow game here. I mean, I suppose very happy with the fact that Skitter is still farming away, and there's your Blade Mail now on ATF as well. Core items slowly coming up here on Falcons. Get those levels up on Crit to boot in the mid lane. Snaking, maybe able to pincer in here JT Magnus, though JT the one to skewer him back towards Baboka. Snaking though very, very tanky, and Skitter is going to be around to help. They do have the RP to play with, but there's just too many heroes coming in from Falcons now. They've got the numbers, and JT is gone. Baboka doesn't look like he's too safe either. The Earth Spike will land, and Baboka eventually going to be fed the way of Skitter as he does pick up a double kill on the Slark. And that's what you love to see if you're a Falcons fan.
It's a little bit optimistic and trying to go for the burst play onto Snaking as well. And that's him without the Untouchable, mind you. That's just the level 2 Nature's Attendants providing enough healing along with maybe some usage of those Seeds of Serenity there. A lot of commitment out. Yeah. They couldn't find it. A little bit of frustration.
That's all right.
Little JT.
I would have pegged the mouse at the screen. He did better than I did. ATF's going to go down. Radiant Triangle, the nice finger coming up from Crit. X-Nova, he'll cop it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Snaking being chased down. JT can commit the RP if he wants the kill. Crit in the meantime going after Nothing to Say. Skitter just getting so many Essence Shift stacks. Snaking in the meantime, going to force the RP, and JT will not pop it. Nothing to Say in the meantime. The slowest kills in the world is Nothing to Say. Still giving stats away, going back after Crit. Puts the hand up, but he will go down. You've got an Ench on one side, you've got a DK on the other side. Everything's just in slow motion.
You mentioned yesterday, you know, that JT was a little bit of a madman just charging in. He wanted revenge here. The guy's very singularly focused. Doesn't find that Ench, doesn't have RP. We'll get the nice clip though.
Very nice, ATF.
No blink, no TP. He's stuck there.
He'll put his hand up. He's a good sport, Jonathan. He'll wave him goodbye. Yeah, JT, thank you very much. ATF. He's got TP unavailable for 50 seconds. So this is a rather unfortunate situation for ATF. JT. Oh, JT! JT. This guy, I don't know what it is, but he's always doing something special in every game we see.
That's revenge. He couldn't kill the damn Enchantress twice over. There you go. That's a happy lad. You got him.
Turns out the mouse is still working, John. Good news.
What has happened to JT in this tournament? He's just insane.
Oh,
Every game.
This is the one tournament Arteezy can sit at home. He can enjoy himself.
2 for 1.
Look at these idiots getting clipped. Look at that. ATF and ATF. What if you could just keep him on the cliffs here, John?
I mean, Snaking doesn't have a TP if just kill his courier.
Just can't. You know what? The supports don't have a stun. This is the losing play though for G2IG. JT? What do you mean?
What's happening?
JT? What do you mean, JT? JT, what are you doing? The circus is here in KL, John. Crit's in trouble now. Crit's gone.
Oh, Snaking got his TP. They couldn't kill the courier.
What is happening?
They went for Crit. The courier came in.
Oh, here comes ATF. Nothing to Say. Going to be chased down. Stun is out. I doubt they have the damage, though, to be absolutely fair. They'll keep going. Here comes Skitter. This is the damage you're looking for as the Laguna comes down. There goes nothing to say. He is down as Monet. Uh-oh, wait a minute. JT's here. You've got to be careful, boys. We've seen this one before. He's looking for the angle. ATF runs. Snaking. He's getting body blocked. Monet. Does he set up for JT or does he just take the kill? I think he sets up. JT? No, he'll just go for the easy play. Just get the kill for Monet. And he'll take it for himself, in fact.
What a sequence of events. 2 cliffs, dies to the neutrals, comes back in, gets revenge on the deer.
The worst part is G2IG, they're both supposed to have stuns. If they had stuns, you just get one to camp each cliff.
You don't need stuns. That is the ultimate status effect.
I suppose so.
It's undispellable. It's a long duration. So you don't need stuns.
That's
if you can
rather
kill
dumb,
someone.
John. I can tell you've
No,
thought
in
about
Dota
this.
2. In Dota 2, it's a long respawn. It's longer than the stun.
I believe you, John.
7-4. G2IG going at it again. They've got that blink on JT.
Top lane. Here we go. Crit. Does he get a turn, John? No clips around. JT will drag him back. Crit will go down. That's the T1 top tower to go down to boot. G2IG, no hesitation, will take that one away. 7-5 now, 1k net worth their way on the dire end.
They're about to hit some major tempo. The Desolator from Monet not too far off, and that's when the push really kicks in. Not that it's been too slow from G2IG anyway with its DK. The side of Falcons, they've got this initial farm. Amar's inching towards that blink. You've got that diffusal into Echo Saber for Skitter. This is the one thing though, like Malreen's mid Lina did pretty alright considering the matchup. Has the travel up, has Aetherlance. Now it's time to wait for the Ags, and we've seen this in so many Lina games. If this Ags timing just feels a little bit too far off, it doesn't feel like you're going to be bursting anyone down anytime soon.
Certainly not. Malreen, he's going to keep the farm going. Monet, on the other hand, he's got a Deso up. And speaking of burst, we know what happens when that Desolator comes out on the TA. 15 minutes in, some very early timing already with the Dragonlance to boot. It could be scary. And that is a fast time. Obviously, you probably want the BKB blink perhaps before you really get going here with these timings here on the TA, but nevertheless, Monet is having an extremely good time, and this is after a pretty challenging laning stage to boot.
That it is. Like, Amar was holding his own well. He's going to have the shard as well, and that's when that hunt begins with Baboka. Just having that instant silence into the burst that Baboka can bring is huge. They do have some room to clear out mid. Tier 1 will fall. Deny does not come in. So opens up a little bit more room to go hunting. They've got a nice forward ward as well right by the ramp on the lower area, just to spot any movement out. And Skitter is on the hunt. Like, this is a guy that isn't playing a farming Slark. He wants to farm heroes. He's going for the Ags next, but he is taking a more aggressive position in comparison to the priority for Malreen to take the safe farm. So Skitter's trying to build that tempo. They'll try to hunt with a smoke.
Mid lane? They've got a target there, nothing to say. He has not had the greatest game this game too. 1-2-2 is the scoreline for him on the DK. Meanwhile, ATF though, being stalked by JT, he will go for the skewer back into Monet. RP committed to boot. They are not messing around. They will take the Centaur kill very easily. And nothing to say in the meantime in the mid lane. He got away. I say that, never mind. Cast the Curse comes in. NTS does get caught out. Cops the finger, and he is as good as gone. My apologies to NTS.
You killed the man. It's alright, NTS. They found a tower down bot. They found a pickoff onto Amar. Meant for off lane. Not the best, but considering that Amar, you know, he wants his build up, it's an alright trade. The bot tier 1 being clear does give a lot more map space out for G2IG considering where they're hanging out. You're invading on Monet, you're keeping that build up. He does have the shard. So some good trap placement here and some good positioning out from Baboka. This gank train, just with his support alone, with some coordination on your TA, it's going to get starting to roll.
He's being watched now, Amar. Love to have a go at this Magnus. Crit is right by him as well, but like they are going to lose vision here onto the mag. ATF probably going to get back to the farm game for now. G2IG though, they're heading south, and there is some heroes here from Falcons. Snaking's the only one left around that area, but he's under trap vision, so they'll get the stun off. And Snaking, well, he's got no gameplay. He just has to accept the fact that he is dead. At the very least, it is only a pos 5. That's the bright side to that.
just a little bit too far to try to make that move onto Skitter while he was taking that ramp. Still a nice pickup, +2 onto your Deso. Still keeping control on that bot lane. Top has been left alone, so there is a shove opportunity here for Falcons to take over that area as well and try to build their own farm up. They have bought a ton of room out for Malrine to just free farm, and this Lina has not participated in any engagement at all past the laning phase. So they're using this space well. I think it doesn't feel like you're finding enough for Skitter to be fully comfy with his pace of the game. Bot tier 2, again, that push pace kicks in. It's a DK, it's a TA. Doesn't take too long. At tier 2 at 18 minutes in, that bot jungle, it's just, it feels nigh inaccessible now for the side of Falcons.
Mid lane? Who are they looking at there? They've got themselves a snake. Venison is on the menu today for G2IG.
Must be delicious. JT's been hunting that deer for basically the entire game.
Absolutely.
It's not the biggest kill, but you know, you're feeding off of it. You've got the Orchid up on JT. Again, they've taken complete control down bot here. The side of Falcons just playing up top. It feels like they should be ready to go. It's always G2IG making these moves forward. Every time they've been smoking up, G2IG's been able to back off at the right time. Looking at Skitter, perhaps. They've got that blink and nothing to say.
You've got to be careful with Skitter. He's not that tanky as a Slark. Like, you do have the ulti available if necessary, and Crit was right behind him, to be fair. Skitter just trying to work towards the Aghanim Scepter. Just about 350 gold away now. That'll be a big timing for him on the Slark. Generally, when you want to start to group up and get going is when the Ags is up on that Slark. And again, Skitter will prioritize just farming away. JT, in the meantime, on the opposite side of the map, does have his Orchid up now with the blink. So, looking towards that BKB, but certainly has that potential to just kill you if he does catch you out on your own. Both sides seem to just kind of accept the fact 20 minutes in that they're not really quite interested in these big team fights yet. I just wonder who it really favors to play this slower game. Because it does feel like G2IG, they have a timing they hit around the mid game that can be really damn potent with these 3 core lineups. But at the same time, Falcons, I mean, they've got a Slark, they've got a Centaur, they've got a Lina. You could make the exact same argument on their end of things.
That is fair, and we talked about that Lina Ags timing. We are approaching into the 20-minute mark of the game. Ags is still about 1,200 gold away. The timing still, it's not bad. But that's like the hard limit for Falcons. Once that Ags is up, or almost up, you've got to make a move. They are smoking up early here.
Yeah, they certainly are, but you say early, they've got the Ags up on the Slark. That's the one they really want. Skitter, happy to move in now. We're looking for the surprise reveal. X-Nova. Going to reveal himself with the Fire Spirit usage, but that's not the target they really want to jump on, I don't think. They'll head down towards the east. Monet is around that ancient area, but Falcons, they have not dealt with the bottom tier 1 tower, so it's not really easy to get to that side of the map. Instead, they could head down south where I believe they'll find JT on the Magnus, though JT is currently feeling like they're around the corner, and in fact, he does have the Light Strike Array to tell him that they are around that area. So instead, Falcons, they're going to try for the Roshan attempt. G2IG, can you predict this is happening? We're about to find out.
They got the scan. It's not the fastest Roshan here for Falcons. There's enough time. You're close enough here for JT to try to make a play.
Very scary against the Magnus as well in that Roshan pit. The Magnus, the Phoenix, you cannot underestimate these big spells from G2IG, and they are grouping up by that bottom tier 1 tower. The setup is there. They've got the 3-man smoke here for G2IG, but a 5-man from Falcons. Everyone is basically invis off the map. Here comes NTS to join his team. He's already popped that Dragon Form. X-Nova, nice Icarus dive away from Skitter, will avoid the initial initiation. That's a terrible phrase, by the way, John. Initial initiation. I believe initiation kind of implies that is the initial.
I didn't say it, you did.
You're welcome for
Good
the
course
English lesson, John.
Thank you, Mike.
Here we go again. G2IG. 5-man smoke. Crit. Gonna get caught. Is just absolutely melting. A snaking will be no different. He'll be the second one to go down, and G2, I mean, Roshan is now open if they want to try for it. And when I say try, I mean just take it, because they've got a TA.
Take long. It's not. It's the TA. It's the Orb of Destruction on Baboka with a Blightstone, with a Crystallis. He's going full damage on that Flinks. This is not going to take any time at all to clear out this Roshan. That should open up the possibility of further tier 2s. Heck, if they want to be cheeky, maybe the high ground on the bot. Although there shouldn't be any rush to get that done just yet. Look, that was so damn quick for 23 minutes in. At least you have the Ags up now on Malrine. Again, a little bit surprised Malrine joined in during that smoke instead of just farming this up, but it's ready to go. He's got the Flame Cloak, he's got some of that Spell Lamp and flying movement, and you have some burst play. You can try to take care now of Nothing to Say, try to take care of JT. We've got to see this jump. The smokes just have not panned out. G2IG. We heard from the interview from Monet, right, that they were preparing for this matchup in Falcons. They've gotten such a good read as to when they smoke, where they're moving around, how to play aggressively on the map. There has been no openings for a while here.
These guys are absolute Giga Chads as well. I mean, you've got Monet, you've got NTS. JT's been an absolute Giga Chad this whole tournament so far. And Jonathan, may I add as well, considering G2 just joined, Hooksy's here, Jonathan. They've got Hooksy as part of the group as well now. And that's an idea, isn't it? Just bring Hooksy into coach. Why the hell not?
Yeah, I'm sure he'd tell them to find some good angles for their ops and get some good peaks. I don't know.
He's a Giga Chad, John. That's all that's necessary.
That's all that's necessary. Everyone at G2 apparently is a Giga Chad.
G2IG, John.
G2IG, of course. Falcons, they're trying to group up now, trying to peek some corners here. Don't quite have the coverage they'd want. And the 8K lead for G2IG, it's starting to feel a little bit smuttering. Again, we mentioned these power spikes. You've got the full BKBs up now in 2 cores, 3 cores as they jump in onto snaking again.
Yeah, he's snaking just kind of... I want to say tanking the gank. He is kind of giving this information to his team, allowing them to spread out and farm across the map where G2IG are not around. So this might be just necessary deaths for snaking. Just giving his team 30 seconds to get some creep waves going.
But Boca, it's like he's playing up a pub, Mike. Look at him. He's got the dateless queued up.
Ladies, don't do this, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do this.
I mean, he's snowballing, so it's justifiable.
Do not justify.
He's winning. He wants to win more, Mike.
Okay.
All right. He doesn't need the Orchid. He's got those TA traps. You don't need it. Just go damage.
I suppose he can't afford to. Like, it's not much of a game so far here from Falcons, and they do jump in now onto NTS, and they just blow him up. They'll even make the jump in on Baboka now. Baboka, he'll survive through the Invis. In fact, ATF, he's the one to get caught out. He does pop the Stampede, but he is down. Meanwhile, the egg has been dropped, but it won't matter. They will burst right through it. JT, I believe, sadly did not have the blink off cooldown to go for the RP underneath the egg. They did not have that option available, so Falcons finding a great fight. Onto Monet now. JT, he's around the area, but I believe he just escaped and does not want to reinitiate. In fact, Monet, with the Aegis up, going to be fine anyway. Skidder not going to waste his time.
And such a beautiful use of the double damage rune. Jumping forward with all of that magic damage, just focused in on Nothing to Say. And the cleanup, I mean, you lose ATF, you find so much more in exchange. The egg forced out without the RP. That entire game plan for G2IG falls apart. And again, just that was the perfect sequence of events, right? Just finger Laguna straight up, delete that one hero, and then you can take this prolonged fight with your Slark. He builds up the stacks.
Skidder, Orchid out, they've locked him down, and this will be a big one.
Okay.
Skidder getting caught on his own, a mega kill streak going back the way of NTS, and these are deaths you cannot afford to give away if you're Falcons.
No, you certainly can't. Well, losing your Slark now means, again, the opportunity for high ground comes back out.
This guy has not stopped smiling.
He's just been feeling it, man.
I like this guy.
I mean, how can you not smile when you get...
It's the Nasi Lemak, Jonathan. That's what it is.
The Nasi Lemak, what, breakfast hangover still there for him? It's a pretty good Nasi Lemak in the buffet, though. Not gonna lie.
You're always talking about the buffet.
Hey, you never wake up for it, so I have to describe it to you every single time because you're never there.
Top lane, ATF is going to be alright. Instead, they are aiming for snaking, of course.
Again.
Why the hell not? Easy peasy for JT. Falcons, I mean, 11 to 14. It's still a relatively close game. 8K advantage the way of G2IG. But momentum-wise, gameplay-wise, IG just kind of just dancing all around them. And I mean, Malrine, he's got the ethereal blade up now. You've got even more burst potential. But we saw last team fight, like you can burst one person, and it is generally a great start. But is it going to make the overall difference? I'm not sure.
I mean, it can be a good save.
Top lane, NTS, he's going to be KB up. He'll pop, but JT in the meantime cops the RP, does throw it out onto Crit. It was only one target that really got hit by that RP, and Crit, he will survive for now, as they'll make the jump on X-Nova. X-Nova barely alive for now, still holding on to the X, does eventually throw it out, and this is not the fight. Falcons, they need to run, though they do at least get Baboka on the way out. A 1-for-1. Just the supports going down. Falcons reinitiating, but G2IG leaving the area. Monet has lost the Aegis.
They lost the Aegis, they were forced to use Egg, forced to pop RP without really finding anything noteworthy. An excellent usage of that Depth Shroud coming out from Skitter to just prolong that chase onto our Lion. And G2IG, you don't want to take that prolonged fight up against a Slark. When he gets the free hits, it's still a Slark. He wins out in wars of attrition. So that is some room for Falcons now to get their own counter initiation and to get their own movement out. Without RP, without Egg, this is their chance to try to reel this game back.
AT won't be smiling if he dies, but he'll get by the tier 2 mid tower and he'll be okay for now. The Falcons, they're running right towards where he is. Falcons, they know exactly where JT is moving. Apparently, it's JT. He just cannot escape the radar of Falcons. Just constant vision over the mag, and well, they get him. Finally, a bit of revenge. I'm sure Snaking really enjoyed that.
Yeah, he's feeling great about that. He also feels great about the free gem that they've picked up. So they get to get some control back their way. You know, start to maximize that vision game that Skitter can help them to just find, reach into those high ground wards without expending their own vision, and start to go for some objectives. Pressuring onto that tier 2, G2IG playing elsewhere in map, shoving in these lanes, just keep some control in, prevent further losses out. The side of G2IG, it does feel like that lack of control is starting to bite them, right? Like, how do you pin down a Skitter if he's up front? You're going to need a Hex out from somewhere, or you're going to need like a melee range Dragon Tail coming out here from Nothing to Say to get some instant control. The one time they do it is when Skitter's off guard, but when he's ready for the fight, this Slark is maybe a little bit too slippery to just fully rely on just Dragon Tail and RP basically as your control.
Seems like now Falcons looking to slowly set up through that top lane. Baboka, though, going to cut the creep wave and ensure they can't go for the easy T2 top tower. Got to think he gets the support clinks as Baboka's at a stage where he's just going to cut creep waves over and over again. And if you are Falcons, you kind of need to address Baboka if you do wish to go for these bigger towers. G2IG looking to group up here in the dire triangle as Falcons. They have grouped up in the mid lane. Another smoke on smoke scenario. Who shows first is the question. Traps it down. Both sides know exactly where they are. Where each other are, that is. There's Nothing to Say. Does reveal himself. The pounce is there. Skitter jumping in by himself for now. Falcons still waiting patiently for the right moment. They've got to be worried about the RP of JT. So they will not reveal the rest of the crew. As Snaking now trying to retreat. Monet hitting very, very hard, though not hard enough quite yet, but with the meld strike, he does at least get the edge. Not a big deal. If anything, you'd rather lose Snaking apart from anyone else, but G2IG, they are going to try and pressure off the back of this.
They were forced to pop a BKB a little bit, but not the biggest deal in the world. They still have an opening. It's the BKB on Nothing to Say. You still have JTs, so you can look for some of those RP opportunities. High ground does begin. Just losing the edge, it doesn't feel like it's enough to make this a safe bet. And the Fortify will force them out. Roshan still a minute 40 away. They can just try to repair their lanes, perhaps set up for that one. Being a daytime Roche down bot, can start to consider that. They do have forward vision already set up. And the side of Falcons, this could be an opportunity. Not enough was really expended. RP, Egg still hold. I think the one thing that might be holding out G2IG is perhaps a lack of utility that you could have gone for in Baboka. Like, instead of this Crystallis into Daedalus, maybe it would have been maybe a little bit easier if you got a Hex out, you know, a Sight of Vice to help control. Still, Falcons are trying to poke forward, but they know there's vision.
Skitter, he's the big boy. You can't lose Skitter. ATF, another big target if they could catch it, but they want the Slark so damn bad if they go in. The RP is down. Skitter, he's caught and he is blown up. No chance. It's Monet immediately jumping out. Maureen blows up Baboka and barely escapes. His crit will follow in terms of the death. 2 for 1, the way of G2IG. Falcons.
That was unreal.
Losing the Slark like that is not going to feel good. He has no buyback.
No, this is going to be the high ground for sure. Not going to take long. Amar?
Yeah, he's onto the DK. Nothing to Say. Still just taking through it as now the skewer back. They've caught the Lina. No, in fact, it was the edge. Maureen's fine. Snaking the one to go down, but they do trade NTS for that. G2IG, they won't mind. They're still going to go through the bot rats. Actually backing off the back of ATF and Maureen. There we go. The NTS goes down. You get Snaking, obviously not the most worthwhile trade. They do at least get away with the tier 3 tower.
it's that burst, that E-Blade into Dragon Slayer. It is a lot. Why is he so happy?
I know. Hold on a minute. Bot lane. On the Phoenix again. X-Nova is down. JT's like, hey, NTS, what are you doing? What are you doing, NTS?
I mean, he's been popping off, so he has the right to ask his team what they're up
JT
to.
doesn't think so, John.
No, I mean, JT's been popping off, so
Oh,
he
yeah,
has the
JT
right to
does.
laugh. You
Yeah.
know, he's having a fun game. What's not fun is potentially losing this Roshan to Falcons. They forced the buyback out onto X-Nova. They know what's happening. They've got the trap. Sentry was dropped late. See if they take up a good position. See how far they force it. As G2IG will want to get something off this buyback.
I'll tell you what, I mean, we've looked at JT that many times throughout this game, but you need a guy like that, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
even through the tough times, just laughing. That's what you need in a squad like this, especially when the pressure gets a little bit higher. And right now, the pressure is slowly creeping up, because we're 34 minutes in, it's 16 to 19. 9k advantage for G2IG, but Roshan is available, and both sides, they are going to prep for this one. G2IG, they'll be the first ones in the pit. They've got no vision over the side of Falcons, who are patiently waiting for the right moment. You've got a trap, but that's about it for now. In fact, Roshan, it's immediately just gone. Monet on the chase. Maureen, he's a primary target, but he will be able to TP away for now as it slows her out. G2IG still trying to catch somebody else, but the Stampede is committed by ATF. No messing around. They will successfully retreat. But with the Aegis and Cheese in the hands of G2IG, it's not going to be an easy defense.
That was a tough position for Falcons, right? Like, they see the trap, they pull back, they stay outside Roshan. Not close enough, perhaps, to break smoke. Maybe that was their mistake. But it's also just hard to take that fight in the Roche pit anyway. Fighting into all of the AoE control of G2IG in such a tight spot. It's so much pressure on crit. And it feels like this is what we've seen from the games that we've seen Lion drafted in. It feels like in a lot of these games where Lion's drafted in, it feels like the pressure's on him to try to get Earthspike or Hexes off. And Amar is there as well to back up. It doesn't feel like your follow-through is amazing, even if you find this huge opening for yourselves. So G2IG, they've got the tools once more. 9k up. Getting the Tormentor here done for Monet. You've got the, well, Babok has switched away from the Daedalus. He's going for the Nullifier, which is probably the smarter choice.
Certainly so.
Not as fun. He's not going to be laughing as much as JT, unfortunately.
He still gets damage, though. He doesn't need to buy a BKB, John. He still gets some damage off that Nullifier. Oh, ATF? ATF? ATF, he's taking a fair bit of damage here, but he will be able to escape. That X-Nova hexed up. He will be okay, though, as crit will retreat to boot. So everybody's just kind of running into each other, surprising each other, and just leaving the area immediately.
They forced the BKB again on NTS. Down for a minute 10. Bit of an opening with another DD up for Skitter. Every time.
Sometimes Gaben smiles upon you.
It's really blessing the Falcons. See if they use this opportunity.
Monet doesn't see ATF. If they could pick off this TA, Monet shows for a moment it could be an absolute disaster here for G2IG. And keep in mind, he still has the Aegis up, so you're going to have to go through him twice. It seems like Falcons not quite interested in the jump quite yet. The Monet is going to reveal himself on that top creep wave now. They know he's around the corner, though he does have his team now there to back him up. But Falcons, they are looking to retreat. They are not... Ooh, I say that. Pings are coming, but... They're just going to stand their ground by the looks of it.
They have vision in this area. They've got a really good spot. They know bot's not being shoved actively by any heroes, so it's got to be somewhere up top. They can just hold. Might be able to intercept nicely here.
Crit may get blown up here by Baboka, just not too careful. In fact, Crit does get the Ghost Scepter in time, makes the jump in onto the Clinks. Baboka still alive, and now the stun!
Skitter!
He's alright. He does get into the ult. Egg is dropped. X-Nova chasing him down, and Skitter, he is gone!
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Oh my goodness. That's a problem. He is down 60 seconds, no buyback available.
That's the opening they're looking for in G2IG. It's not that much time, but you don't need too much time to melt these objectives, as we've seen before. They don't even find that kill onto Baboka. Like, the 4 stabs were just on point, dragging this sad Slark further in to the clutches of our DK. Now to high ground again. But all this damage, it's just not going to take too long, although Amar.
Yes, being targeted again, though this time they don't blow him up, and now the RP, they've caught the Lina. That's the big one, and Malrina's gone. Buyback available. ATF now being targeted. Vinay, no hesitation, does take him out. In fact, X-Nova was the one to claim the kill. Is G2IG now in a 5v3 situation. 15 seconds just about for the slug, but the skewer back. Catching Snaking for a moment, but he is still on the high ground. Meanwhile, nothing to say. Drops a little bit low, but is going to be able to get away. They do see the ATF buyback, and that's going to be more than enough for G2IG to just back off and come back another time.
Yeah, they can just sit back, relax a little bit. No RP, no egg. A little bit risky to try to force more onto that high ground after the buybacks. They don't find anything substantial, but again, it's just going to take a little bit more of a little knock to get that work done onto the objectives. Only the mid has the tower left. Falcons trying for the smoke with the respawns.
Feels a little bit desperate. You're just trying to find some value from these buybacks you've committed. Obviously, the Aegis is expiring rather soon as JT. JT's just, he's going to have some kind of comedy show on the side monitor or something. Skitter?
No.
He's going to be careful. He's in that ultimate form for now. Skitter's still surviving, but needs to be extremely cautious as he will pounce away. But they will lose Snaking. This is kind of the thing, like, you commit the buybacks. You try to get some value out of it, but you end up handing even more away as JT is still just enjoying he's still enjoying the comedy show.
He's such a happy fella. I love seeing this coming out from him. I get the idea behind it for Falcons, right? Like, RP's down, Egg's down. Now is the time to go. We bought back. We need to find something, but there's nowhere to fight.
No.
They were chasing right into the high ground. That is just a little bit too optimistic for that pickoff play. And now you've got time. You've got the opportunity here on the side of G2IG to look for that dieback somewhere, to look for one more pickoff and just go knocking. 24k lead, 16 to 23. Again, only the mid tier 3 left standing. Try to sneak around here.
Scan out is going to catch G2IG here in the mid lane. They're going through that bottom lane though. G2IG, no tier 3 tower to really protect them, and we've seen this before. They've got to be very careful. JT! He'll get a skewer off. It is only Snaking, but they've got the kill. ATF moving in with a hoof stop, and the blow-up is there onto Baboka. We're going to commit it to ensure they get the kill. Here's the peak line gameplay. The shard's being used up by Crit. What we love to see is Skitter getting aggressive. Going to try and end up stacking up those Essence Shift stacks as Skitter, kind of by himself, has the depth shroud for now. JT still able to just be force-staffed out of there. A 1-for-1 trade.
You know what held him off?
What's that, John?
The mana drain.
The mana drain. The shards, Jonathan. The peak line gameplay.
Crit just needs these 2 plate mails done. And then he's unstoppable. Desolator? What Desolator? What Orb of Destruction? Means nothing to Lion. He laughs at your face. I mean, he does have the Ghost Scepter, which kind of achieves the same thing. In all seriousness, though, that is one thing that does make the high ground annoying. These are heroes that do want to spam spells, and it just feeds into this war of attrition, right? Slark enjoys longer fights. As the fight goes on, you're losing all your mana. You're not able to fight back. So it does make it a little bit of a challenge on the high ground if you can't find a back. Skitter?
Yeah, Skitter's trying his absolute best to catch JT here, but Skitter's the one being caught.
No, not like that. He does have buyback at least.
He does have buyback. That's a positive. Thank you for being optimistic. Yeah, JT's having a great time. I'd be smiling too if I was JT. I'll tell you that. I
swear to God, it's like we're watching. You know, like it's like the story of Bob in a 1v1. That's JT this entire game.
Yeah, you can call him Justin Timberlake, John, but you can't cry him a river. He could not give a crap. He'll laugh right in your face.
Here goes the high ground. They still have that cheese.
ATF. Jump in onto Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say has a BKB. There's your mana drain from Crit. Skitter. Here we go again. That's the buyback being committed, but he is dead!
Skitter!
Oh boy.
No! Oh, this... They're holding back. Creep wave's still coming in, but they will smoke. They don't have RP, they've got
I mean, even G2IG have some mercy, John. Oh, Jesus. JT still haven't looked around for another skewer. Not going to find it this time around. A pretty hard high ground defense here for Falcons to try and make happen as it's a 4v5 without your position 1. It feels like ATF and Malrine are going to have to make some magic happen here as Snaking cannot really afford to die at the moment. Crit jumping in to ensure that he does not go down.
It just melts. Once they can focus on those buildings, it just doesn't take too much time at all.
ATF, here we go. Jump is there. NTS is the target. He is just a very, very tanky boy, not taking enough damage. Is that a Laguna committed? I think it wasn't to Baboka, but Baboka could not care less. Snaking now, in a bit of an awkward scenario. Does try and jump away, but can't quite do so yet with the nullifier on him. But he will be able to walk. However, Crit, on the other hand, will just go down underneath the tier 4 towers.
No plate mails.
Unfortunate. G2IG onto the mid racks. Manet still jumping into the tier 4s apparently. Does retreat, not finding the target he wanted. Onto the top racks they go. It is completely exposed.
It's just going to be Megas. There's no contesting this. There is a respawn coming shortly, so you could try to hold for a little bit longer. But G2IG, I'm not sure if they're keen on coming back.
Oh, nice skewer back, snaking Gear being caught. He is down without buyback. They've got the Slark up in 5 seconds. They need him desperately too. ATF with a nice hoof stomp, but there's just no backup. In fact, now ATF in trouble. Pops the Stampede.
Oh, no.
But he's stampeding right into the graveyard. A skidder. Here we go again. Uses double pounce to jump in. Gets the ulti off. Tries for X-Nova. X-Nova just standing his ground. Does go for the egg now. Into the Sunray, and GG is called. GG is called. They have seen enough. And my goodness, G2IG. JT. JT is having a great night.
He is a happy man today. G2IG, two tough opponents.
You'd think with the amount of smiles this guy's had this game done, you'd think he'd have his teeth whitened recently or something. He's just showing off.
Yeah. Perhaps that's it. You know, he had a great time. G2IG having a great time here overall in the group stage. A great evening of games for them to find all these wins. Like they've basically put themselves in a really good position to potentially close out on the upper bracket. And I mean, that momentum coming in here. Again, we heard in the interview with Monet from their last series where G2IG were mentioning that they were prepping really hard for this Falcons match. They were like, you know, these are the big dogs to watch out for. And it shows, especially in this game too, doing that DK versus Lina that Malrine loves to do. It's just phenomenal. And JT, just the psychological warfare this man has committed is, it's on a different level to get all those cliffs out. And then dying to neutrals.
That was 2 cliffs and then he just dies to the neutral. So it's something. But what can you do? G2IG just a better team today and all happy, all smiles here is when NTS, the only person not smiling, I think deep in thought, like, wait, I don't have to carry every game? What a change it must be for NTS. Anyway, we do have our panel on hand, so let's throw to them and see exactly what they've got to say about this game number 2.
I've got nothing to do but to add on more to the praise that we are keeping on to G2IG because they are ending today top of the group, 6-2 after getting a 2-0 against Falcons, which again just has me wondering how they even got 2-0'd by Tundra in the first place, which was their very first series, because they have looked completely unbeatable ever since.
It's not how you start.
It's how you finish.
Some teams just learn a lot from losses and recover really quickly. We've seen in the other group as well, right? LGD Gaming, which were off to a terrible day 1, have recovered even further. Not to jump too much to that other group, of course, but or I say other group, it's the same group. Oh, what do you know?
Well, I thought you were going to actually say Gaimin, as in Gaimin Gladiators, because Gaimin Gladiators had a loss yesterday, and they've looked great ever since. So. You gotta learn quick.
That's what I was going for. When I said LGD, I meant Gaming Gladiators, and when I said the other group, I meant the other group. Anyway, yeah, you know, we're warming up here. Just like G2IG. I mean, what can you really say about it? I think another great performance from them in this game. I think very, very clean and the same stereotypical playstyle, right? I think we're starting to see a pattern in what this team is able to do and how they pull it off. And it until. I mean, aside from that Tundra series, no team has really come close to beat them. Like, it's not like these games are, oh, they lose barracks and they make a heroic recovery or something.
Sure.
They're
okay.
generally in control.
So then if you're saying stereotypical, what would you describe their stereotype as? Because I don't think it's heroes, because like Baboka's playing Clinks, something like that. So what do you define G2IG?
It's more of on a macro level with what tasks the players are performing in the game and what like the flow is. It's a bit hard to explain with like concrete examples. It's just, I don't know if you'd agree, it's like a vibe you get when you're watching that it's like, it's kind of the same pacing and it's different heroes, but it's the same identity. It's the same idea of what you're trying to do. And once you have that identity and you have it so clearly and you're winning with it and you can start moving pieces around, that's when you become really fearsome, because drafting against IG is not about the heroes. It's about beating the style.
Right.
You can ban 30 heroes in Dota right now, and they will still find something that they can do this with. So it's about how do we break the pace. And Falcons tried to do it in 2 different ways. It didn't work.
I mean, they have a very, very stable kind of a lineup where it provides everything, you know. They don't try to overdraft on lanes. They don't try to overdraft on team fight. They just play like good Dota, you know. Everybody's doing a certain job, like you mentioned, Mr. Nielsen, about someone pushing out the dead lane, and it's very clear that Nothing to Say is the guy that he's always rotating and moving around with the supports to set up kills, and the side lane cores, JT and Monet, they are clearing up everything and farming ancients, making sure that they scale. And whereas on Falcons, I feel like they have trouble keeping up with this playstyle. The other lineup feels like it will run out of damage at some point. You know, they have this burst from Lina and Lion, but eventually the magic burst is all they have. The slug doesn't do enough physical damage to actually clear them out in the team fight. You know, they just can't kill anybody easily. And the last couple of fights where they were able to blow up the DK, it's more like the DK probably should be hitting on the low ground, like you said, or he should just be not hitting the tower. You know, just let the TA hit the tower.
So what was exposed the most for Falcons, would you say, Send? Because day one, they looked fantastic. They were 4-0, and now they've had 3 losses today. So what fractures are you seeing?
That's a good question. I don't know how much it is them showing weakness rather than other teams showing strength. I think today they're probably just playing against what I would consider just the strongest team in the group. I think G2IG had a little bit of a slip up against Tundra, but aside from that, they just looked the best.
Yeah.
So I'm not really surprised by this result per se, even though you go into the series with the standings. Oh, Falcons are at the top of the board. They've got to be the favorites, right? It's always this way with a round robin. Like you never really know what teams you get to play when. So what was exposed? I don't know. I still don't think they look weak.
I'll tell you what's exposed. They have only one strat with the Weaver and Mars.
Oh, okay. Well, that's...
I mean, that might be true.
They won a lot of other games besides that. They won 4 games. Well, 5 games total now. So
how many were with Mars? 3? 3 wins?
3 wins.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's being a little bit too harsh, just saying, oh, you guys have one strategy, right? But, I mean, obviously they are really competent with that. And I guess perhaps that's a little bit of the difference between these two teams is that Falcons are, like, really targeting a lot of things with their bans, and it felt like the only thing G2IG needs to ban is Mars and Razor, and then the rest of the game is kind of like, okay, you know, there maybe aren't as many aces up the sleeve yet.
That's what concerns me the most, because I feel like every single time I see an ATF lineup, the conversation always surrounds him. And I thought that now that this is a little bit more star-studded roster than his OGs have passed or his Enigma Galaxies have passed, then it would be a little bit more widespread or diffused, I suppose. But it kind of sounds like you're describing the same thing, where if you target ATF, then suddenly life becomes difficult for an ATF team.
I mean, I guess the best tournament that he had was where 3 or 4 out of his best heroes were top tier in that tournament,
and also
right?
the type of heroes that he's been playing at those events, they are very polarizing heroes, like the Timber, the Razor, the Viper. And right now, if you see him on a hero like Centaur, Centaur is a hero like you play for your team. You don't want everybody to just play for you. You know, you just can't. You know, you're a Centaur. And I felt like he wasn't entirely comfortable this game. I mean, not to say that they lost because he was playing a Centaur, but it's more like whenever the polarizing hero isn't him, it might not be the best way for the team to win, and they have to try to figure out how to balance the draft out whenever he's not going to be able to get the polarizing hero. When Skitter has to play the polarizing hero, and you have to play for Skitter, it just felt like the Slug was the one doing a lot of the running around ganking job. He was like trying to do so much that, oh, okay, he overextended, he died. But maybe maybe because he felt like he needed to do so much.
Yeah. Responsibilities are abound for all of Falcons players, but I just hope that I just don't see shades of ATF lineups in the past, because I feel like it's been nearly 2 years that we say that, oh, ATF is on this team. Gotta ban out ATF heroes and then you beat them. So let's see if the equation changes a little bit. But as for the other offlaner, and maybe even the man of the night here on the mainstream, we've got JT standing by with BSJ for an interview.
Thank you, Neil. As coming off of 6 straight wins and a convincing 2-0, how are you feeling after that series?
JT， 你们现在已经是6连胜了，感受如何呢？
还可以，挺棒的。
It's good. It feels great.
Yeah, I'd say that's about the most fun I've seen a team having, especially you, during the game. What exactly are you laughing about in the later stages of the game specifically?
就是看到你们整个战队都氛围都很好，都很开心，每个人都在笑，就想知道你们前面具体在笑什么。
就是我们打到一半的时候，可能沟通上比较急嘛，然后就反正沟通起来就很搞笑，就是每个人都在说自己的东西，然后就一直在笑，对。
Well, it's just because a lot of team fights were really chaotic. So we end up, a few of us end up like panicking, and everyone was just saying their own things, and then the communications was just really was an absolute mess, and it was just really funny. So we were just laughing about that.
Well, one of the funniest things.
我打游戏感觉比较整蛊嘛，就很快乐，知道吧？就是感觉在整蛊大家，大家就也一起配合我整蛊，就一直在笑。
I think because the atmosphere was just really happy, so everyone was just memeing along throughout the whole game. So when I start memeing, everyone starts memeing, and then the whole atmosphere is just very, very fun.
For the viewers, I think one of the funnest parts was when you cliffed 2 people in a row, and we saw what looked like maybe thinking about cliffing Snake King the 3rd time, and we're wondering if there was communication from you or your teammates saying don't do it, or what exactly went through your mind as that happened.
就刚才那把看到你不是把2个人给拱到高坡上嘛，然后而且那时候很明显看得出你当时在考虑还在把第3个人把 Snake King 也一起给拱上去，然后那时候你们战队里面的沟通是什么样的？是不是叫你好像别拱了，还是好像继续去搞？
不，我记得就是 Snake King 上去了呀，不是吗？第2次我忘了。第1次是人马，第2次是小鹿吧，不是吗？
I'm pretty sure I got Snake King up there as well. The first time was like Centaur, the second time was Enchantress, so he was up there.
Yeah, but there was a second opportunity where you guys were killing Snake King in the mid lane, and it looked like you were gonna skewer him. Was that not a thought?
就第2次，当时你听懂了对吧？啊
Okay,
no,
okay.
it wasn't.
Okay, so it's only on the viewers' minds that we're hopeful it would happen again. So on the happy note, a little birdie told me that you recently got engaged. So first, I'd like to say congratulations. But secondly, a lot of Dota players, we think you're kind of married to the game, and I was wondering what you think as a pro player, how that may affect you as a pro player in the scene and competitively.
就首先听说你这边最近求婚也成功了，然后祝贺你就想问就是对于很多人来说，就是打职业 Dota 可能简直就像跟这个游戏都已经结婚了。然后你现在算是既然求婚成功了之后，你觉得以后的生活会不会对你的 Dota 生涯有什么影响呢？
首先非常谢谢的那个他的祝福跟鼓励，好吧。首先这个东西其实主要是都是衡量吧，看你怎么去衡量吧。因为不管是你打 Dota 还是任何东西，只要你衡量做得好，就都没问题的。
First of all, thank you for your well wishes. Really appreciate it. The key thing about Dota and honestly about all things in life is about balance. It's about finding the right balance. And I think as long as you are able to achieve a good balance between life and your career, everything should be fine.
Well, I'll say that was really nice to hear, and it's really nice to see you guys play, and I wish you guys the best of luck moving forward. We'll go ahead and send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Yes, I got to see JT playing some Ember Spirit now because he wants a balance in all things, life and in game, and he should be feeling good because probably I think for most of the last year, JT was not really high on my radar as prominent offlaners.
It's been a while. It's actually more than 1 year that he hasn't been playing his best.
Yeah.
I mean, glad that he's found a team that would enable him to communicate in the way that he wants to. Happy-go-lucky, just meme around, We mentioned about the clown in the team. I guess he's the clown.
He's definitely the clown in that one. We saw the clip of him smashing the mouse or whatever, and he's very energized for sure.
But that's one of the things that's magical about team sports in general is that you can be the same player. There's no saying that JT right now is a much better player than he was in the past year, but it's like this concoction of do you have the right personalities? Is the meta good for you? Are you catching your stride? Are you hitting momentum? And if all these things click, then players that you might not have had your biggest eyes on are just suddenly, wow, okay, they're actually really good. And then superstars can have a bad season because the conditions they get aren't, what they became superstars under, right?
Yeah.
It's very interesting to see, and it happens to basically every player. There's no player in Dota that has always just been killing it constantly. Everybody has off times that things aren't working well, whether it's them or the team or whatnot. So it's really cool to see. And
that's why I'm eagerly awaiting your resurgence, Synderen.
That's right.
You're simply just biding your time here on the panel.
That is true. Yeah.
Do you know what you need to do? Follow his footsteps, the marriage buff.
Oh, the marriage buff. Well, did he get good before or after he got engaged? That's the question.
True.
But yeah, it's always awesome to see player camps where people just laughing, you know. And even on the biggest of stages, sometimes we see like absolutely super high stakes games, and we have like these true sight clips of Jerax is like, "Do you want me to relocate you to the fountain?" Like, dude, you're playing for like $7-digit dollars right now. What are you doing? You know, these players, you're just feeling yourself. You're having fun, and it rubs off on your performance and on every teammate you have. So it's cool. I'm excited to see this team just every game in this tournament, to see them play, because it seems like they're on the up and up.
Believe it or not, given the stakes of the competition, we are playing video games for fun. And the fact that we get to get that paid to do that makes it even better. And I'm about to take you through what happened today for the day number 2 of ESL 1's Kuala Lumpur group stage. Group A, here are the standings as we are wrapping up the second day. Azure Ray, which we have actually not caught on the mainstream a single time, but we will tomorrow, are topping the groups, tied along with Game & Gladiators. Meanwhile, middle of the group is taken up by BetBoom Team and Team Secret. And Blacklist Rivalry are fighting for their lives because there's only one other elimination spot available, because Wawitas Sagazes has been eliminated as of, I think, halfway through today, which condolences to them. But so far, I'd say this group is probably panning out how we expected. Except I will say I was not expecting Azure Ray up there. That is a exceptional result. But the rest of it, any surprises for you, Sind?
I don't know. I think it was like a big wild card coming in. It's like, how good are Secret going to be? How good are Blacklist Rivalry going to be in international competition, etc. I look at this. I'm not like super surprised.
Okay.
Even Azure Ray doing this well isn't too surprising to me. But yeah, why not?
I mean, they changed
Why not?
so many players.
Sind, I will quiz you. Tell me Azure Ray's roster right now. No looking.
I got very delayed. You cannot do
Yeah, I
this.
don't get. They didn't make their roster 30 minutes ago, Sind.
They didn't?
You cheating ass.
No, so I will tell you, I have looked at it, but I don't remember it by heart.
Of course you don't, because no one knows these players. They
What do
came
you
out of
mean
nowhere.
nobody
You know
knows these
You know
players?
Tianming. You know Jinkyu. Do you know XM? Do you know Low? Do you
Yes.
know XXS?
Yes.
Okay, well then you didn't say that.
Absolutely. I couldn't have named you the roster by heart because we haven't watched their games yet.
Sure.
But yeah, absolutely.
But them being top of
okay.
the group doesn't surprise you.
No, it genuinely doesn't.
Okay, fine,
I'm not
fine.
kidding. I'm looking at this.
I
I'm
believe
like,
you. I believe you.
But with that said, it also wouldn't have surprised me if they were like bottom 2.
Yeah.
Because it's like these players are. It's the perfect example of what we just talked about with G2IG. It's like if these players individually are all really, really good across the board, but you're mixing things up, you're throwing in a new concoction, is it going to hit or not? And it seems like so far in this tournament for the China region is looking really good. LGD had a sloppy day 1, they're picking it up, and both Azure Ray as well as G2IG are doing well. So maybe the region is just perhaps returning to... It's a bit early to say former
Fingers
greatness,
crossed,
but
man. China is back. Sin said it here first. China is back, everybody.
They have had some, relative to the region's history, they've had some weak years.
Yes.
We're not going to pretend.
For sure.
But already here at TI, you know, we had 2 top 4 placements, which was already, you know, arguably surprising how well some of the teams did relative to the rest of the year. And seems like maybe the way Dota is headed right now, this region is starting to pick up some steam, which I very much welcome. I think it's very good for the game. If there's more global competition instead of who in Western Europe will win this LAN, you know?
Yeah.
And I definitely think when you look across the groups now, there's going to be some fierce competition. It's not just going to be Game Gladiators do it again, you know? We are missing Spirit, to be fair.
Yes.
We're also
the level
missing
is
an
still very high.
SEA team. I'm sad.
Got some good representatives. I mean, you could call G2IG an SEA team.
G2IG, take what you can get, man. Every little bit counts. We can take a look at Group B's standings as well, as things have wrapped up for all of the streams, Storm, Ember, and us here on the main stream. G2IG topping the charts 6-2. The only 2 losses coming from Tundra, who is second place right now. Didn't have a very good day today. They started off today at 4-0, and now they've ended up at 5-3 since their final series was up against Liquid, and they got 2-0'd by Liquid. And so a little bit of a downturn for them. Meanwhile, middle of the pack is Falcons and Liquid, with a Falcons 5-3, Liquid 4-4. LGD recover from their disastrous day 1, ending things up at 3-5. And similar to Group A, we have to say goodbye to 9 Pandas as well, as they are 1-7, which means that they are mathematically eliminated. Same question, Winter. Any surprises in this group?
Not really, though. Maybe I expected Liquid to do better than they did. You know, I didn't expect G2IG to be that strong. Maybe that's the main surprise for me. But overall, I think everyone is at where they should be.
Did you, going into this tournament, do you expect Tundra to be 5-3 right now? And even better earlier today, right?
Nope.
Like, to me, that's the biggest positive surprise, because this is a team that has had good results once in a while in international competition, not like consistently doing well. They've been good regionally, but in these international competitions, there's been more failures than successes. But so far, they're looking pretty damn good. You know, they're definitely getting through. I think mathematically they can't be eliminated, so they're.
Yeah, I think if you have 5, then you're guaranteed to go through.
They're definitely through, and tomorrow the fate is in their hands whether they want to get up or not.
Which they will be, well, why don't I show you, actually. Let's take a look at the schedule, at least for the main stream for what you should be expecting for tomorrow, which will actually have mostly group stage, but we're actually going to do one bracket game as well. We're going to do the very first round 1 of upper bracket, but we will start the day off with Azure Ray versus Gaming Gladiators because we have not gotten a chance to see Azure on the mainstream. That'll be to start things off. After that, it's going to be LGD taking on Team Liquid in Group B. And after that, the TBD is not tiebreakers. Usually it's tiebreakers. In this situation, we'll most likely do tiebreakers on secondary streams. This one will be the upper bracket of group, I guess, like first place of Group A taking on second place of Group B.
Okay.
So that's the plan for tomorrow.
These are some big games, though. One of them is for top seed.
Yes.
And the second one is for elimination.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
LGD against Liquid is...
Liquid's 4-4, LGD's 3-5.
Yeah. So a draw there for Liquid is good enough. LGD have to 2-0.
Yeah.
Is effectively the state of things. And, well, that might sound difficult, but considering how today went, I wouldn't necessarily say it would be the most surprising result if LGD 2-0 that one. Because Liquid are not looking the hottest. They're also not looking terrible by any means, but LGD definitely catching some momentum. So
yeah, Liquid has an off-lane problem and LGD has a mid-lane problem, but LGD kind of fixed it today.
Yeah, you didn't get to watch very much of LGD today. You never know. Emo might have stepped things up.
Band-aid it somehow, you know, with some of the drafts. But overall, I'm glad, you know, they found some fix for, maybe it's a temporary fix, maybe it's a permanent fix, I don't know. But for Liquid, they have to try to do the same tomorrow.
And if you want to see all these teams that are still remaining in the tournament, well, you've got to come here to Kuala Lumpur, and you've got to get tickets if you want to attend the tournament live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. December 15th, 16th, and 17th, and you can go to esl.gg/ESL1KL because we've still got some tickets available if you want to participate and join us. And what was the name of the arena? I keep forgetting. What was
My
it?
Tech.
My Tech.
Not your tech.
My Tech.
It's mine.
It's my tech. It's my show, which is why I think I will take this opportunity to end it. Friends, I hope you have been enjoying the show. We will have more group stage action tomorrow, and now I will leave you with some monster moments.
Gone on, Gabby with the refresher, goes for it. No, he actually managed to get away with the man, and the stun turned up. He actually does sided Blaze. Duraccio is getting a man fight that he's actually winning for once. The Gladiators are cutting down Abed. What a fight for the carry of Gaming Gladiators, showing there is still some life. Now Blacklist Rivalry have to like wipe this Gaming Gladiators team, and it's going to be all up to Raven right here in the middle of all these heroes with his ultimate pop, but his damage is just not enough. Not even close. No chance in hell.
But he immediately turns, that's him going down the once instantly. And do they really want to still try and force something here, Liquid? I don't know, they're holding the high ground. Maybe see if G2IG step up into it.
Again.
He's going to be able to find it, taking a 3-man RP, coming in for nothing to say. Liquid, really an absolute shambles here. Now open up onto Monet, the opening stun. There's the box that you say coming over, they've got the fortifications, want to keep the creep safe. There's the RP on towards Mickey, then force Mickey to the side, but Mickey will not survive. Taken out, boxing to fall. This is going to be game over, surely. JT is heading in, looking for the grab, he's able to get the jump forward, gives the RP onto the two of them, skewers them back into the Ice Blast. The buybacks will come out straight away from Sableye, Nisha and Mickey. But can they really fight back against this?
Not giving farm priority over the ATF as mid lane. JT, he does get caught out with a great avalanche toss, but JT gets the BKB off in time, and now the hand of God, and now the Echo! Oh, nothing to say! What a setup! Snaking and Malrine are both gone. JT, this guy, I don't know what it is, but he's always doing something special in every game we see.
That's revenge. You couldn't kill the damn Enchantress twice over. There you go. That's a happy lad. You got him.
Turns out